Chapter 86, title at the end. Soizan felt something was out of place when Nagini and his mothers came to pick him up at the station, once he separated from his friends and waited for them to arrive. And Aninta acted the same, laughed the same, and joked with him the same. But, oddly enough, he really felt there was something wrong with their behavior. Even Nagini seemed to be trying to act like herself. Soizan immediately tried to think what it could be. Were they being threatened or remotely controlled by someone? Did they adopt another baby in her absence and fear her reaction to finding out? If this were a cartoon, steam would have started coming out of Soizan's ears at the number of possibilities he was shuffling through as possibilities. Inta and An didn't notice his change, but Nagini knew they had failed in trying to hide something from their master when she saw him begin to examine everything around him out of the corner of his eye, as if looking for any enemies or clues as to what was going on. Holding back a sigh, she helped carry the things to her master's room, and just as she expected, the moment they were alone in the room. "Nagini, what happened?" Soizan asked as he closed the door behind him. He hadn't been able to locate the problem the entire trip, and seeing that there was no other newborn in the house when he arrived, he was beginning to question if what he was feeling was real. "Some complications have arisen over the last month," Nagini answered him. "What kind of complications could cause you to behave this way? And I mean all three of you. In my case, it was because your mothers asked me not to tell you yet. You know how we are connected, hiding something like this from you is very uncomfortable for me. Did they quit their jobs or get fired? It's not about their job. Was there any bad news after visiting the doctor, or are there financial problems?" Nagini shook her head to Soizan's dismay. "What is it about then?" he asked, beginning to lose patience. "It's not health or work. There are no new members in the family. They are not facing any kind of financial ruin." He didn't know what else he was missing. "I suggest you wait until tomorrow, when we go for our training session in an isolated place." Nagini did not answer him directly, but gave him a suggestion. This only unnerved Soizan's nerves more, but he took a deep breath and, after calming down a bit, decided to follow Nagini's suggestion despite his bad feeling. Dinner passed without incident, and in the evening Soizan tossed and turned in bed. In a deserted place the next morning. "Can you tell me at once what's going on?" Nagini checked the distance between them and nodded. "It all started 3 weeks ago. Your mothers received 2 letters, one for each of them respectively," she began to explain. "The letters were from their families, the same ones that disowned them all those years ago." "I knew something bad was going on," Soizan thought, but he didn't interrupt Nagini. "The letters were unpleasant, very much so, and revolved around a single target." Nagini looked him in the eyes. "You? Me?" Soizan pointed his finger at himself, not understanding why he was suddenly mentioned. He never had any contact with those people. And as Nagini said, his mothers were supposed to have been disowned as squibs. Why would they suddenly write to them? They never exchanged a single word since then. They wanted to know if it was true that the 2 of them adopted the heir to the Gale Gold family, Nagini summarized, trying to explain the contents without repeating the exact words. And if so, they expected, no, demanded, that the heir would be presented to them so that the family properties would be passed on to them to manage on their behalf until he came of age. Then they would return them when the time came, if they found him worthy in their judgment. Soizan began to laugh, but it was not a happy laugh at all. "And then?" he asked. "What did they do?" "They burned the letters," Nagini answered. "They really didn't expect that the first time their families contacted them, it was to cleanly steal their son with a tone similar to an order." "But that wasn't all, was it?" questioned Soizan. "Something like that wouldn't have made you so uncomfortable trying to hide it." Nagini took a deep breath and tightened her grip on the wand. "Igta went out to the market last Saturday to buy some things for the pantry at the usual place. But that day, the clerk told her there was a delivery error and he couldn't restock, so he redirected her to another store farther away that he knew of. Since it wasn't too far away, she didn't think much of it and went to the given address. My mother was ambushed by someone." Soizan began to connect dots at the obvious misplaced circumstances, too much like a bad movie. Indeed, Nagini nodded. When she arrived at the indicated location, there was no market nearby and she was assaulted by several wizards who cast spells at her. Fortunately, she had the protections you gave them with her and was not damaged by the first wave. "The first wave?" "When they saw that the common spells didn't work. One of them used the Cruciatus curse on her and the defenses couldn't protect her. But then I got the alert and ran to the place. It took me barely 10 seconds to get there in a hurry and I was able to take her away." But what?" Soizan's eyes were bloodshot and turned unconsciously golden as the earth began to show signs of trembling at his feet. "At the last moment, the same wizard who cast the Cruciatus tried to stop me using the Avada curse. And we couldn't avoid it." Nagini's voice began to tremble at this point. Soizan went from anger to confusion. Inkta and Nagini were alive. And was also home safe. But you just said they couldn't avoid the killing curse. That left a question mark, whose life was taken then? An image flashed in Soizan's mind and he looked at Nagini as his eyes widened. It couldn't be. Nagini. Why didn't I see Radha yesterday? Soizan asked with a dry throat. The witch merely lowered her gaze and that was all she needed to know the answer. Soizan's breathing quickened and the magic around her condensed and twisted. The hair on her head grew wildly to cover her back as it turned golden and two triangular ears with white tips emerged on top. His tightly clenched teeth sharpened and large amounts of steam and silvery mist erupted from his breath. Several tails shot out from the root of his spine and whipped the ground, causing cracks in the earth. Nagini knew she couldn't stop what was going to happen next. So she raised wards during the night in this place and now focused all her magic on the shield she was holding so that the overwhelming pressure of the magic Soizan emits during her magical burst wouldn't kill her. Ra. The next morning, the Muggle news reported how due to the movement of tectonic plates, one of the largest mountains in the area came crashing down. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic was going crazy trying to figure out where that spike in magic they recorded in the Department of Mysteries came from. Chapter 87, Grey Garden. Dumbledore had been pacing restlessly in his office since the recent incident happened. Barely a day had passed since the students returned home and as he was studying an ancient manuscript to try to find something important, he felt a disturbance in the force. Ahem. In the magic of Britain. He never felt anything like it before and the panicked ministry even called him in as a consultant, but by the time the magical uproar was over and they could safely apparate to the area, they only found a large collapsed mountain. Impossible to restore due to residual magical destructive force and traces of extremely ancient magic, no less than 700 to 800 years old by his estimates, which he even considered conservative at best. He was secretly reassured to learn that it was not Tom's doing, it seems he still had time. His theory was that some magical ruins must have been worn down by time and collapsed, causing this reaction due to lack of maintenance. Later, barely an hour later and when they had not yet finished examining the area completely, 2 additional minor spikes occurred with a similar magical signature that ended up destroying the ancestral home of 2 wizarding families and killing all its inhabitants inside. Elders, men, women and children alike. Not even an owl was spared. They were very unlucky because apparently the whole family was present at the time, having dinner or at an important meeting, presumably. Only 2 people were known as remaining survivors and according to the records, they were disowned years ago by the family, so the ministry took over the properties, the inheritance and the land following magical law. After what happened, all magical families rushed to check if under the foundations of their home there were any potentially unstable and explosive magical ruins. Some families were lucky and even found some lost relics, but there were no more lives of wizards or witches lost. I never thought I'd see the garden like this someday, and said with tears peeking out of the corners of her eyes and her hand covering her mouth. Perhaps it was because of the unique connection Soizan shared with her home garden, but no matter where the women looked at the moment, there was no trace of color. All the plants, even the lawn, turned gray and dull. It was as if the Dementors had been on a bender for weeks at the site in the coldest part of winter. The only colors there were coming from the giant Akami coiled in the center, where Soizan was currently sheltered since returning home. Nagini gave no explanations for what had happened, nor would she let them come near her at this time, no matter what they said or shouted. It just so happened that Pomona finished compiling her research on the plants and visited the house and was stunned to see the garden. She tried to understand what happened between the mother's explanation and her botanical expertise without much success. The trees and plants are still alive, but it's as if they are not alive at all. Pomona was puzzled. I can only assume that the garden is reflecting Soizan's mood, but I have no idea how to help under the circumstances. For a moment she considered that perhaps Hagrid could come and comfort Soizan, expressing empathy for her experience. But on second thought, all that would accomplish would be to have a depressed half-giant after hearing the news and a more gloomy atmosphere. In addition, he learned this morning that this year's defense against the dark arts teacher, Mr. Lupin, was found dead in an isolated street while clutching his chest tightly, apparently dead from a sudden heart attack. It was not until a month later that Soizan emerged from his depressed state. During this period of time, Anne and Inkta wrote to their son's friends to explain the bad news of the passing of the family pet and how their study group meeting would be postponed until further notice. Naturally, the next morning they received several letters in reply containing consolation, condolences and understanding. As Soizan went back to sleep in her bed, Nagini explained her reason for acting as she did at that delicate moment. It was unclear to her how, but Soizan somehow in her altered state managed to apparate with precision into the homes of the families and exterminated them using raw magic. After the reprisals were over, he did not become exhausted or faint, so Nagini had to contain him using her bond as a totem guardian. It was far from simple, because unconsciously Soizan partially released his superior animagus form and Nagini was facing a magical life level suppression. In other words, the reason she kept Soizan's mothers out while he was in the garden was to protect them from her own son, who seemed to have lost his sense of self. Later, when Soizan came out of that state and regained consciousness, he felt remorse for his actions. For although there were undoubtedly several people involved in Radha's death, he made the whole family pay for the actions of a few. The only part that managed to comfort him a little, was that there were no minors in the families as he initially believed. He would never have forgiven himself for killing young children for such an outburst as he had. He spent the entire month exercising his clemency to new levels to gain greater control over his emotions so that there would be no repeat of what happened. As Karako wisely said, power can be a good thing, but power without control is not a desirable thing. Later, when the first official meeting of the Order of the Hippogriff occurred, he was almost back to normal. Although it was with good intentions, the constant reminder by his friends lamenting his loss was like rubbing salt in the wound after pouring lemon in his eyes. So every time they opened their mouths to say something like that, a brownie would shoot out from somewhere to silence them, and it didn't take long for them to take the hint. The beginning was not very promising, as none of them had any experience of being in such a group and the situation was somewhat chaotic. It wasn't until Soizan started acting as a teacher with the timely assistance of Cedric, that everyone managed to more or less focus and began to make significant progress in their respective years. The one exception was Neville, who despite absorbing theory well, ended up being a dizzy duck when it came to spell casting. This was no longer about lack of knowledge or talent, because he knew the steps well. What he needed was to gain some self-confidence not to make those mistakes. I could give him a potion for that, but Neville might become dependent and it wouldn't really help him progress. Not to mention, his grandmother would haunt him to the ends of the earth for getting her grandson addicted to courage potions. He remembered the case of Neville's parents, but shook his head that he couldn't help them no matter how much potion he researched. What they suffered was memory and soul damage, something he dared not trifle with. And of course, he didn't forget to start looking for substitutes for the potion to cure their mother's squib status. It just so happened that Pomona returned later, delivering the results of her research, and was able to suggest 7 viable modern replacements for various ingredients. All in all, it was a busy summer, and before she knew it, she was a week away from the start of 4th year where the Triwizard Tournament was to be held. Radha. TT. Chapter 88, Summer Thoughts. Cedric POV. Cedric was waiting for the Hogwarts Express to start as he mused about the interesting summer he spent with the Order of the Hippogriff. As the oldest of the group, he thought that a good part of what he would have to do would be to help his juniors, but being honest with himself, Soizan surprised him a lot. Throughout the summer, he never had a chance to give a lesson. His intervention was more like adding comments or additional information to whatever Soizan was saying. In a way, he was a sort of adjunct teacher and was more active in teaching the correct casting of various spells and incantations, as Soizan on his own could not monitor everyone efficiently simultaneously. During the first few meetings, several tests were given to see the general level of each member and ended with a wizard duel. Hermione, Cho and himself showed the best results in the overall average, while others had good points and points to improve. He couldn't count Soizan, because he was simply an anomaly, in a good way. He was a student about to start his 4th year and his theoretical knowledge was slightly higher than theirs. He was a freaking genius. As for spell casting, just remembering the duels made him want to cover his face with his hand. They had many friendly confrontations, but it could be considered more of a dynamic practice. This was especially evident when the whole order faced Soizan to simulate an ambush and they all ended up on the ground without understanding what happened or when. It was only later when Cedric realized that Soizan was a wizard with talent in illusion magic and altered their perception so that they attacked each other while seeing their target as if it were him. He thought it was a good trick and tried to research the subject on his own to have an ace up his sleeve for emergencies, but he saw that since that branch of magic was used to create enchantments like Muggle repelling, there wasn't too much progress in the field. In other words, the magic that Soizan used was most likely his invention or one that he altered after devoting a lot of effort, which was why he felt too embarrassed to approach him and ask him to teach him. But that didn't take away from the fun of getting together with the group from time to time and improving their magical skills. They also went on the odd field trip and picnic that turned out to be enjoyable. In fact, he himself was surprised when near the end of the summer, he and Cho became a couple. Apparently, Cho initially joined the order for him, but he didn't realize that he himself was developing feelings for the Ravenclaw until he had a revealing talk with Soizan and realized it. While Cho was younger, the power of her cheerfulness and energetic attitude were unstoppable. The best part of it all. No more having to run away from her fans when word got out at Hogwarts that she had a girlfriend. It may seem petty, but one really couldn't understand how annoying it was to be followed everywhere without giving you space or private time every year. He was too polite, so he couldn't chase people away rudely either. POV Ginny. This has been the best summer of my life. When Luna and I joined the order, I thought maybe we would be treated like children, but nothing could be further from the truth. We are all allowed to learn equally, and the only times we were denied something, they explained the reason behind it, and after careful thought, they were absolutely right. A month ago I wanted to learn an attack spell, but Soizan explained that my magic level wasn't high enough yet to be able to use it efficiently and I would get tired too quickly. So instead, he taught me 3 alternatives, which although less powerful, give me much more freedom in battle. He performs better than some Hogwarts professors, and the way he is able to cast spells without a wand is great. I wanted to try it too, but it was too difficult because I was already used to the wand. For a moment I thought what would happen if Harry and Soizan faced each other. What a surprise when I heard from Hermione that they actually dueled under the gaze of many. And Harry's performance turned out to be pathetic, to use kind words. I mean, did he really end up gyrating like a roast suckling pig? How embarrassing. I'm absolutely certain that if I had to face Ron or anyone in my year now, I'd knock him out in less than 10 seconds. Although as Soizan said, that's really no accomplishment at all, and after realizing that, I can't deny it. My brother is a complete slob, and aside from Quidditch or food, I've never seen him have any interest in anything, nor does he like to move if he doesn't have to. Wait, in fact, he also likes to jump to unsubstantiated conclusions and exaggerate stories. The version he told me of him facing the troll in his first year with one hand tied behind his back and his eyes closed makes me cringe every time I remember it. Things haven't been the same with Ron and Percy since the Sorting Hat put me in Gale Gold, but if given the chance to leave and join Gryffindor, I'd turn it down. I'm glad also because Luna was also able to make friends with more people. While those of us in Gale Gold House are closer even than Hufflepuff, there are still very few of us compared to the other 4 houses. When I asked Soizan for the reason, he said that our house prioritizes quality over quantity. Maybe that's why we get along with everyone. My brothers, Fred and George, have been providing us with the necessary equipment for practice without probing too much, but judging by the way they exchange glances while smiling, I think they may have their suspicions about my recent outings with Luna. At least my parents aren't suspicious and are happy for me to go out with friends. I thought they would post some joke item, but for some reason, the twins seem rather reluctant to prank Soizan. Wonder why? POV Neville. After checking to make sure Trevor didn't run away again, I sat in the train carriage and looked out the window as I got lost in my own thoughts. I never expected to be a part of something like the Order of the Hippogriff. My lack of confidence, skill, and memory had always bothered me. And not just me, my heart aches when I see my grandmother worrying so much. Soizan has been very patient with me. Although even Ginny and Luna managed to learn things before me, he would give me tips and notes so that I could practice on my own time, making it as far as I tried. One day, as soon as our meeting was over, we both stayed behind to pick up and talked about what we hoped for the future. Unexpectedly, he suggested that I become a herbology teacher after graduation, and I admit, I really like the idea. Plants are something that help me show confidence and I have solid knowledge about it. Even Professor Sprout praises me in that regard, so I think I will seriously consider it. POV Hermione. This summer has been so rewarding. I didn't expect Soizan to meet such a kind lady, who would lend us a room over the summer to practice magic outside of Hogwarts without the Ministry of Magic finding out. I believe her name was Miss Nagini. She had a beautiful choker around her neck. When I found out that in the houses of the so-called purebloods they can use magic without inconvenience while we muggle-born children are restricted, I was so offended. That's not fair. If I had known there were places like this, I wouldn't have had to spend the summers before this one limiting myself to reading books. I would have also practiced my spell casting. Just look at Soizan. His progress is so far ahead of mine that I could simply say we are no longer on the same levels. As his hired secretary, I've seen some scrolls thrown away from his potions or magical research and felt like pulling my hair out because I haven't been able to understand a fifth of what was written. Only when we are talking about product design does he seem to speak our language again, and even then, most of the work is still done by him or Sylvia. Fortunately, we were able to make up for all the lost time these past few years and really catch up on defense against the dark arts. While Cho helped Neville, Ginny and Luna with some practice, Cedric helped me study while Soizan helped Sylvia. I wondered if this year's Dada teacher will at least be able to teach something. POV Sylvia. I didn't expect to have such a hard time attending order meetings. I haven't had any problem studying or practicing, it's just arg. It's all Soizan's fault. Since last summer, when Hermione was on a trip with her family in France and I met with him several times, I think that's when I started to become more aware of his presence by my side. I had long known he was a shapeshifter, not that he deliberately hid his hairstyle changes, so I thought he was just changing a few things, but it turned out to be all just my impression. This summer he even gave a growth spurt and is now taller than me by a head. I still remember when we wanted to do some sport to get in good shape and he took off his shirt at the end to pour himself some water to cool down, revealing his toned and golden proportioned body, all glistening with sweat. When I managed to resume my thoughts and realized how I stared at him, I ran away in panic without saying a word to his surprise. How embarrassing. Later, the next time we met I had to make up an excuse for my behavior. And when I confusedly told my mother what was happening to me, she pointed out after laughing for a long while what was wrong with me, causing me to blush completely as she understood my symptoms. I have been taking a little more care of my appearance since then, subtly. Thanks to Soisen's potion, I no longer need to wear thick glasses, and perhaps due to my recent physical development, I also stopped being chubby and have become slimmer. I also took more care with my skin and my red hair, which I trimmed a bit of its length so that it only reaches my back. The only complaint I have, is that while Soisen seems to have gotten taller, I'm still the same with my height and it doesn't look like it's going to change. It's frustrating, because he was also short in stature and still taller than I was then. Will I always be short? But I think I must be doing something right, as I notice that Soisen is looking at me more, believing that I don't notice, and is taking the initiative to teach me in the Order's paired study sessions. That should be a good sign, right? I can't help but feel happy and a little expectant. This time I wanted to make a point of view of the others before starting the 4th year, and I think I managed to recreate their personalities quite well. What do you think? Chapter 89, I'll take them all. It turned out Sirius wasn't as dumb as he looked, Soisen lamented as the Hogwarts Express pulled out of the station and was halfway through the journey. After Sirius Black's death, he found a moment during the summer to go to Gringotts to check the will and see if he could get the ancestral home of the Black family. He was sure that instead of putting a specific name of Harry Potter as heir, Sirius had put something like Lily's son, and wanted to see if he could take advantage of that loophole. Too bad, although he wasn't entirely wrong, the will specifies James's son instead, and that makes him have no legal basis for his claim. He wasn't even interested in that house or the screaming portrait magically affixed to the wall it contained, but in the vast library of Black family knowledge. More precisely, in any books on protections against the dark arts. There was also the matter of Creature and the Horcrux pendant, but he already had something ready to tackle it. Since 2nd year, he tasked Nagini to make him a letter with a muggle, modify his memory, and send said letter this year via an owl that would be sent to him by an anonymously hired third party. In it, all of Voldemort's current Horcruxes are mentioned, where they are located and ways to destroy them. However, it does not mention the trap set for the intruders to ensure that Dumbledore is infected by dark magic and cannot live too long. Why wait so long and not do it himself? Quite simply, while there were magics to recreate past scenarios or trace sources, they needed them to be in a relatively recent period. Nagini's minor, but good memory manipulation work coupled with 2 years on hold without contacting anyone else cut off any chance that the origin of the letter could be ascertained. As for doing it himself, he simply doesn't want to bother, it's too much work and the risk is too great. So far he only intervened when Tom's diary turned up because it would affect his school life and he didn't like the idea of having a basilisk his own age hanging around Hogwarts. Leave it to Dumbledore to remove most of the obstacles and Potter to finish it off. There was a point to the prophecy in the Department of Mysteries. And speaking of departments of the Ministry of Magic, Soisen went to the one that was in charge of administering the house elves and asked for all of them, of both genders, under his name. Due to the record of his illustrious family history, the people in charge of the ministry found it impossible to refuse no matter how hard they tried to think of an excuse or law. While they wiped the sweat from their foreheads thinking how they were going to explain the situation to their superiors. Would his department still exist if there were no house elves left to manage? What did he want so many house elves for? Naturally, he wanted them to work for him. They would help him produce the goods for the store, look after and supply the raw materials, tidy up the warehouse, etc. Just think of the ones who work in the Hogwarts kitchens. Do you have any idea how productive and skilled they are? They are quite happy too. Wizards don't seem to understand their potential. To them, having a house elf is just a reflection of status. What idiots. Besides, he would make sure to treat them really well and not like in pureblood families. They would have good and plentiful nutritious food, hours of light work that would actually be breaks in disguise, and they would be ordered to wear comfortable, convenient and clean uniforms instead of musty pillowcases so as not to embarrass the master should he receive visitors. One just had to know how to approach them correctly from their culture and express oneself in the right words, not as Hermione did, whose ideas of freedom and rights almost seemed like heresy to them. Given the excess of magic Soisen had, he had no problem making pacts with so many house elves and ended up being the largest holder of house elves in the world, with 238 under his command. And even with that number, the magic he supplied them with was barely a drop in the ocean of his reserves, the expansion of which accelerated dramatically from the moment he started practicing illusions on a large scale and high complexity. Oh, yes, Nico Ravenheart was succeeding with great success and still showed no signs of going out of fashion. He selected the most outstanding house elf among them all, named Piglet, and put him in the house to help with the household chores and take care of their mothers. Thanks to him, the pantry was always full and Anne and Inta could spend more quality time together. The rest were set up in a building Soizen called the Hive, built from scratch with house elf scale rooms and facilities, including rooms with beds and closets, a large dining room, showers, small gardens, etc. No matter where he assigned them in the future, this would be the place where they would return to sleep, eat and live. Of course, he appointed some caretakers to keep order and to be informed if there were any events he needed to know about. The results after living a month in the Hive with a quiet job, healthy food, a cozy environment and a superior magic supply were really exaggerated, to the point that even Soizen got scared the first time he went to check. The house elves gained some height to meet an exact meter, appeared less self-conscious, cleaner and not only lost that malnourished child image, but some JoJo characters would be envious of their muscles. Image for visual aid. Maybe he exaggerated with his wellness conditions. Nah, his loyalists better be happy, healthy and muscular. Just imagine the look on other people's faces when they see their house elves. Mind you, when Hermione found out what he did when one of her house elves served them some snacks at the end of one of the order meetings, there was the need to have a very long talk. Fortunately for Soizen, an Aladdin-esque "do you trust me?" avoided hours of verbal sparring. Hermione was aware of Soizen's personality and knew he would not treat anyone around him badly, she was just very surprised. One additional thing she thought of was to buy and convert several night owl buses into fast food service wagons. Raise your wand if you're in the mood for fish and chips. Or something like that. But I didn't know if the ministry resented taking all the house elves away or what the exact reason was, but they responded with a resounding refusal, saying it was a technology unique to the ministry. In fact, perhaps they smelled that what Soizen wanted was to decipher the unique enchantments the vehicle had in order to replicate them in real magical food trucks. A real pity. Soizen saw so many things with potential and that wizards used for nonsense. Perhaps only Muggleborns, who have been reading fantasy novels for a while, understand that wizards really aren't getting the full potential out of their gift. Oh, he needs to remember to talk to Professor McGonagall to see if they were interested in using their Den Mushy to broadcast the tournament. She could get a few galleons out of that. Chapter 90, The Three Wizards Tournament. The little wizards and witches were shocked when after the house selection ceremony, Dumbledore announced that the school would be participating in this year's Triwizard Tournament along with its sister schools Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, who would be arriving at the school in a week's time. He explained that he expected exemplary behavior to uphold the honor of Hogwarts and a few additional things that Soizen ignored as he happily ate the tacos that were served. A little too spicy for his taste, but he had to admit they were tasty. But everyone's excitement quickly turned to dissatisfaction, when Barty Crouch took the floor and explained that for this occasion they decided to set an age limit for everyone's safety. Soizen looked quizzically at the newly arrived first-year wizards who were protesting loudly. What are you complaining for? You even know how to turn on a light with your wand and you want to participate. It seemed more natural to him the protests of students near the boundary like the Weasley twins. He was unaware of the quizzical look Cedric gave him at some point in the excited discussion, wondering to himself if Soizen had the gift for divination or was it just a coincidence. Soizen, do you seem to be very calm? Asked Ginny, who was sitting next to him, doesn't that added rule seem unfair to you? I'm not interested in participating, Soizen shook his head, showing a strong contrast with the others. I did some research on past tournaments when I heard about this competition and I know there were cases of death. It's not worth putting your life in danger for something as inconsistent and relative as eternal glory. And my life is priceless, I will not risk it for 1,000 measly galleons. Really? Of course. Besides, did you see the cup they showed for the champion? Soizen pointed to the silver cup with blue engraved crystal. The champion won't even keep it for himself, he'll just hold it for the photo. And looking at the materials, it doesn't even have much value, it's more symbolic than anything else. That's the real reason you're not interested, isn't it? Luna, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly asked, none of the prizes appeal to you. Soizen froze for a moment and looked at Luna with wide eyes. Was she really that predictable? Ginny couldn't help but roll her eyes along with the other members of the house, except for the first years who didn't know what was going on. Yes, by now the members of Gale Goldhouse had a pretty good idea of their senior's character. Put something out there that really piques their interest and then even the masters will be knocked down to claim it. Anyway, who do you think can become the Hogwarts champion? Soizen asked them after coughing to change the subject. I would put my cards on Cedric. Of those who meet the conditions, he seems the most suitable. Ginny and Luna nodded. If they had to support someone, they would naturally choose a friend or member of the Order of the Hippogriff. They saw how capable Cedric was in meetings and there was a good chance he would be chosen. The goblet of fire would only be transported to the school once the 3 participants arrived and would be up and running after the welcome banquet for a limited period of time, after which the champions representing each school would be announced. Naturally, all the students pitched in to leave Hogwarts looking like gold. Armor was scrubbed, paintings were dusted, oil was put on hinges, and dungeon chains were greased among other things. A quick and brief etiquette lesson was also provided, so as not to make any serious mistakes when dealing with students from the other 2 schools. Soizen was actually invited to explain his experience at Beauxbatons and remarked on what things to avoid offending the female students. Many did not even know he was gone for a period of time and were envious of his explanations. Naturally, this did not go unnoticed by Soizen, but he did not care. Why on earth was he sent there as an exchange in the first place? Wasn't it because students get depressed when they see the differences between their abilities? They couldn't blame him, so let them put up with it. Dumbledore was very surprised when Soizen sought him out later and introduced him to the Den Mushy while explaining what it was for. Upon learning how Hagrid was involved in its creation and how cheap it was to rent one, he quickly ordered several for the tournament. The bill? The ministry will take care of that. They won't hesitate to spend to promote the event after the effort they invested in bringing it back. Moreover, Soizen was not worried about someone stealing his Den Mushy or the ministry asking for some to verify, because he took special measures so that even if they were taken, he could ensure that no one else would be able to produce this lovely snail. Such a measure was in his suitcase, where a gold-colored metal Den Mushy lived. If one went missing while on loan, it was as simple as pressing a button and... surprise! Oh, and how could we forget the spectacular and spooky entrance of Alastor Ojoloko Moody. Opening the big doors as the storm acted in the background, walking with a limp as everyone looked into his magical eye. Though Dumbledore treated him like an old colleague, the students who knew him had pale expressions. And when it was said that he would become a defense against the dark arts teacher, Soizen swore he heard several students faint from shock. He wasn't entirely sure if he had already been substituted and what he had in front of him was the compulsive drinker of the multi-juice potion. But as long as he got close enough during one of his classes, he had no doubt he could pick up the distinctive smell of the potion as soon as he took a sip from his flask. Now, should he set the hair off from the start? For one thing, they will have someone capable teaching them for the first time. After all, who knows better how to protect themselves from the dark arts than a Death Eater? On the other hand, the real Moody was a qualified Auror who would have a really awkward year if he did nothing. Maybe he could earn a favor. And if he acted, Neville wouldn't get the plant book where the Brachialga Potter would where in the second test was mentioned. This is bad, but tempting. He's very curious as to what alternative method Potter would use if he didn't get Neville's help at the last minute. On the bad side, he could casually comment on the existence of this plant to Neville instead. Although he didn't remember if the herbology experts agreed on whether fresh or salt water affected the time it worked. Heck, now he was curious if it really did affect the duration. Chapter 91, Salta la Libra. If anyone is wondering if I've forgotten about the Quidditch tournament between Ireland and Bulgaria, the answer is no. Remember that the MC doesn't like Quidditch and doesn't pay too much attention to it, so you can assume that he forgot about it and the events went pretty much as they should have. Except for the presence of some members of the Order of the Hippogriff at the celebration, such as Hermione and Ginny. The first defense against the dark arts lesson was intense. Even if using them on a human guarantees a lifetime trip to Azkaban, one doesn't expect to be taught the unforgivable curses and have a live demonstration. Watching a creature being manipulated, tortured, and killed in front of you isn't exactly pleasant for fourth-year wizards and witches. Unfortunately, Hermione had to go through the bad experience of seeing what the lethal curse was since Soizen didn't move to prevent it. It may seem cruel, but considering how things might develop over the next few years, she might as well start seeing a bit of darkness in a controlled environment or else she might go into shock at a bad time. As Moody went around explaining methods to detect the symptoms of this under the Imperious Curse, he suddenly cast a disarming spell at Soizen from behind his back which he deflected back with a wave of his hand, before everyone stared at the professor in surprise. Use a disarming spell on Soizen? What's the point of doing that? He doesn't use a wand. Good reflexes, boy. Looks like you're as talented as Dumbledore said. Moody nodded, as if everything was as he expected as he looked around and addressed the rest of the class. Did you all see that? That's how you should be able to react, constant vigilance. He may have spoken for too long without pause, but he took out his flask and took a drink before resuming the lesson as if nothing had happened. That was crazy. Hermione said once they were out of the classroom, what kind of teacher attacks a student by surprise? Moody, Soizen answered without hesitation and literally. He really believed this was something the original could do, so Barty Crouch Jr.'s performance was up to the task. Oh, yes, he could already see that the person in front of them was actually the son of the current head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation and Deranged Morph Wizard. The characteristic smell of the multi-juice potion emanated from the flask the moment he opened it to sip, a grave mistake to do so near a person as talented in potions as Soizen. One should know that although the color and flavor of the potion changes based on the person it becomes, the smell is identical in both its blank and finished state. A characteristic derived from combining pulverized bicorn horn and dried shredded skin of an African tree snake, this is something that cannot be avoided, unless you want the potion brewing to extend from 1 month to 3 months on a mere whim. If you decide to rat out the impostor, you need to do it before the arrival of the other 2 schools, or as they would say in those cultivation novels, Hogwarts would lose face. During the 3rd day, at the end of the potions lesson where they were learning how to prepare a potion against severe burns, Soizen approached Snape. "What do you need, Soizen?" Snape did not treat him formally when they were alone. "I think we might have another rat in the castle." It took Snape a second to understand the reference that only they knew, and he looked at Soizen seriously. "How bad do you think the rat could be?" he asked with narrowed eyes as he made sure the door was securely closed. "If my guess is correct, it will be lethal." "And what is your guess based on?" "The recent Quidditch event and the smell of bicorn horn and dried shredded skin of an African tree snake in a rucksack." Snape was silent for a second, his spy mind already located the meaning and was trying to work out a plan in mind. "We need to talk it over with the headmaster," Snape said without question, as he stored the ingredients. "Help me get everything in place and we'll go right away." The potion for severe burns required few ingredients, and the only reason it took a little longer than it should have is that some students did not close the containers properly. When everything was tidy and locked up, Snape and Soizen went to see Headmaster Dumbledore in his office. Luckily for both of them, since he had just started the year and already spent some effort over the summer getting everything ready, Dumbledore was relatively quiet in his office and looked at them in surprise. "Severus, Mr. Galegold," he greeted while offering them some lemon drops, "to what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?" Soizen wasted no time and immediately told him everything he discovered and how he heard strange groans coming from a strange metallic trunk. Which, by the way, he was able to see in the professor's office thanks to the door not being closed properly. "I understand," Dumbledore set the lemon drops aside solemnly, "if it is as you suspect and I am aware of your talent in potions, we should certainly act sooner rather than later. Severus, please call Minerva and Mr. Flitwick to my office. Half an hour later, do the same with Moody and tell him that this is about security measures for the impending tournament," he instructed. "Once he is on his way here, I want you to go in and inspect the suspicious trunk. Based on your findings, proceed as you deem necessary." Understood, Snape accepted the arrangements without further question. "As for you, Mr. Galegold," Dumbledore turned to look at him for a moment, "I think it would be appropriate for you to prepare for the next lesson. If I remember correctly, you have herbology in less than 20 minutes and you have a bit of a run to do if you don't want to be late. We will know if you are right before the end of the day." Soizen agreed and left the headmaster's office. It was better for the adults to deal with a possible Death Eater, and if Dumbledore had asked for their cooperation, he would have refused. The Barty Crouch Jr. character is really crazy, and who knows if he would try to immolate himself or something if cornered, not to mention how it might generate resentment with his father if he gets involved. Seems like a fitting job for the brightest white wizard to perform. The herbology lesson was a bit boring, as they were dealing with a type of plant whose method of defense was to absorb water from its surroundings in order to shoot it out like bullets. The plants were clearly dehydrated to avoid any accidents, although Neville almost got carried away in his compassion for his plant friends and was about to water them. Good thing Sylvia realized what he was going to do and gave him a tackle worthy of the best soccer player, preventing the water from ever touching the plants. I guess sometimes you have to learn to restrain yourself or you'll end up hurt before you realize what happened. Chapter 92, Just in Time. Barty Crouch Jr. was successfully trapped in the headmaster's office at the price of some nasty injuries, and Alastor was able to get out of the trunk before his physical condition degraded thanks to Snape's search. He would still have to spend a week in the Hogwarts infirmary under Madame Pomfrey's care, but he would be able to resume his duties as a teacher with renewed strength. He was truly embarrassed to have been caught off guard despite his well-known motto. The matter was not made known to the students, as is natural to avoid panic. But it was said that the new defense against the dark arts teacher went to the Forbidden Forest to get more materials for his lessons and was ambushed by malicious creatures, managing to escape with some injuries. That would give a reminder of why students can't go there and at the same time served as a cover. And Soizen, who was responsible absent from the event, was currently playing a game of Gwent against Cedric. Novigrad vs Skellige. I lost again, Cedric sighed. Shall we do one more? I was so close this time. Keep repeating that and maybe one day it will come true, Soizen chuckled under his breath as he picked up his cards. You are the worst Gwent player among us all and you know it, he stated mercilessly. Even Hagrid, with his enlarged monster deck, is a better player than Cedric. It's not my fault. He failed to connect with the heart of the cards. I think you're getting confused with another one of my card games. Cho came running in like an exhalation and stopped next to Cedric. "Hello, Soizan." He greeted before speaking without waiting for an answer. "Have you heard the latest news?" said Cho, and seeing the blank expression, he knew he needed to continue. "Professor Moody won't be able to give lessons for a week." "Oh, I think I heard something happened to him in the Forbidden Forest." Cedric rubbed his chin with his hand. "I don't remember when something similar happened, but if even one teacher has ended up like this, all the more reason to stay away. Maybe now they'll at least put up a wooden sign with a danger. Forbidden to enter," Soizan said mockingly without lowering his voice. "No, seriously," he suggested to the dean of his house, Professor Sinistra, that some kind of protection or barrier should be thrown up at the edge of the forest, but apparently his advice fell on a broken and bottomless sack. No matter, she already made plans halfway through the tournament. Cedric and Cho exchanged silent glances after hearing him. It was after one of the order meetings that the subject of how outdated the school is came up, and after hearing Soizan's arguments, they too began to see flaws everywhere. It had to be known that the last improvement was to install plumbing for the toilets and showers. It's been many decades since then, and not even that good of a job was done. Sure, ancestral protections and all that's great, but Hogwarts couldn't live in the past if it really wanted to keep claiming to be the best school in Britain without blushing. Soizan felt his connection to the place grow stronger this year as soon as he set foot inside, and no doubt when he would start his 5th year, he would assume his role as owner of the castle, which would earn him the authority to modify it as he pleased. Not even Dumbledore would be able to intervene in how he uses his private property. So while Cedric and the champions of the other schools fight in the tournament for that eternal glory, he will use the Marauders map to start creating the blueprints for the big upgrade. He'll even modify some of the enchantments left by those selfish founders throughout the building, like the botched grand staircase enchantment that gives students so much trouble. He doesn't even have to worry about the magical consumption of the upgrade, as Hogwarts itself was on a rich vein of magic that would provide him with an endless supply. "By the way, Cedric, ready to represent Hogwarts in the tournament?" Soizan asked. "You really think the goblet would pick me, huh?" Cedric shook his head while keeping a slight smile on his lips. "Of course, my boyfriend is the best after all," Cho proclaimed as she straightened her back. Soizan watched out of the corner of her eye as Potter gulped down the pumpkin juice in his cup and coughed as he tried to pretend he wasn't eavesdropping. "I told you, my bet's on you," Soizan shrugged. "He just has to step in a little at the end to keep me from dying." "And you don't want me to put your paper in the goblet for you?" Cedric asked, lowering his voice. "Do it and I'll make sure everyone knows that story you told me involving you, the bag of jelly slugs, the cat in the cauldron and the garden gnome," Soizan whispered with narrowed eyes. Cedric blanched as he heard her unveiled threat. Why on earth would he tell her about that great mistake of his youth? Damn you, butterbeer. Or perhaps he should curse his poor resistance to even the mildest of beverages. "Jelly slugs?" Cho asked curiously, catching only part of the conversation. "It's nothing." Cedric jumped up waving his hands as he winked at Soizan, silently pleading. "And you, Cho?" Soizan didn't pursue the subject further to Cedric's relief. He had made it clear that he doesn't want to participate. "Will you try to think of some way to participate?" "No," Cho didn't even hesitate for a second. "I'll support Cedric if the goblet chooses him or whoever the Hogwarts champion is. I just hope that what they say is true and the goblet chooses the most capable one," he added while smiling. "Oh, now that I think about it, Professor Flitwick asked me to go see him tomorrow morning in his office after breakfast." "Did he tell you the reason?" Soizan asked, a little puzzled. It hadn't even been a week since he started 4th year and he had no idea why one of the teachers would call him. He was pretty sure that he had completed all the tasks he was assigned very well. "Actually, yes," Cho nodded, "it has to do with your exchange time at Beauxbatons. I think he mentioned something about helping to host schools or something." "All right, thanks for letting me know." Chapter 93, The Arrival of Schools. Soizan discovered another butterfly effect when he met Flitwick the next day. Initially, the Hogwarts students would see the arrival of the two schools, and as they settled into their places, they would be officially introduced during dinner. Now, Soizan was asked without allowing a refusal that once the Beauxbatons school arrived, he would be part of their reception and help them settle in before dinner. In the original lineup, there were no exchange students, so this should not have happened. But since Soizan was, he would serve as a bridge between the two schools. It didn't take much prodding before he agreed. At most, he would spend a day seeing old friends and rivalries like Fleur. Her current research to find substitutes for the potion she wanted to brew for her mothers was reaching a bottleneck, because while Hogwarts might provide different inspirations, the amount of ingredients she could have at her disposal or request were limited. Perhaps the Beauxbatons students and the Durmstrang students would bring along some local ingredients that she could trade to try. In any case, the entrance of both schools was as spectacular as in the movie. Beauxbatons arrived with their giant carriage pulled by Abraxan horses the size of a house and almost ended up running over Hagrid during their landing, though fortunately, the half-giant managed to jump out of the way in time. Giant flying horses that only drink malt whiskey. Yes, very natural and safe. As the carriage lost momentum and slowed, a boat emerged from the waters next to Hogwarts School to announce the arrival of the proud sons of Durmstrang. Most people think of it as a boys' school, but Soisin remembered that there was at least one girl studying at Durmstrang back in the 1990s. Not only that, its founder and also first headmistress was a woman named Nerita Volchanova. It was only later, when she suffered a mysterious death and Harfang Munter took over as headmaster of the school, that its focus was substantially altered to focus on dueling and martial magic. It doesn't take a genius to realize that something smelled a little fishy in that story, but bygones are bygones. Severus and Pomona went to greet Karkaroff and his students while Soisin, McGonagall and Flitwick approached the Beauxbatons carriage, where Hagrid was admiring the Abraxan horses and straining to restrain his urge to approach and pet them. The carriage door opened and Madame Maxime made her appearance as she looked a little surprised at Hagrid and recognized the other party as someone who had the same condition as her. "Welcome, Headmistress Maxime," greeted McGonagall as she raised her head to look at the half-giant. "I hope your trip was smooth and uneventful." "Thank you, Deputy Headmistress McGonagall," nodded Maxime after looking away from Hagrid. "A small storm almost caught us, but fortunately the wind blew it away from us long enough for us to leave it behind us safely." "A pleasure to see you, Headmistress Maxime," Flitwick greeted as his eyes wandered around discreetly. "Thank you, Professor Flitwick. If you are looking for Chloe, I'm afraid she has not been able to come with us. She is currently resting at St. Mungo's and will not be leaving that place any time soon." "By Merlin's beard!" Flitwick exclaimed, wide-eyed and startled by the sudden news. "What happened to her?" Soisin moved a little closer, also interested in what might have happened to the good woman. During her vacation, she decided to take a trip to Egypt and entered the wrong pyramid by accident. As a result, she was hit by a curse and had to be rescued. Fortunately for everyone, the curse was severely weakened by the passage of time and any damage she suffered is curable. It's just that she will have to spend the next 2 years in bed to fully recover. What a bummer. Flitwick sighed as he sighed at the unfortunate event of his colleague and friend. "Mr. Galegold, we meet again and apparently, according to the last words of our quick goodbye," Maxime was really curious about how this little wizard was able to predict their meeting or the return of the Triwizard Tournament. "I know, what a coincidence, right?" Soisin didn't explain and simply laughed a little at the expression of the headmistress, who seemed to be trying to figure out some clue as to how she managed it. "I'm sorry about what happened to Ms. Chloe. I'll be sure to send her some flowers as soon as possible and I hope she can recover much sooner." "A pity about the age restriction for this occasion," sighed Maxime as he shook his head slightly while looking at him. "I think that if you were able to participate, there would have been a good chance that you would have been chosen as champion. That would have made things much more interesting." Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick nodded silently, unaware of their own unconscious actions. If someone like Soisin will participate in the tournament, their chances of winning skyrocketed, but they could do nothing about it once the rules were announced and they would maintain the integrity of the competition. "I hope you can lend a hand to my students and show them the castle later," Maxime said to Soisin. "Come closer, let me give you some valuable advice to celebrate our reunion." Soisin approached him curiously while Madame Maxime bent down and whispered in his ear. "Run." It was only one word he heard. Soisin looked at her blankly and suddenly his body froze. At some point, the Beauxbatons students had quietly stepped down from the carriage and were watching Soisin from behind their headmistress with the gaze of a predator who has found the prey he has been tracking for months. "For Lalo!" cried a voice she identified as Fleur. "For Lala!" shouted the rest of the students before rushing towards Soisin under the stupefied gaze of McGonagall and Flitwick, who had to step aside to avoid being accidentally trampled. Soisin didn't hesitate twice and ran off in the opposite direction with all his might. When he fleetingly glanced behind him, his eyes went wide when he saw that several witches were pulling brooms from somewhere and preparing to chase him mounted on them. "That's cheating!" Soisin shouted, not expecting them to still hold a grudge for what he did before he left. "Aren't you ashamed of yourselves for doing this?" But the students seemed to have an iron will, willing to tread mountains and part seas to catch him and force him to give the sad puppet an alternative ending. "Well, you cheated first," Soisin whispered as she traced some light lines and dots with her index finger in the air before sucking them into her mouth and shouting. "Ron, Mir, Ta." A deep voice echoed in the surroundings loudly and within seconds, an answering shout was heard as a blur passed close to the Beauxbatons students and took Soisin on its back, saving him from falling into their delicate and merciless hands. This time it was Maxime who was speechless. That was a hippogriff. Chapter 94, The Champion Selection. Half an hour. That was how long it took the Beauxbatons students to calm down and stop trying to chase Soisin and Buckbeak around the castle grounds. The Hogwarts students had long since been drinking and eating popcorn by the windows, refreshments provided by the Weasley twins, and the Durmstrang students were staring dumbfounded. But secretly jealous at the wizard who got all those pretty girls to chase him so passionately. How did he do it, they want to know. The teachers had to contain their laughter, and even Dumbledore raised an amused eyebrow, as they never saw Soisin go through such a situation. It seems that genies are still human, after all. And so, even before the newcomer schools entered the castle, the name Soisin was known to Durmstrang, reaching new heights of myth. Even Karkaroff paid attention to this wizard with potential. He was only reassured to learn that he did not meet the age restriction and therefore, was not a threat to his school. A convenient time jump later. After several days at Hogwarts, the heads of the Beauxbatons students cooled, and Soisin agreed to show them around the castle in groups. It wasn't that there was a shortage of people volunteering, but none of the French students were willing to go with them when they had someone they knew to give them a tour. This made the castle mates look at Soisin with burning envy, especially those weak-minded ones who saw the time Fleur spent at her side and were affected by her Vila side. All of Soisin's friends examined her reaction to Fleur's presence with a critical eye and were speechless as they saw with their own eyes how Soisin was immune to the Vila charm and acted as usual. Sylvia in particular was secretly immensely relieved. Competing with a Vila charm? Soisin for his part, could only accept the situation. Away from the strange thoughts of the people around her, from her point of view, she was just talking to the friends she made during her time at Beauxbatons and returning their kindness. In fact, all of Beauxbatons chose to sit at the Gale Gold table for two reasons. First, his friend was the founder and a member of that house. Second, despite being the fourth year to receive members, there was still plenty of free space at the table and they were not as cramped as the other four houses. Just look at the Slytherin table, where Durmstrang sat. The poor snakes had to share mealtime with rude wizards, who seemed incapable of changing the expression on their face to one that wasn't serious. And speaking of Durmstrang, Soisin had received many dueling requests since his arrival and for the duration of the Goblet of Fire selection. He suspected they were trying to impress the Beauxbatons and Hogwarts students, but he wasn't sure, since to the complete frustration of the other party, they never managed to beat him even after using some minor allowed dark arts. Each duel didn't even last 2 minutes, not because Durmstrangs were incapable, on the contrary, they were much better than Hogwarts wizards at sparring. It's just that they picked the wrong opponent and didn't bother to find out more details about him. Little illusions that altered their perception caused their spells to miss their target by half a meter constantly, and they racked their brains trying to figure out what kind of shield enchantment had that effect. Today was the dinner where the Chalice would select the champions of the 3 schools and everyone was excited. Soisin was curious if anyone else tampered with the goblet and Potter's name still appeared tonight. I think we have all enjoyed our dinner and with our stomachs full and happy, the time has come. Dumbledore stood up and officially began the event as he approached the stone goblet where the blue flame burned, waved and spat out a piece of paper. The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers as the champion stood up to approach the headmaster, secretly raising his thumb in Soisin's direction. Another flutter of flames heralded the arrival of the next champion. Taking a burgundy-blue circular piece of paper, everyone knew from which school would be chosen next. The Beauxbatons champion is Fleur Delacour. The now champion stood up with a smile and looked smugly at Soisin for a moment, before heading towards the same room where Cedric was waiting. Soisin was speechless at the look on Fleur's face. We're not even competing. Why are you looking at me like you've won? As he shook his head in exasperation to the laughter of those around him, the last champion was chosen. The Durmstrang champion is Victor Crumb. Applause and cheers came as Crumb stood with a proud stride and a look full of determination to bring honor to the school. Now that we have our 3 champions, you should know that. Dumbledore's speech was interrupted as teachers and other headmasters looked quizzically at the goblet, whose flames turned red and expelled something else that he managed to catch in midair. Harry Potter. He read confusedly from the paper in his hand. The gazes of the entire great dining hall turned almost in unison to the boy who survived, and both Maxime and Karkaroff frowned about to say something, until Beauxbatons. Dumbledore continued to read aloud from the paper in his hands, Glacé Curie. Everyone's expression changed again, some recognized that they were the names of other Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students. Did the Goblet of Fire choose 2 champions from each school this year? So will it become the 6 Wizards tournament? Soisin, for his part, was as surprised as the rest. It seems that the goblet was indeed tampered with to include Potter, only at least whoever did it was smart enough to add additional champions to raise less suspicion. As for who did it, I had absolutely no idea, as I wasn't going to be watching the Marauders map around the clock for the entire selection. Svatica and Curie stood up in confusion while Potter had to get a smack on the back of the head from a classmate next to him to come to his senses and follow suit. Well, this just makes it more interesting, thought Soizen as he took a sip of red tea. Both Svatica and Curie were the same age as Potter, but both looked much more capable and might bring some unexpected surprises during the competition. Or at least that was what he thought until he heard Dumbledore's next words. Soizen Galegold Evans Valrus Aulus. Chapter 95, 7 is Magic. Soizen's eyes went wide and he choked on his red tea when he heard that he was also named as champion, coughing in surprise. Luna at his side had to tap him on the back to help him, under the shocked gaze of the Galegold House members and the rest of Hogwarts. After several days of rumors, everyone knew that Soizen despised the prize and had not the slightest interest in participating. Even Fleur and Maxime were aware of that. In fact, he strongly supported Cedric in the Weasley betting. At this point, no one looked at Soizen wrong, because they understood that there was a problem with the goblet without the slightest doubt. Headmaster Dumbledore, are you sure you read that right? He couldn't help but ask, trying to deny the possibility, perhaps you need to clean your glasses. I'm afraid not. Dumbledore did not look away from the paper in his hands, as if he was trying to see something else there. Go to the hall with the rest of the champions, Mr. Galegold. Soizen's good mood was completely ruined as he walked with the other four towards the room, under the gaze of the rest of the students. Whoever did it had the whole castle to choose from, but does his name come up? Didn't he have enough to add 2 students besides Potter? This move doesn't make any sense to him. Unless they're targeting him for some reason. Why did so many people come? Crumb asked as he saw the 4 minors enter. Even if they wanted to call them back, one would have been different. Soizen. Curie. Fleur looked at her friends in surprise and approached them. What's going on? She asked them. The thing is. Curie was still a bit disoriented by the sudden events, so she didn't think too much and explained everything that happened. Crumb and Fleur were dumbfounded. So, it's a 7 wizards tournament. Well, 7 was a number with many magical properties, wasn't it? Dumbledore, Maxime and Karkaroff came in almost running, followed by the ministry staff, and found out that apart from the 3 initial champions, the rest were honest in saying that they didn't even try to throw their name into the goblet. The fact that all their names were on one piece of paper is evidence enough of conspiracy. The worst part is that even if they knew something was wrong, and that the ministry had been careless and incompetent for not putting Aurors to guard such an ancient artifact. The pact with the chalice was made and the 7 champions were bound to participate or face the consequences. And none of them were willing to be punished. Worst of all was Headmaster Karkaroff, who was still trying to squeeze the situation by saying that they and Beauxbatons only had 2 champions and Hogwarts had 3, so they should grant them some advantages to even the score. Maxine was not so blatant and had more confidence in her students. She understood that something was wrong and doubted that the headmaster of Hogwarts would have stooped so low. Dumbledore on his side, although he regretted not putting up his own vigilance, refused to give in to Karkaroff, because he knew that the moment he did, he would ask for more and more. Be steady as a rock, let everything slide around you like water, and blame it on the ministry. From his life experience, it always works. Crumb and Svatica were abashed by their headmaster's behavior, which was far from honorable and more akin to a rabid dog. Maxine took Fleur and Curie away after giving a few more follow-up words, Fleur having a look of realization as she realized that even if there was something strange, she could truly compete with Soizen. Hogwarts champion Cedric, Soizen and Potter looked at each other. I don't think anyone expected this, said Cedric, laughing a little as he saw Soizen's grumpy face. Don't be like that, it will be fun to have you as a rival and partner. He patted Soizen's men and looked at Potter, who was scratching his nose uncomfortably. And you, Harry, don't worry and concentrate on surviving. That's the most important thing. Yes, Cedric didn't believe for a moment that Potter had the skills to excel in the competition after getting used to the level revealed by his fellow Order member. So it was best that he focus on protecting himself so that when the tournament was over he would still be in one piece and breathing well. Harry understood the innuendo and could only clench his fists secretly, vowing to make sure he would change Cedric's mind with his performance. And perhaps, he'd impress Cho enough that she'd decide to change partners. Potter's thoughts were all over his face and it wasn't complicated to decipher. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Soizen had another concern. Would the tests be altered due to the unexpected number of participants? By their original design, if they just added more it wouldn't be a problem and they could still be used. More dragons, more hostages and all fixed. But I really feared if they would change any test to a different one, eliminating the bonus you have in knowing the ins and outs of each test. He could only cross his fingers and hope that the wizards would be too lazy to think of a new test, wanting to just go ahead with the current ones. That would mean the first test would be held on the 24th of November, with the task of confronting a dragoness to steal the golden egg from her. I guess I'll have to go get some books on dragons to refresh my memory, he sighed to himself. He had no idea what dragon might touch him. He only remembered Potter's Hungarian horntail, Cedric's Swedish snout, Crumb's Chinese fireball and Fleur's common green Welshman. Add to that mix 3 other unknown dragon types, and there was some speculation in his mind. It could be the black hybrid or the Ukrainian ironbelly. They could even throw in some Peruvian viper tooth. The Romanian longhorn was too valuable and their population was too depleted to be a possibility. He also had the Antipodean opali in mind, but it's a very beautiful dragon, quite tame and not considered very dangerous, as it only kills sheep usually when it's hungry. How troublesome. Chapter 96, The Future at the Bottom of a Teacup. I still can't believe it. Hermione shouted as things calmed down and everyone left. Soizen, she and Sylvia went to the Hall of Ministers so they could chat privately about what had happened. How could the Ministry be so irresponsible? And how could it be that the age line set by Dumbledore himself had not reacted? That only means that whoever manipulated the chalice was old enough that the age line did not affect him, said Sylvia, who was also concerned about Soizen's selection as champion. There were records of death in the past after all. Soizen listened to her complaints and concerns in silence. Given what had happened, the reaction from the schools was not as intense as in the original, but oddly enough, Potter still got a lot of bad looks. He didn't have to think too hard to understand what was happening. He himself would not receive hate because his attitude towards the tournament had been clear for some time and Cedric enjoyed the support of the majority. But Potter appeared out of nowhere and that caused people to believe that he had some way to get over Dumbledore's age line, but he did not share it or that he wished to draw attention to himself. At this point, no matter what he said, no one would believe him. Even his best friend, Ron Weasley, closed his narrow mind even tighter than usual and blamed him in the original, revealing that they were not as close as Potter believed, despite his later actions to apologize. The fact that Rita Skeeter began publishing various falsehoods about Potter did not help him in the least. In fact, the prophet barely mentioned the other champions of the other schools, and neither he nor Cedric were featured, making it seem as if Potter was the only champion of the school. Soizen, are you listening? Sylvia called. Of course, Soizen replied, lying without even blinking, I think the best thing I can do is to prepare myself for this month for whatever may come. Since I have no choice but to participate, the least I can do is to win overwhelmingly. Yes, I expected that approach from you, Hermione snorted, what's the plan? Have a cup of tea, said Soizen to the surprise of the two witches, any personal preferences? Sylvia and Hermione thought Soizen was joking to ease their nerves, but he actually prepared a few cups of tea in front of them. Let's see what the future holds. Once the tea was cool enough, she drank it in one go and contemplated the remains at the bottom of the cup. It looks like the first test will have to do with dragons. Yes, definitely dragons, he nodded as he set the empty cup down and rubbed his chin. What kind of test could they try to do with dragons? I doubt they'd ask us to kill one, they wouldn't even let us keep its body to dismantle it, the selfish bastards. Are you really going to trust such an unproven method? Hermione asked incredulously. He's not wrong, said Sylvia as she held the divination book in her hands. By the section on prediction by hot drinks, the remains really do have a clear shape associated with dragons or dares. You too. Hermione, if you had to use a dragon to test someone, how would you do it? Asked Soizen, trying to move her friend's focus. As for the tea scraps, she naturally manipulated them with magic. It was a legitimate way to know the future, after all. Hermione contemplated for a moment, trying to follow her friend's thoughts, maybe just knock him out or overcome him to reach some sort of goal. I don't think it's the former, dragons are resistant to magic and even an adult wizard wouldn't face them head on even with an experienced team by his side. I think it's more likely to be the latter, Sylvia argued. Gringotts uses dragons to guard treasure, perhaps I needed to snatch something the dragon protects. Soizen speculated deliberately. That's possible, actually. Hermione shifted her eyes as she thought about the feasibility. It forces you to overcome a dragon, but it doesn't force you to face it, and when conditions are possible. It's dangerous, but if you tie it with a sturdy chain, it will be limited and it's challenging enough to be accomplished. But what kind of dragon might they try to use? Sylvia asked with a frown. They have to be weak enough not to slaughter the champions, but they can't be too weak either or there will be no point in organizing the test. I think we'll be able to figure out some clues in a while, Soizen commented, causing the two witches to look at him as they waited for him to continue. Do you think they're going to bring the dragons on the day of the tournament? No, I bet they have to temporarily place them somewhere nearby and we all know what would be the best place. The Forbidden Forest. They both shouted at the same time. And, do we know anyone who is responsible for that area? Soizen asked while smiling, someone who will be very excited to see dragons up close and could give us some hints as to what they are or at least confirm our theory. That would be cheating. Hermione blurted out unconsciously. Let them disqualify me, I come out ahead either way. Soizen rolled her eyes, making it clear how little she cared about the tournament. Besides, I already said I did some research on this competition and it's almost a tradition for champions and headmasters to cheat within the confines of the rules. Will you tell Cedric and Potter? Sylvia asked as she looked up from her book. I'll wait until there are 2 weeks left to tell Cedric in case he doesn't find out, so he can prepare well, although he knows he will know, because Potter told him in the original, and as for Potter. Since he is also Hagrid's friend and Ron's older brother is involved with the dragons, I'm sure he will know something when the time comes. My question is whether he'll keep it to himself, approach me to share it, or Cedric will. After all, although we are competitors, we are from the same school and it would be ugly not to help each other a little. Hermione nodded approvingly at that statement of sportsmanship. Do you think Fleur could tell you something? Sylvia asked suddenly, with a somewhat strange tone. Knowing her, it's possible that she might do it to face me on equal terms, but I don't think Maxime would let her do it for the sake of competitiveness. Soisin reasoned, without having thought about that possibility before. Come on, let's make a list of possible dragons, their habits, weaknesses, etc. And so they spent almost a month secretly researching dragons. Hermione made sure to collect all the information she thought was important, which was not a few scrolls, and presented summaries to Soisin of each possible species that could be used as if she were handing in a homework assignment for school. Sylvia, for her part, used her knowledge of dragon materials to help Soisin devise or test different spells to contemplate how effective they would be against a real dragon. Dragon skin, dragon blood, dragon liver, dragon eyes, dragon horn, etc. Soisin also wrote to Nagini, asking her to pay attention to dragon movements in the protected reserve in Romania where Charlie worked. He wanted to know which species were to be moved as soon as possible. Chapter 97, 1 to go. When his mothers found out he was participating in the Seven Wizards tournament, they each sent him a howler during lunch in the great dining hall. Good thing Soisin was able to silence the surroundings in time when he recognized the strange letter and kept his poker face on, or what an embarrassment he would have been. Hogwarts was currently divided into 3 factions. Soisin's faction is champion, having the full support of his house Gale-Gold. Cedric's faction is champion, where he received the support of Hufflepuff, Slytherin and Ravenclaw houses. And the anti-Potter faction is champion, which was pretty much everyone but most of the Gryffindor Lions. Now, it's worth noting that unlike what Soisin expected, Potter decided to keep the contents of the first test in his stomach and didn't say anything to Cedric when he found out about it, so he was very surprised when Soisin told him that the test consisted of dragons. Something accidentally verified by Hagrid, who could hardly contain his excitement just 3 days after his arrival. Since Potter didn't say anything, Soisin was curious as to how he would solve the clue for the second test without Cedric suggesting he go to the prefect's bathroom with the golden egg as retribution for helping him during the first test. Maybe he should talk to Neville early about the gills. I mean, Moody's already recovered and this month he's given the best defense against the dark arts lessons in years. He was still paranoid, but one learned a lot from constantly being on the lookout for sneaky spells from a madman. Yes, it seems Moody heard of his impostor's practice at throwing unexpected sneak attacks and considered it valid teaching material, helping to improve reflexes in a practical and continuous way. Constant vigilance. How are you feeling? Asked Sylvia as she approached Soisin after finishing dinner. Tomorrow is the day of the first test and tension can be cut with a knife, even a dull one. Soisin didn't want anyone to overhear them and find out that they already knew the contents of the test, so he took Sylvia's hand and pulled her towards an empty classroom nearby. Thanks to our efforts, I know all the dragon species they have brought and I have plans to deal with each one of them, he assured her. Too bad I won't be able to watch how the others deal with the test until I pass it, you'll have to tell me all about it later. Yes, the Den Mushy in his hands only served to transmit images and sound, but they didn't have a recording function yet, so unless he was one of the first ones out, he wouldn't be able to see how the rest of the champions were performing. And speaking of which, should I go tonight and anchor Potter's fire saeta to the ground? Nah, it's fun to mess with him, but really hurting him was never his intention. How about we both go to Hogsmeade together afterwards to celebrate your future victory and I'll tell you all about it then over a drink? Sylvia asked with a casual gesture and tone, secretly crossing her fingers so that she wouldn't blush too much to show on her face. By Merlin's underpants. Where did he get the courage to say it? Sure, I'll dedicate the victory to you in thanks then. Soisin was surprised for a moment by the question with explicit intentions, but agreed with obvious pleasure before remembering something and adding, but I don't plan to go to Madame Pewdiepie's tea room. They won't let us into the 3 broomsticks, remember? We can order a few bottles of butterbeer from the Weasley twins and some snacks from the kitchen for a picnic somewhere secluded and quiet, Soisin suggested as an alternative. Sylvia paused and considered it for a moment. Although the atmosphere was cold at this time of year, she knew Soisin would not find it difficult to establish a bubble of warmth so they could be comfortable wherever they decided to go. And in cold areas there was less chance of them being disturbed. It's a date. Sylvia nodded, before realizing that the words she said were not the same words she had in mind to utter. Panicking, she tried to explain herself, but Soizhen closed the matter in an overbearing manner. Yes, it's a date, the wizard repeated, reaffirming the fact clearly as he took his leave and headed towards the common room, hoping that the witch had not been able to hear the beating of his heart, which at the moment sounded like a drum. Sylvia stood in the empty classroom with a blank expression as she tried to process what had just happened. The day of the first test. The champions were in the tents and Soizhen entered it after betting on himself at the Weasley twins' stop, by way of reaffirming his determination to win. It was fun to watch the champions spin around the place, any faster and they would be human spinning tops. Champions, please bring your wands so that Mr. Ollivander can carry out the certified inspection before the test, Dumbledore requested as he entered the tent accompanied by the celebrated wand maker and seller, who was excited about the event. Interesting, a bold but successful combination from a colleague in the trade, he commented as he examined Crumb's wand. I see, is it Vila heir? Of course, an excellent idea to manage a greater compatibility, he said with Fleur's wand. Ah, yes, Mr. Potter's wand, one of my best works, no doubt. Each champion handed over his or her wand and it was checked to make sure it was in good condition, with no further modifications or reinforcements. It was the only thing they were allowed to carry when they entered the first test, after all. Well, since Mr. Ollivander didn't find any problems. 1 second, Albus. Karkaroff interrupted as he pointed at Soizhen with his dark fingernail, surely not as clean as it should be, I think someone is still missing, it wouldn't be polite to forget about him. No way Karkaroff would accept that his champions were examined and some other champion was exempted. Don't worry, Mr. Karkaroff, in fact, I did actually finish my part, reassured Mr. Ollivander, stepping forward to explain the situation. You see, Mr. Galegold does not use a wand when performing magic. I was going to say he couldn't use them, but that would be inaccurate, as the problem was that the wands could not withstand Soizhen's magic and would explode. Is that so? Karkaroff looked at Soizhen with evident suspicion. I assure you, Headmaster Karkaroff, that I have never needed to use a wand to wield my magic, Soizhen confirmed with manners and a calm voice, despite wanting to punch him in the face for the expression he received. Not only can my friends and teachers at Hogwarts testify, but Headmistress Maxime, Miss Fleur and the students of Beauxbatons have all witnessed this fact. Karkaroff unconsciously glanced at the Beauxbatons team and saw both the headmistress and the female students nod, implying that they had in fact never seen him use a wand and were aware of this unique quirk. Suddenly, Karkaroff remembered that Maxime did not seem the least bit surprised that Soizhen did not hand over a wand. It also dawned on him that in the duels in which he faced his Durmstrang students, he never used a wand, but he believed he did so to show contempt and superiority. I see, I didn't say anything. Shame on you. Chapter 98, The First Test, The Dragons Are Coming. The time came for each champion to reach into the bag of miniature figures and Soizhen watched in amazement as Potter pulled out a harmless Norwegian Ridgeback while he got the aggressive Hungarian Horntail. He couldn't help but look twice at Bagman beside him with veiled suspicion, thinking about how he probably settled the bets after considering the odds and winnings. It's definite, the bag is rigged and the figures manipulated. Just hope the chain used to bind it isn't the same one that broke on the original. At least, due to being the second to last one out by draw, he could try to come up with a plan with what he knew about the dragon and a backup plan in case it gets loose. Hungarian Horntail, one of the fiercest of the dragon breeds, which even Hagrid commented on its ferocity. It is extremely fast during flight, as fast as a fire saeta and is capable of reaching nearly 130 meters per second from 0 to 10. Its flame can reach extremely high temperatures, being able to heat a stone red hot in a matter of seconds. It has black scales, a spiked tail and bronze horns protruding from its head. Since each champion already has his dragon and you know the target, there is no further reason to postpone the event. Let the first one come out when I hear the bell and good luck to all of you. You will need it. Soizhen stayed talking to the champion Curie, who was the last to leave and managed to get the recipe to prepare an excellent cocoa vin while waiting for her turn. Timbre. That's my cue, wish me luck, Soizhen said goodbye to Curie patting her shoulder to give encouragement to the champion who looked like she was about to faint from nerves and left the tent. Which was connected to a hallway whose exit was the arena where she was to face the dragon. The crowd was expectant as they waited with their eyes focused on the exit of Soizhen, who would appear through the same cave through which the rest of the champions came out. From their expressions, it seemed that one of the champions had not fared well at all. That, and from some blood stains on the rock. The Den Den Mushi were spread out at key points to capture the best scenes and 4 large linen screens at the top showed in detail the view of their respective snails. People were quite amazed by the strange and practical creature, especially the Ministry of Magic staff, who couldn't wait to find Dumbledore to commandeer some of them. He hoped he would not be forced to use his golden Den Den Mushi. Soizhen had a rough idea of the first few seconds of the encounter, so the plan to follow was clear. As he emerged from the darkness with golden eyes alight, He stepped out of the gloom of the entrance with a firm stride, and after locating the golden egg, the first thing he did before the eyes of all onlookers was to change his appearance. Her hair grew to her back, turning blood red, and an elegant white mask covered her right eye, while her clothes changed to a black robe with golden edges and white ruffles on the sleeves. He held up his index and middle finger where sky blue runes began to form. On, Avada, Ura, Masarakat, on Gator. No one understood what those words meant, but that only managed to arouse everyone's interest. Music suddenly began to play all around them, and they watched as a female figure in a dark dress with green roses, with dark opera gloves covering her hands up to her elbows and a little more, appeared behind him and held his hand gracefully. But the most striking part was that the woman wore a leather mask that covered almost all of her face, leaving only her mouth uncovered, and from the mask seemed to emerge 4 wings of a large crimson butterfly. Grave of Maria, Magdala Curtain. The strange woman began to sing, and her voice sent out waves of sheet music visible to the naked eye. A dome of light rose up around Soizen and deflected the large spiked tail that was about to strike him. A sneak attack. He shook his head in disapproval, so wild and predictable. He didn't know if the dragon understood what he was saying or not, but it was clear that the horntail didn't like in the least not being able to crush the intruder in one fell swoop. He took a firm stance to prepare to spit fire, but Soizen wasn't about to let him act. Cart guard. Soizen ordered the woman behind him. The woman held her hands to her chest as she chanted again, but this time, the voice waves were purple and hovered over the dragon's head, which began to writhe fiercely. Soizen frowned and stopped soon after the attack, because the agitated horntail was about to break several eggs, and that would subtract points as it did to Crumb. The dragon seemed especially furious after the last attack, so it was not surprising that the moment he was free, he threw fire with all his might against the intruder. Now, that's better, Soizen smiled as the woman next to him vanished like a ghost, but I've seen them better, I'll show you. She transformed again as her hair shortened and turned a pinkish color, while her attire changed to a scarf with white scales and a curious red symbol on her right shoulder. Onlookers were stunned when they saw Soizen not avoid the flare and instead, open his mouth to suck it in before everyone's gaze and swallow it as if it were food. Barely 5 seconds later, Soizen released his own fire breath with an intensity even greater than the dragon's, evident by the blue flames and white streaks of flames. Dragon Slayer magic, roar of the Fire Dragon King. The blaze covered the dragon and scorched everything in its path, leaving a trail of glowing, molten rock in its wake. Unfortunately, the dragon's resistance to fire was very high and the damage was minor, so once the fire was extinguished, the dragon's gaze was increasingly annoyed. He was not stupid, seeing that the intruder seemed to be unaffected by his ever-reliable fire and seemed to attack from a distance, so he will just crush it with his tail and claws. Soizen was taken by surprise as he leapt closer, and the tail hit him squarely in the chest at a much faster speed than before with a sideways sweep. So the punch from before wasn't for real. All the spectators, whether they were students or directors, heard the solid blow Soizen took to his flesh in horror. Didn't that mean that a champion was impaled by the tail barbs? Even the Hungarian horntail let his guard down as he felt his blow connect flawlessly. That little bug must be dead by now, right? When the smoke settled, everyone saw Soizen lying on the ground, but there was no trace of blood on his body. Only his clothes were torn, exposing his abs and the impacted area, which had turned completely dark with a faint metallic sheen. That was close, they all heard and watched as Soizen stood up, dusting himself off with an annoyed expression, back to his original appearance, clearly upset about his damaged clothing. Close. They didn't think anyone would be so calm when receiving such a whipping on his chest from a dragon. Truth be told, Soizen hadn't expected his potion to be able to withstand a dragon's blow either. It seems his invention had more merit than he originally gave it credit for. The downside was that while he managed to withstand a heavy impact, the internal damage he received was not few, and his accelerated recovery began to work. He needed to finish the encounter before he would run out of steam. He took advantage of the fact that the armor already covered part of his body, and with a bit of effort, he stretched it across his body, covering it comprehensively before jumping at high speed and landing next to the head of the horntail. The latter tried to bite him, but all he received in return was a jab to the jaw that disoriented him for a moment, giving Soizen the opportunity to climb onto his head. The impact of his landing broke the bony spines on the dragon's head and caused the creature's head to crash to the ground. After taking a firm stance that would prevent it from falling, it began to pound with its fists faster and faster and faster as the music of Standing Here, I Realize played. The entire stadium shook with each punch, and several students in the stands had to hold on to the railings to keep from falling. It wasn't until about 40 seconds later that Soizen stopped punching, stood up from the dragon's head, which was now sunken and motionless on the ground. To walk over to the golden egg, take it, and after weighing it in his hand, turn around and leave the stadium under the gaze of everyone present. Perhaps I should have faced the dragon with a Dovahkian style. He considered as he headed for the exit. Never mind, I can buy another dragon in the future if I want to try. Chapter 99, Fire from the Skies. By Merlin's Knickers. That was fantastic. Bagman commented aloud once he regained his composure as he turned to look at the headmaster of Hogwarts. I didn't expect you to have such a fierce student with you, Dumbledore. And that music. Look, I've got goosebumps. I think Mr. Galegold has given us all quite a surprise, the old man commented humbly as he recalled the whole encounter in his bewildered mind, trying to understand how a fourth-year student managed to do all that. The shield at the beginning that deflected the dragon's tail was still understandable, the lady was clearly an illusion for show and the physical transformation was due to his traits as a shapeshifter. But how did she manage to swallow the dragon's fire and return a fiercer version? What was the principle behind that dark, metallic skin? Even with his extensive knowledge, he didn't manage to understand these points in a short time and maybe he wouldn't even do it later. Who knows if he had more tricks up his sleeve? I knew he was a little monster, but this... sighed Madame Maxime as her head turned to look at Fleur on the stands, who had a much paler expression than when she had been treated for the burns from her encounter with her dragon. Despite Poppy's insistence, Fleur did not stay in the infirmary bed to watch the rest of the encounters via the Den Mushy projector and wanted to see Soisen's confrontation with her own eyes. But now Maxime didn't know how one of her champions would react. Would her competitive spirit burn brighter or would she be overwhelmed and shut down? He really hoped it would be the former. Karkaroff narrowed his eyes and no one knew what he was thinking. The last bout conducted by Beauxbatons champion Curie went off without a hitch, aside from a dislocated shoulder, but after watching Soisen's performance, people found the excitement lacking and as Curie left the stadium, she felt the atmosphere was strange. The time came for the judges to meet and hand out the points. Everyone could see the judges discussing with arguments what points each champion deserved in their opinion, but later the discussion heated up when it was time to score Soisen. Karkaroff wanted to give a low score because he felt the music, the show and the way it ended had little magical merit and was more the performance of a barbarian. But no one was foolish and they could see that the headmaster of Durmstrang wanted to reduce the chances of the new menace as much as possible. In the end, the results were as follows based on points scored. Soisen. Cedric. Fleur. Potter. Curie. Crumb. Svatica retired. The results between Hogwarts and Beauxbatons were the most balanced, while Durmstrang had the worst performance. Crumb lost points for breaking eggs and Svatica had bad luck and almost didn't make it out alive, resulting in him not being able to get the golden egg needed for the second test. So the tournament champions were reduced from 7 to 6, to Karkaroff's complete anger and frustration. Now Hogwarts had 3 champions, Beauxbatons had 2 champions, and Durmstrang had only Crumb, who ranked last. But despite the ranking, the truth was that Soisen nearly came in second because he was the only one to kill his dragon and this caused the dragon keepers to protest. Initially thinking that they only needed to loan the dragons and would not lose any of them during the trial. Soisen snorted in amusement when he heard that, they should thank him for not claiming the body of the dragon he killed, thanks to his legitimate rights of conquest he possessed based on the laws of the magical world. And it wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that after facing the Hungarian horntail, he saw that the materials in its body weren't of high enough quality to attract him. Well, as you can deduce, the egg is the clue that you must decipher related to the second test, which will take place on the 24th of February. That is, you have 3 months of time to study the golden egg and prepare accordingly. Soisen already knew that he needed to open the golden egg underwater to listen to the clues that the second test would take place in the depths of the Black Lake, in order to rescue his most precious treasure which was actually a person important to him. Now, who would be his hostage? Most likely he would be subjected to observation during these 3 months and there was a high probability that his partner during the Yule Ball would be the one chosen. But Soisen would have 2 of them. Well, that is as long as Hermione and Sylvia remembered and wanted to honor the bet they made at the end of first year. In which case otherwise, he hoped they would let him know, as it wouldn't be any fun to realize at the last minute that he didn't have a dance partner for whatever reason. More so considering that the champions had the duty of opening the first dance. He didn't know if Crumb would ask Hermione as in the original, but he secretly hoped that Sylvia wouldn't stand him up. Even without the bet, he would have asked her to be his dance partner. 2 days later, in the Forbidden Forest. The Acromantula's lair was put on alert when several objects fell from the sky. Upon close examination of the projectiles, they discovered that they were barrels filled with some kind of odorless liquid, which splashed all the spiders. As Aragog pondered whether some careless wizard had lost his baggage while accidentally flying over their territory. He heard roars from the sky and raised his 8 eyes to see several species of dragons rushing towards them in a frenzy, showering him and his son with fire. The next morning. Did you hear about what happened last night in the Forbidden Forest? Ginny excitedly arrived at Galegold's table and looked around at everyone. What happened? Asked a curious first-year student named Verdi. The dragons from the first test somehow escaped and attacked the acromantula nest deep in the forest. They're all dead and even the centaurs are celebrating for wiping that invasive pest out of their ecosystem. It's strange, why did all the dragons go after them? Verdi asked, but no one could give her an answer. Did they get the dragons back, at least? Yes, my brother Charlie told me that we don't have to worry, all the ones that escaped have been found, assured Ginny. It seems that the barrels filled with dragon pheromones are working perfectly, Soizen thought contentedly as he ate a piece of chocolate cake in celebration. It didn't take him too long to find the location of the nest of those dreadful creatures. The centaurs were happy to give him that information in exchange for his promise to eradicate that pest. Too bad for Hagrid, when he hears the news he'll be heartbroken, but it's a small price to pay to regain his equilibrium. Soizen already said he had a plan to deal with these hell spawn. Muahahaha. Chapter 100, Traditional Christmas Dance. Soizen had a great time on his date with Sylvia after the first test. They found a quiet clearing to hold the picnic and thanks to Soizen's bubble of warmth, it was like they were in springtime. Although they both acted a bit awkward due to it being their first time doing something like this, the final experience was pleasant and they got very close as no one found and disturbed them. Could they consider themselves a couple from now on? When Soizen explained the story about the traditional Yule Ball with the champions, Sylvia was pleasantly surprised and assured him that she would keep her promise without the slightest hesitation with a happy smile. Hermione on her side was indeed invited by Krum at some point and told Soizen with an uncomfortable expression, because she too remembered the bet they made and felt bad with herself because she never really believed she had to keep it. Her emotions were somewhat chaotic, because she didn't want her best friend to feel betrayed, but she also didn't want to miss the opportunity to go with Krum. Soizen would be lying if he said he wasn't upset about it. Perhaps it was his Gale Gold blood that was upset about breaking a deal, but he was understanding and released Hermione from the promise on the condition that he owed her a favor instead. The witch sighed in relief and agreed because it seemed reasonable and fair, more so considering that she was the one who had reneged on her part. The couples at the Yule Ball were more or less the same as she remembered, with a few minor exceptions that she didn't mind. Cedric Diggory happily attended with his girlfriend Cho Chang. Potter attended the ball with Parvati Patil, but it was not such a pleasant experience for the lady that Potter constantly averted his gaze to Cho and only asked her to dance once, which was out of obligation to his status as champion. Hermione went with Krum in the same pink dress from the movie, which Soizen never considered really fit her. Fleur initially sought out Soizen to be her date for the ball, but when she learned that someone was ahead of her, she had no choice but to settle for Roger Davies, the captain of the Ravenclaw team. Curie attended the ball with none other than Neville, which left Soizen surprised, because he remembered that Neville's original partner was going to be Ginny. That meant that the little Weasley missed the ball because of the appearance of the second Beauxbatons champion. For a second he felt bad, until he remembered that it wasn't really even his fault, but the one who overhandled the chalice. Soizen was wearing a purple tuxedo with gold embroidery and black interior, which went over a formal white shirt and a black bow tie. The sleeves of his tuxedo ended in a line of gold and white that gave it an elegant touch next to his dark pants. The colors of his house, as was natural. When Sylvia saw him, her eyes lit up, but for some reason, for a second, she felt that Soizen's eyes contained a myriad of lights, his hair shook wildly and two large ears protruded from his head. It was only when she blinked, that she saw that it wasn't really like that and attributed it to a visual effect caused by all the lights along with her own nerves. Visual aid image. What neither of them knew, was that Soizen unconsciously let out a part of his upper animagus form fleetingly as a reaction to the surprise and attraction he felt at seeing how Sylvia was groomed. It was something no one else picked up on. Sylvia on the other hand, fixed her hair and sported two small gold earrings in the shape of a snowflake. She wore a simple but elegant evening dress in a dark red tone that transformed into a long skirt from the waist and seemed to be dotted with tiny stars. As gold accessories, a simple bracelet on her left wrist and a discreet necklace. Visual aid image. Soizen couldn't help but gulp when he saw her, she looked simply spectacular. Now that was a proper dress and the rest is nonsense. When Sylvia happily took him by the arm and they entered the ballroom, they could feel countless jealous looks. Most of the girls never expected that Sylvia could shine so brightly with a little care and were envious that she could have such a handsome, powerful guy who exuded confidence as a partner. Moreover, he was the champion who slayed a dragon with his bare hands. Then they looked at their respective knights and could only sigh inwardly. Even Hermione hesitated for a second, unclear whether she should regret her choice. What followed was a lively dance, where the champions formally kicked off the event. Then the couples were encouraged to join in little by little as the night went on and gather courage to have fun without caring about the opinion of others. Soizen and Sylvia danced one piece after another until they had to stop because of sore feet, taking a seat while Soizen brought some cold drinks and some snacks to regain strength. "Are you having a good time?" Soizen asked as he cooled his throat with some apple juice. How could I not? Sylvia answered astutely while eating a toast with duck pâté and olives. Too bad I don't have as much stamina as you do, my feet are killing me with these fancy shoes, I'm just not used to wear something like this. I think we've danced enough for tonight. If you prefer, we could find you something more comfortable for your feet and take a walk in the castle gardens or somewhere else, suggested Soizen. Most of the people present had already retired to go to sleep by now or find a corner where the teachers couldn't easily find them. You have convinced me, Sylvia nodded after finishing eating a little, but we don't need to go look for anything in the common room, just change these shoes for some sneakers when we go out, no one will notice it with the dress anyway. They said goodbye to their friends who were still dancing, like Fred Weasley with Angelina Johnson. Sylvia sat for a moment on the stairs as she took off her shoes and Soizen transformed them before putting them back on and breathing with obvious relief. This is something else. Soizen couldn't help but laugh a little. He just doesn't understand how anyone could wear shoes that, although pretty, looked more like a tool of torture. Where are we going? Asked Sylvia, standing up in a better mood. The garden. I just saw Snape and Karkaroff leaving, possibly to patrol to prevent students from excessive mischief. Soizen slowly shook his head. I have a better idea, let's go. He cast an invisibility charm and holding hands, they walked up several floors until they reached the 7th floor and stopped in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Nutcase. Oh, I like your idea, said Sylvia, blushing as she saw a door appear where there was nothing before after walking past it 3 times. As for what happened after they entered and the door vanished, that is something only they will know and remember. Now you know why I didn't add the harem tag to the FF, from the beginning. I didn't intend for there to be romance between the MC and Hermione, it's something that is overused at this point and predictable. Will I ever do a FF with a harem? Yes, but that's something for later. Chapter 101, The Second Test, Song of Ice extra long. I should point out that the second test I didn't like too much, and in a way, it was the most unpleasant of the 3 tests in my opinion. Perhaps it was the fact that a person important to me would be imprisoned by the twisted entertainment of the magical world, while I only have an hour to rescue her. I know with the Ministry Aurors and Headmasters they give a guarantee that nothing will happen in their presence, but no one was able to notice that the tournament cup became a transporter at the time, so excuse me if I have my doubts. It's also possible that I'm not thrilled with the idea of getting into a large body of water at low temperature due to the passive influence my higher animagus form has on my behavior, the 9-tailed fox. Kudos to you if you figured it out at the time with all the clues I left behind. When I got my higher animagus form, the reason Nagini laughed for so long was because I was too cuddly and fluffy. She treated me like a puppy with her vile hands stroking my softer-than-silk hair. I couldn't even defend myself well with my new body structure until I adapted to the change amidst a sea of caresses that took advantage of my body. I myself was annoyed by the form I got, because I was expecting something, I don't know, just more manly than becoming this creature whose legends usually only focus on how flirtatious females are in their semi-human form. It should be noted that I'm technically over 1,000 years old, so my already having all 9 tails as a cub is a paradox in a way and leaves me questioning whether I'll be able to get a 10th tail and then some. The domain of the 9-tailed fox as I studied is illusion, fire, and charm. Hence, my illusion became so powerful and complex, I could do the fire trick with the dragon without actually calcining my organs, and I suspect might also be to blame for my recent hormonal awakening that has resulted in both an increase in my appetite and a heightened awareness of the opposite gender, just as any physically and mentally healthy young man would do. Additionally, I seem to have earned a lot of interested looks from the girls, but too bad for them, Sylvia got there first. Or maybe they were dazzled by the handsome wizard who slayed a dragon with his fists, who knows? I digress. The point is that this creature is not keen on getting her fur wet and thinking about it carefully. Maybe that's also the reason why I shower so fast without realizing it. Today is the 24th of February, we are being taken to the Black Lake for the second test and I haven't seen Sylvia since yesterday and there is no sign of her among the spectators either. I don't see Hermione either, so it looks like she still became Krumm's hostage. My only doubt is who Curie's hostage should be, since in the original story she was not participating in this competition. Oh, I'm watching Neville give Potter the gills and Potter protests that he doesn't know the exact effect. Seriously, how ungrateful. You didn't even have a plan, and when someone saves your ass, you talk to them like that? What can I say? It seems Potter takes after his father more than I thought. Ladies and gentlemen, Bagman came over to explain the rules of the second test and confirm our suspicions. As you can imagine by now, the next test will take place in the depths of the Black Lake, something you no doubt figured out after deciphering the contents of the golden egg. Fleur, Krumm, Soizen and Curie nodded. While Potter mimicked their confirmation with some stiffness, a great treasure has been taken from you, an important person for each respective champion, and you have 1 hour from the moment the bell rings to rescue her and return to the surface together, as the protection spells will suddenly disappear after this period of time. He added a few more details and took his leave. Good luck, champions. Fleur and Curie jumped into the water and both used the bubble helmet charm, while Crumb dived into the water before performing the partial transformation, perhaps hoping to spring a surprise or avoid giving the others ideas. Potter fell into the water with the elegance of a sack of potatoes after swallowing the plant Neville gave him and being pushed by Moody. I think Cedric was highly motivated, because I didn't see the moment he jumped in. As for me, I waited a minute for the other champions to walk away under the look of incomprehension from the others. Only when I was sure no one was around did I turn my head to wink at Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall. I extended my right palm facing the sky and placed my left fist vertically, before a circle of magical light appeared accompanied by a visible white icy wind that shook those near me. Ice make, organ. A platform of ice formed on the surface of the black lake, and in the middle of it a transparent organ grew and formed. I jumped on top of the platform and with a gesture, sat down on the bench and let my fingers rest on the musical keys without actually pressing anything yet. Secretly checking a second time that everything had formed just as I practiced several times on the 7th floor. I sighed in relief to see that there was no problem and straightened up, waiting a moment before starting to play. The spectators exchanged glances without understanding what I intended, but it was okay, it would all be over soon as the illusion by sound began to affect all the people around me. Come, my love, and join me. I wish to be eternal with you. Take them to the bottom of the sea. And their souls will be mine. Play that beautiful song. Bring with you the destruction. Come to me, and I will be yours. Forever I will love you. Everyone listened strangely to the song he played and watched as, just like in the first test, Soisin changed his appearance, only this time, it was a little more grotesque. His left hand became a crab claw, his clothing changed to that of a pirate captain and several tentacles grew from his face, which ended up replacing the fingers that previously pressed the ice keys of the organ. Several wizards and witches felt goosebumps rise on their skin, seeing what appeared to be a cursed person. Soisin was playing none other than the Davy Jones song. What few noticed was that as the song played, a shadow appeared under the waters of the Black Lake. And just as the climax came, a rotting ship emerged as if answering its call. Once the ship stopped shaking, several creatures that looked like humans could be seen coming out onto the deck, where people noticed that these beings must have spent many years in the sea to transform into these things. Coral, barnacles, crabs. There were too many mutations in their bodies. Some would even swear that there seemed to be people who had merged with the ship. Soisin stopped playing and leapt up onto the ship hard enough that he destroyed the beautiful ice instrument, disappearing under the force of the impact. Captain! Exclaimed the hammerhead shark-headed creature as he was hailed as a captain on deck. Soisin looked around, watching as the creatures waited restlessly for his orders. To the bottom! He shouted in a completely different voice. To the bottom! Repeated the creature that received him, and the crew of the Flying Dutchman took their places. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the ship began to move forward and suddenly, it tilted unnaturally before disappearing beneath the waters. It was only once it went deep enough that Soisin cancelled the illusion and revealed the true appearance of his underwater transport, a blue whale formed by silver light. This was the original form of his Patronus, and not the modified version he used on the Quidditch pitch during the past year. Initially he would have wanted to recreate the Release the Kraken scene as well, but since the Den Mushy I rent from the school cannot be submerged for fear of being harmed by aquatic creatures, he was able to act normally once he escaped everyone's sight. The whale was the size of a double-decker bus and Soisin had no problem staying inside, where there was plenty of air and room to sit. He just needed to be careful when rescuing Sylvia to keep the water out when opening the blue whale's mouth. The Patronus had excellent defensive capabilities, and if the Grindylows dared to attack him, he could cast an electric spell to stun all creatures in the vicinity without fear of being affected as long as he could keep his Patronus as an insulator. In fact, even if the Selkie protecting the hostages were to attack him, they could do nothing to him because they rely on their tridents, teeth and claws. Should he rescue all the hostages to deny points to the others? Nah, what would be the point of the competition then? Although, if she remembered correctly, Fleur was supposed to have a problem on her walk here and wouldn't be able to rescue Gabrielle. Potter was supposed to rescue her because of his moral values, but there were two reasons why Soisin decided to do it instead. The first, since Potter did not help Cedric out of initiative for the first test, perhaps he would focus too much on his results and not act as he should. And the second and more important of the two, if he rescued Gabrielle, then he would be the one getting a hug and 2 kisses on the cheeks from Fleur. Wait. Soisin realized his own thoughts with surprise. Was that also the influence of his animagus or was it hormones? Ack. No matter, she would tell it like she was doing a favor for a friend. Her thoughts would behave themselves when she had Sylvia by her side, they would have a different target to focus on. As for whether she would get anything in return, it didn't matter too much. Oh, I remembered, Soizen muttered to himself. In fact, Fleur had the bad luck to run into a pack of Grindylows and had to give up. But she didn't know that the hostages were safe and became very desperate, to the point where even Maxime had difficulty holding her. Any impure thoughts disappeared once Soizen imagined Fleur crying to get back into the water and rescue her sister in desperation and screaming. And this left Soizen with another doubt: will Curie be able to rescue her hostage without incident? Damn, he really couldn't stand to see women cry, huh? He thought, somewhat frustrated. Several minutes later. The Selkie watched the test hostages, who were tied with ropes to the statue of Mercus, Gabrielle Delacour, Cho Chang, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, an unknown girl and Sylvia. Suddenly, they watched as a silver light creature they had never seen before rushed towards the hostages, and before they could stop it, it swallowed Sylvia, Gabrielle and the unknown girl. It was only at this proximity that they realized that what was before them was not a real creature, but a wizard's magic, probably a champion. Only one. Mercus shouted as he tried to circle the participant and jab at the light construct, to no avail. The whale simply turned and walked away, leaving behind a trail of smoked salmon. Well, this was plan T of the several he prepared so as not to fail the test, which consisted of throwing delicious fish at the Selkie, but now it was used to appease its wrath. And it worked quite well. As soon as they tasted the fish, they forgot to chase after the participant who broke the rules. But they would talk to Dumbledore for proper compensation for their damaged honor and clear lack of information. Like so much of this delicious fish. Soizen carefully examined the state of the three girls. While it was true that they had several protections around them, as Bagman said, they were about to expire. However, those protections were only there to secure their lives and did not take other factors into account. When he touched Sylvia's hand, it was completely frozen. With a few hand gestures, he dried the clothes of the three girls to prevent them from getting sick and formed a small sun that radiated a gentle warmth to help them recover from the cold. Too bad he didn't remember to prepare pepper potions, he would have to ask Pomfrey to help him. During their journey up, the hostages woke up and looked around in a daze trying to remember how they ended up here. Soizen was focused on controlling the Patronus, and when Sylvia saw it, she remembered the contents of the test. At his mention, the others also remembered and were upset because from their point of view, Soizen had just eliminated any chance of Beauxbatons getting points in this test. But now it was too late and they could only grudgingly accept it. Soizen was the first to return to the surface, barely a minute after Fleur had been pulled from the water, and onlookers had large question marks almost visible above their heads at the sight of him. Didn't he go with that strange boat? Why is he coming back with a whale now? Is that a Patronus? Asked Professor McGonagall doubtfully. They knew that Soizen was capable of handling Patronus and materializing its form, but the size and stability this time completely exceeded any of their expectations. Yes, it seems that Mr. Galegold has brought us more surprises, commented Dumbledore, who seemed to be watching the blue whale with infinite interest. If only she were a student at my school, Maxime wailed secretly as he held Fleur to keep her from going back into the water. The whale opened its mouth as it approached the shore and four figures emerged from inside: Soizen, Sylvia, Gabrielle and the stranger who was acting as a hostage for Curie. Gabrielle. Fleur ran out when she saw her little sister and sighed with relief that she was safe, dry and uninjured. She got up and approached Soizen with her eyes shining. You saved her, thank you. Fleur held Soizen's shoulders like iron pincers and gave him 2 kisses on his cheeks, before proceeding to hug him with no space between them as he cried. Soizen made sure to keep his hands up and visible, lest Sylvia believe something that never happened. Seeing the raised hands, Sylvia almost let out a laugh as she understood her boyfriend's intentions. She wasn't upset with him. It was clear that the Beauxbatons champion was very worried about her hostage, possibly they were family. 2 kisses wouldn't make her jealous. Chapter 102, Hot Chocolate with Cookies. The rest of the champions emerged over time, well, almost all of them. It seems that Beauxbatons was very unlucky in the Black Lake trial and Curie encountered the same creatures that attacked Fleur, but in her case, it was 3 packs that were pitted against each other to compete for territory. They were not amused that an intruder was bothering them at the time, and by the time the oars pulled Curie out of the water, she was full of wounds, with a few broken bones and 2 toes missing from her left foot. Nothing that some Pomfrey potions and a long rest couldn't fix. But this forced the French school to find themselves in the same situation as Durmstrang, with only 1 competitor, while Hogwarts kept their 3 champions, giving them an overwhelming advantage. The silver lining? It seems that Soizen did not make a wasted effort to rescue the additional hostage. The point evaluation was much more intense this time around than in the first test. While the merits and demerits were quite clear in everyone's eyes, Karkaroff was in a frenzy. He tried to argue that Soizen plagiarized them, Durmstrang, blatantly when he used the ship, and accused him of using dark arts not allowed in the tournament to summon that creation. He also maliciously took hostages from other champions to damage the sportsmanship of the event. Yes, he was no longer just trying to reason away the low or non-existent score he gave, but directly trying to reduce the number of Hogwarts champions by trying to kick him out of the tournament. Unfortunately for him, no one agreed with his protest, even the Durmstrang students lowered their heads to ignore him. Dumbledore was not going to let his cheap excuses get Soizen expelled from the tournament. Especially since such an expulsion would not be approved by the terms of the contract that was made with the goblet, and Soizen would suffer a backlash for not participating in the third trial, being able to do so. Madame Maxime did not give her arm on this occasion either. Although she was upset at the loss of a champion, it was an undeniable fact that Soizen saved her students in good faith. The only thing she regretted most was that he did not go to her school. After the discussion ended, the public ranking order was as follows: Soizen, Cedric, Potter, Krum, Fleur, Curie retired, Svatica retired. Given Fleur's failure, her ranking fell in the end, and Krum beat her by a few points difference, as despite his successful rescue, he was also the last to come out of the water, Cedric being first and then followed by Potter. It turns out that the Gil lasts longer in operation in fresh water than in salt water. Mystery solved. Hogwarts took over the top 3 positions, leaving it all but written in stone that the tournament cup would be carried by their school. Of course, the other 2 champions still had a chance to turn the tables, they just needed to try that much harder. The third and final test would take place on the 24th of June, so he had a full 4 months to prepare for the maze. Fortunately, he passed the acromantulas by fire, so there won't be any of them present during the test. Although he admits he is interested to see a sphinx and see if he could solve its riddle to pass through the path it guarded. At the moment, everyone is drinking a cup of hot chocolate and covered with blankets to warm up. While Soizen dried everyone off as they emerged from the water, earning a nod of gratitude even from Krum, they were still cold from the experience. A small popping sound rang out, and one of Soizen's house elves appeared in front of everyone, whose looks were priceless. Master, called the house elf who was wearing a strange white armor. Crag guarded the place as the master asked him to, and Crag saw with his eyes how everything the master told Crag happened. Someone sneaked in during the master's absence and took many of the master's snails. Crag checked the missing serial numbers, and Crag wrote them down as the master requested. You have done a good job, Crag. Soizen praised him to congratulate him and then put on a serious face, while narrowing his eyes as he gave him an instruction that no one else in the place understood: execute Order 66. At your command, Master. Crag saluted excitedly and disappeared with another bang. That order was something he instructed before starting the second test, and handed the golden den mushy to Crag. Right now, he should be entering the stolen serial numbers before pressing the golden button. This will teach them a little lesson about trying to steal from a Gale Gold. Soizen, he snapped out of his thoughts when Fleur called his name and looked quizzical. Was that your house elf? Yes, it's one of them, he confirmed. Hermione opened her mouth, but closed it without finding words to say. She would be blind if after looking at the house elf she thought Soizen was treating him badly and remembered what he told her about his approach not being the right one to tackle the house elf problem. Was she really the one who had a perspective problem? I don't know about you, but I'm incapable of drinking hot chocolate without some cookies or something else to go with it, said Soizen, looking at the hot cup in her hands a little reluctantly. Fud. Vadi. Vog. Sorry. Rotu. Stir. He called. Several of his house elves appeared wearing clothes in completely different styles, but in good condition and comfortable, waiting for his orders with wide eyes. Bring us some small tables, cookies and light snacks that go well with a cup of chocolate, thank you. They nodded and disappeared. A few seconds later, several tables appeared filled with cookies, snacks and various delicacies that, as requested, went very well with the cup of hot chocolate in their hands. Sister, Gabrielle looked at Fleur with an expression of incomprehension and, tugging at the clothes on her sleeve, asked what was on everyone's mind. Why are your elves so different from the ones we saw before? Fleur was puzzled by the question her little sister asked. Indeed, compared to Soizen's house elves, the rest looked malnourished and sickly. But how was she to know the answer to that question? She had no choice but to look at Soizen, hoping she could answer instead. Gabrielle, Soizen called to get her attention. May I call you that? The girl thought about it for a moment and nodded. After all, he was her older sister's friend, but he was well behaved and didn't seem affected by her Vila charm. He was also the one who rescued her from the Black Lake, and he was very handsome. You see, my house elves are like that because just as they take care of me, I take care of them, he explained to the little lady with a smile that was unknowingly more charming than he intended. Many wizarding families use house elves, but they don't care for them properly or even treat them badly. Instead, Soizen unhurriedly explained how his house elves were treated, how he approached their care without actually scaring them, and the only thing he didn't mention was how many of them he had with him and how he used them in his facilities. He was willing to let others treat his house elves better using his methods as a basis, but he wasn't going to let competition come up in business. Hermione listened and nodded as she took a sip of hot chocolate after biting into a cookie. That treatment was almost humane, and the only thing stopping Soizen from giving them a normal salary and vacation was how the house elves would react to those concepts. Crumb at his side was listening quietly, trying to memorize the diets and meals Soizen occasionally mentioned. He didn't want to admit it, but seeing the muscles of all his competitors' house elves made him a little envious, and he decided to intensify his training for the next few months. Do you like to dip cookies in hot chocolate? Chapter 103, Leaks. A day has passed since the second test ended, and Soizen was terribly upset as he looked at the newspaper in his hands. Not even the students of his house had ever seen him with this kind of expression. The reason for his state. Rita Skeeter, the renowned reporter for the Prophet. Due to her spectacular performance, she had been gaining quite a bit of recognition and fame, something Rita no doubt picked up on and thought it was a good idea to investigate her past to dig up some juicy dirt. She went public that both of her mothers were squibs. There was a lot of garbage and unsubstantiated statements mixed in, but what had struck a chord with her was that detail. She didn't even write a letter, but called a house elf directly and told her what Nagini should do. Once she was marked with tracking magic, and everyone knew that Rita was an unregistered animagus and understood that it was by using her scarab form that she managed to get everyone else's secrets. The number of people who were going to charge at her would not be few. And when the storm would pass, the moment she thought she was safe and got away with it once again, Nagini would send someone to forcibly inject her with a potion that would irreversibly turn her, a gossiping witch, into a squib incapable of using a simple lumos. Her research into the potion to cure the squib condition yielded many results, and during one of her experiments, she accidentally distilled a potion that had quite the opposite effect. Naturally, he kept this discovery to himself, or the consequences would be dire. Although perhaps it would be more accurate to call it poison because of its effects. But it wouldn't end there. Once Rita resigned herself to her squib status, if at all, she would be mysteriously kidnapped, paralyzed, and thrown into the darkest and seediest places of Nocturne Alley, where even full-blown morphs dared not go unless in a group. Soizen folded the newspaper and tossed it aside, thinking Rita was lucky to only receive this little lesson in humility. Who knows what she would have done if she were a vengeful person, right? On another order of business, some Aurors from the Ministry of Magic came to question him about why they blew up some shells, demanding an explanation and compensation for the damage they caused. But when Soizen asked them where they got them from when he had a monopoly and didn't sell any to the ministry, they were blocked by their own incompetent play and had to go back in silence. Soizen glared at them. Even if he hadn't set the Den Den Mushi to explode by entering their magically linked serial number into the golden Den Den Mushi in his possession, they wouldn't have managed to get anything no matter how much they wanted to. Because all the ones he took out to do business with were sterilized by a very specific curse from his family's records that he took out of his vault, and it was impossible for them to be recovered and multiplied. If it wasn't for the huge order of gloves, hats, and other protective clothing paid for by the Ministry of Magic early last year to equip their Aurors, he would have sued them and made such a fuss that the other ministries of the world would make them a laughingstock. He was under no obligation to stay in Britain and could move all his products and business overseas if he wished, which at this point would cause a small crack in the local magical economy. What's more, next year it will claim ownership of Hogwarts Castle and could close the only school of magic if it wanted to. So it's best that the ministry doesn't touch his nose too much. A few days later. Soizen, do you have any Vila ancestors? Fleur asked, and they met in the hallway as she took Gabrielle for a walk. I can assure you that is not the case. From what she had learned of her family tree, the Vilas did not meet the minimum standards for a Gale Gold to have children with them. They simply didn't measure up. But you also emit charm like we do. Gabrielle said with wide-eyed surprise. It's different, though, I'm sure. I do. Soizen was puzzled for a moment, until he remembered that one of the 3 characteristics of his superior animagus form was charm. It's just that he thought the way it would affect him was by enhancing his appearance a bit and nothing more. Perhaps it had begun to emerge as a result of the changes in his body due to the age he was in. Indeed, you do, Fleur confirmed to him as she carefully felt around him using her magical senses, but it's strange. At Beauxbatons you didn't have anything like that, and it seems you only recently started to emit a bit unconsciously. Fleur considered that whatever it was also no doubt the reason why Soizen was immune to his Vila charm. Soizen listened to her and was more certain about her theory about the changes due to the arrival of adolescence. Can you give me some advice on how to contain it? The crux of the matter was that the charm could cause him a lot of headaches if he was unable to control it and continually released it around him. She was afraid of unknowingly putting a target on her back for the next Hogwarts Valentine's Day. Just thinking about it gave her a shiver. I'm not quite sure. Fleur was well aware of her concerns, but she only had experience handling the charm of Avila, and Soizen used a completely different kind of charm. Comparatively, if she was a skilled warrior using a spear, she was asking him to teach her how to use a sword. They were both weapons, but they were wielded differently. Well, nothing to lose by trying, Soizen said. I'll treat you to some brownies in exchange. Brownies. Gabriella's eyes widened with joy, because the ones she tasted after the Black Lake ordeal were the best she had ever eaten, but she was embarrassed to look for Soizen and ask for more. She turned to her big sister and gave her best puppy dog eyes as if her life depended on it. Okay, Fleur was amused by her little sister's reaction, but we need someone else. She held up a finger as a condition for teaching. You mean a teacher? I can call. Non, we need Sylvia to be with you during practice, said Fleur, explaining with a smile. Charm is much easier to control when you have important people close to you, as it helps you to be more aware of your actions, and we need someone reliable to give her honest opinion of your progress. Your girlfriend is perfect for the job. Understand, somehow, Fleur's bringing things up this way gave him some embarrassment, though he doesn't understand why. In that case, I'll tell her when I see her, and later I'll find you and show you a quiet place to practice. Chapter 104, Beetle Under the Spotlight. POV Crumb. He was quite frustrated with the development he had in the tournament and the performance of his headmaster, who he now no longer admired so much after seeing a side he didn't know about him. Accustomed to admiration for his talent as a Quidditch player, he had developed a certain level of confidence in his abilities and learned to handle the fans that followed him around. Only at Durmstrang, he could find friends who supported him even before his rise to fame. When his name came up for the goblet, he felt a great fire ignite in his chest with the determination to win the honor for his school. He knew Miss Fleur from the information the headmaster provided about potential competitors and was eager to gauge her magical and martial qualities. Then came the Hogwarts student named Cedric, who came from a house associated with loyalty, that is, with no apparent outstanding talent. But things then became strange when 1, 2, and more people became champions under the obvious manipulation of the ancient artifact. Perhaps this competition would be etched in the history books, but not for the reasons others would expect. For Crumb, this development actually wasn't bad. He had more rivals and more sharpening stones to improve himself. When he discovered that the first test was dragon-related, he prepared thoroughly with the help of his faithful friends, but it was either not enough or he was unlucky when the other eggs were crushed, subtracting his score reasonably in his opinion. He watched as the other champions took on their respective dragons and learned a lot while assessing the strength of his rivals. But if he had to point out which champion made him feel the most wary, it would undoubtedly be the Hogwarts champion named Soizen. His bizarre transformations seemed to break every transformation law he knew, and his magical manifestations were unique to the extreme. Not only that, to add more excitement and spectacle to his performance, he even used his magic in some way he didn't understand to make music play around him. When he was knocked down by the tail strike, Crumb was a bit disappointed, but the way he reversed the situation and ended up plunging the dragon's head in with high-speed punches that ended up killing the creature, blew him away. Later, while he was in the Hogwarts library to try to decipher the mystery of the golden egg before Karkaroff intruded, he met a witch named Hermione who had a lot of knowledge and her attitude was very pleasant. Before he knew it, he had managed to establish friendship with the witch from another school and discovered that, coincidentally, she was one of the best friends of the champion Soizen. This led him to inquire with genuine curiosity about him, and what he discovered made the respect he felt for this rival only increase. A warrior capable of handling a troll in his first year, an entrepreneur with a talent for business, the last heir to a family of extreme prestige, a scholar above his peers, a formidable duelist, a researcher with a creative mind, and the list was even longer. He even came to understand how it was possible for Fleur and Soizen to get along so well despite being rivals during the tournament. It turned out that he did a student exchange for a short period of time. Did he even make the potions professor at Beauxbatons cry? In fact, he remembered how one of his classmates mentioned that a Hogwarts student came to exchange or buy some of the ingredients they had brought from his school. Later, when he asked Hermione to be his partner for the ball, he learned of her bet during the end of first year, but the fact that he hesitated was good for him, and a few days later, she agreed to his happiness. Then came the second test where he believed he could improve his position. Maybe he wouldn't make it to the first place because of the difference in points, but he wanted at least to be second to improve his chances. With the withdrawal of his Durmstrang partner, he was now the only one who could compete for the honor of his school. He didn't make it. Since he jumped into the water first and came out later than the others, he could only understand later thanks to his friend's explanation of what Soizen had done to win the test. And once again, he was amazed. Not because of the ice organ or the strange boat, but because as he was told, Soizen was able to use a Patronus the size of a double-decker bus in the shape of a whale to rescue not one, but 3 hostages. That was powerful magic, and being aware of roughly how long it takes to get from the jump pad to where the hostages were and back, he was able to discover that the other party's magical reserves were much, much more significant than he initially estimated. She didn't even have time to recover from the shock when she witnessed how the Soizen house elves looked, subverting the common sense she had long ago ingrained in her head. He forgot about Cedric, Potter or Fleur. The biggest threat and therefore his biggest and true rival in the final test was undoubtedly going to be Soizen. So secretly, he paid attention to his rival's activities while he focused on preparing for the final and decisive test in the maze. But the results he got from his observations were confusing. Soizen spent most of his time with his mate, a witch named Sylvia who belonged to the same house as Cedric. If he wasn't with her, he was flying his hippogriff, the same one he ran off with the first time he saw him around the school grounds, usually passing over the Quidditch pitch. The rest of the time was spent talking business with some red-haired twins, researching something behind closed doors in the common room of her house, or studying in the library with her friends. In short, it was as if he wasn't worried in the least. You'd think the tournament wouldn't even have anything to do with him. Crumb didn't know how to feel, whether to admire the confidence he had in himself and his abilities or to shake his head, for not putting in the extra effort to ensure his victory. But what he didn't expect was that when he was about to leave his vigilance, he would discover that Fleur and Soizen seemed to have set up some sort of secret arrangement, where the two of them would sneak off with his girlfriend and little sister to a remote room that after their entrance, was magically sealed so that no one could spy inside. This led him to reflect. Should he establish an alliance with another Hogwarts champion as well? Something like dealing with each other first and then dueling at the last moment, which he deduced must be the same deal Fleur and Soizen had. But it seemed that the only person competent to live up to such an alliance was Cedric. Crumb was aware of Harry Potter's performance in the competition, and just thinking about it made him want to shake his head. Cedric it is. A few days later, a headline in the Prophet caught his attention when it was announced to the world that Rita Skeeter, a woman many knew, unfortunately, turned out to be an unregistered animagus. So this was how she spied on his private life for so long. Damn woman. Chapter 105, We Need Luck. Soizen remembered that the location for the maze for the last test was to be set on the Quidditch pitch, so taking advantage of the flights he made with Buckbeak from time to time. He drew a sort of map taking advantage of the fact that the plants that would form the maze had not finished growing. So as not to be too suspicious, he only approached the growing labyrinth once every 3 or 4 flights, giving the impression that he was wandering aimlessly all around. Damn it, the maze is so huge that I won't be able to record and memorize the whole map, he concluded in frustration after examining his logs in detail. He could try to learn a single path to get to the heart of the maze, where the canopy would be, but it was enough for the bushes to move just once to get lost. If it was just getting in and out of the maze, I could use the same trick that was used in the Minotaur's maze, he complained while pondering different possibilities and scenarios, would even prefer if we were left in the center of the maze and it was a competition to get out of it first. Just destroy a path in a straight line and that's it. For the first 2 tests, his advantage due to knowledge was undeniable, but the third was not even a fair or skill test in his eyes, since anyone who entered the maze was capable. On the contrary, getting to the center of the maze depended much more on the luck. Soizen blinked and realized that he had just stumbled upon the crux of the matter. Is that all I really need? He muttered to himself. In fact, he checked the tournament rules thoroughly and saw that aside from some darker arts that were banned for being excessive and products involving dark magic or sacrifice, they hardly denied the use of other things. As if Potter would not be allowed to use gills in the second test. That's it, Soizen relaxed after finding the solution to his problems. He would simply brew a small portion of Felix Felicis and drink it before the final test, with Snape's help. He would be more than capable of getting the few missing ingredients, and he could get a second opinion to verify that his potion was flawless since it would be the first time he would be brewing it. The only reason he didn't prepare several bottles of this liquid luck potion and store them is because he knows that playing too much with great powers like time, fate or luck always ends up resulting in some kind of terrible retribution. In fact, since she still didn't know who confused the goblet of fire. She suspected that the plan to turn the goblet into a transporter was still in motion, and it was very likely that Crumb was manipulated again, so she only had even more reason to improve her luck that day. An interesting event is that Fleur ended up joining the Order of the Hippogriff after a unanimous vote, something that was unexpectedly proposed by none other than founding member Cho Chang. Apparently they hit it off very well. When Fleur realized that Soizhen was part of the Order and did not invite her, she chased him through the corridors of Hogwarts for 3 days with their knights, which caused Crumb's misunderstanding of seeing them to intensify. Cedric, for his part, could understand that his girlfriend most likely did it on purpose, but like a good boyfriend, he made sure to shut his mouth and enjoy the show without interfering or helping. Soizhen could only swallow the slurs accusing him unjustly wronged, because he knew that no matter what he said in his defense, Fleur would still find a way to blame him even if he was innocent. Her intention was to ask him to join after the tournament. In the end, he could only seek solace with his own girlfriend, which Sylvia happily provided as she tugged his hand into a more private corner and gave furtive glances around. A few hours and cuddles later. "Do you want to brew the liquid luck potion?" Snape thought he had misheard for a moment. "Yes, I intend to use it for the last test." Soizhen explained his reasoning and how he checked that it does not violate any tournament restrictions, but although I believe I can brew it. Being the first time, I lack the confidence to confirm its results, and I do not want to risk out of pride taking a faulty potion. Snape was only silent for a few seconds before asking to confirm that he knew the correct process. Soizhen explained the recipe step by step. Add ashwinder egg to a cauldron, then add horseradish and heat. Juice an albarana onion bulb, add it to the cauldron and stir vigorously. Chop the anemone-like growth on the back of myrtlap before adding it to the mixture and heating. Add a pinch of thyme tincture and stir very slowly. Grind the shell of an akami egg and add it to the mixture, stir slowly clockwise and heat. Add a pinch of powdered common rue. Once the rue settles completely at the bottom of the cauldron, stir vigorously and then heat the cauldron one last time. When the dawn light comes up and touches the liquid, wave the wand over the potion in a figure 8 and say the incantation, Felix Empra. Correct, there are no omissions or unnecessary steps in the preparation. Snape nodded approvingly. Most ingredients are easily obtainable, so I assume that aside from overseeing the preparation of the potion, you also expect me to be able to help you with that as well. Soizhen did nothing to hide or deny it. While it is true that if he waits and writes to Nagini he could work that out with a bit of time, he preferred to have a finished product before the date arrives, or he would have to run around thinking of some other plan. "I have some akami eggshell fragments I could provide, but what do you want in return?" Soizhen was clear that no matter how much Snape liked him, he wasn't going to give him the rare ingredients for his potions for free for nothing. He would need to make a deal. And he liked to make deals. "I want full, unrestricted access to the potions facilities at Gale Gold House for the next 4 years, Snape posed. As a potions professor, he still remembered the excellent equipment available there, but he dared not use it too much lest he lose face. With the excuse of the deal, he could prepare many highly complex potions with absolute confidence, privacy and preparation. "I agree, on the condition that he must not brew potions with harmful effects that could corrode the equipment or leave permanent damage." Snape considered this in silence for a few minutes. "All right, we have a deal. I realize that Karkaroff is actually Karkaroff. Let's just say he's his twin, okay?" Chapter 106, The Third Test, Crazy Labyrinth. Time passed and there were only 2 notable events during April. Mrs. Weasley sent a package of Easter eggs for all the Weasleys, and Ginny shared some with Soizhen and the rest of the house. It was a lot of chocolate, and while it may sound a bit ugly since she gets it for free, the chocolate was not very good, probably made too much at one time and could not keep the quality consistent. A classic amateur mistake. The second event was that with the ingredients he traded or bought from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students, he was able to almost finish recreating the potion to cure their mother's squib condition. He was only missing 2 key ingredients. Once he could brew the potion, he would need a guinea pig to put it to the test, and who better than the ill-tempered Filch, who also happened to be a squib. Soizhen was happy to ask for Snape's supervision as he carried out the preparation of the Felix Felicis. Because he thought he succeeded during the first attempt and Snape proved otherwise by taking a drop of the finished potion and dropping it on a plant, causing it to burst into an instantaneous combustion that reduced the plant to ashes. Apparently, it turned out that the onion went bad at the time of use and ruined everything. It wasn't until the second preparation that he had a successfully finished product with no risk of death by fire. Good thing he didn't get carried away either by his pride or his talent in potions and sought advice from a true veteran, not like other people did, people who end up dying young. Today is the day the champions must enter the labyrinth, passing all kinds of traps and creatures that will try to block their way until they reach the cup located in the heart of the labyrinth and take victory into their own hands. In the original story, Fleur was attacked by Barty Crouch Jr. and ended up unconscious in the labyrinth, where Harry found her and threw red sparks into the sky to rescue her while she continued with the ordeal. Krum was manipulated by the Imperious Curse and tried to stop Cedric to no avail. Potter along with Cedric simultaneously took the cup after helping each other through the maze as a sign of respect, resulting in Cedric's death at the hands of Peter Pettigrew after his disappearance and the rebirth of the Noseless Dark Lord. Now Peter is gone, but surely Voldemort has some other coward to carry out the ritual, perhaps Bellatrix Lestrange's husband. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go over the rules one more time. Dumbledore took Bagman's place to try to encourage the champions. You will enter the maze in order of points when called and spaced out for a fixed period of time. Remember that there are all sorts of tricks, traps and dangerous creatures in the maze. If the time comes when you find yourselves unable to continue, don't hesitate for a second to throw red sparks into the sky. Thanks to the surveillance shells at our disposal, a squad of Ministry Aurors will rush to your rescue in the shortest possible time. Eternal glory may be beautiful, but nothing is more precious than your own lives. Good luck. The directors gave final words of encouragement and advice to their champions, and Soizen was the first to enter the maze. He drank the Felix Felicis just 5 minutes before he was called for the test, so he should be lucky enough to avoid the worst part of the day to some extent. He came upon the first crossroads and stopped while being watched by the Den Mushy watching his steps. After a few moments of contemplation, following his feelings, he chose the path to the right and advanced along it. He encountered some devil's snares, an explosive-tailed scrying and several other obstacles that were not difficult to solve, glancing from time to time at the watch on his wrist to estimate when all the champions should be inside the labyrinth. "Stop, wizard," a female voice startled him as he turned a corner. There, a sphinx whose fur was the same as that of the desert sand gazed at him as she guarded the path behind her. She's not as pretty as I imagined, Soizen thought. To go through this way. Did you just think of something rude? The sphinx narrowed her eyes and looked him up and down. Shit, she's also equipped with the feminine instinct, how scary. Not at all, may I know the riddle? The sphinx looked at him for a few more seconds with distrust and shook her head. Maybe it was just her imagination. To pass this way, you must answer my riddle correctly or I will devour you. Soizen waved his hand in the air, giving her a gesture to expose the riddle. Well, the sphinx cleared her throat before stating her riddle. If I did, I would tear you apart with my claws, but that will only happen if you don't get it. And the answer to this riddle is not easy, because it is far away, in lands of Bonanza, where the region of the mountains of sand begins and that of the bulls, the blood, the sea, and the verbena ends. And now answer, you who have come to play, which animal would you not like to kiss? Susan felt lucky, it turned out to be the same riddle Potter had to answer in the book. You may come in. The depressed sphinx did not expect such a quick answer, as she tried hard to think of the riddle knowing that she was going to be here and expected to eat one of the champions. Thank you. Soizen walked past her without fear, and before leaving, he turned to look at her. Would you like to hear a riddle from me? The sphinx was surprised, but curiosity got the better of her and she nodded. This is a dog that is tied to a rope that is 2 meters long, and 5 meters away there is a bone. How will the dog bite the bone? Soizen posed the riddle and took out a scroll from his tunic where he wrote something before putting the scroll on the floor. Since I'm in the middle of the competition, I cannot stay and wait for your answer, but think carefully, and when you think you know the answer, open the scroll and you can see if you were right or not. The sphinx stretched out her paw and picked up the parchment between her fingers, her gaze lost as she thought about the possible answer excitedly. It was always her doing the riddles and never the other way around. Soizen saw the state of the sphinx and waved her hand in farewell and went on her way. The spectators saw everything through the Den Mushy and were discussing among themselves what could be the answer to the riddle she posed to the sphinx. The answer would only be revealed later, when they opened the scroll and saw its written contents. The rope is not tied anywhere, so the dog just has to calmly approach the bone to bite it. It was a simple answer of logic that played with words. The dog had the rope tied, but that doesn't mean the other end is tied to anything, does it? Countless people were embarrassed to see the answer and not realize such simple logic, especially after debating for hours whether the dog took some potion or was aided by some spell. Soizen did not know that his riddle would prove to be so shocking, as he found it quite simple from the logic of an ordinary person. He came upon another intersection, and as he was about to take the path to the right, he stopped when he saw a figure passing by at the end of the path, which fortunately for him, did not notice his presence and continued on his way. Did Hagrid also manage to replicate a Fallout Deathclaw? He was impressed beyond words with Hagrid's skill in the field of breeding. He only mentioned them once. He stood there and silently took the left path, praying that Fleur and Cedric wouldn't trip over that creature. Chapter 107, Cedric vs. Soizen. Enough time passed, and by now, all the champions were finding their way through the labyrinth under the gaze of the spectators, who were watching on the different screens projected in the sky the efforts of their representatives. Cedric is making good progress, but Crumb is catching up fast, Cho commented as she watched her boyfriend's projection. Fleur is doing well too, but he has very bad luck and keeps running into dangerous creatures that waste his time, commented Ginny, who felt a little sorry for her. If you want to talk about bad luck, look at Potter, said Sylvia as she pointed to a screen where the boy was running away with all his strength from a furious sphinx that was chasing him while casting the same disarming spell over and over again. What happened? Ginny asked in bewilderment, as she wasn't paying much attention to Potter. At this point in her life, her past crush was gone and she saw that the boy who survived was no big deal. Did he answer the riddle she gave him wrong? The Sphinx doesn't chase him for that, Luna added to the conversation while covering her smile with her palm. Soizen gave the Sphinx a riddle and she was concentrating thinking about the answer and by her expression. She almost had it, but he came along and interrupted the Sphinx's train of thought, which annoyed her enough to chase him. And why does he keep using the same spell over and over again? Hermione frowned at the lack of creativity a wizard should have. We are finishing the 4th year of our studies, didn't you learn anything else to defend yourself? Silence descended on the stands. Oh, look. Cho interrupted, pointing to the projection with surprise. Cedric and Soizen have met. Inside the labyrinth. I didn't expect us to meet so soon, Cedric said as he held his wand in his hand pointed at Soizen, not daring to look away from his hands. He knew that a flick of his little finger was enough for Soizen to attack him with magic and he needed that little edge to react and defend himself successfully. I didn't expect our encounter early either, Soizen answered him honestly as he shrugged his shoulders and was also secretly alert. He thought that due to the effects of liquid luck, he would manage to walk to the cup without running into anyone until the end. Maybe he was lucky enough to run into Cedric now so he could handle it and keep him from dying for having a spirit of sportsmanship. This is the last test and my girlfriend is watching me, so I won't hold back, Cedric reminded politely as he adjusted his stance. No hard feelings, okay? My beautiful and talented girlfriend is also watching me, so be careful. Soizen's eyes flashed with gold in less than a second. Which in contrast to the darkness of the labyrinth, increased the pressure Cedric felt. Don't worry if you get knocked unconscious, I'll call the Aurors for you. Cedric looked admiringly at Soizen and then cursed himself as he realized he missed a good opportunity. Everyone must be watching his confrontation, shouldn't he have said a compliment or two to score points with Cho? Looks like he also needs to ask for some tips on how to flatter women later. Soizen seemed to notice his momentary distraction and cast a flame spell that Cedric blocked with the shield charm. After the wave of fire ended, several strips of grass transformed into metal daggers which, propelled by Soizen, shot out at full speed. Cedric used an electric spell that caused the daggers to turn to slag and countered by summoning a surge of water and firing several drops at high pressure. Cedric remembered how Soizen handled the dragon fire in the first test and knew it was not the wisest thing to use that element against him, so he avoided it lest he suffer a backlash like the dragon. Soizen erected a curved stone wall to block and deflect the attack. He then employed a small explosive spell to fragment the wall and use its shards as solid projectiles. Cedric was starting to sweat and they hadn't even been facing each other for 2 minutes. He had to control his intent, make the right gestures with his wand and occasionally say the spell correctly when he didn't have the confidence to use his nonverbal version well. Soizen on his side was the complete opposite. A flick of the wrist, a raised finger or even a raised eyebrow and he could manipulate and alter his attack strategy while maintaining a flexible defense. It wasn't long before Cedric would determine that he would lose for sure if they remained engaged at this point, so he began to plan how he could distract Soizen and retreat to safety. The goal was not to take down anyone, but to obtain the cup. Should he attract some creature from the labyrinth? But while Cedric was thinking of retreating, Soizen also wanted to get this encounter over with soon and save as much magic as possible. After all, a manipulated crumb could appear around the corner if they kept delaying like this and give him a nasty surprise. So he cast a classic disarming spell and just as Cedric tried to deflect it with a wand gesture, he realized that it went right through his body without doing anything to him. In the midst of his confusion, he suddenly felt sleep come over him and everything went dark. Soizen sighed in relief as he saw that the illusion of an attack along with a discreet but powerful sleep-inducing spell worked well on the first try. If Cedric had decided to use a shield-type spell like he used to do most of the time, he wouldn't have been able to hit him. Lucky him, right? He moved him to a comfortable sleeping position and raised some shields around him for safety, before looking up and glancing at the nearest Den Mushy. Can you send the Aurors to pick him up? He won't wake up before the test is over, thank you, saying his warning and after making sure the defenses on Cedric would be enough to handle most things that might attack in the maze, he continued on his way to try to get to the center of the maze. Out of the labyrinth. At least he's not too badly hurt, Cho sighed as she watched her boyfriend fall asleep after doing his best, knowing that this was the end for him. He had fought well and his performance was enough to be proud of. He's not the only one to pull out, Fleur can't go on either. Ginny pointed to the side screen, trying to comfort her Ravenclaw friend a bit. She seems to have been hit by something and the Aurors are already taking her out for Madame Pomfrey to examine her. Where's Krum? Hermione realized that at some point, while everyone was focused on Cedric and Soisin's battle, the Durmstrang champion seemed to have vanished. The snails are fading. Maybe they're sleepy. Luna saw some projections suddenly stop. Something smells funny, Sylvia rubbed her cheek as she watched. Chapter 108, Look at the cup, but don't touch it. Soisin advanced between the vegetal walls of the labyrinth and realized that since his encounter with Cedric, the place had become very quiet, too quiet to be normal. He didn't know if it was because he must be approaching the central part of the labyrinth or he entered a stretch where the creatures were silent. The point was that it seemed like the calm before the storm and he became more cautious with his steps. There was a high possibility that Krum, being controlled by the person behind the scenes, would not act like Cedric and directly cast a sneaky curse on him. Just in case, he generated a small illusion of himself a few meters ahead while his real self turned invisible and followed him, almost sticking to the walls. By now, everyone was aware of the illusion ability he had and he was much freer to use them frequently. But since he didn't know if the controller was looking through the den mushy, he made sure that his illusion would only begin to exert itself as he passed a blind spot. He advanced cautiously and nothing happened for several minutes, until a green light suddenly shot out as his illusion rounded the corner. Although he was surprised by the attack, he did not let his guard down and made it appear as if his illusion was hit and his body fell lifelessly to the ground. He stood motionless, avoiding generating any noise as he waited for the attacker to reveal himself. Footsteps broke the silence of the labyrinth and Krum, looking dazed, advanced toward Soisin's corpse, apparently wanting to assure the state of his target as he looked at his wand in confusion. But even though Soisin knew Krum was being controlled, he noticed that something else was out of place. He assumed the curse Krum cast on him was meant to kill him, but it seems that was not the controlled wizard's intended effect judging by his uncharacteristically unconscious actions. Did someone want to render him helpless and trap him alive? He looked at the surrounding den mushy and noticed that they all died, turned into mummified versions. Whatever happened at this point, no one would know. Krum was quick to notice that there was something wrong, especially when he saw the magic mark on the wall behind the target. How could he hit his curse there, if he hit the Hogwarts champion first? The curse naturally passed through Soisin's illusion and left the mark there. He heard something dart at him from behind his back and quickly cast the same curse to intercept his attacker before he even saw it. A rock. Krum muttered in confusion again as he saw the projectile being hit by his curse and knocked back. Seeing that the rock he threw with the levitation charm didn't explode, Soisin was even more certain that the curse was non-lethal, though it certainly had some sort of severe debilitating effect. Bombard. Krum heard the voice from his side and understood that he had been tricked, but he didn't have time to erect a protective shield before the blast swallowed him up and hit the ground several times, knocking him unconscious like a rag doll. Soisin looked down at his hand in surprise. He was so used to using nonverbal casting, he sometimes forgot that uttering the spell helped focus the intent and empowered it to some extent. He didn't want to use such a strong blast when he's so close. After casting a sleep spell and a paralysis spell to be absolutely sure he couldn't surprise or fake it, he hurried to see if Krum was still alive. He's got a few bones out of place and several nasty bumps, but nothing Popey can't fix. Soisin sighed in relief to see that the Durmstrang champion was still breathing. Krum worked hard enough during the tournament to perform well and was an opponent who respected the competition, unlike his headmaster. He just had the misfortune of becoming the perfect stooge in the final test. After setting up the same protections as with Cedric, he threw dense, high red sparks skyward for someone to go after Krum. The nearby den mushy were dead and he could not request rescue through them. I'll have to ask for compensation from the ministry for their deaths. Soisin sighed at the sight of the mummified snails with no chance of recovery. Those were all money and the ones he had in his hands were still very scarce. Minutes later, Soisin arrived at the clearing where he stood silently waiting for the tournament cup and watched as Potter also arrived at the same time. Looks like the plot armor rivals the effects of Felix Felici's. Potter. Gale Gold. Under the gaze of the den mushy and consequently the gaze of all the spectators, the two Hogwarts champions engaged in a staring duel after greeting each other. And while Hogwarts taking the cup was already a given, who would become the champion to receive eternal glory? Fleur has retired, said Potter after a minute of silence. After managing to run away from the mad Sphinx and catch his breath, he watched as the Aurors took the injured Beauxbatons champion with them. Cedric and Crumb have also retreated. Soizen replied to return the kindness of the information, being secretly relieved that his friend was not in a bad situation. But to Harry, the word sounded like he was bragging that he beat the two champions without much effort. And he was next. He calculated the distance between him and the cup, hoping he could use some distraction to run and get close to it to grab it. He didn't want to face Soizen in a duel, as much as it pained him to admit it. Ever since their encounter at the dueling club, he still had nightmares of him being a roasted piglet spinning over the fire. That, along with the spectacle of watching him punch a dragon to death, made her want to avoid conflict with him at all costs. Since the difference in strength was so great, he could only try to outsmart him. But Soizen seemed to have thoughts of his own, and his eyes lit up as he cast a spell with a quick gesture. But not at Potter, but at the cup. "What are you doing?" The abrupt action puzzled Harry, because he was able to recognize that it was not a levitation charm. Did he want to destroy the cup so that it would be declared a draw? They were both Hogwarts champions, and he knew he was not happy to be forced as he was to participate in this competition. "Have you never played a role-playing game?" asked Soizen as he kept the spell circling around the cup, as if examining it. "When someone comes to the room with the treasure at the end of the dungeon, there is usually a boss guarding said treasure. I'm just checking to see if we have to worry about one last surprise challenge coming out." He made up a reasonable explanation for his actions. "Is that so?" Although the explanation seemed logical to him, he didn't quite trust her words. It could be a psychological trick to make him lower his guard and defeat him. "It seems that there is indeed something wrong." Soizen frowned deeply. "The cup has been converted into a transporter, and although I am not able to know where its destination is, it seems that its spatial coordinates would take us out of the school grounds as soon as we touch it. This is very strange. If it was just to get us out of the labyrinth, it wouldn't be necessary to do something so complex." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "I think someone has maliciously interfered with the tournament, but I don't understand what their purpose is," Soizen explained after undoing his magic around the goblet. "Hoping that his action would draw the attention of Dumbledore and the others, I suggest we stay away from it and ask for an explanation from the organizers." Harry was silent for a few seconds before agreeing. Soizen turned his gaze to the Den Mushy that watched everything that was going on. "Director, please send someone to check the cup. In the meantime Soizen's statement was interrupted with the sound of a bubble popping, and he turned around in confusion. The tournament cup and Harry Potter disappeared. Soizen blinked and his mind went over recent events, until he connected the dots in short order. Did Potter think he was fooling him and, while calling for help, sneak up to the cup to claim his victory? Not only him, the directors and students watching the projection were also speechless as they watched Potter tiptoe up to the cup and, giving a disdainful glance at Soizen's back, took the cup only to disappear in the next second, just as he would with a transporter. Wait, so where did he go? Chapter 109, The Return of Voldemort. "I refuse, ask for something different instead," said Soizen, who was currently in Dumbledore's office and having a discussion with the headmaster, with absolute firmness. When the boy who lived disappeared as he held the cup, no one could reproach Soizen for warning Potter and that Potter would ignore his advice. Later, he reappeared outside the maze, wounded and screaming in a state of obvious mental derangement that Voldemort had returned. It was nothing short of a shock, and even more so, when after finishing describing what happened when he disappeared, they watched as Soizen approached Potter and, instead of giving him a hug to calm him down, he punched him in the nose before turning and leaving without a word. He could have prevented the Dark Wizard's resurrection if he had listened to his warning, but for some stupid reason, Potter went and practically gave away his blood for the ritual of his prophecy's fated enemy. To say that Soizen had had it up to his nose with the Gryffindor wizard's impulsiveness and idiocy was a huge understatement. Even now, Soizen did not understand why the translator did not return him to the center of the maze, which was the predetermined spatial anchor point, but conveniently pulled him out of the maze to appear at the entrance in full view of everyone. Soizen's spontaneous action won approval from those who thought the same as he did and disapproval from those who pitted Potter. Although the tournament was cancelled, everyone attributed the final victory to Soizen, as he was the one who outlasted everyone, gave the best performance, and discovered that something was wrong. Many did not want to believe the news of the Dark Wizard's return, so the prophet made sure to exaggerate, under orders from the minister, Soizen's victory in the tournament enough to attract and divert enough attention from the magical community. Karkaroff disappeared from the world after the third trial, and the schools parted in a strange, but cordial mood. Several days passed and Soizen managed to decipher that one of the two remaining materials he possibly needed for the potion was Phoenix Tears, so he wasted no time and, as soon as possible, met with Dumbledore in hopes of being able to purchase a small amount of tears. He didn't even need many, 3 or 4 would be enough, and he was willing to donate a very generous sum so that Hogwarts could create better scholarships for students. It's not like he was asking for Phoenix blood, and it was a win-win. But Dumbledore didn't want galleons, he wanted something different. It seems to me that my request should not involve any great effort on your part, Mr. Galegold. Dumbledore remained calm in the face of Soisen's firm refusal. Director, what you are asking of me is impossible. Soisen did not budge an inch. Before recent developments, I would have considered it, but there is no longer room for that to happen. I ask you again to change your condition. Dumbledore's request in return for his feathered companion's tears was that he hoped that in the future he would support Harry to the extent possible and the Order of the Phoenix's moves against Voldemort. If the lure of Phoenix tears wasn't so strong, Soisen would most likely have up and left the office straight away. She wasn't going to babysit Potter after what happened. Nor would she support an order that wasn't hers. An hour of constant conversation and negotiation ended with Soisen leaving the headmaster's office with a red face and a dark expression, due to Dumbledore refusing to change the condition just as he refused to budge. All for the greater good. So he could only give up the Phoenix tears at this point. What Dumbledore was unaware of at the time was that his political actions greatly offended Soisen, the current heir, future owner and undisputed master of the 1,000-year-old Hogwarts castle. It also extinguished any chance of Soisen's loyalists supporting his fight against Voldemort, and due to the identity of certain members, would create deep fractures in his own power. Away from it all, Soisen would adopt a wait-and-see attitude. Respond only if provoked. He would not send any of his own to be cannon fodder until Voldemort and Potter faced each other to the death, for only one could finish the other, and sending people was no different than sending them to die. If Potter triumphs, he will go on with his life regardless of the hero and attribute his victory to the plot armor, but if Voldemort survives him, the prophecy will be broken and he can go upstairs to finish the job before the Dark Lord has time to celebrate and understand what happened. And the wait would be very annoying. Soisen currently had 3 groups of loyalists: House Galegold, the Order of the Hippogriff, and the House Elf Hive. This was especially true when after Fleur's special lessons, Soisen quickly learned to control and use his recent charm as a third arm. Its use was extremely subtle, but enough so that when someone was hesitant, it would slightly tilt opinion to the desired side, nothing more, nothing less. It was said that Grindelwald used his charisma to gather followers. Well, Soisen made sure to use his charm for something similar. Only instead of encouraging conflict between wizards and muggles, he made sure that no one important to him died because of the ravings of 2 madmen. Is he starting to follow in the footsteps of a Dark Lord? Only little children think the world is black and white. Snape watched from the other end of the corridor as Soisen walked out of the headmaster's office with an unhappy expression, aware of the demands Dumbledore wanted to place on the young wizard's shoulders, and his expression wasn't good either. The punch he threw at Potter, while immensely satisfying to watch, was also unexpected. They both shared a connection with Lily Evans' son, but Soisen seemed to have reached the limit of his patience due to the multiple reckless actions he took. While he was sure he would not seek to harm him, it was clear that Potter lost an invisible supporter that day, and rightly so. Snape stopped by the infirmary to inquire about Lily's son's condition from the school nurse, but as he walked silently past the white curtains, he heard Potter vent his grievances at Ron Weasley about Soisen's attitude. Turns out that breaking his nose in front of the entire audience after his unexpected encounter with Voldemort didn't sit well with the boy who survived. He even suspected that Soisen was a Morphwizard who was in cahoots with Voldemort to lure him into the trap. Snape's eyes couldn't help but twitch at the rampaging, raging imagination that was being stoked by the unsubstantiated theories of the young Weasley present. He himself knew that Soisen had helped Potter through Neville, unbeknownst to him, and now he was receiving this gossip behind his back devoid of any form of gratitude. Yes, he could understand why Soisen threw in the towel with him. If it weren't for his lingering regrets about what happened to Lily and the memories of how he held her body in his arms as she cried, he probably would have long ago given up acting as a spy for Dumbledore and gone far away to pursue new horizons in the field of potions. Chapter 110, Preparations. The end of this year's term ended up unsettling many people. As much as they wanted to deny Potter's proclaimed return of the Dark Lord, it was clear that the tournament had been run with clear anomalies, but they were too afraid to accept reality. Soisen took advantage of the fact that during the last few days few people were willing to wander around the castle and went to obtain some 1,000-year-old basilisk skin. A fragment of ancient mold, to be more exact, retrieved by Accio through a pipe he managed to discover through multiple attempts. It wasn't as good as a phoenix tear, but he would need to settle for this substitute that also had a meaning of rebirth or change. Besides, she had plenty of stock in the castle and more room to experiment. One more ingredient and he could cure his mother's squib condition. He warned his friends to be careful over the summer. Without being able to confirm Voldemort's return with clear evidence aside from the statement of a frightened teenager, it was best to elevate caution and not let panic shake them. They all had a decent command of occlumency and should be able to have better control of their emotions compared to the rest of the students. And that was because the Second Magical War had unofficially begun. Right now, they were all in a Hogwarts express carriage that was temporarily extended undetectably to make room for everyone. Is that true? Neville asked after hearing the bombshell that Soisin told everyone present. How reliable is the information? Cedric leaned forward earnestly. Reliable in its entirety. In fact, it is likely that Cho's parents may know something in a while and confirm it, Soisin assured them without leaving his seriousness aside. In the next school year, Dolores Umbridge will be appointed as the new data teacher at Hogwarts. I hate that woman, she gives nothing but trouble and takes credit for everyone else, Cho Chang declared with a frown. If she becomes a professor, I think we can forget about learning anything useful. It's a pity that Professor Moody can't stay and continue teaching for another year, commented Hermione resignedly. He's been the best data teacher to date, which is not very encouraging if we think about it for a second. But the data position is cursed and no one who has taken the position has been able to last more than a year, Ginny pointed out. I never understood why they just don't close that subject and create another one with the same purpose, but with a different name, commented Soisin shaking his head with his eyes closed. The curse would be easily avoidable with those technicalities. He wasn't just talking for the sake of talking, he studied the case of the cursed teaching post with the help of the books in the forbidden section, and this was actually a way to avoid harm. Don't you think that if it were that easy, Dumbledore would have thought of that by now? Luna asked curiously. No, I think old age is getting to him and his mind is starting to fail to think of such an obvious solution. Soisin didn't hesitate for a moment to bash the image of perfection there was of Dumbledore. Taking the opportunity to kick him off the pedestal in his friends' minds and start taking his place. Besides, it's shameful how the magical community has become so dependent on his presence and opinion, like sheep led by their shepherd. The undeniable fact is that even he, in a few years will die of natural causes, if not sooner, and only then, people will realize how weak they have all become by relying on him too much and for everything. And what should we do? Ginny asked nervously. I don't know if what Potter said is true or not, but it never hurts to be prepared. This summer, in addition to the Order of the Hippogriff meetings where we will intensify lessons in combat and survival, I want everyone to study and implement safety measures at home, as well as prepare a backpack for emergencies in case we have to flee abruptly. As Soisin gave more advice, he considered using his tract of land in Snowdonia, located in Wales, to secretly build a true magical stronghold, better even than the Black's ancestral home. Which was to be used by the Order of the Phoenix sometime this summer, but with serious death thanks to his intervention and revenge for Lily, he wasn't entirely clear if Dumbledore still had access to that location or would move to a different one. After arriving at the station, everyone said their goodbyes as they left with their families who came to pick them up, and only Soisin, Sylvia and Hermione were left behind. What should we do? Sylvia asked, a bit upset after understanding better the situation in the carriage. Hermione also looked at Soisin for help as she pinched her shirt sleeve unconsciously to calm down. Unlike the rest, they were the daughters of Muggles, and that meant they had no connections to get help from in the small magical world. No inheritances to bring them additional protections, and were more likely to be targets for pure-blood radicals and morphs once they started to get out of control. Soisin's unvarnished explanation made them acutely aware of how precarious their identities could be and the dangers that could pounce on their family. Well, I have a proposal in mind, but it is something quite important, and I think it would be best if the three of us gathered our families in one place before we put it forward, as it is likely to affect your lives for years to come if it is accepted. Where do we meet and when? Hermione asked, wanting to know details. Since it was so serious, the sooner the better. Go home and take a short break to calm down. In 3 days, come with your parents through Diagon Alley and come into my store, you know where it is. Try to give them an idea of the current general situation in the magical world so they can better understand that this is a very serious meeting. Hermione nodded and said goodbye as soon as she saw her parents. Sylvia, on the other hand, was more reluctant to part from her boyfriend. But she was too shy to get affectionate in the middle of the station and had to settle for a long hug before saying goodbye with a reddened face as she saw the knowing smile she received from her mother upon seeing her. Nagini approached a few minutes later and greeted them. I saw how the prophet proclaimed to the 9 Winds your victory in the tournament against the other schools, she congratulated with a smile, although I must add that Inta almost had a fit when she saw the picture of you fist-fighting the dragon. I had it all under control. Sure, tell that to your mothers when we get home, Nagini replied mockingly. In 3 days we'll have an important meeting, I'll explain on the way. Soisin sighed and crossed her fingers that Anne and Inta would take it easy. Especially since he was going to introduce them to his girlfriend and her family at the same time. He just didn't know what degree of embarrassment he would go through. He just hoped they wouldn't bring up the subject of the wedding or grandchildren again. Should we close the store that day? Yes, I'd rather have the place to ourselves with no possible interruptions, Soizen confirmed. Besides, before the day of the meeting we need to go inspect the land I inherited in Snowdonia and clean the place up, as it's quite possible I'll have use for it this summer. Do you want to build something in that secluded spot? Nagini asked, having a rough idea of what her master might be thinking, an additional safe house or some kind of stronghold. More or less, Soizen nodded. Also, this summer Nico Ravenheart will be releasing a new song called, The Snake with No Nose. Chapter 111, Magic Bastion. After giving more details to Nagini and going through a touching family reunion, Soizen put the idea he had in mind to Inkta and without much delay. So, do you want your friend and girlfriend's muggle parents to move in with us until the Dark Lord's return is disproved or his downfall happens? And repeated, trying to confirm what her son said. Yes, Soizen nodded. There are other ways to protect them, but they would be quite undesirable as they involve memory manipulation among other things. Well, we have enough rooms for everyone, we could make more friends, meet your future in-laws, and it's not a problem to add a few dishes to the table, considered Inkta seriously. But do you think they will accept? I mean, for everything to go smoothly, they should quit their jobs during this time and agree not to leave the protected house. Not everyone can accept such a big and sudden change or keep it up for who knows how long. I think the solution to this situation should be out in less than 5 years, Soizen assured. Besides, it's not as if they really can't leave, it's just that they should do so accompanied by Piglet or one of my house elves so they can go and return safely. And then Inkta exchanged glances for a few seconds. Okay, let's go to that meeting and see what they say about it. Later that afternoon, Soizen and Nagini were met by Ragnarok at Gringotts, who after learning that they were there to discuss the lands of Snowdonia, pulled out a tin compass that acted as a translocator of the exact coordinates to the center of the inherited land. He explained the exact extent and what its recognizable boundaries were. This place is breathtaking, said Soizen once they had used the translator and seen the landscape around them. They were surrounded by mountains covered with green fields and clouds, a couple of streams with their small waterfalls, and the air was completely pure like that of a piece of the world man has never known anything about. In addition, in the distance a small village built on rocks and parallel to the main river could be seen, which they crossed with a bridge. Let's start by erecting a muggle-repelling enchantment over the entire area and all other basic protections. If there was a reason this place was famous, it was for attracting tourists, photographers, and naturalists, so he needed to make sure that no unwanted individuals could trespass the property by accident. It took several minutes, but with Nagini's help, the enchantments were in place and working on time. Well, what's the idea you have in mind? I want to build my own magical stronghold here, Soizen stated as he tried to picture the dimensions in his mind, a place hidden, safe and comfortable enough to become the last line of defense and allow my future family to grow up safely away from greedy and malicious eyes. Didn't you have a family home to inherit in a few years for that? Not the same thing, Soizen denied. While the house will have several old protections, it doesn't change the fact that it hasn't been touched in over 1,000 years. I'm sure many things will have deteriorated and it's not like having an extra place will pose a problem. It will also be good practice for when I start modifying Hogwarts. Your idea would be to move here in the future? Nagini asked. Yes, when I leave my mother's house, I want this to be my home. The place is simply spectacular, I can mold it to my liking with no worries. There's a small vein of magic underneath that, while not as big as Hogwarts, will provide enough magic to power everything, and it's far from the Ministry's restrictions. It's also not like it's a problem going back and forth with the convenience of magic thanks to flue dust, apparition, and transporters among others. Should we start drawing up a plan on the ground and figure out how to ship building materials to this place? Let's make the initial blueprint. The materials are easy to transport with an undetectable extension enchantment, and the house elves will be an excellent workforce that will make sure to follow the details to the letter. What we really need is an experienced foreman who can carry out such an ambitious project, put the enchantments I have in mind to perfection, and I did not hesitate to sign a strict secret magical oath. Why not hire Ragnarok? Nagini proposed after some thought. Yours are not only enormously talented in metallurgy, but they are accomplished craftsmen who accept nothing less than perfection in their work. I don't think he would refuse in exchange for a generous payment for his services as long as the project piques his interest and he has good materials at his disposal. That's actually a good idea, and I could also ask him for some unique enchantments from his people that mages can't set. I carefully consider Soizen. Even if he asks me for a ton of gold in return, in reality payment will never be a problem. He took out a huge parchment and wrote down with millimeter precision everything that might be necessary to draw a plan. He intended to have several people help him design the bastion by contributing all sorts of advice and suggestions. Snape could suggest protections, defenses, and measures against uninvited invaders. He was sure that after what happened to Lily, He should have a little black-covered notebook somewhere on how he could have prevented it all from happening and created a truly impenetrable place. Sylvia could come up with different workshops, research and development. Also, since there is a possibility that in the future it will also be her home, it wouldn't hurt to involve her in the project, which will undoubtedly make her very happy. Pomona could design a garden greenhouse where she could grow different ingredients, materials and food. A virgin surface ready to transform with high demands will certainly be tempting for her as a personal challenge. If she were to copy every facility that Gale Goldhouse has minus the Quidditch pitch, which is unnecessary and stupid, her living facilities such as the library, pantry, indoor pool, and so on would be quite complete, though she can always ask Hermione if she thinks she could add anything else. Maybe he could add a beverage cellar or a cheese vault, who knows. Asking Professor Flitwick for help in perfecting the permanent modified and optimized enchantments is certainly a must. Although at this point he can cast higher-powered incantations himself, what he wants is something that will effectively last, and nothing can beat the expertise the professor had in that field. Several additional experts he would consult with also came to mind. It looks like I will need several weeks to polish the blueprint and weave everything together properly. Especially the magic side of things, I reflect as I realize I had too many ideas to implement and it would not be as simple as I first thought. Never mind, I have all summer to perfect the blueprint and I can hand it over to Ragnarok before the 5th year starts. This place has to last for generations and I definitely don't want a shoddy one like the Weasley family burrow is. I found out that more people started writing FF about a 5th house at Hogwarts. Should I be flattered? Chapter 112, Meet the In-Laws. Soizen was pondering during his free time in the summer, which wasn't exactly plentiful either with everything he was doing simultaneously, and came to a very annoying conclusion. Voldemort seems to have a particular interest in him. How did he come to that conclusion? Well, for starters, he didn't find it meaningful that someone would put his name in the Goblet of Fire and it was too coincidental not to arouse his suspicions. Even after the tournament was over, he still didn't know who turned the goblet into a transporter and could only set his sights on the missing Karkaroff. Had he not known about the switch and decided to act like Cedric, they both would have been sent to the graveyard. It was then that he realized that he possessed two things that Voldemort was always interested in, as was later proven, a direct pure-blood lineage with one of the founders of Hogwarts and wealth capable of fulfilling his most ambitious projects. Voldemort used the relics of the founders as containers for his soul fragments and perhaps wished to include their lineage in his resurrection ritual. Managing to secretly shed his dirty blood status that his followers seemed to ignore despite revealing his father's identity when he obtained his bones. With that blood coursing through his veins, he might have been able to access the Gale Gold wealth due to magical technicalities, and that would have greatly simplified his plans to dominate the British magical community. Otherwise, he might have extorted or manipulated him out of his money. It wasn't clear to him what that noseless madman would prefer. So, even if he wanted to wait for Tom and Potter to face each other to the death, he needed to be on guard to avoid being pushed to one side or the other and suffering losses. All the more reason to create the magical Bastion Gale Gold. When the appointed date arrived, Sylvia and Hermione brought their families to the store and had a meeting so they could ask questions and listen to Soizen's proposal. Hermione's parents were easy to convince when this was presented to them as an opportunity to take an extended vacation. Sylvia's parents, on the other hand, were more stubborn as they worked in construction and had several projects about to begin. Soizen being nervous about meeting them under these circumstances didn't help. Fortunately, their mothers took over after secretly nodding with satisfaction at meeting Sylvia and used her lawyer-trained silver tongue to convince them that there would be no major loss, while Inkta calmed them down by serving some brownies with black tea. After all, they were going to be family in the future. The meeting ended with Sylvia and Soizen completely red in the face due to their families getting along and starting to tell embarrassing stories from when they were little. Hermione tried to contain her laughter, but soon she herself paled as her own parents entered the contest of seeing who humiliates their child the most. Soizen presented the construction project to Sylvia, Hermione and company with the intention that they would contribute ideas if possible. The only thing he didn't reveal was the location, and the plans had a lot of work ahead of them. It was better to have ideas now than when he was finished. When Sylvia's parents saw the plans and explained the cost of building all the basics and enchanting it in Muggle numbers, they were stunned. Because when they unconsciously compared what they had earned during their lives, they realized they couldn't afford even the floor of a room. They exchanged glances secretly. Their daughter mentioned that her boyfriend was a talented magician and had a little money in his pockets. She even showed them the moving picture of him crushing a dragon with his own fists, but damn, they really had a new understanding of what it meant to be a rich wizard. In the end, it was through this building project that Soizen was able to connect with Sylvia's parents as they discussed different parts and came up with ideas. Sylvia's father was especially excited, because it was the first time he didn't have to worry about saving costs while maintaining the final quality, but could use the best of the best without worrying about anything. Naturally, not everything could be discussed all at once, and several meetings were held which were joined by a Ragnak with his eyes sparkling after hearing the figure he would get for his services. It was the equivalent of everything his clan earned in 150 years. Not only that, Soizen magically swore that if Ragnak exceeded his expectations and created a true masterpiece that impressed him, he would quadruple the payment on the spot. That was 600 years of income. Ragnak almost started foaming at the mouth on the spot when he imagined the amount of money he could achieve, his increased status in the community, and how envious others would be. Sylvia's father was impressed with the little creature's knowledge and motivation, as had to be expected from a magical creature with the soul of a craftsman. Nagini was taking note of the amount and type of materials needed while secretly sweating, making sure that Anne and Inkta would never know the numbers her son was managing in this operation. Every time they asked, she just told them that Soizen wanted it to be a surprise. And fortunately for her, the excuse worked like a charm. The most basic requirements just to prepare the land and surroundings according to Soizen and Ragnak already amounted to a whopping 83 million galleons. In fact, the problem was not even money, but whether the materials that the construction of the magical bastion would require could be met, as many of them were only rarely produced to order or even from abroad. The moment someone asked for a huge amount, countless eyes would try to find out who wanted it and what its use was going to be. So during the summer, the magical community discovered to their bewilderment that vast quantities of high quality, extremely rare magical materials and unique alchemical products were flowing out of businesses and being exported, but they were unable to determine where they ended up. The moment they appeared on the market, they were instantly acquired without leaving others time to react. Even the ministry was alarmed this time, as many businesses prioritized that order over theirs because whoever was behind it paid 3 times the market price. The worst thing is that they could not do anything about it, because the order does not interfere with any law and they could not pay that much in comparison. It was only natural that the highest bidder had priority. Although that didn't stop them from feeling annoyed, as the shortage of materials resulted in the delay of several important projects. Powerless in the face of unscrupulous vendors, they could only try to track down their competitor and try to placate or threaten him to let some flow so the others could live. But they couldn't even do that, as every time a delivery was to be made, the order simply disappeared and they didn't understand how, as they even went as far as using anti-apparition barriers. But how were they to know that it was Soizen's army of house elves acting inconspicuously? The wizards, after all, always forgot that their barriers did not prevent access to the house elves, and it was clear that they were going to take advantage of that loophole. By the time the summer was over, the blueprint was ready and they had enough materials stockpiled to barely get started, so Ragnak began construction under Soizen's request. Chapter 113, Secret Revealed. Soizen was in the express carriage to Hogwarts, on his way to his next school year, with a serious look on his face as he was questioned under several stairs, as he was caught and his secret discovered. He couldn't hide it anymore. "I can't believe it," said Sylvia as she looked at her boyfriend in disbelief as she saw that he did not deny his revelation. "You really are the creator of Nico Ravenheart." Soizen could only smile as he shrugged his shoulders, trying to somehow appease those present. It turns out that using illusions and music during the tournament made Sylvia feel that something was wrong, and after a summer reflecting on it, she realized that Nico Ravenheart was exactly that. Coupled with the single appearance he made that end of year at Hogwarts, it wasn't hard to deduce the rest of the points. Now he had Sylvia, Hermione, Ginny and Neville looking at him with wide eyes. Soizen pulled a Polaroid camera out of his robes and made sure to immortalize their expressions for future laughs. Even before everyone processed what happened after the sudden flash, a house elf took a copy of the photo to secure it in a safe. "My eyes!" Neville shouted as he stood up and slammed into the carriage door. "I'm blind." "Relax, Neville, it'll pass in a moment," said Soizen calmly as he put the camera away as if nothing had happened. "Why didn't you tell us?" Hermione asked as she blinked and tried to regain her sight. "And miss the expressions you guys put on. Besides, it's nice to hear you guys talk about how great Ravenheart is," laughed Soizen, amused as he recalled the exciting discussions about which song was better. Ginny, Sylvia and Hermione blushed with embarrassment as they listened to him. "We'll make you pay for this humiliation. Remember, my older brothers are the Weasley twins and now he can appear," said Ginny through gritted teeth as she looked in what she assumed was the direction Soizen's voice was coming from. "Really? And here I thought you'd ask me for a private Ravenheart concert to show off to your friends. What a shame," Soizen sighed theatrically. "This. You'll do exactly that as punishment. You owe each of us a private concert when we ask for it, and no excuses," Ginny replied after hearing him and liking the idea. "I want one too." Neville laid down on the floor waiting for the darkness to disappear from his eyes and raised his hand. "Please." "All right, but don't tell anyone my secret identity," Soizan told them as he promised them the private concert. If they ask, just say you won a golden ticket while eating a Ravenheart brand candy bar. Sorry Wonka, but your ideas are mine for the new line of Ravenheart candy. Everyone went on to discuss when would be the best time to hold their concerts. They could do it on a weekend or during a birthday party as a gift for a friend. The possibilities were there, and as long as it wasn't something that crossed the Soizan line, like doing a concert for Ron's birthday, it was fine. At least you girls didn't have to spend all summer cooped up in a dusty old house with a house elf who insults you at every opportunity, Ginny complained. He hadn't been able to go out for weeks, and the only exciting thing that happened was when Potter arrived. Apparently, he used magic and got expelled from school. Really? Hermione exclaimed when she heard that someone was expelled. Soizan raised his eyebrows and did some remembering. Wasn't it the Dementor attack that Umbridge deliberately sent against Dudley? Oh, he had a trial in the end and they cancelled the expulsion, Ginny added. My father was stunned, as it seems the way it all went down was too disorganized, even for the ministry. I have an idea what could have happened, said Soizan, getting everyone to look at him, including Neville, who was still on the floor even after regaining his sight. Did he look quite comfortable? Maybe he was just imagining it. Umbridge. Oh. That's right, her name was on this year's Hogwarts letter as a Dada teacher, Sylvia remembered as she took out the letter she was carrying with her for some reason. I think Cho already told us that she wasn't a good person. And what do you mean? That lady is the most dedicated bootlicker I've ever met in my life, Soizan explained as he leaned his back against the backrest, from what I understand. She must have been the one who sent Dementors against Potter to force him to use the Patronus and have a legitimate reason to expel him. After all, that would be ideal to drain his validation that the Dark Lord has returned, and the minister would be very happy. As for the chaotic trial, that was most likely also his doing to try to avoid invalidating the expulsion. That's horrible. Ginny's eyes went wide. How do you know all that? Neville asked. As a Gale Gold heir, I have to make contacts all over the place, and that has its benefits, like getting some inside information. What else do you know? Hermione wanted to know what she should be prepared for with such a person teaching Dada at Hogwarts, because it seemed like a minefield. There are 3 things you must remember about that bad woman, said Soizan as he held up the fingers of one hand. First, she is a person who believes that the position she holds gives her the right to give orders to everyone and everyone should obey without complaint. He won't respect Dumbledore or the other professors, because he believes that the ministry is above them in authority, even at Hogwarts. So arrogant. Secondly, never, and I repeat, never, take anything he offers you. It doesn't matter if it's tea, cakes or cookies. From what I was told, he tends to have accidents where he drops Veritasium on everything he gives his guests to give him the information he wants. But that's illegal. Hermione jumped up in outrage. You can't administer Veritasium to students. Third and last, she said, ignoring her startled friend, as I said, she's overbearing, but also very vindictive. She may punish you if she doesn't hear what she's looking for in response, and that punishment may be copying something several times on a scroll. That doesn't sound so bad. Neville found that punishment better than cleaning the potion cauldrons. Did I mention I would use a dark artifact in the form of a quill where I would not only use your blood as the ink, but what you copy would be etched into the flesh on the back of your hand? I take back what I said. Neville blanched, as did the others. Use of Veritasium indiscriminately. Using dark artifacts to punish students. Looks like they'll have to be very careful with this teacher this year. If they only knew. Chapter 114, Interrupting Speech Gracefully. As the students took their seats at their respective house-assigned tables, Ginny and Luna looked worriedly at their senior. I feel so sick, Soizan protested quietly as he rested his head on the great dining room table, trying to reduce his altered and overexcited senses. It wasn't just Umbridge's presence and her terrible pink uniform that disgusted him, but he really felt sick since he set foot inside Hogwarts. To be more precise, he was showing the same symptoms as when he completely drained his magic reserves after a demanding Nico Ravenheart concert. Only in reverse, and instead of feeling limp, he felt bloated and dizzy due to the magical overload his body and mind were going through. A small amount of magic from the castle seeped unannounced into his reserves, and right now his magic and that of the castle were trying to integrate to begin the process of inheritance and ownership recognition, forming the embryo of what would be his permanent connection to Hogwarts Castle. The bad part was that it would be several days until the process was finished, and from what little he could feel since entering the castle, he estimated that a week of discomfort was going to be the least he would get, and perhaps something more. If Dumbledore sensed something strange happening to the castle and tried to interfere, the period would be even longer. The silver lining was that his magical reserves were titanic compared even to an adult wizard, so he actually already greatly shortened this step. If he had had the reserves of an ordinary student, half a year would be about how long it would take to do the same thing. Finally, the process could not be stopped even with the headmaster's intervention unless it would kill him, in which case the castle would retaliate very seriously. If it were not for the fact that through the recent connection with the castle he already instinctively understood some things, he would take a sleeping potion and wake up when the whole process was over. But apparently, she could not take anything to taint the connection with the castle and could only rely on her willpower to resist the whole process while doing her student life. His senses had become especially acute, and the overload of colognes and perfumes that students and teachers usually wear especially on the first day back were hitting him hard. "Somebody get me a bucket," he begged. He felt like throwing up, but even in his state, he wanted to hold it in and wait for Umbridge to interrupt Dumbledore's speech and take the floor before he indulged himself in blurting it all out and interrupting that woman in front of everyone with obvious contempt. Fortunately, Luna passed him a large bucket and Umbridge soon interrupted the bearded headmaster. "The ministry." She began to speak, and Soisin knew that this was her cue, that the time had come to let everyone know how she felt about it. Very loud vomiting sounds. The speech was successfully interrupted and everyone looked at the source of the noise. For how Soisin had a pale face and showed that he was very sick as he vomited a strange bright rainbow liquid into a large bucket that he held in his arms while a red-haired student slapped his back to help him feel better. The thing is, people didn't know if he was acting out when he saw the colors or was really sick. Hell, even Soisin stared dazedly at the rainbow in the bucket he held in his hands. He didn't use magic or illusions, it really came out that way. The Weasley twins seemed to be taking note of something. Maybe in a few days they would sell a rainbow version puke candy. I had to remember to ask for a portion of those sales as a source of inspiration. "Miss Lovegood, please escort Mr. Galegold to the school infirmary," as he seemed so indisposed. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she thought she saw Dumbledore raise his thumb through his beard and wink as if he would appreciate her interrupting the witch. Yes, it definitely must have been her imagination. In the end, Luna had to ask Sylvia for help because she alone was not able to carry Soisin to the infirmary. Due to the well-developed physique the wizard had, he weighed more than the other children his age. Madame Pomfrey got up and hurried to follow the patient, regretting a little not being able to eat the apple pie in front of her. "In the infirmary. I assure you, Madame Pomfrey, I am not ill," Soisin repeated in the bed in a strange voice. "You know I am in my teens, and in my family, when the body reaches a certain state, we go through some very bad days. But it will pass naturally and I must not take anything during the process or much more serious problems may arise." "And how long does this state, as you call it, usually last?" Pomfrey asked with a raised eyebrow after examining him. The boy was healthy and found nothing wrong with him, it was just that it seemed that his body was in a state of accelerated natural change of some kind and that was why he was having these reactions. "About a week, give or take," Soisin answered him after filling the bucket next to the bed some more. "Believe me, if I could take something, don't you think with my skills I would have done it already?" "That's fine, in fact." She knew the talent the student in front of her had in potions and she didn't doubt that she would have taken something to calm down in this state if it was really possible, "but I want you to visit the infirmary every 2 days so that I can keep up with your condition and you must always be accompanied by someone. I don't want you to faint in a corner and have a scare. On second thought, you should stay in the infirmary for this week and then catch up with your classmates' studies." "But, Madame Pomfrey." "No discussion," interrupted the fierce healer. Soisin flopped down on the bed. He wasn't worried about being in the infirmary and missing a few reminder classes before starting new subjects, he was annoyed that spending a week between white sheets would be extremely boring. He wasn't even allowed to read books. And visitors were always limited to a brief 5 minutes so as not to upset the patient, so even if they came to see him, they would barely be able to start a conversation before the visitors were kicked out. "At least I'll be away from that pink toad for a week," he consoled himself with that thought. Chapter 115, General Dissatisfaction. As Soisin feared, his stay in the infirmary was extremely dull, with the exception of the first few days' visits from his friends plus Sylvia's daily visit, which Pomfrey very kindly extended to 10 minutes after much deliberation, persuasion and Sylvia's secret use of a potion Soisin developed in the past for fun called puppy eyes. Extremely effective to date. "Young love, how envious. You were right about Umbridge," Sylvia told him as she gave him some tender pear that she cut herself. "Everything we have done so far in Dada has been purely theoretical and anything not in the book is considered inappropriate in the ministry's opinion, so no one has used a single spell in her class. If we only have to read the book during his lessons, what's the point of him being at Hogwarts? It's the minister's paranoia, Dumbledore has no choice but to put up with it for now," he said. "Did he give you any trouble when you handed in my homework?" Soisin asked, a bit worried about his girlfriend. Yes, apparently, Umbridge being sick was no excuse to avoid doing Dada homework. As long as he could move his hands to write, he had to do his homework like the rest of the students. But since he had to stay in the infirmary, he had to ask Sylvia to deliver the scrolls instead. Honestly, Soizen was pretty sure it was her revenge for gracefully interrupting his speech on the first day of school. Apart from an annoyed look for not finding fault with your work. No, all good, laughed Sylvia as she remembered the expression the Pink Witch had when she couldn't find a reason to take points off, although I suspect she doesn't like you. Good. It would be annoying if she thought she could use me as a henchman, Soizen snorted. He had made no secret of his displeasure at any time, and other than a polite demeanor to not give this woman excuses to cause him trouble, he shouldn't expect anything more from him. Any interesting developments at school? Potter is not happy with Umbridge's curriculum and Hermione has been keeping an eye on him to prevent him from doing anything that would cause problems for Gryffindor, commented Sylvia after remembering for a moment. According to her observations, she suspects that he, Ron and others want to set up some sort of secret study group, where Potter would teach in a practical way how to use defense spells. But they haven't invited her, and it seems that when they realize she's around, they change the subject. And how did she find out about the plan then? They should. Wait, Ron. Ron. That explains it all, it makes sense. I suspect he wants to take advantage of the fact that he has a decent level of spell casting compared to the rest, not including us, to subvert the negative opinion he's been getting these days since school started. Apparently, many students almost didn't return because of how he proclaimed that the Dark Lord had risen, and they hold a grudge to some degree, Sylvia added. It seems they will have a meeting at the Hog's Head to see how many people they can gather. Also, I have some bad news. How bad? Well, apparently Professor McGonagall found out about their plans and coincidentally leaked the existence of that place, the one in front of a certain tapestry. Sylvia didn't know if anyone was eavesdropping on them. But the information was complete in her unspoken understanding, so I think it's very likely that they will decide to use that place for their group. That would be very annoying. Soizen couldn't help but frown. While he knew how Dumbledore's army would occupy the Hall of Ministers to conduct their activities in the original timeline, he hoped that with Hermione's absence and clever assistance, they would try to use the Shrieking House instead. That room had been practically a private place for him, Sylvia and Hermione, where they could practice magic unrestricted and very conveniently. Making more people aware of the place would only hinder its use. And McGonagall's intervention reeked of a crazy old lemon drops and licorice roach's lover. Don't worry, they'll have to find another place, Soizen said to reassure Sylvia. The magical fusion was in its final step and tomorrow the castle will recognize him as its master. He only needs a thought to prevent such a room from manifesting, even if the conditions are met, effectively denying him access to it. He would have absolute control of every hanging painting, floating ladder, animated armor, torch and blade of weeds as long as he is within the castle's influence. He could even have the entrance change floors and open wherever he wished or change the conditions for entry. Truly absolute control. Not even Dumbledore or any headmaster would have more authority than him in this place. His only doubt is whether the 1,000-year-old basilisk will also be subdued, as he doesn't know if the castle's authority is greater than that of the heir of Slytherin or even related in any way. As for students joining Potter for practice, what do they have to do with him? Anyone with 2 brain cells in their brain would look for someone really capable if they want to learn and really improve. Potter wasn't really the best choice in either case. Ravenclaw had Cho, Hufflepuff had Sylvia and Cedric, Gryffindor had Hermione and Gale Gold had him, Ginny and Luna. Slytherin had Snape. Anyway, he himself intended to be a dad-app teacher this year for members of his house and members of the Order of the Hippogriff. After all, he already knew perfectly well all the studies up to 7th year, and the only reason he didn't graduate early was because there was no such option when his acquaintances and girlfriend would have to spend 2 more years in this place without him. Leave them under Dumbledore's influence and manipulation? No, definitely not. The conversation with Ginny on the Express revealed that the Black House was still operational as a central base for members of the Order of the Phoenix, though he didn't know the exact way Dumbledore managed it. So, his plan for the year was as follows. 1. Claim ownership of Hogwarts Castle and begin modifying it in secret. 2. Deal with Umbridge if she dares to step out of line. 3. Help the Weasley twins open their store when they run away. 4. Finish the magical Bastion. 5. Use his knowledge and gifts to train his people and prepare them for what is to come. 6. Okay, Sylvia nodded and offered him another piece of fruit to eat. I saw the diagram you sent me, I think we could start the modifications with. While Soizen hadn't explained to anyone how he would inherit and control the castle, Sylvia was an observant and intelligent girl and knew that her boyfriend had some rather unique special methods. If he said they wouldn't be able to use the room, he had some way to back up his words with confidence. Everyone had their secrets and she would wait patiently for her other half to tell her everything when the time came. Several minutes later. Time's up. Pomfrey ejected Sylvia from the infirmary at the end of the 10th exact minute. The patient needs to rest. Sylvia smiled and nodded as she left and walked towards the Hufflepuff common room while unconsciously licking her lips, which had a sweet pear aftertaste. Chapter 116, Recovery and Connection. Dumbledore awoke suddenly at midnight, abruptly sensing that something was changing around him, as if the air had been disturbed, but even after several minutes of alertness. He had to return to bed puzzled without knowing how to locate the problem and with the devices on his wall functioning normally. He asked the previous director's cadres, but received only responses that nothing was happening or curses for waking them up at that hour. He did not notice that his winged friend in the Sorting Hat also woke up and looked around with the curiosity worthy of children, as if they understood what happened at that moment and were feeling the changes. The Phoenix looked at the elder wizard for a moment, considering something only to end up shrugging his wings and closing his eyes to go back to sleep. The Hat was silent as he stood motionless in deep thought, and a figure from years ago flashed through his mind. Was Hogwarts finally getting a teacher again? Interesting. Maybe I had too many of my favorite sweets. Dumbledore couldn't help but think, remembering that he took a few more than usual due to the stress of handling someone as insufferable as Umbridge. Even he, Dumbledore, the centuries-old master of donning a mask with a polite smile and conveying the image of patience to even the most aggressive, felt like grabbing Umbridge by the neck and plunging her head into a cauldron full of living dead filter until bubbles stopped coming out. He had to start considering that his stomach wasn't as young as it used to be and couldn't handle some more demanding meals. Looks like he'll have to ask the house elves in the kitchens to prepare milder dishes for him in the future. Controlling his intake of treats would be quite a personal challenge. Even more difficult than his confrontation with Grindelwald in the past. Meanwhile, the ghosts were the most puzzled when they sensed the changes in the castle and watched as Peeves seemed to convulse for a moment before recovering. As a Hogwarts-born poltergeist, he had a connection to the castle that the ghosts who came from outside could not comprehend, and he looked at himself quizzically before a thought crossed his mind. For some reason, I think I should focus on playing pranks on just one person this year, for a bit of a change. He muttered without being aware of it influencing his decision. I think that Pink Toad would be a good choice. Should I mix dried dung in his tea bag secretly? He trailed off considering the possibilities as the ghosts who had heard his whispers shook their heads. They thought something changed, but it turned out Peeves was just looking for someone to mess with long-term this year. Boring. It seemed that Peeves still resented the fact that a second poltergeist had not materialized in the school. The house elves in the kitchens were blinking and looking at each other as they digested the information sent to them by the castle through the magic feeding them. They were loyal to Hogwarts, and now that the school had a master, they too would answer his call. They were not sad, they all knew the new master and knew that nothing would change, and they could continue their happy lives of working among the hearths. Except, well, maybe he would give them new recipes to cook. That would be exciting. After all, every year the house elves in the kitchens found a different international recipe book for Christmas, and their sender was clear. How else would dishes as far removed from English food as curry, pizza, tacos, sushi and Turkish sweets appear on the great dining room table? Because in Soisen's opinion, it seems that over the 1,000 years of the school's existence, only a few rare additional recipes were included courtesy of some more amateur Hufflepuff who also found the meals repetitive after several weeks. Perhaps most of the dishes remained the same, but at the very least there was room for those students who would seek to broaden their gustatory horizons, savor exotic dishes, or simply break the routine. And so I could cut down on dishes of, or with, pumpkin. The next morning. Do you see, Madame Pomfrey? I'm as good as new. It was just a phase, Soisen assured as he let the school nurse check him over to be sure he wasn't lying or playing hard to get. It really looks like it's all in order, Popey commented, still holding a little suspicion about the bedridden wizard. I want you to stop by the infirmary in a week to give you a follow-up check, just in case. No excuses. I promise, Madame Pomfrey. It was the third time she had given her word, and she could only silently accept the healer's concern, which she acted with all the good intentions in the world despite how she expressed it. When he finally returned to the Gale Gold common room, everyone welcomed him and talked animatedly about everything that had happened during the week he had to spend in the infirmary. Tonight, the members of the house are to gather for an important meeting in private. Everyone must be present without exception, he instructed Ginny to spread the word. During her dull time in bed, she had more than enough to consider how to teach everyone practical data lessons that were actually useful and not what Umbridge was doing, making everything purely theoretical. Later on, the ministry decrees would start coming in to slowly empower Umbridge, but she didn't care and planned to carry out her plan anyway. That night, all the students of Gale Gold House were gathered in what looked like an amphitheater in one of the many rooms they owned. After taking roll call and making sure there were no absentees without extras, he sealed the place and began to explain the reason for the meeting. What the ministry's intentions were in sending Umbridge, how she would teach them all based on their own skill levels. How they needed to act so as not to arouse suspicion, what ruses they needed to watch out for, the future and possible decrees that would be coming out, etc. The more everyone listened, the more outraged the students were by the ministry and Umbridge, especially the first-year students, who were eager to learn how to cast spells and were not at all happy to hear that they would spend their entire first year just reading and doing theory in a class meant to teach them how to defend themselves. They were putting their lives at risk just for a damn political stunt. Finally, Soisin remarked that they could all share what he taught them privately to their friends if they found them trustworthy and wished to help those belonging to the other houses. But they could not come clean about what they were doing inside the house and should only use the excuse that they asked their senior, who was Soisin, for advice. He would bear any blame and if Umbridge targeted him or one of his own. Soisin's authority in the house was absolute and the students trusted him far more than some professors at this point. Some even shook their heads inside disappointed with Dumbledore for allowing such a person to join the school, whatever the circumstances. The first-year students listened to the exploits of Soisin from their seniors and their eyes lit up like Christmas lights. Killing a dragon with his own fists. How cool. Chapter 117, The Best Christmas Gift. Potter had hoped that several members of his year from all houses would join his initiative to create a secret study group, but to his surprise, there were only a few Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students, a couple of Slytherins who he knew were not purebloods and not a single Gale Gold student present, which secretly annoyed him quite a bit. He hoped Hermione, who was now a prefect like his friend Ron, would come to her senses and help him, but apparently her friendship with Soisin outweighed her duty to her fellow housemates. Hell, even Neville wasn't present and he didn't understand why. Ever since he got that punch completely unwarranted in his opinion at the end of the tournament, it seemed like every member of Gale Gold was giving him the cold shoulder, no doubt declaring where his loyalties lay. He would not admit that he was wrong and made the wrong decision, because he witnessed something far more important and that more than made up for it all, the resurrection of Voldemort. To his good fortune, it seems that all was not so bad and he cunningly discovered an ideal place to practice all thanks to an unintentional oversight by the dean of his house. The strange thing is that later on, no matter if he walked past 3, 6, or 9 times, no door appeared no matter how clear his request was in his mind. With no other choice, he had to turn Hogsmeade outings into lessons that would take place at the Shrieking House. They named themselves Dumbledore's Army after several votes and Potter was beginning to like how things were finally unfolding. He could feel the scorn he would receive slowly being replaced by admiration. A real shame that when he went especially to invite Cho, she refused on the spot saying she had further plans with Cedric with a smile that took his breath away. The imaginary arrow of those words struck her heart and it was painful. Meanwhile in those days, Umbridge was becoming unbearable even to the other colleagues at Hogwarts. This was especially true because her unwanted presence often interrupted the usual flow of lessons with ill-timed, rude questions, or insulting actions. The look Flitwick gave the pink toad when he brought out the tape measure to measure it. And then came the moment when the veteran and not-so-good divination teacher, Trelawney, was expelled from the school by Umbridge, but not from the castle grounds thanks to Dumbledore's intervention. The bad news? The decrees began to arrive, granting Umbridge more and more power like bullets fired from a machine gun. The Grand Inquisitor. Yes, they had to put the word grand, otherwise it wouldn't be pompous enough for Umbridge. I know that actually Dumbledore's army is founded after that and not before, but as I said, this is AU and there's a lot of butterfly effects involved. Disbandment of study groups, Quidditch teams, etc. In fact, it was quite surprising to many how Gale Gold House managed to evade such sanctions by using excuses that were not only convenient, but could not be refuted even by Umbridge no matter how much she thought about it, forcing her to ask for additional decrees for these specific situations. Besides, she had bigger headaches to deal with, such as a certain poltergeist in the castle that kept bothering her over and over again, attracting most of her attention without realizing it. Soisin spent most of her free time teaching her house and starting Hogwarts modifications with the covert help of Sylvia, who, upon seeing that they would carry out her ideas, was very excited. Materials weren't even a problem thanks to her house elves. The end of December came and calculating the time, she warned Ginny that her father might be attacked these days in the Department of Mysteries. She read it at the bottom of a teacup. Was she perhaps resorting too much to that excuse? Nah, it was still working well. Why wasn't he sure? Well, originally it would be Nagini attacking Mr. Weasley, but now it could be another snake instead. At the same time, he remembered the clock the family had to indicate the status of each member, which could confirm his warning. Ginny didn't even question the information, knowing her friend would never joke about something like that and wrote home worriedly for her mother to consult the clock. 3 days later, Ginny learned that her father had been found injured and was on the verge of death. If they hadn't received the alert from Molly when she saw the change in the watch and sent a portrait to alert some friends there, they really don't know what could have happened. Ginny was hit much harder by the news than Soisin expected and carried away by her emotions. She hugged and kissed Soisin several times on the cheek as she cried with relief that her father was slowly recovering, but with no permanent after effects. Soizen patted the back of the no longer so little agitated witch, and patiently waited for her to finish crying and calm her emotions before ending up asleep and sending her to her dormitory with the help of Luna and some more girls from the house. At the same time, the Weasley twins also got the news and sought out Soizen the same day to thank him very earnestly for what he did, promising that they would remember him. Then they returned to their usual humor and warned him that he would receive a Weasley sweater for Christmas with no chance of error. After the reminder, everyone in the Weasley family returned to spend Christmas with their parents. The only Weasley who didn't come to say thank you was Ron, and as for the reason, he couldn't care less, but he had his suspicions. Maybe he was still suspicious of him and believed that the only way he could find out what had happened, was if he was behind it or working for the Morphs. As long as she didn't bother him, she could put her conspiracy theories where they fit. In January, the magical community had a big scare due to a mass escape that occurred at Azkaban, where one of the most prominent escapees was Bellatrix Lestrange. Neville held the copy of the Prophet so tightly that it punctured the pages of magical ink, and during the following encounters, Soizen had to intercede when he was driven by anger, yielding counterproductive results only suitable for dark magic. Surprisingly, the Fussy conducted an interview with Potter despite the lack of action from Hermione and Luna, who in the original story were the ones who came up with the idea to give Potter the opportunity to tell the tale of the Dark Lord's return. But, instead of Rita Skeeter, who had been missing for months when rumors spread that she suddenly became a squib, it was a different, not so well-known reporter who conducted the interview. This meant that the numbers were not as high as originally, but due to Umbridge's subsequent ban on any student owning a copy of the Fussy, it actually had the opposite effect due to the rebellious feelings everyone had towards her. Chapter 118, Who is Expelling Whom? The Inquisitorial Brigade had been becoming increasingly annoying to everyone. If it wasn't for the deterrent that was the reputation Soizen gained from the tournament, perhaps the members of his house would have been stressed as well. His and Sylvia's escapades had to be planned more carefully, as no one besides the two of them was to know what they were doing to the castle, not even Hermione. Thanks to warnings on Soizen's part, when Umbridge invited one of her own for a cup of tea or the like, no one ever dared touch the drink or food served. And when she started using the black feather to mark on meat, it just so happened that Peeve broke them all beyond possible repair as a joke. These little tricks served to foil many plans of the Pink Toad. Soizen was by now fully accustomed to his role of teaching Dadass spells for each year of his house, and given that they had just entered April, he knew that two major events would be happening shortly. And sure enough, 4 days later, Marietta Edgecombe briefed Umbridge on the organization of Dumbledore's army. Soizen was genuinely intrigued. In the original timeline, Cho had practically forced her to join that group and was one of the reasons she ended up ratting out her supposed best friend. But this time, Cho wasn't part of Potter's group, and she didn't know what the reason was behind the decision to point fingers at her peers, losing her future trust in the process. Recognition? Threat? Reward? Blackmail? Whatever the case, the fact remains that Dumbledore stepped forward to take responsibility for what happened as expected and fooled everyone into thinking they were just following his instructions, thereby absolving many students involved. With a burst of fire, Dumbledore left Hogwarts, and the most hated person in the castle became the new headmistress until the end of the school year. Only. She had no access to the headmaster's office, because the gargoyle wouldn't let her through. Only this time, instead of not being allowed up by Dumbledore's orders, the gargoyle was obeying Soizen's instructions as the owner of the castle. 2 weeks later, during a quiz in the Great Dining Hall, the second big event occurred, the resignation of the Weasley twins. Miniature fireworks, fire flowers, and many other pyrotechnics were employed all at once to make a more than memorable farewell. And of course, the funniest part is when the sparkler dragon devours Headmistress Umbridge and destroys all the decrees hanging in the Great Dining Hall, causing all the students to come out to see off the twins, who take the opportunity to announce the opening of their joke store in Diagon Alley. Even Flitwick secretly shakes his fist, taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking. Too bad, the headmistress was not at all happy about this fuss, and May was rather unpleasant as a result. Not only that, but Soizen was irritated by Umbridge's recent behavior that seemed to be looking for trouble with him. More than usual, to be precise. In the end, the pattern of meetings to teach spells was discovered by someone from the Inquisitorial squad, who also noticed that at certain times each week, all the Gale Gold students would gather in the common room and block off the outside to do something. And Umbridge demanded to know in detail what they were doing, which Soizen flatly denied her, to her complete astonishment, not believing that a student would have that courage to stand up to the headmistress of Hogwarts. The two were currently arguing at the outer door of the Great Dining Hall, next to the two torches, and their confrontation was surrounded by students. I said it was just a little bedtime story exchange, a little tradition we established for the house. Soizen pulled a random excuse out of his sleeve. And why should access to the common room be closed off, preventing access to the Inquisitorial Brigade? Umbridge interjected in her annoyed tone. We'll be more relaxed if no one comes in to see us in our pajamas, privacy, in short. Soizen was concise. And what kind of stories and tales do they listen to? Umbridge narrowed his eyes. The return of some terrifying being, perhaps. The scary stories are always the most entertaining to tell, Soizen replied without backing down. After all, they are also the ones that usually contain some vital lesson or some truth. I understand. Umbridge looked around and made a decision. As headmistress, as of today I forbid access to the common room to be blocked by anyone, for the safety of the students, of course. I don't think so, we won't do that, Soizen denied without blinking. Anything else? I've got a bit of an appetite and I'm in the mood for beef tacos with sweet and sour sauce today. You. Umbridge couldn't believe the nerve of the student in front of her. Perhaps we should call in some aurors to publicly examine your favorite black feathers, Headmistress Umbridge. I'm curious to know how those dark artifacts ended up in your hands and what the parents would think of you using them on their children to make blood run. Or should we start discussing the indiscriminate use of Veritasrum? Is that a threat? Umbridge's voice rose several notches. I'm sorry, Soizen apologized, perhaps I was too subtle. Umbridge was trembling with anger. It was him, for sure. Because of this student, few people drank the Veritasrum adulterated tea he provided each time, costing a fortune, and Peeve's destruction of his precious quills was sure to have been incited by him as well. No, she had to get rid of this scourge and set an example. As the current headmistress of the school, I hereby declare that due to your repeated inappropriate behavior, you are hereby expelled from Hogwarts. On the spot. She shouted loudly before snorting with renewed confidence. The surrounding students stopped muttering and fell silent. Are you sure about that? Soizen asked, seemingly unable to process the disproportionate punishment he had received. Yes, as of today, you are no longer a Hogwarts student. Umbridge was visibly enjoying this. You have until nightfall to collect your belongings and get the hell out of my school. Oh, no. No, 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 Soizen shook his head slowly with a slow shake and a paused tone. I'll consider it my early graduation, just like the Weasley twins. It's just that I'm a bit more ambitious, so instead of just leaving, I think I'll keep the castle. Several stone suits of armor leapt from their lofty resting places and fell with a heavy sound to the ground, aiming their stone-cold weapons at Umbridge at once. What is the meaning of this? The pink toad looked confusedly at the statues surrounding her. Dolores Umbridge, as heir, master and current owner of Hogwarts Castle according to the laws of magic, you are forever banished from my domain and can never again find knowledge or refuge within these walls. He declared as he turned his head slightly to look at a statue. Take her away, she makes me sick just to look at her. Chapter 119, Master and Lord of Hogwarts. In the great dining hall, despite it being lunchtime, full and with the smell of delicious dishes in the air, only a single person could be seen eating as if the bombshell he had dropped just a few minutes ago was as irrelevant as asking the time. No one else is hungry. Soizen looked around trying to act calm and turned his attention to Professor Sprout who was standing near him. A taco? The herbology teacher was flabbergasted. You know what? Give me 6 of them and give me the sauce, I'm off my diet today. That's the spirit. Remember to take care of your eating habits to live a long and happy life. Heir, Soizen. Sylvia was currently as confused as everyone else present, but she had superior mental stamina from actively practicing occlumency and being prepared for all the crazy things that her boyfriend was still managing to surprise her with today. A summary, if nothing else. Say the magic words. Please. Well, although I don't know what part of what I said is hard to understand, I was very clear. He finished the taco in his hand in 3 bites and drank some apple juice to help down the food. I am the owner and master of Hogwarts as of today. But in first year you said, Minerva as the deputy headmistress tried to understand, but couldn't. I didn't know much myself then and my memories were incomplete, remember? Soizen stated the facts to the audience around him. I myself did not learn of the possibility of reclaiming Hogwarts until much later and there were several conditions. As it happens, the moment that Pink Toad expelled me, they were all met and now the grounds, the castle, the house elves and every last brick or shell in this place is mine to do with as I please. What conditions were those? Snape asked tersely. Majority of age in the eyes of magic, connect with castle magic, go 600 years without anyone in my family going to Hogwarts, no legitimate headmaster present and I graduate. He expounded as he counted on his fingers. This year fulfilled the first requirement and consequently, I got sick when the castle magic connected with me, too much difference in levels, but I'm over it. The 600 years was a loophole Rowena accepted from my mother, but her overconfidence in her intelligence has proven unwise. Dumbledore's absence fulfills that there is no legitimate headmaster because Umbridge clearly wasn't one, and since she expelled me from the school, I am considered a graduate. Even if I re-accept myself as a student, the inheritance of ownership is already permanent. You didn't consider asking our opinion? Minerva frowned with discontent, because you didn't tell us when you found out. Opinion? Soizen looked her in the eye without understanding what she meant. Professor, this is my family heritage and I don't need to answer to anyone outside my family. Minerva wanted to refute, but she couldn't really find a solid counterargument. She couldn't say that Hogwarts belonged to everyone, because it never did. Soizen already explained very clearly how it all unfolded in the past. As for why I didn't say anything, I think you will understand that it is information that can only be used against me and not in my favor, before the time comes and now it is irrelevant, Soizen pointed out as he shrugged his shoulders. McGonagall remained silent because although it was not expressly said, the professors understood what she was referring to. Would Dumbledore allow the school to become someone's private property? Never. So the reason Soizen said nothing to them was to prevent Dumbledore from using this knowledge against them and trying to nullify their rightful inheritance using trickery, technicalities, or any other trickery. In fact, if anyone here were to become the owner of Hogwarts, they wouldn't reveal that information to anyone either unless they were fools. So now you have the same authority as the headmaster? Flitwick asked, not knowing how to feel at the moment. He was immersed in the joy of Umbridge's expulsion, worried about the Ministry's reaction, and bewildered to learn that the young wizard in front of him owned Hogwarts from now on. No, my authority is superior, Soizen clarified to avoid future problems. The school will continue to function normally, for now, but I can modify the place as I wish among other things, as it is my private property. That means that when Dumbledore comes back, he can regain his position as headmaster. He simply has to understand that he is no longer the highest authority in this place and some important things will have to go through me if he wants to implement them. Soizen was trying to be delicate in the transition of power, but that old man needed to understand that this place was no longer his to dispose of as he wished. Hogwarts was now his domain. What kind of modifications do you plan to make? Professor Sinistra asked. As you may know, Hogwarts is in urgent need of updating in many places. The kitchens still use Middle Age facilities. There are areas of the castle that haven't been used for decades because the school board won't approve the budget to repair or maintain them, and don't get me started on the botched spell that was used on the floating stairs. Soizen mentioned some of the things she was going to modernize or fix. I have the resources to fix everything and I don't need to go through any permissions, so actually everything will be better. What will we do when the Ministry sends Aurors to interrogate us about the expulsion of their Grand Inquisitor? Although the situation was strange, McGonagall was an experienced witch and knew there were more pressing matters. We will tell them the truth, of course, Soizen stated matter-of-factly, that the owner of the castle expelled her from his private property for misbehavior. And if they think they have a say in this place, let it be clear that they do not. The Ministry never had the right to interfere at Hogwarts and they would do well to remember that. And unlike Dumbledore, Soizen would not allow the opposite to happen as long as he lived. The wizards and witches felt dumbfounded as the castle around them shuddered slightly, as if resonating in agreement with their teacher's statement. So in summary, everything will return to the normal, for now, Soizen clarified for those who did not yet understand the situation. I authorize Minerva McGonagall to temporarily assume the responsibilities and rights as temporary headmistress. I will override my recent expulsion from the school and those stupid decrees. I will personally prepare myself to participate in the TOs, and once finished, I will continue with the castle changes. She looked around as she took another cue from the table. Questions? And who will be teaching Dada for the rest of the school year? Neville asked as he realized that Umbridge's departure equated to a possible cancellation of a much-needed subject for the Times. I'll discuss that with Professor McGonagall later. I have an idea that I think may suffice for the time being. Soizen looked at the temporary headmistress, who nodded to imply that they would be meeting later. By the way, you can use the headmaster's office as normal. I've already ordered the gargoyle to let you in. And now, everyone, let's eat. Chapter 120, Changes at the Site. As expected by all those who witnessed the events unfold in the front row, the reaction to Umbridge's expulsion was not small once it was leaked to the entire British magical community. Hogwarts had the courage to expel the Ministry envoy. And not only that, now the school and the 1,000-year-old castle had an owner. 2 Aurors went to Hogwarts and were met by McGonagall, who immediately filled them in on every step of what had happened without omitting anything. In the end, they had to leave the school without being able to carry out the minister's orders due to a serious conflict between conscience and their professionalism. They all graduated from Hogwarts, and upon learning of the means Umbridge employed on the students during their time there, they felt dissatisfied enough to use all sorts of excuses to avoid being sent again. Fudge went into complete paranoia. He already thought he had beaten Dumbledore, by dismantling his plan to assemble an army of students who were to be used to overthrow him, and now this. If it wasn't for his years of politics coupled with the fact that aside from Umbridge's expulsion, the Gale-Gold heir had done nothing else that was detrimental to him, he might have made a drastic decision. After calming down and careful consideration, he realized that leaving aside the small loss of face for making Umbridge's methods publicly known, which had nothing to do with him, in reality Soizen did nothing to discredit his charge, and the only accusations made were for the witch, who was finished. At the end of the day, maybe the ministry had no presence there, but Dumbledore wasn't at the school either, and that was the important thing. He just had to continue his campaign to deny the return of the Dark Lord, which scared them into overdrive to appease the masses. As for Hogwarts, Soisin discussed with Minerva the closure of defense against the dark arts permanently to evade Voldemort's curse and created a new subject, called Protection Against Magical Dangers. Different name, same purpose, and maybe a little more. Given the few weeks left in the school year, it was decided that Soisin would give lessons to the 7th year students. For the rest, the older year students would teach the younger years. For example, 3rd year students would teach 2nd year students. They all had notes of what they had learned or reviewed in each year, so not only could they cover those days with useful lessons, but they could also offer a temporary experience of what it felt like to be a teacher at Hogwarts. This way they would better understand the efforts of real teachers, and perhaps someone would awaken their passion for teaching. Without the authority to give or take points, employ punishments, and the exams being supervised by real teachers, naturally. Dumbledore had not yet returned on the grounds of taking advantage of this time off from Hogwarts duties to investigate Voldemort's Horcruxes, or at least that was Soisin's theory. It was also possible that he was looking for a way to cancel the connection between himself and the castle, he couldn't be sure. He was currently remodeling with Sylvia and some house elves the castle, while Hermione resumed her secretarial work and joined the project to help determine which areas had priority and which could be postponed. And one project that could be finished in a week was Hagrid's hut. Seriously, Soisin couldn't stand such a nice half-giant living in a place that was falling apart, and remodeled the place to make it a bit bigger and more comfortable for the keeper of the Hogwarts keys. What's more, he personally cast an undetectable expansion charm to quintuple the interior space. On the outside it resembled the old hut, slightly more spacious, but the inside was brand new, and for that, Hagrid wept for having such a considerate friend with him. There were even stables for his little creatures. Buckbeak had a room all to himself, and Fong enjoyed the most comfortable corner of the house. It's just that he forgot to create a room for Hagrid's half-brother, who was chained to the forest this year if he remembered correctly. But hey, it wasn't his fault, he was too busy at the moment. Then the kitchens were modernized under the ecstatic gaze of the house elves, who practically began to revere him as the arrival of a god. The food store was expanded for times of crisis, the water fountain was renovated, and the castle's defenses upgraded. For the latter, he enlisted the help of all the professors to weave a network of protections that made a fool of the one left behind by the founders. This was especially when he showed his design in parts, and it took a full month for the teachers to even understand what their duty was at work due to the immense complexity of the magic lines. That said, the design was not invented by him, but he used one already thought up by one of his ancestors that he pulled out during one of his last visits to Gringotts. Even the stone soldiers underwent modifications. Add an enchanted metallic phylum thread to their weapons, runes to reinforce their durability and increase their agility, etc. If before these eternal soldiers had a certain level of protection for the school, they were now a nightmarish defensive army for any invader. Too bad his idea of putting fire thrusters on the soles of their feet wasn't feasible due to the weight, and it wasn't possible to electrify the modified weapons for their original materials either. He was getting a little excited. As he and Hermione were discussing where it would be most efficient to install the hidden semi-automatic turrets controlled by the castle, he suddenly realized a detail. How would the Morphagi lure Potter to the Department of Mysteries to trick him into taking the prophecy if Sirius was dead due to their intervention? Would they still even make the attempt? He knew the Order of the Phoenix would intervene, but there were too many changes. Originally it was Potter, Ron, Hermione, Luna, Ginny, and Neville who had broken into the Department of Mysteries. Now, it would only be the first two at most, and maybe Neville if they stumbled upon him by chance, naming his parents Tormentor. Should he stop them or let it all work out? This time Sirius won't be around to be sacrificed with an Avada by his cousin Bellatrix Lestrange. It could end in the death of a different person from the Order of the Phoenix. Ask about Potter's occlumency lessons to Snape. Maybe this time Potter really is practicing as he should and doesn't have the mental intrusion. No, in theory he shouldn't know that, and being honest, I doubted Potter would really take the art of the mind seriously just because it was Snape teaching him in his own way. And Fudge being able to acknowledge that the Dark Lord had indeed returned could be used to make a lot of things in the future easier to implement. Besides, he already took care of the vanishing wardrobe and didn't have to worry about Malfoy fixing it under threat to get past the defenses. Even the unauthorized house elf apparitions had been covered. Decisions. Chapter 121, T. June 17th came and he didn't know what Potter saw in his manipulated and unprotected mind, but he, Ron and some Gryffindor students took the Thestrals from the school in the middle of the night without telling anyone and left in the direction of the ministry. Soisin watched them leave from a window silently and turned to go to sleep. Potter could not die due to the existence of the prophecy if it was not at the hands of Voldemort and vice versa, so he did not have to worry about him, no matter how manipulable the supposed chosen one was. When the time came, Dumbledore would make his arrival and all would be well. As for those who followed him, it was their decision and they should bear the results of their choices whatever they were. If anything happens to Ron, at most he will feel sad for Ginny and the Weasley twins. And maybe Molly, she made him a wool sweater for Christmas after all. But now he needed to go back to sleep. Tomorrow he intended to take several senior students to set up a boundary barrier between the castle and the Forbidden Forest before breakfast, to prevent anyone besides Hagrid and the authorized staff from entering that dangerous place. It was one of the things that had bothered him the most since his arrival, and at last he could remedy it. Once Dumbledore returned to the school, he might not be able to employ the students as he did now, even though it was all voluntary and they were willing to help improve the school for future generations. And speaking of future generations, he made a note to send a letter after lunch to Mr. Ollivander to warn him of his possible kidnapping next month. While he never got to use a wand himself, it is undeniable that this old man is a master of the craft, and it would be a real shame if anything were to happen to him. The next morning. "Good job, everyone," congratulated Soisin to the group of students once they finished erecting the barrier in an hour under his and Flitwick's supervision. "I'm sure we're all hungry. Let's go back to the great dining hall, and today you can order whatever breakfast you feel like from the kitchens without having to follow the menu." The group of mostly Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws and a few Galegolds nodded enthusiastically as they wiped beads of sweat from their foreheads with their robes. In the future, they could brag to their friends, children and grandchildren that they were part of the key team that created this barrier at Hogwarts, keeping the dangers of the forest away from future wizards and witches. Everyone arrived at the great dining hall in time for breakfast and began eating the food, which for some reason, tasted tastier than usual. The Owls soon brought the latest issue of the Prophet, and sure enough, it contained the news of Cornelius Fudge's resignation as Minister of Magic as well as confirmation of the Dark Lord's return, causing the hectic great dining hall to become noticeably silent as they processed the news in their minds. Perhaps it was due to Dumbledore's interference, but there is only mention of the attack on the Ministry and no trace anywhere of the law-breaking that Potter, Ron and company committed by infiltrating such an important place, or of how they took the castle property to travel there. But technically, the tamed Thestrals they used actually belonged to Hagrid, so he couldn't say anything about that. Looks like even the most powerful white wizard can pull dirty stunts to conveniently wipe his hands clean, eh? Anyway, he didn't really care. Looks like the prophecy must have broken as he expected, and nothing seems to indicate that anyone died of those who left. Probably due to the extended weft armor or something. The major modifications to the castle were finished, and Soisin could be sure that even if in the future the magic barrier disappeared due to dark magic or something, the invaders would not be able to survive within a 600-meter range of the castle walls. And if they did, it would be by sacrificing a lot of cannon fodder. When Dumbledore returns to Hogwarts, perhaps he will try to see all the changes and even reverse the ones he does not like, but he will not be able to find the most secret and important ones hidden by the same magic of the castle. The only ones aware of where everything is and what everything does are he, Sylvia and Hermione, who will go to live in the magical Bastion during the summer to avoid certain possible unpleasant situations with their families. Ragnarok has already told him that although the Bastion is not yet finished, the most basic residential and guest area is fully functional. It turns out that exporting materials from all over the magical world has greatly accelerated the construction, and before the 6th year begins, the Bastion will be the most fortified and magical place in both history and on the planet. Though the relevant enchantments will still take years to implement working at full capacity, as the ideas Soisin had are simply too many to achieve the desired effect in the short term, and capable experts were in short supply. But putting all that aside, the moment came that all 5th-year students dreaded with horror. Soisin faced the T.S. without fear thanks to his outstanding academic abilities, and to no one's surprise, he got the maximum grade E extraordinary in all subjects, so his future E assessments will prove much more bearable, and he will be free to choose from the remaining subjects that required at least an S exceeds expectations, in order to be taken. And to add to the horror of the event, Snape was not only responsible for assessing the potions subject, but also the equivalent of data that would be officially implemented starting next year. Soisin was quite pleased with the notes and decided that once he moved to the magical Bastion, he would hang them as a picture in his study. Treon exclusive image. It would be a pity if visitors didn't know what an excellent host he is, wouldn't it? How can he get notes like that? Asked Ron unconsciously as he accidentally saw the paper from behind his back while comparing his notes with Harry's, where a big D in history of magic could be seen. Is he even human? He asked himself. Don't mind him, begged Ginny as she rubbed the bridge of her nose to endure her older brother's nonsense, which everyone could hear without a problem. He's just jealous. Our mother will give him the bullocking of the century when she sees his grades. No one in my family has ever set such a low standard until now. Even Fred and George, jokers that they are, knew they had to study to avoid Mom's wrath. How's the store renovation going? I couldn't find time to send them an owl, and they left before I could give them each a personal den mushy. They are doing well, quite busy because they got a much larger and better located shop than expected with your investment, but they are sure that once they open it will be a resounding success. I have no doubt about it, Soizen assured. He considered establishing a partnership with the Weasley twins to sell products from Nico Ravenheart's line in their joke establishment, but that meant he would have to reveal to them that he was related to the artist, leading to some annoying questions. But the twins proved to be trustworthy people and it would really help to have a second outlet. According to Nagini, their store couldn't catch up with the demand for Ravenheart merchandising and they needed a solution before it got out of hand, so perhaps she should take advantage of this summer to contact them before opening and see if they were interested. His estimate was that they would certainly accept, as the attraction of Ravenheart products would only help to get the word out about their joke products sooner. Chapter 122, Major Changes. POV Minerva. McGonagall had never been so busy, worried and happy at the same time. Being deputy headmistress was already a huge workload for her, given that Dumbledore tended to drop much of his duties for random periods of time and only did the minimal and most important paperwork that required her signature expressly. Now that she had become the temporary headmistress, she realized how much work she actually did for him over the years, as only half an inch of paperwork added to the usual tower of documents in front of her. You could say that all of the director's administrative work was being done by her instead of the director himself, with no chance of making a mistake. So what was the point of having the most powerful white wizard of the moment sitting here? She wondered once again. Dumbledore was collecting a generous paycheck as headmaster of Hogwarts in exchange for. What exactly was he doing? He hadn't heard from the old wizard, so he must be on one of his high-danger escapades to find traces of Tom, his last obsession before he kicked the bucket. On the other hand, the new owner of Hogwarts, Mr. Soizen Gale Gold Evans Valrus Aulus, had been contributing as the headmaster never did to the school. Despite all the lessons Dumbledore gave as dad teacher at the school for the last 50 years before retiring and handing over to the younger generation. Coincidentally, after the curse cast by Tom on the post, there wasn't much more action from the old man other than keeping the school board in check and in line so that he wouldn't overstep his bounds. Other than that, he accepted budget cuts and absurd legislation as if it didn't go with him, and then she was the one who had to find a way to get those things done. Soizen instead modernized and upgraded the most fundamental facilities with the exception of the plumbing, which required more major renovation work and would wait until summer to send in the house elves in less than a few months. No one had problems with the naughty stairs anymore, the school food using the same ingredients became more appetizing and varied, the rusty equipment in some classrooms was decisively thrown in the trash and replaced by a modern and more accurate version. The school's defenses were multiplied and many dilapidated classrooms or corridors were renovated and cleaned of pests that even she didn't know they had. By Merlin's underpants, he even set up a system of organization and categories for the library, which made Mrs. Pants swoon with excitement. Looking at what they had now and backwards, I could only feel deep shame at the lack of awareness over the last millennium where they hardly changed anything unless it broke. The solution to which in that case was usually to simply get another identical copy before forgetting about it. It was as if Hogwarts was having a long super deluxe session at a VIP SPA after centuries of not caring for itself in the slightest, except to keep functioning and alive. The students may not have felt it, but the professors felt the change in the atmosphere of the castle, as if the place was livelier and happier. The castle gardens were greener, the gears in the clock tower stopped squeaking, and the castle windows were so pristine that if it weren't for some of the stained glass, you wouldn't even notice the glass was there. But the biggest shock for her was that after the renovations, all the teachers discovered that several students' grades, homework and productivity skyrocketed and their attitude towards their lessons became more enthusiastic or focused. It was as if the castle was rubbing off its good mood on the students, to encourage learning with the new facilities. If there was one piece of bad news to report, it was that the plan Snape proposed to her and the other teachers ran into serious problems due to rumors of the Dark Lord's return. To be more precise, the plan was completely paralyzed. His intention was to invite foreign teachers during Soizen's 6th year to teach new subjects as an alternative extra and to keep him busy. But from among the qualified teachers, there were none willing to come to Britain when at any moment a Dark Lord may jump in and hinder his situation. And McGonagall was not willing to have another Lockhart come into the school. She rubbed her forehead in anguish and looked at the lemon drops next to her with contemplation as she was working in the headmaster's office, but after a few seconds, she decided not to take any and paused to sip some black tea and relax as she cast a spell to silence the previous headmaster's frames, who had become overzealous in giving their opinions on her experience despite asking them politely several times to be quiet. He just wasn't that enthusiastic about the candy. "Albus, next year I'll make sure you do your part," muttered McGonagall, squinting as she looked out the window sipping some tea. On a distant beach in Tahiti, a tan-skinned waitress with a necklace of colorful flowers was handing a pina colada cocktail to the old man in front of her with a flirtatious smile and a mischievous wink, when she saw him suddenly wince. "Are you all right, sir?" she asked worriedly in her native language, believing that perhaps she was stimulating him too much with her usual theatrical actions to keep the customers happy. No, that's not necessary. The old man rose from the shaded lounger, I think. I'm getting hungry. May I see today's menu? Of course, sir. I'll bring it right away, just wait a moment, please. Seeing that the old man didn't seem to be holding back any pain or trembling, she sighed in relief that it was a false alarm before walking away to fetch what she was asked for. I wonder who's talking about me. Dumbledore muttered for a moment before leaning back. Anyway, I can't worry and waste this vacation that the Prime Minister managed to grant me, it wouldn't be considerate to do so. Back to Soisen. I didn't expect it to be so complicated, he sighed tiredly as he looked around and rubbed his wrists in exhaustion. He was inside the Gale Gold house, more specifically, in what had become his personal room after some more complicated modifications than he had expected. Including a small blood ritual so that only he, his descendants and guests could enter it in the future when he has them. He had become too used to this mode and didn't want to create a private area in one of the unused classrooms in the castle. He felt more comfortable doing it here and he wouldn't be so lonely except if he decided to come for a summer visit. But at least he now had somewhere else to stay if he wanted to. In short, the 7th floor room was still usable for others, but he had his room copy almost all the functions. That is, now he only needed to think of something if he needed it and the room would do its best to accommodate him within the limits it had. He gave it a try by asking for a king-size bed and there was no problem, though for some reason, Sylvia blushed and tapped him on the shoulder before running out of the place, leaving Soisen with a big question mark over his head. Should she have tried asking for a craft workshop or something? Chapter 123, did you hear it? Oh. Chapter 124, Emotional Collapse. 5th year at Hogwarts ended and the students of the school reluctantly left the castle. Although they missed their families, the new facilities made them feel much more productive and now they had the feeling that they were stopping mid-career. It was quite strange. If only it had happened a few years earlier. Lamented the 7th year students who were graduating and preparing to enter the magical community, where they would find a job from which to start their own lives. But while most of them were on their way to the express while talking as a group, Sylvia, Hermione and Soisen stayed at the castle and gathered at the entrance once they finished gathering their things. Soisen stowed the 2 witches' luggage in their outstretched suitcase and snapping his fingers, house elves appeared and held their hands and disappeared. They had already said goodbye to their friends in secret, so only a few noticed their absence at the station. Soisen didn't know if their presence on the train might be attractive enough to send some sneaky morphs, so he decided it was best for everyone if they took a more direct and less traceable route. Nagini could have apparat to pick them up if she opened the castle's protections. But she preferred to use the house elves because Voldemort had no way of tracking their destination due to the differences between their modes of travel and the 2 witches would find it much more convenient. It was too lowly and of an inferior creature magic, so Soisen was quite willing to believe that Voldemort, being the hypocrite he is in declaring himself as he is to the world when he is actually a half-breed, had almost zero knowledge of it. Also, just to be on the safe side, after appearing at one destination, the elves rotated before arriving at another destination and repeating. In less than 20 minutes, they traveled to over 50 different random, off-the-beaten-path locations to throw off any possible tracking and only then did the last of the house elves appear and arrive at the magical stronghold, where their families were already waiting for them. Mom! Dad! Hermione and Sylvia went to hug their fathers and Soisen did the same with their mothers. Is everything all right here? She unconsciously looked at the state of the Bastion and nodded as she saw that it had really come a long way since the last time she saw it. The structures of the central buildings were finished and only the decorations and the application of the incantations and runes were missing, something they would have to complete later. We've spent some time getting to know each other and everything has been going very well, Inta assured once they finished recharging their mother battery with a big hug to her son. Since both families are both muggles, they are very curious about the magical world despite what their daughters tell them and that manages to keep us from running out of conversation topics for a very long time. You should have seen the look on their faces when we showed them the clippings from the last tournament, and laughed, remembering how both families' jaws had unhinged simultaneously. Too bad she couldn't take a picture of their reaction. You had to show off, didn't you? Soisen rolled his eyes. Well, being too discreet isn't necessarily the answer either, said Inta, looking at him in a way that made him uncomfortable for some reason. Which one of the two is the lucky one? What? Your clothes, they smell like a girl, and don't tell me it's because you were with your friends, Inta stated very confidently. The smell is strong enough to reveal that she wasn't left behind just for a hug and it's still fresh, half a day at the most. So. Let it all out. Soisen was pinned to the spot, staring at his mother in complete and utter stupefaction at the demand posed. Was she a dog? Forget the fact that he could smell someone else's scent, how did he know how much time had passed approximately? Did he have any experience to compare with? Wait, actually, it was possible. But now he felt his dread growing uncontrollably. His mothers had been going off on too much of a tangent when it came to his future mate, and if it wasn't for the fact that no one here had the legal powers to do so, it was almost guaranteed that not a week would go by before he ended up married without knowing what happened. Wait. And was a lawyer, but lawyers can't officiate at a wedding, right? Truth. Her physical reaction was stronger than expected, because without being aware of it her pupils dilated, she started sweating profusely and her hair was changing color so fast, it was lucky that none of the people present was having an epileptic seizure. She felt short of breath and began to tremble. Why was everything going dark? Ingta was speechless at her son's aggressive physiological reaction to her question, which she could identify as inordinate fear just before she saw him faint and then rushed to grab him and glare at her. Couldn't you have been a little more subtle? I scolded her. How could I have expected her to react this way? Ingta defended herself, but the unconscious child in her partner's arms didn't help her situation. And fell silent at the question. In fact, she was also very surprised to see how her little boy, instead of reacting with embarrassment or evasiveness as she expected, looked at them in terror as if they were going to sacrifice him in a blood ritual during the next full moon. Good heavens, is the boy all right? At some point when they weren't paying attention to their surroundings, the two families quickly approached as they happened to see Soizen's terrified reaction to some words they managed to overhear from a distance. Mr. Granger and his wife knew first aid and asked if they needed it. It's nothing, and assured them, trying to find an excuse not to tell them that their son fainted with fear when they found out he had a partner. Although they didn't know which of the two girls it was yet, since their reaction was similar, he's going through a magical maladjustment, he should be fine in a few hours. Sylvia and Hermione exchanged looks of mutual understanding, but said nothing. They had never seen Soizen react like that before. And he took on a dragon with his fists. The reason for the magical mismatch was undoubtedly a lie and excuse to cover something up, but since they were Soizen's family, it shouldn't be anything too bad if they're so calm. Right? Chapter 125, Uncomfortable Talks. After leaving the unconscious Soizen in his room, Ingta and Anne looked for a quiet place to discuss their son's reaction and arrived at a secluded tower, which was destined to become part of the Magic Bastion's library in the future. Do you think maybe we went too far in teasing him about having a partner? Anne asked as she took her partner's hand, genuinely concerned about the situation. I think. He didn't just see it as a joke, Ingta answered after a few moments of silent thought, it's possible that we really pushed him without realizing the situation. But, for him to react this way. Did he think we were going to force him to get married or something? And unconsciously squeezed his hand. Probably, Ingta nodded. What? And looked at Ingta puzzled and not understanding how she could think that, we would never do that. Of course not. But remember that despite the maturity our son has come to show, he's not an adult yet, and it's easy for him to have misunderstandings. Because the way he sees things is not the same as ours, she raised her free hand and caressed his cheek, we went through that once, remember? And was silent as she assimilated that point of view. Nagini told me some things privately, worried about him. Ingta waited a minute for Anne to calm down and process the information in her mind. Any other man in his situation would be eager to get multiple mates. He is the last of his lineage, he has some sort of strange ancestor artifact made of gold at Gringotts that also pressures him to have children as if he were a stallion, he has a fortune capable of supporting a large family. He has marriage debts he could use from prestigious magical families and his animagus form seems to have given him some sort of magical charm, with which it would be easy to make countless women adore him and surrender at his feet, begging to be made into mothers. He could even command Nagini to bear his children and she would not refuse, just ask how many he wished to have with a smile. And looked at her with wide eyes. But, despite all this, she didn't, Ingta remarked raising her voice a little, and that shows that there is a problem, a very serious one. What do you mean? Although I'd like to think that it's thanks to our upbringing that he hasn't abused his abilities or circumstances, if you think about it carefully, his attitude is not normal. Ingta sighed as she shared her thoughts with her partner. When he came back from his first year at Hogwarts, he put our house under the Fidelius charm without hesitation, as if he had a great fear that something would happen to us. Doesn't that seem a bit too extreme and determined? And the worst thing is that later on, he proved to be right when the ambush and Rada happened, and muttered. Yes, maybe he thought we couldn't connect the dots when soon after our old families disappeared simultaneously. Her emotional state wasn't right and we never brought it up tacitly. And now, look around us. Despite having our house under Fidelius, he wanted to build a huge bastion, but it doesn't look like he's preparing to build a big family in the future, it's more like he's preparing to resist a war on his own if he comes looking for it. Do you think that makes sense? Now that you mention it. Nagini believes that since Rada's death, he has been holding back his feelings and emotions. To use his words, He didn't want to have any more important people he could lose until the threat was eliminated. You mean you know who? Maybe, I'm not sure. Dumbledore doesn't seem to be clean weak either. Inta shook her head, but I think we should feel happy that he has a girlfriend now, no matter which of the two girls it is, since she's the anchor that keeps him from sinking. Otherwise, it's likely that his heart would be locked in a shell and maybe he wouldn't know how to find his way out of it much later. So how should we resolve the misunderstanding with him? This was the point that Anne was worried about. We just want him to be happy. There is no other way but to sit down with him and talk face to face, heart to heart. Inta sighed as she looked up to gaze at the enchanted ceiling with a landscape of stars. We will have to find and ask Sylvia or Hermione, find out which one is the lucky one and assure him that he has our support behind the scenes without letting Soisin know. We also need to know his attitude about our son having multiple wives, because you know as well as I do that because of his political situation, he'll have to accept more than one if he wants to be left alone, and it's best if he does it willingly. But, that brings us back to the same point, and complained. Yeah, we need to think hard about how to step on that thin ice without it cracking. And even if it does crack a little, we have to make sure it doesn't crack too much. Meanwhile, in another part of the Bastion, Hermione and Sylvia met later, after catching up with her parents and managing to find their rooms in this immense place. They almost had the feeling of being in a second Hogwarts if it weren't for the fact that the architecture was much more modern, the materials more expensive, and there were no talking pictures on the walls to distract them. What do you think happened to Soisin? Hermione asked after raising a sound isolation bubble for some privacy. I don't know, but it must have been something horrible for him to faint from hearing the news, said Sylvia. Do you think someone else died? He already took the death of his Scarbato badly, and I wouldn't be surprised if he'd take the death of an acquaintance worse, Hermione theorized. I don't think so, he didn't seem sad or devastated, but rather terrified, Sylvia denied as she remembered Soisin's behavior. The two witches were silent as they thought of a possible cause, but the amount of information in their hands was practically nil. Somewhat frustrated, they could only change the subject of the conversation. How are things going with you and Soisin? Hermione asked with genuine curiosity about how the romance between her two best friends was developing. Great, although I'm a little nervous about my family and I living here this summer, admitted Sylvia with a red face. I mean, it's almost like a reunion between parents, and after that. Do you think he'll ask you to marry him soon? Hermione asked aloud as her eyes widened wide. What? No. I mean, I don't think so. We've barely been dating. Sylvia suddenly noticed that they had actually been in the relationship for practically a year, since they started meeting more often when Hermione and her family went on vacation to France. How long do couples usually date before proposing? Well, according to the books I read, in the magical world it's not that uncommon to get married very young, Hermione commented, not realizing that she was adding coal to the flames. Chapter 126, 6th year. The summer in the magical Bastion was awkward, for lack of a better word, at least, for Soisin it was. And then Inta had a talk with him when he woke up that took hours before calming down and leaving things in a suspended state. Then there was the presence of Hermione and Sylvia's parents, who were amazed by every little magical detail and kept asking even how a chocolate frog moved, wanting to know what kind of spell it was and the mystical theory behind it. Were they turning real frogs into chocolate, or were they using their souls in a secret rite to animate the chocolate? Hermione and Sylvia were quite embarrassed by their toddler behavior, but their ignorance about the common sense of the magical world is something they too went through and could only answer patiently. They even wanted to see how the potions were prepared, something Soisin flatly refused. He had a feeling that if he showed them how he brewed some simple potion to satiate their curiosity, one of them might try to make it on their own in secret by mimicking his steps from memory, since it didn't require magic. And knowing the consequences of a poorly prepared potion, Sylvia and Hermione backed her decision firmly. So the potions preparation room was off limits to parents. Things got strange between Sylvia and him. At first he thought she had become more shy because her parents were around, but there were times when they were left alone and Sylvia would blush deeply before running away in a panic. Soisin was puzzled, and Hermione, who saw this situation on more than one occasion, could only mentally apologize to her friend, realizing that she spoke too much and caused Sylvia to have too many thoughts. But outside the Bastion, the world continued to function. A group of people were said to have raided Ollivander's wand store, but failed to find the elderly owner, who seemed to have abruptly gone on vacation after receiving a letter. Brockdale Bridge and the Millennium Bridge were razed by Death Eaters. Rufus Scrimgeour was appointed Minister of Magic. Igor Karkarov's death was confirmed, when his body was found in a hut in the north, showing signs that he was a victim of Dementors. Nagini warned Soizun that some suspicious individuals were seen near the store, and to avoid unpleasant surprises, Soizun closed the store temporarily until the Dark Lord was resolved. All products were moved to the hive and the house elves were given special instructions in case of emergency. The grace period was over and now he could only move forward with his preparations. That reminds you, Draco Malfoy must have become a Death Eater this year, right? Since he took over the Vanishing Wardrobe to prevent the surprise intrusion of the Death Eaters, perhaps he would take another plan and should be on his guard. In any case, he left a forgery of the same piece of furniture in disrepair, only even if it were fixed nothing would happen. Not only that, Dumbledore must already have an injured hand, so the letter with the Horcrux's information he prepared years ago should be sent shortly. Ironically, if Soizun had not interacted with Fleur, it would also be shortly when she would have married Bill. But based on the letters they have exchanged during this period, she seems to make it very clear that she is still single because she can't find anyone interesting. And speaking of the Weasleys, the twins opened their store with great fanfare where among their products, you could find some Ravenheart exclusives not available at any other business. Which helped attract much more clientele than expected, and they had to hire 3 people to help them handle all the customers. Coincidentally, Soizun went to visit on the same day as in the movie and humorously watched the scene where Ron hopes to get a discount on a product from his brothers, getting an unwanted result. He also watched as through the window Potter suddenly rushed to follow Malfoy, but ignored him. Frankly, Malfoy needed to work on his evil side if he wanted to make things right. Wait, now that he was thinking about making things right. Wasn't Horace Slugghorn going to be this year's potions teacher? With his identity, he would no doubt extend him an invitation to the Eminences Club, also known as the Slug Club. It was too good a temptation to avoid, and Slughorn is always passionate about making important contacts. Among others, this year's members should be Melinda Bobbin, whose family owns a long chain of apothecaries. The twins of the Caro family in Slytherin, with whom she has a marriage debt at Gringotts applicable. Cormac McLagan, whose uncle Tiberius has good contacts in the Ministry of Magic. Blaise Zabini, whose mother happens to be a beautiful witch who has been married and widowed at least 7 times, and this has left her a large fortune from her former husbands, and Marcus Belby, whose uncle, Damocles Belby, is the inventor of the Modilobos potion. Not to mention Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and of course, the famous Harry Potter. It will be entertaining, since at least you will have 3 people inside that you will know well and with whom you will enjoy spending the meetings, which for Potter on the contrary, will be incredibly tedious. He's also not against getting to know the others better, especially Melinda and Marcus. They would be of great use in expanding his business with the unique plants grown with Pomona's help, and he would love to meet with Damocles to discuss potion innovation in depth. Come the date, none of the 3 took the express to Hogwarts as they agreed to appear with the house elves at Hogsmeade for extra security and send their belongings later. A brief glance around the great dining hall reveals that Potter was still discovered by Draco and paralyzed in the express. If he still had any doubts, then the Patronus Tonks no doubt, though this time she doesn't seem to have any strangeness, probably due to Lupin's absence from her life that alerted Snape, was the key confirmation. Looks like the Lions started the year in negative numbers. Good thing Percy had already graduated, or he would have had a stroke from the outrage and dishonor Potter caused the house. It was the first time since its founding that a house had negative numbers before it even started. A historic milestone that Soizun would be sure to record at the castle. As the banquet ended, Dumbledore announced that the new professor, Horace Slughorn, would be in charge of teaching potions this year, while Snape would be teaching protection from magical dangers. The expressions of Potter and his friends were one of utter despair. Later, McGonagall called Potter, and Soizun paid no attention to the matter as she led the new arrivals from her house into the common room. He knew that the reason Minerva was calling Potter was to discuss studying potions. Harry didn't take the subject because Snape demanded at least an extraordinary to allow him to study it, but since Slughorn is now the potions teacher, Harry's overachiever is good enough. The only difference from the original development is that this time he won't be able to get the Half-Blood Prince book, which has been in Soizun's hands for years. That Felix Felicis was Soizun's and no one would take it away from him. Chapter 127, Felix Felicis. Potions Lesson Time, Dungeons. Welcome everyone to my potions class. I am Horace Slughorn, and as you should already know if you were paying attention during the banquet, I will henceforth be in charge of your training in the delicate and complex art of potions making. Knowing how to manipulate the ingredients with precision is certainly a. Soizun looked at Professor Slughorn with interest, hoping to use the club excuse later on so that he could discuss advanced potions theory with him, but without revealing anything significant from his side. If there was one thing he was clear on, it was that this man was willing to take advantage of everything in his power and would not allow his discoveries to benefit the other side. Too much, just enough to make him willing to go for more. After Ron and Potter arrived, where Slugghorn already reveals his bias by saying that any friend of Potter's is a friend of his, he asked them to take the spare books before joining the lesson while Hermione identified the potions prepared by the professor beforehand. Correct, Miss Granger. Of course, Amortentia is not capable of generating true love, only strong obsession, and is without a doubt, the most dangerous potion in the classroom at the moment. Said Slugghorn as he capped the cauldron and brought 4 female students out of their trance, which all the male students made a mental note not to eat anything offered to them on Valentine's Day, if at all. Well, all except Ron, who in their right mind would turn down free food. Then what happened. Miss Granger, would you be able to identify this potion? Slugghorn pointed to a smaller cauldron next to the Amortentia. As I understand it, everyone here should know. That's Philter of Reason, and it serves to neutralize and prevent the effects of Amortentia, said Hermione as she turned to look at Soisin. Right. 5 points for Gryffindor, Slugghorn applauded enthusiastically. Indeed, this is none other than the potion that your fellow student, Mr. Galegold, created during your first years at Hogwarts. An interesting potion with very respectable purposes. Which one of you? It's me, Professor. Soisin raised his hand, not about to be humble when it came to potions. Excellent, if I am to believe what I hear, I expect great things from you, Mr. Galegold. Slugghorn approached Soisin to shake his hand excitedly. I have only had one student in the past with a talent close to yours. No one in the classroom knew who that talented student was, but Soisin knew immediately that he was referring to Lily. Professor, you still haven't told us what potion is in that vial, Hermione commented as the lesson seemed to veer off course. Oh, this little one is a potion called Felix Felicis, also known as Liquid Luck, Hermione finished. That's right. Terribly difficult to brew and a disaster if a single step isn't carried out correctly. But if successfully distilled, all your wishes become possible. At least for the duration of its effects. Have you ever tried it, Professor? Twice in my life, with a teaspoonful in the morning, Slugghorn nodded as he seemed to reminisce, 2 really perfect days. And this, dear students, is today's prize. I will award this vial of Felix Felicis to the one who manages to create for the remainder of the hour an acceptable sample of living dead filter. Although I must warn you that only one person has managed to achieve such quality in the past. You can find the recipe on page 10 of their books, he reminded them. Everyone got to their potion stations and began to follow the instructions in the books carefully. Some people like Draco seemed especially motivated, despite knowing that with Soisin as a competitor their chances didn't even exist. While everyone was trying to cut the Sophophoro beans, Soisin took a silver knife and smashed it to get more juice out of it. He didn't even open the book, as he remembered perfectly well the recipe for the living dead filter and how to prepare it. And he wasn't just talking about Snape's modified version, but his own even more optimized version that he extrapolated from that recipe. As Slugghorn caught the flying grains that shot off the cutting tables and watched as some mixtures ended up forming a sort of green slime or explode leaving the students' faces black. He noticed Soisin's familiarity with the process along with the fact that he wasn't even with the book. What's more, glancing at the remains of the ingredients on the tables, he seemed to be preparing his own version, which piqued his interest. Once the time was up, Slugghorn began to examine all the mixtures. Some didn't even need a second glance, and he was secretly disappointed to see the purple smoke mixture Potter prepared, realizing that the boy didn't seem to have inherited his mother's talent in potions. A real pity. He tossed a bay leaf into Soisin's potion and the leaf turned to ash at the touch, which sank silently into the mixture. It's perfect. More than perfect, let alone that one drop would kill us all. It would take just half a drop to kill the whole school. Mr. Galegold, consider me more than impressed. This vial of Felix Felicis is yours. Thank you, Professor. Soisin accepted the vial to lukewarm applause. Even Hermione was frustrated that she couldn't compete for that vial of liquid luck, despite following the book's instructions to the letter. But she knew long ago that when it comes to potions, there's no point in comparing herself to Soisin. At least he knows that in the hands of his friend, it won't be used for evil purposes. Oblivious to the thoughts of the others, Soisin wasted no time in storing the vial with the lucky potion in his personal bag after finishing the lesson, right next to the others. Yes, Soisin had several vials of Felix Felicis that he carefully prepared over the summer based on a revelation he had during an afternoon while talking to Sylvia. Drinking too much of this type of potion couldn't be good in the long run for anyone, but what if everyone on the same side drank the potion synchronously on the same day? Regardless of who won the showdown between Voldemort and Potter, there was nothing wrong with having their people drink the potion that day. If Potter won, they could end it all without too many problems arising, serious injuries, or it might prevent deaths. If Voldemort won, he could finish him off with some luck and get on with his life. Did he just make a joke? And a bad one at that. Who cares? The point was that Soizan was willing to use the resources necessary to send a Dark Lord to the underworld permanently, and if he needed to use the power of luck as a backup, he could use it. Chapter 128, Invitation to the Club. Lesson over. Remember, I want a 2-foot-long explanation of possible applications of aconite and how it should be prepared before it is used in potions for our next meeting. And Mr. Galegold, please stay back for a moment. Soizan momentarily exchanged glances with Hermione and nodded, staying in place as the other students left to prepare for the next transformations lesson. Hermione could justify his tardiness to Minerva in case the conversation with Slugghorn took too long and made him late. "What do you need from me, Professor?" Soizan asked, despite being fairly certain of the other party's purpose. "I wanted to congratulate you once again on your inventiveness in creating the filter of reason. It is nice to see that the future of potions has another promising talent and that they are not being shut down by old traditions. I also know about your potion Buena Vista. I have several colleagues who are delighted to no longer have to wear glasses," said the potions master, smiling as he approached Soizan after tidying up the classroom with a few wand movements. "Besides that, I would like to extend an invitation to a modest club I have been building for some years as a hobby of my own. The purpose of the club is to increase social interactions between open-minded students and to exchange tips on different disciplines and to help each other. We usually meet once a month and also during the dates of some holidays. What do you say, are you in?" Yes, that was exactly what Soizan was hoping for. After Slugghorn saw his talent for potion brewing live, he would be unable to take too long to send him an invitation on his knees. "Sounds pretty good. Is there any sort of obligation in joining this club?" he asked, despite already knowing the true nature of the club. "No, not at all," Slugghorn denied, waving his hands to play it down, "although, if you happen to know of anyone who is promising or very talented, you can always recommend them to join us and I will review their application." He then added, as if suddenly remembering, "It's just that the requirements of the club are a bit high, nothing more." Soizan had to restrain herself from rolling her eyes. While it was true that a promising person could enter the club, they needed to be a real talent recognized in the field or have connections to some pretty important people. Other than that, only those who had some considerable fortunes behind them or fame for some reason remained the only possibilities. How else did someone like Blaise Zabini make it into this prestigious circle? Because of his mother's fame and her access to the fortunes of her 7 unfortunate ex-husbands. "I see, but I need time to consider it." Soizan rubbed his chin as he pretended to think about it. "Would it be alright if I gave you the answer during the next potions lesson?" Accepting this kind of invitation out of the blue would only bring Slughorn's sense of accomplishment down, and if he wanted to make good use of the opportunity, he needed the potions master to hold him in high esteem, enough to give him priority over other less extraordinary members. "Of course, have a good day," Slughorn dismissed as he escorted him to the classroom door, confident that he had safely managed to acquire another valuable member for his club. Just the background, properties and rights that Soizan has at the moment make him the crown jewel among the people he recruited over the years. He originally wanted to catch up with the other teachers and see the new generation of students with his own eyes before extending invitations for his club, but Soizan was so outstanding that he could not resist and had to approach him at their first meeting. He had also intended to invite Lily's son, but Mr. Potter clearly demonstrated a knowledge of potions that was frankly disappointing for his lineage, and perhaps he had to reconsider. In any case, his fame could come in handy when the time came, and making a good impression never hurts. "It seems that Severus must have suffered a lot over the years teaching Potter with such a poor talent," Slughorn said, shaking his head sadly. He remembered Severus' relationship with Lily and considered them a match made by heaven with their 2 talents in potions, but after the unpleasant incident that separated them, things turned dark. If Harry knew Slughorn's thoughts, he would charge at him without a second's hesitation with the determination to take him down. Snape was the one who suffered all these years. Injustice. Harry could feel the injustice of the world bearing down on him. How was it his fault that Snape sought to take points away from him at anything but breathing? It was just that he was being the target of the other party's malice and he was innocent. And this time it would be Soizan who would shake his head at Potter's reaction. "Wouldn't your problems be solved if you studied potions with a little effort?" and Snape couldn't find fault. No doubt, it was the shame of the Evans surname and his fame in the field of potions. Just look at Lily and Soizan, they both have the Evans surname and are talented in potions even if they weren't originally related by blood. The problem was clearly Potter. But the chosen boy seemed to have a talent for wiping his hands clean and making it seem like the fault was always others and never his. It's not like he was a bad student, not at all, it's just that he didn't manage to befriend someone like Hermione, who would allow his studies to remain at decent levels. He also didn't manage to have a little romance with Cho due to the survival of Cedric, the smart Ravenclaw girl who could have helped him with his studies for a period of time. Add in the permanent passive stemming from his poor choice of friendships known as Ron Weasley, and he had a debuff in magical studies. So sad. What did Professor Slugghorn want? Hermione asked curiously as the two sat together again during transformations as she tried to turn a cup of coffee into a lark. Is it about some potions collaboration? Remember that you closed the business temporarily and now you are only receiving currency from those who use your potions in their business. It should be noted that since the tournament passed, Hermione seemed to have slipped more and more into the role of Soisen's secretary unconsciously. Now even during her study period, her first reaction used to be to think from the point of view of a qualified secretary, really impressing Soisen. It could be said that at this point, Hermione is already determined to work as a secretary and Soisen's after graduation while maintaining their friendship. And Soisen couldn't ask for someone more capable in these matters, except Nagini, but she was on a more personal level and closer to the family. He just wanted to invite me to a club of his, Soisen explained to her without going into too much detail to avoid attracting a dirty look from McGonagall, believing she wasn't taking the class seriously. Do you think you could get me into the club? Hermione used her prodigious intelligence to grasp how useful membership in Slughorn's club would be for future business. After so many years of following Soisen, you could say she was influenced by some of his thoughts. I don't think there will be any problem, Soisen nodded. In fact, even without his interference Hermione would get into the club. If he recommended her to Slughorn, the latter might be considered to pay more attention to her, which is also good for him. Should he take advantage and suggest Neville and Ginny in passing? Chapter 129, The Last Piece. There was one point that Soisen completely forgot when closing up store during these dark times, and that is that the ministry had placed a large order for gloves, hats and protective cloaks at the last minute, and Nagini took it without waiting for the sudden closing order. They couldn't refuse at this point because it would affect credibility, so he only had himself to blame for not expressing his intentions early enough, and they must carry it out. That meant that technically he was still running the business, and the amount of house elves that were helping to build the magical bastion were not as many as he had hoped to divert initially, causing everything to slow down, but unable to rush things to avoid affecting the quality of the product. In fact, there was a time when he considered whether it was really worth completing the order, as there would be a period of time in the future when even the Ministry of Magic would be being controlled by Death Eaters, and equipping your enemy was never a wise choice. In addition, many of his wizarding employees who helped create his other products got a paid vacation until everything resumed. You already had the staff trained and used to it, it would be stupid to fire them and look for new people who needed training. Mr. Galegold, wait a moment, called Professor McGonagall once she finished the transformations lesson before she left with Hermione. Headmaster Dumbledore asks you to come to the headmaster's office before dinner time. The password is... Never mind, McGonagall then remembered that Soisen was the current owner of Hogwarts, and the guardian blocking the way to the headmaster's office was actually under his control. It was still hard for him to get his head around the idea that Hogwarts became the private property of someone so young. No matter what password Dumbledore would use in the future, his very presence was a free pass for the entire castle, and even the talking pictures were on his side. Remind Sylvia that after dinner, we'll meet in my common room to continue perfecting the PX project, Soisen told Hermione. All right, see you later, Hermione nodded as she stuffed the dense notes into her backpack and walked in the opposite direction. She used more magic than usual today and was hungry, but since there was still an hour until dinner, she thought she'd finish her potions homework to distract her mind and stomach. As Soisen took the forgotten shortcuts to the headmaster's office, he thought about what topics of conversation he would discuss. Undoubtedly, the castle property would go out into the field. He didn't know if all the modifications to the castle were noticed by Dumbledore, but no doubt many were easily seen. Just take a tour of the kitchen, it looked like a different place after the renovations. He also sensed that someone tried to undo some more discreet modifications, but seeing that he could not succeed, he wisely desisted. Soisen was very careful when it came to weaving the magic of the place, and anyone who tried something like that would only manage to fail or succeed and damage many related defenses in the process. So if there was no desire to weaken the school's protections, anyone who disliked the changes could only grit their teeth and shut up. As to whether there would be any additional issues, he wasn't sure, but it was best to be mentally prepared when facing an old man like Dumbledore. After passing the custodian and ascending the spiral staircase, just before entering the door, Soisen suddenly had an idea, and taking advantage of being in a safe blind spot, he pulled out a vial containing a golden liquid in his suitcase, taking its contents in a single sip. He waited a few moments to feel the effect, and taking a deep breath, he entered the office and looked around. Is he not here right now, or is he hiding and watching from some corner like Ollivander? Soisen thought as he saw no trace of a large beard anywhere. But this was perfect for his last-minute purpose. His gaze immediately shifted to the Phoenix, who was watching him with obvious interest. It's been a while, Fox, Soizen greeted as he approached him and pulled out some of the Phoenix's favorite jelly beans before offering them. Do you know where the headmaster is? Through mime, some wit, a little delicious bribery and good words, he got a general understanding of the answer. He left quickly due to an unexpected emergency and will be back soon. Fox nodded to Soizen. I see. With a thought of his own, the portraits of the previous directors who were watching him silently suddenly fell asleep and could no longer observe what was going on in this place. Fox, how about making a little deal? The Phoenix sensed no malice from Soizen, but rather sadness and even a bit of very hidden desperation, which aroused the noble creature's curiosity. What do you think? Soizen began to whisper. A few minutes later, a green flare erupted in the fireplace in the headmaster's office and Dumbledore stepped out as he shook the soot from the flare off his new favorite purple robe. When he looked up, he was surprised to see Soizen eating chocolate frogs happily sitting on the steps next to his Phoenix companion, suddenly remembering, he had called him before hurrying off. I apologize for calling you and being absent like this, something came up and I couldn't help but help, said Dumbledore as he reached over to stroke Fox feathers. I thank you for keeping my old friend company. I see you two have found my stash of secret sweets, he chuckled as he looked at the leftover treats in the Phoenix's beak. Never mind, Headmaster. It's nice to spend some time with Fox. I think he and Buckbeak could be great friends. Ah, the hippogriff. Yes, Hagrid has told me how close you are to that magnificent creature. He could certainly make an excellent companion for a few flights now and then. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, but I think we'd both better take our seats. There isn't much time before dinner starts and neither of us want to miss the excellent food from the kitchens. They seem to be adding more variety of dishes to the menu each year and it has caused an increase in healthy appetites among the students. Soizen got up from the steps and sat down across the table as the principal sat in the chair assigned to his charge. So, what would you like to talk about, Principal? I must say, Mr. Galegold, that I was expecting all sorts of news after my return to Hogwarts. Complaints from parents, protests from our warden, disputes for the Quidditch pitch schedule, etc. But I never expected to be told that the castle and its grounds had now become his private property. The glint in the old man's eyes behind the half-moon spectacles betrayed his unease. I was completely honest when he asked me about it during my first year. Soizen did not look away because he knew that Dumbledore could not read his mind. Not at least, that he decided to commit suicide with the protections he had. It wasn't until the summer between second and third year that I was able to get some more information, completely unexpectedly. And you didn't feel it was appropriate to share that new information? Given the number of people who might be affected by it. Not really, after all, it was about my family heritage. The two maintained eye contact for several minutes before Dumbledore looked away to reach into a drawer and grab a lemon drop, which he tossed into his mouth to enjoy the aftertaste. Alright, let's put aside your heritage for now and focus on something more current, said Dumbledore after calming down a bit with the sweet in his mouth. I am aware that you have made a number of changes to the castle's enchantments and renovated various facilities. While I am happy with how well it has all done to the performance of the student studies, as headmaster, I need to know the extent of the more subtle changes. Of course, Soizen dug into the pocket of his robes and pulled out a parchment he had prepared earlier in anticipation of this situation. Here are all the changes you need to know about, from the renovation of the kitchens to how the barrier bordering the Forbidden Forest works. Dumbledore took the parchment and read it seriously. At times he nodded and at other times he reflected a look of confusion, before turning to one of understanding. It took him a good 20 minutes to finish it and this was only what Soizen could do in this short period of time with multiple simultaneous projects. Admirable, was the first word he uttered as he looked away from the parchment he laid carefully on the table. Many of these renovations are decades behind schedule because of the council and I can only be relieved to see that I no longer need to fight over these. It's nothing, Director. I can't allow my things to be in disrepair. What kind of impression would that make on me? Soizen replied with an innocent shrug. Of course, of course. The rest of the conversation was to clarify some things that Dumbledore wasn't sure how they worked after altering them and some additional miscellaneous matters. The elder wizard showed subtle signs to invite Soizen into the Order of the Phoenix or tried to draw out some commitments for Soizen to support Potter in times of need, but all he got in return were evasions or refusals. He had no idea if Dumbledore might be trying to set up some sort of weird magical contract, so he made sure to take great care with the words he chose to respond with. Until Voldemort and Potter step into the ring, the rest is cannon fodder. By the time he left the headmaster's office, Soizen had to restrain his impulse to jump for joy all the way to the great dining hall. Where after eating a few bites and warning that plans were postponed to Sylvia, he left directly and hurriedly for the common room of his house, where after entering his private room, he took out a small vial. At last I can do it. He shouted ecstatically without worrying about being overheard, as he gazed with fervor at the phoenix tears contained behind the enchanted glass. After years of study and collecting ingredients, he was finally able to cure his mother's squib condition. He immediately took steps to calm himself, and once he managed to regulate his mood, he went into his suitcase and began to prepare the potion with the greatest determination of his life. He still had a few lucky hours left and he wasn't going to waste them. Chapter 130, No More Squibs. The next morning, Soizen sat at his house table in the great dining room, but did not touch any of the appetizing breakfast dishes in front of him. By Morgana's cold tits. Soizen, what happened to you? Sylvia exclaimed, shocked to see her boyfriend in his current state. The others at the table couldn't help but look away from their plates and look in the direction of the scream. Messy, dull gray hair, bloodshot eyes, large dark bags under his eyes, yellowish skin, and you could even see that even sitting up he was swaying weakly from side to side. He looked like he was going to faint at any moment. It's nothing, I just stayed up late preparing a rather complicated potion, he explained in a weak voice, totally hoarse and dry as he took out a herbal-vitalizing potion from his robes and drank it all to recover a little. In fact, it would be more correct to say that he didn't sleep at all. The tension he felt brewing the potion, along with the nerves due to the importance he attached to it and the unexpected discovery halfway through the brewing that his magic was being sucked out in somewhat frightening quantities, ended up this way. It could be said that brewing the potion successfully exhausted him almost completely on a physical, mental and magical level. He nearly fainted, but luckily, he finished a few moments before he reached his limit. He had never felt so bad in his life as he did at this moment. If it weren't for his current state, he would have already called a house elf to send him out of Hogwarts to the magical Bastion and delivered the potion to his mother's in person. You need to go see Madame Pomfrey, even Ginny couldn't help but comment when she saw his almost comatose state. It's okay, I just need to get some sleep and I'll be as good as new. Soizen refused, she just wanted to recover a bit to get ready and leave quickly. But it seems that someone was not on the same frequency of thought as he was. Soizen Gale Gold Evans Valrus Ollis. Sylvia shouted at him while putting her fists on her hips. Oh, no. He's using the full name and he's not blinking. Soizen sighed knowing he was lost and any resistance would be futile in his state. You're going to the infirmary this instant and that's all there is to it. Sylvia grabbed the back of the collar of Soizen's robe and dragged him towards the exit of the great dining hall under the gaze of all the students and professors. Snape in particular seemed to be making a great effort to maintain his insensitive facade, despite finding the situation immensely funny. He didn't even have the strength to raise his hands to show his helplessness to the situation, and could only receive sympathetic looks from those wizards who knew what it was like to have a determined witch as a partner. Still, that didn't mean she couldn't complain heartily. Couldn't she at least float it all the way? This way, her robe would end up dirty and her butt would hurt. Meanwhile, Sylvia realized halfway to the infirmary what she did and blushed as she remembered how she acted in front of the whole school. Usually, it was Soizen who had the dominant role, and now that she was the one who took that place, she felt perhaps a little too excited. Perhaps switching roles from time to time would be stimulating. Soizen couldn't help but notice in bewilderment that halfway to the infirmary, Sylvia tightened her grip a little more as she quickened her pace and her face grew redder and redder. What was his girlfriend thinking right now? Once they reached the infirmary, Poppy ordered the two of them to stay. Soizen had to drink several bad-tasting potions while Sylvia only needed to drink a bright cyan potion that looked cold before getting permission to leave an hour later when her flushed face returned to normal. I will notify the teachers that you will not be attending any lessons today, Sylvia told her before taking her leave. Soizen still didn't understand why he had been receiving furtive glances from Sylvia for the last hour while taking those nasty potions, but he was too tired and soon fell asleep. In the end, it turned out that his condition was a little worse than he estimated, and it wasn't until 2 days later that he woke up and felt refreshed once again. After further examination by Poppy and forcing him to drink an additional pepper potion to wake him up, he was released from the infirmary without delay. The first thing Soizen did was to look for and find Sylvia in the library to take her and express his gratitude for her attentive care in front of the whole school. Sylvia was only seen for another few minutes later with her head bowed, while muttering between her slightly swollen lips, I knew it, I knew it. Feeling at his best, Soizen went to take a much-needed cold shower and after getting dressed, called one of his house elves to secretly take him out of Hogwarts and drop him off at the magical Bastion. Since he owned Hogwarts, the barrier was not limiting for him and he could come and go as he pleased. Soizen. Nagini was the first to notice her master's arrival as she pruned a decorative tree to relax in the front garden. Has something important happened? You could say yes. Soizen nodded as he looked around and compared the state of the Bastion since he left. Could you bring my mothers here, please? And don't let the other families know. Okay, Nagini didn't hesitate or ask, returning shortly with an Aningta. Soizen. Inkta saw him and was surprised. You should be at school. Did something bad happen? And asked immediately in concern as she examined her son for any injuries anywhere. Something happened, but it's a good thing. Is it possible that? Anne's eyes lit up, and as if she saw what he was going to say coming, Inkta blocked her partner's mouth with her hand. They'd scared him enough with the wedding thing, without starting to bring up the grandchildren thing. He needed to have a very serious talk with Anne once Soizen returned to school, because he clearly hadn't learned his lesson yet. Nagini, put a bell around it, Soizen asked. Nagini nodded and began to cast several isolation and defense barriers around everyone with her wand. This is very serious, so pay attention, Soizen said with a solemn expression as he pulled out two 200 milliliter vials of bubbling metallic orange solution, questions for later. If you trust me, you each take one vial and drink it in one sitting. It's best if you lie down on the grass first. And then Inkta took a flask carefully as they examined it. It was clear that it was some kind of potion, but they couldn't identify which one. They exchanged glances and with a nod, uncapped the vials and drank the contents in unison. Chapter 131, Breaking the Shackles. As Soizen watched with relief as they took the potion, he sighed and let go of his nerves. There was no need to waste a portion of the potion on the embittered janitor Flitch, for this was the result achieved during the effect of the Felix Felicis. He repeatedly made sure after finishing his brew that the effects were still in effect. Soon after drinking the potion, Anne and Inkta stood transfixed as strands of what appeared to be copper silk sprouted from their mouths and wrapped them into cocoons on top of the grass. Should this be happening? Nagini asked, leaning toward Soizen. Yes, it would have been worrisome otherwise, Soizen replied as he gazed at the two cocoons without taking his eyes off the two cocoons. It will take about half an hour for them to come out, you'd better go check on the guests and give them an excuse if necessary. They don't need to know what's going on here. And what is happening is, by the time they come out of the cocoons, they'll both be witches capable of using magic without the slightest restriction. No more squibs. Don't you think that will draw the attention of the entire magical community? Nagini commented, that squibs can be treated with a simple potion is rather striking. That simple potion has ingredients like phoenix tears, 1,000-year-old basilisk skin molt and many more that are not only rare, but extinct, Soizen added to make it clear that it wasn't as simple as one might think. It could be years before anyone notices anything and we can make up some excuse. You don't want to share the potion formula? No, because I don't think anyone could collect the ingredients a second time. To make this potion known would be to give false hope to the other squibs and frustrated, they would only believe that I tricked them and I would be the target of their malice. Besides, with the education of today's wizards and witches, do you think they would spend effort and money to make this potion almost impossible, or would they find it easier to disown the squib and make another baby? Nagini shook her head and left to distract Hermione and Sylvia's families. She knew the answer, and it didn't leave a good taste in her mouth. The magical world is an amalgam of selfish idiots for the most part, it's hardly worth it, Soizen muttered in disgust at the current magical landscape. Instead of struggling to integrate into such a rotten, interest-controlled community, he preferred to create his own hidden community where only like-minded people could enter and thrive. Anti-muggle spells already existed, he just had to create a variant, it would be simple. But that would be a large-scale project for the future, starting from the current order of the Hippogriff, and it was the present in front of him that mattered to him right now. The cocoons showed no anomalies until after the expected half-hour, where with a sound reminiscent of metal strings bursting, they opened in half and a mucus-like substance spilled out, revealing Anne and Inkta. The two opened their eyes and straightened with a start, realizing the slimy substance covering them. Ew! What is this stuff? Anne asked as she desperately tried to rub it all off. Soizen, a clarification. Soizen, a clarification. She was not too upset as she noticed that it didn't seem to be hurting them and was merely sticky, knowing that what she would need was a good shower. She looked for answers first to get a handle on the situation. Soizen threw Turgio twice to each of them after helping them up and got them clean, but still the two women would take a shower to ease their minds. Take one each, Soizen pulled out two wands and handed them to them separately, it being clear which one each had to take. As much as Ollivander says the wand chooses the wizard, he didn't seem to have a problem when he sent her a letter where he explained the character of two people and asked her to send him some wands that might connect well with them. All for enough of a fee that he couldn't refuse. He went through the wands sent himself and selected from the possible ones, the ones he felt would fit best based on wood, core, flexibility and length. What for? Anne asked as she picked up the one closest to her. You remember we can't do magic, right? Inkta said as she mimicked her partner's actions. Soizen watched as the air swirled around them the moment they held the wands and they put on a puzzled and surprised expression. Interesting, looks like I could take Ollivander's job and I don't even need the tape measure. Congratulations, you're both witches now. You can use magic like everyone else, Soizen congratulated as he clapped his hands, no more squibs. The two women stood still, trying to process the information. They were no longer squibs. Were they witches now, the real kind? If before their questions piled up like a pyre, now they rose high enough to bury a mountain. Repeat my flick of the wrist and remember to say clearly, Lumos. Soizen created an illusion of Professor Flitwick at his side, and from the top of his pile of books, he repeated the lesson with total reality, a reflection of his own memories during the first years. And Aninta unconsciously watched the movement Flitwick's illusion repeated in a closed loop, and after several attempts, tried to imitate it with doubt still on their faces. Lumos. From the wand of the two reborn witches, a soft white light burst forth. The light was not strong or intense, but when the two saw it, tears could not stop falling down their cheeks and they began to sob loudly as they hugged each other. Their legs lost strength and they dropped to their knees as they screamed at the top of their lungs, not caring in the least about their image. The trauma and suffering of being squibs in the magical world was something people could never imagine, to be so close to something so wonderful and yet not even be able to touch it. Disowned by their own families for something they could not change. The countless hours of practice in denial that they carried out in secret. And now, just when they were resigned, their son decisively broke the shackles on their hearts and allowed them to reach out to the world they were unable to touch. Adopting Soizen was undoubtedly the best choice they had ever made in their lives. Meanwhile, Soizen's thoughts were of genuine relief and happiness. Thank goodness I asked Nagini to put up the barriers. How much embarrassment would their mothers have gone through if their future in-laws saw this scene? Chapter 132, PX Project. Soizen could not stay too long to prevent Dumbledore or others from noticing his absence, so after comforting the two women for a while to regulate his emotions, he left to return to Hogwarts. A few days later, he learned that Potter was named captain of his house Quidditch team. Why do people keep telling him these things? He doesn't care. Wait, that gave him an idea. He went to meet the head of house, Professor Sinistra, and after a brief conversation with her, a note appeared on the board in the Gale Gold common room announcing that a tryout would be held to found the house Quidditch team. Although her house was still the one with the fewest members due to seeking quality over quantity, it had been several years since students had started entering and there were enough of them to found their own Quidditch team. As he had hoped, many students in the house were enthusiastic about the idea, like Ginny, and wanted to be part of the founding team that would go down in Hogwarts history. Soizen was assigned as honorary captain directly by everyone despite disliking the magical sport and was included in the team photo that was taken once the tryouts were over. Contrary to the mood of his house, the other four were not happy about the news. More specifically, it was the Quidditch team captains who were huffing in annoyance, as it meant that the time to train on the pitch available to all would be reduced. They seemed to have forgotten that Gale Gold House has a private Quidditch pitch within their common room facilities. But despite this, they actually asked for a set time to practice on the outside pitch. It couldn't be helped, although they could practice as much as they wanted at home and clandestinely to avoid spies, taking training time away from the other teams was a good way to stunt their growth. And from time to time they needed to train outdoors to really enjoy the sky. Soizen only attended the first few training sessions to motivate the team and noticed something quite interesting. During one of the relays to train outside where they met the Gryffindor team leaving the stadium, Potter took an uncharacteristic look at Ginny, who despite noticing his stare, decided to ignore him as if he hadn't noticed and continued talking to the striker next to her. Yes, Ginny managed to join the founding Quidditch team of Gale Gold House and as their seeker no less. It seems that Potter began to awaken his feelings for the young Weasley, but unlike the original story, Ginny hadn't gotten close to Dean Thomas due to her enriched experiences in the house and the interest she felt for the surviving boy withered in favor of maturing. Soizen was pretty sure that if Potter tried to kiss Ginny right now, what he would receive would not be warm, sweet lips, but a slap hard and stinging enough to leave a well-defined red mark on his face for days. Maybe even crack his glasses. Too bad you won't be able to see it in the front row. Anyway, over the next few days he recommended his friends to Slugghorn during the first club meeting and to his surprise, Cedric got in too. It made sense once he thought about it. He was now in his last year at Hogwarts, he participated as the school's champion last year and his father, Amos Diggory, worked in the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. He possessed the kind of fame and connections that Slugghorn would not let slip away. Soizen was delighted to see one more friend than expected and they quickly formed their own circle within the club, leaving Slugghorn intrigued and trying to learn more details of how they all met. The meetings proved to be quite profitable, as Slugghorn was delighted to boast of his connections and had quite interesting stories to share, not to mention the debates on various topics that would arise from time to time, be it potions, economics, magizoology, etc. A few weeks later, Soizen entered the minister's room to find Sylvia with a soot-covered face working on a large metal arm covered in mostly black cloth. Hermione was off to the side comparing two scrolls of the latest invention Soizen gave her some time ago and trying to understand how to implement them into her current work. Several damaged artifacts of similar shapes rested on the table next to her, green smoke billowing from them. The challenge was exhilarating enough that she didn't notice how time or her surroundings passed once she was immersed. "How is the PX project going so far?" he asked after approaching her and, without caring about her dirty face, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "Not in front of Hermione," smiled Sylvia despite her protest as she mumbled, and a bit of red was revealed on her face. "The limbs won't be a problem, it's just that unlike the alchemical golems we modified last time, this is a project we're creating from scratch. If it weren't for your blueprints, I'd have no idea where to start. Do you think we can reach the goal before the end of the school year?" he asked as he hugged her around the waist. Sylvia rolled her eyes, but seeing that Hermione didn't seem to be paying attention to them, she didn't struggle and leaned a little on her boyfriend's shoulder. "As long as they don't put too much homework on us, I think we can do 5 by then," she answered him as she felt her mental energy replenish. "But Hermione seems to be having some problems on her side, you should give her a hand." "What?" Hermione seemed to come out of her trance when she heard his name, Soizen. "You're just in time, I need you to clarify something about these magic batteries you created. I understand everything from beginning to end, but every time it reached the 16th step, they explode without remedy." She rubbed her hair with her hand, showing her frustration as her gaze seemed to want to set fire to the scrolls in her hands. "I'm coming." He turned his back to Hermione and stole a quick kiss on Sylvia's lips before pulling away and moving closer to see where the problem was. He examined the prototypes in total bewilderment once he checked the smoke. "How could you possibly manage to make the magic batteries explode? They don't even have flammable components, I made sure of that." "I don't know, that's the problem," Hermione complained as she bared her teeth at him, clearly not in as good a mood as the other girl in the room who was now humming happily as she tightened the nuts on the robotic hand. "Wait, you used Ashwinder eggs for the formula for the liquid inside?" Soizen noted the peculiar aroma associated with this potion ingredient. "Yes, isn't that what you said?" Hermione asked, trying to remember and find the parchment with the formula he gave her, lost somewhere among the rest of the parchment on the table. "Hermione, you have to use adult salamander blood instead," Soizen patiently clarified once he had located the problem. "The reason the batteries explode is the reaction of the Ashwinder eggs with the rest of the mixture, which should result in a sort of delayed action explosive glue." "You mean?" "Of course." Hermione stood up with a look of disbelief that she hadn't noticed something so obvious despite knowing the properties of each ingredient she used. "The Ashwinder eggs are stimulated by the hedgehog quills and the nettle oil." He suddenly dropped his head on the mahogany table and let out a cry of frustration. She'd been stuck for 3 days over a silly thing like this. Soizen could only pat her shoulders to encourage her. Chapter 133, 50 kilograms of delicacies. One morning while eating breakfast in the great dining hall, a flock of owls delivered a huge box right in front of Soizen, managing to make several of them faint from the obviously excessive load. Fortunately, none of them ended up inside a cup and were not at risk of choking on pumpkin juice. Somewhat surprised, he lifted the lid slightly with his hand and closed it just as quickly as he identified the contents and guessed who sent it to him. "Soizen," he heard the person next to him call out. "Yes, Luna," he answered even though he knew what he was going to ask next. "Why did your mother send you 50 kilos of brownies?" she asked in a tone of genuine confusion, which showed how rare the situation was even for her, who usually used radishes and blimps as earrings. Soizen didn't know what to answer him. He also didn't understand the reason for this situation until he saw a tiny note among the top brownies and read it. "The first brownies made with magic. With lots of love, Mom." "Well, that explains it," she muttered as she sighed. It seems Anne and Inkta got a little more excited about learning tame magic and tried to make brownies to see how they would turn out, but they couldn't control themselves and the result was what was in front of them. Being only a few in the magic bastion, it was clear that they could not finish it all, so they sent it to him to share with their friends. "Let's take the brownies to the common room, everyone can have some in moderation or they'll end up rolling down the passages," Soizen thought as he levitated the box in front of him with a snap. He gave a couple in advance to Luna so as not to spoil the surprise, and she very happily accepted the fluffy bribe. "I worked very hard to have such an excellent body and I wasn't going to lose years of effort for a big, succulent box of the best brownies in the world. Okay, maybe I would keep a small private stash. But before that I'll let Hermione and Sylvia know, so they can take a few in advance as well. They are entitled to a bonus for being the best secretary and the best girlfriend." And so, Soizen left the great dining hall under the intrigued gaze of the others for the mysterious contents of such a large and heavy box. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked worriedly at the letter he had read for the 6th time in his hands. It contained nothing less than detailed information on all of Tom's Horcruxes, their identity and location pointed out with clear explanations and reasoning in a handwriting he could identify as being typewritten. He looked down at his bad hand and wondered to himself if it would have ended the same way if this letter had arrived sooner. But it's not worth spending time wondering what it might have been. The moment the contents of the letter were seen through his half-moon glasses, he used his abilities to trace the letter's origin to a Muggle home. The person who sent the letter only remembered that he had had it in a drawer years ago and that he was supposed to mail it on this exact date. As a wizard who uses legilimency fluently, he was able to verify that the person's memories were altered, and the moment he tried to restore them, he knew he would not succeed. Too much time had passed since the modification and it had already been integrated into the fabric of the memory perfectly. Not only that, he had an intuition that even if he managed to restore those memories, he would only find an empty hole because he suspected that someone extracted the memory thread directly. Dumbledore was a powerful wizard, but even he would find it difficult to deal with something from several months ago, let alone something that happened in such a perfectly covered way years ago. Whoever sent him the letter wanted him to have the vital information to deal with Tom, but that same person was unwilling to come into direct contact with him or reveal his identity. Perhaps there was a traitor among the Death Eaters who decided to spill the beans out of fear. But who might be close enough to Tom to know these secrets? The only people who seemed to match those criteria were Snape and Bellatrix. Snape was a loyal supporter of his and could have found more direct and less cumbersome ways to deliver the information. While Bellatrix was the opposite case and couldn't imagine how such a crazy woman could even know the concept of regret or the idea of betraying her beloved Dark Lord. And ultimately, Tom is not stupid enough to reveal his aces up his sleeve to his followers, no matter how close they were. He knows that Tom never trusted anyone and everyone in his eyes is nothing more than a more or less useful tool. Surely the creation and concealment of the Horcrux was something a second soul should not know about to be safe, it was too important to him. So, should he trust this information? Could it be a trap? But as much as he would doubt, the information seemed to fit Tom's habits perfectly. Using objects as important as the Founder's relics was in his line, and employing something like Bellatrix's vault to hide one of them was a shrewd move. Not only did it involve the person who wanted to stop him needing to get past the bank and its greedy guards, but he was certain that should he manage to open the vault, there would have to be curses or additional security measures. If only he had more time, Dumbledore lamented, looking once more at his cursed hand, which had received an unpromisingly thorough examination from Snape. With his contacts, it would not be complicated to verify many things, but taking action was something he only did once all the pieces fit together perfectly to avoid making mistakes. Unfortunately, time was now a luxury for him, and one of his only consolations was that Hogwarts was safer than ever with the changes Soisin applied to the 1,000-year-old castle. It's just, he doesn't know what kind of approach might emerge once he's gone. It's clear to him that Soisin wouldn't support Tom, but his relationship with Harry wasn't good either if he looked back. His refusal to join the Order of the Phoenix and his watch-and-wait stance was troubling to him. He was sure that if Soisin decided to join the side of light and actively collaborate, they could greatly shorten this terrible time by using the financial resources of the Gale Gold family. For the greater good. Dumbledore's stomach growled and he put his good hand to his abdomen. I think I should join you for breakfast. You don't make good decisions on an empty stomach, he concluded. As he made his way to the great dining hall, he listened to some of the recent school rumors for entertainment and couldn't help but rub his ears, thinking he misheard. Something about students in the infirmary for excessive brownie intake. Chapter 134, Snape's Retirement. Soisin was currently attending the new subject taught starting this year, with Snape being the first teacher in the subject. While the content was still the same as what they would learn in the old data, there was now more content and no longer only talked about dark creatures and curses, but also additional magical dangers more likely to happen than an encounter with a vampire in Albania. Even first aid was taught. How is it possible that no one taught this before, when most things in the magical world can kill you from a bad injury? Just look at how Professor McGonagall's husband died. And that's why if your wand is broken. Concluded Snape while looking at Ron, who had his eyes fixed on the book to avoid clashing glances with one of his biggest nightmares. It's better not to use it to cast any kind of magic, as you will only succeed in causing harm to yourself and those around you. Snape was talking about the failed slug spell. Funny. A qualified adult wizard should be able to perform the simplest magic without a wand, otherwise it just shows that he is too dependent on it. That's all. For the next lesson, I want a scroll with 7 or more essential magics for a wizard to survive without requiring the use of a wand. Now, off you go. Soisin said goodbye to Hermione and hung back in the classroom. Is there anything you need clarification on the lesson, Soisin? Snape called casually when they were alone. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about a delicate subject, Soisin replied as he raised a field around him with a wave of his hand. An excellent sound retention barrier, Snape observed, giving no points for the looseness of the throw. Most of the school was by now almost numb to most of the wonders the young wizard was capable of, and what is this about? The Return of the Dark Lord. Soizen didn't feel like calling it He Who Must Not Be Named because he found it too long and tedious. Will you continue to act as a spy for Dumbledore? Without hesitation, he cut to the chase. The aquiline-nosed man stared at him in silence, but that in itself was an unspoken answer. I think you've already done more than any other man in this confrontation, and I don't want you to end up at a point of no return. Soizen stated his thoughts unhindered. If you are willing, I know of a place where you could retire and devote yourself to potion research and brewing wholeheartedly. No need to answer to anyone, full facilities, a steady supply of materials and a peaceful environment. Soizen felt that with the information he gave Dumbledore about Voldemort's Horcruxes, Snape should be able to be relieved of his precarious position as a double spy. Over the years they became close, and he was sure that if they were the same age, he would not hesitate to use the label of good friend. He remembered how Snape would end up if he followed that path and wanted to give him an alternative. To his utter astonishment, the other party did not immediately refuse and lowered his gaze slightly, a sign Soizen recognized as a gesture that he was doing some deep thinking, carefully weighing the possibility. Acting for so many years as he did took its toll on anyone. Even Snape, a man with a strong mind and a powerful will, would end up feeling the weight on his back and the wear and tear on his body. Everything he did for Dumbledore, he did for Lily's promise of safety. A promise that Dumbledore was unable to keep when he needed her most. On that day, a rift formed in the relationship between him and the headmaster of the School of Magic, a rift that was slowly mended by the existence of Lily's son. Dumbledore once again promised to keep the boy safe, and when he saw what he became by spending his life with the Dursleys, he knew that Dumbledore had once again deceived him. A malnourished boy with no prior knowledge of magic and an impulsive temper reminiscent of his monster of a father. That anguish was veiled with the letter Soizen gave him. Slowly with the acts he witnessed and as the years passed at school, Soizen gained more and more of the position of Lily's true son, while his perception of Harry slipped more and more into the son of James, not Lily. The only trace he could see of her in the boy were the eyes, which looked at him with resentment and distaste. Many times she had to remind herself that this was not her look, this was not Lily's look. Was it really worth it to keep wasting his life taking care of that child? She helped him so many times, saved him so many times in an obvious way, and not once did she get a thank you or a nod. Nothing but suspicions, accusations and dirty looks. He was ungrateful, just like James and his minions. Snape was tired. So Soizen's proposal sounded good, very good to his ears. But at the moment he was following up on Dumbledore's condition and supplying a potion that kept the curse on his hand at bay. He also met a few times with Voldemort and was aware of his condition. Not to mention the mark on his arm. Professor, Soizen brought him out of his musings abruptly. I think I know what's troubling you at the moment, and I have a couple of suggestions I think you might listen to. Snape looked at him doubtfully, but nodded for him to say them and for him to hear them. A complex explanation later. That's brilliant. Snape was speechless. Could that be done? So, what do you think of my proposal for your early retirement? Soizen asked somewhat nervously, because Snape was always a difficult person to read. Snape gave him one last look before sighing and turning to head towards the exit of the classroom. I'll give you an answer when the school year is over, I need to think about it. Chapter 135, Which Arm is Better? Since Soizen gained authority of the castle, the only people able to enter the hall were the three of them and no one else. Ravenclaw's tiara had already been dealt with, so he didn't have to worry too much about carelessly protecting one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. What are you doing? Hermione asked as she stirred a phosphorescent blue mixture in a copper cauldron and poured it into metal containers suspiciously similar to giant batteries. I'm working on an alternate, stronger version of the Grow Bones potion, said Soizen as he added ground mandrake root to his own cauldron, which looked and swirled like a yellow version of flubber. Why? Sylvia asked after finishing welding a piece with the protective mask onto a metal leg. Because that's what I usually do. Researching potions, improving them, etc. He answered while with a large ladle he hit the solution that was trying to escape from the cauldron, leaving it inert again. You do, Sylvia nodded. But always with a goal in mind, Hermione continued. You're not selling right now. So it's not a product for the store. So. They both asked at the same time when they stopped finishing each other's sentences. Can you not do that again? I have a feeling I have the Weasley twins in front of me. They make it look funny, but with you guys I cringe, she protested weakly after feeling a shudder at their behavior and not looking for any more excuses. Okay, I may have a goal in mind. I want to obtain a potion with the ability to grow a severed arm. Not just bones, but nerves, flesh, blood, skin, nails and the whole package. Or at least one that can recover from the elbow down. And what do you need something like that for? Sylvia turned off the blowtorch and lifted the protective mask. It would be easier if you design a prosthesis, I make it and Hermione loves it. It's not an acceptable result. Soisin shook his head as he pulled a large hammer from somewhere and hit the mixture that tried to escape again, thinking he wasn't paying attention. Only after making sure she wouldn't try anything again did she continue the conversation. The potion is for Snape. The two were silent as they thought, and Hermione was the first to connect the dots, jump out of her chair and put forward her theory. Do you want to cut off Professor Snape's arm where it has the mark of you-know-who and use the potion to get the limb back? Just as I expected from the second smartest person in the room. That's right. For a potionist, having two hands is important to successfully carry out his trade, and with the return of the Dark Lord sponsored by that Potter twit, he'll have to resume his role as a double spy on Dumbledore's orders. And why do you want to get involved in this? Asked Sylvia as she left the heavy metal leg on the table to rest and pay better attention. Your options are only to serve the Dark Lord while betraying Dumbledore and accidentally leaking information to both sides in an extremely delicate way to keep the balance. One of them can kill him and the other has no one to trust him because of his reputation. Two extremes that can end very badly, so I am taking the initiative to show a third way. The mixture stirred in the cauldron, but when Soisin raised the hammer as a reminder and threat, she stood still, resigned to her fate. Why is it so hard to be a semi-conscious liquid mass these days? One where Snape dies in the eyes of the Dark Lord, Soisin continued, one where Dumbledore stops deceiving him with promises he never keeps. Where he can choose to detach himself from everything and retire, devoting himself to what he loves without needing to obey anyone else. You steal a valuable asset for the Dark Lord and protect someone you like from a manipulator, Hermione commented, realizing what her move was. And at the same time you'll gain the gratitude of one of the best potion masters of the age, who won't hesitate to lend you a hand, finished Sylvia, almost feeling like clapping. An irrelevant side effect, but one I won't deny, Soisin nodded. Forget Tom and Dumbledore, Snape will be happier working for him in the magical Bastion. He just needs me to agree to an unbreakable oath while he successfully develops a potion to restore his arm after amputation. Haven't you considered that his mark probably involves the soul? Hermione asked suddenly. Oh, it does in a way, Soisin nodded, implying that he was aware of this possibility and that it was, in fact, a certainty, but I only need to take care of the physical arm. The counter-curse expert is Snape and he already has a rough idea of what to do. He just needs some time to verify its viability. So he already took the bait. Sylvia saw that the matter was almost closed, so she lowered the mask again and continued soldering. At last she had achieved the level of desensitization necessary to be with Soisin. If I told him right now that he had a suitcase full of phoenixes and unicorns, his first reaction would be to ask if he had any golden foals to pet. Do you really think you'll be able to develop that potion before the end of the school year? Asked Hermione, who, after hearing her own question, realized what a silly thing she had just said. I didn't say anything, she added as she also went back to her own thing. Soisin wondered where he had gone wrong looking at the yellow flabber. He had only been investigating for an hour and hadn't expected to find the desired result so quickly, but it seemed he needed to rethink his initial approach. Otherwise, all Snape would get would be a mute version of Magi from Parasite. Although, maybe he'd find it useful. He could reach out a lot to grab ingredients, chop finely without a knife, have extra eyes to keep an eye on the mixture while consulting written notes, and more conveniences. No, focus Soisin, Snape wants a healthy arm. Right? Chapter 136, PX9. Snape repeatedly confirmed that he didn't want a multi-purpose shape-shifting arm, so back to the potions table. Besides, why was he looking at him like he was crazy? He was always a very sensible student, okay? I was just thinking from a more practical point of view, like Snape likes to do, that's all. Soisin had to admit that good work takes time. He spent months studying the improved potion and so far only managed to progress to bone and nerve regeneration, which was already a step forward at the very least. But regenerating flesh. It was proving complicated. Not in the strict sense, it was very easy to regenerate flesh, it just didn't manage to form the muscles in the right place or in the right amount. Don't ask who, or rather what, was the test subject. It seems that this kind of detail can be quite traumatizing for the faint-hearted, so let's skip details, shall we? And while he was busy, everyone was still making progress around him. Hermione managed after many attempts and acid explosions to prepare functional magical batteries at last without blowing up the expensive materials in the process, which gave her an immense sense of accomplishment after so much hardship. After passing the safety and quality test, we were preparing to put them in place, Sylvia's constructions. The PX project is inspired by the pacifists from One Piece, more specifically, the plans match the Mark II model. But apparently Sylvia found ridiculous such a big torso and hands for such small legs and head, more considering that the model was male, so in the end under the complaints of his girlfriend. Soizen had no choice but to go back to the drawing board and make something more normal that would take advantage of the pieces Sylvia already made. A few sleepless days later, he got a thumbs up when he turned in the plans for the golem, only this time it was inspired by the one from Somali to Mori no Kamisama. Besides, with the materials that should have been spent on a single PX Mark II, they could make almost 3 golem due to the size difference, they just needed some additional limbs and to change the attack method from mouth to eye. Currently, 9 golems named PX1 through PX9 were waiting inertly to receive their hearts, which were the magical batteries that Soizen designed and Hermione prepared. Each of the trio took 3 batteries and carefully connected them, closed the compartment to put everything in place and ran behind a prepared wall. Waiting a minute without hearing an explosion, they peeked out and saw that the golems had straightened up and were running smoothly. Next, they did a voice test. PX1, PX3, PX5, PX7 and PX9 1 step forward. Soizen ordered, those I haven't mentioned, 1 pass back. Roger, Roger, the golems responded to signify that they understood and carried out the order without question or hesitation. The row in front of them suddenly became 2 with a space between them as they took up their new positions. We did it. The 3 of them did a group hug carried away by excitement. They hadn't worked together on such a challenging project since Soizen had to leave for Beauxbatons and they had to prepare the magical protective clothing separately. Should we take them outside to do the test run? Hermione asked, leaving the hug as she looked at the golems. At the strange lack of response, she turned and sighed wearily. Sylvia, can you let him breathe? I'm sorry, I was a little too excited, she apologized as she pulled her lips away from Soizen's. Oxygen. Following the joke, Soizen started breathing as if he had been drowning in water, earning a pat on the shoulder from Sylvia who had turned red. Seeing Hermione roll her eyes, Soizen stopped joking and continued the conversation after laughing. Since we want to keep these golems as trump cards, it wouldn't be wise to take them out and test them nearby, he explained without thinking too much about it. I'll ask my house elves to take them to a desolate place to do the test run away from prying eyes, both wizards and muggles. Like a desert, they can do no harm when all around is pure sand. Both witches hummed in agreement, they just needed to check if everything set up worked and how well they moved. They were not as rigid as the stone statues they modified earlier and it was necessary to check things like balance or if the consumption was as expected. By the way, I never asked you, but how long can the batteries you designed last? Hermione remembered what had been on her mind for the past few weeks. Her estimates hovered around 6 months. A year? No, being optimistic maybe they could make it to 2 years. Under the conditions of being in a place where the magic in the air is abundant to replenish their reserves passively and the estimated natural wear of the materials of the current battery model. They can last around 350 years, Soizen answered him after a quick calculation, with a variable of 20 years based on the frequency of rains that change the humidity of the air, the fluctuation of temperature due to climate change and that without taking into account possible shocks in case they need to be used and the damage to the magic conduits. That's a bit more than I thought. Hermione sighed in relief that she hadn't tried to guess the battery life out loud. Soizen could only shrug in response. The golems consumed quite a bit of magic and if it weren't for the batteries that were already charged when they were put in, they wouldn't even be able to start even if they were cast the same animation spell on them as they were on the stone statues. Even if the batteries could be eternal, the golems' bodies had a limit due to the materials they used because it was likely that when the castle was attacked in the future, they would all be destroyed. Soizen was only willing to use the best materials when he made a superior version to protect the Bastion and his descendants in the future. Even if Hogwarts falls apart, as long as he has money and resources, he can rebuild the place as many times as necessary. But if people disappear, there is nothing he can do to bring them back. It didn't even cross his mind to use the Deathly Hallows stone, knowing full well that it was nothing more than a hoax. Be that as it may, now the school had one more hidden card for the future. Chapter 137, Jobberknoll Flock. One would expect that after everything that had happened, Potter would continue to study occlumency to prevent anyone from using legilimency on him and avoid being further influenced by Voldemort. Well, no. And how did he know that? Naturally, he used Potter as a guinea pig to practice legilimency, superficially. Since the only condition was to cross glances, it was very easy to fulfill it during meals in the great dining room, where he only had to cross glances accidentally to read the superficial thoughts, which was usually important information without hiding. Interesting, Dumbledore already started giving him private lessons and showed him the thinker, he thought while chewing the forest fruit salad, but maybe because he already has my letter. He doesn't seem to have asked him yet to get Slughorn's unaltered memory where Slugghorn explains the existence of Horcruxes to Tom. Or maybe he wants to wait until after Christmas. Strange, he was sure Dumbledore had asked him before Christmas. Though there was still some time left, maybe he would. Soizen didn't think too much, he just wanted to be somewhat situated in the unfolding events. Sylvia and Hermione later spent Christmas in the magical Bastion with their families, and it must be said that on this kind of holiday, the more people there are, the better. The prophet showed some news about Rufus Scrimgeour, the new Minister of Magic, who should have visited Potter to try to convince him unsuccessfully to tell people that the ministry is doing a good job fighting Death Eaters. Misleading advertising, because they clearly have no idea how to act for the most part. Soisin took the prophet with that news and used it to light the fireplace and generate some heat, all with the idea of making some hot chocolate in the cauldron. It turns out that the magical newspaper burns beautifully and is a good fire starter. By the time they got back to Hogwarts, the snow was still present and Soisin managed to get the potion to properly form muscle growth without a problem due to the unexpected merit of Sylvia's mother, who made a casual comment from a nature documentary about caribou that inspired him enough to know how to overcome that bottleneck. But there were still small details such as skin, sweat glands, nail growth, etc. As for the arm hair, he decided to skip that part. It's purely aesthetic and Snape always wears long sleeves. So why complicate his life? The bad news came one afternoon as she had a feeling she had forgotten something, and after hearing it, she realized what it was. It turns out that Katie Bell had been the victim of a cursed necklace, needing months for a full recovery. Fortunately, it seems she only grazed the necklace a little and that prevented her immediate death. Sylvia in particular was quite upset about the event, because she was Katie's friend. There was the shadow of Draco Malfoy, the newest Death Eater, trying in a really complicated and lackluster way to assassinate Dumbledore. He seems to be under a lot of pressure, because anyone with 2 fingers in front would know that there was no chance the headmaster would take this gift. I mean, he seriously goes and gives a feminine item like a jeweled necklace to Dumbledore. Don't you think he would be even slightly suspicious? You'd have a better chance if you'd sent him by owl and as a Christmas gift from a fan, a pair of cursed wool socks. And if they were purple, the chance of success skyrocketed. How would you try to send a cursed object to Dumbledore? I'd send a box of lemon drops with some cursed candy mixed in. Or maybe I'd use a packet of licorice cockroaches instead. Who says a candy can't be cursed? That means the day when Malfoy is crying in the bathroom and seen by Potter shouldn't be far off, but he's curious what the counterattack would be this time. Since he took the Half-Blood Prince book for himself, Potter doesn't know the Sectum Semper curse and so can only imagine resorting to the only combat spell the Potter family seems to know, the disarming spell. And yes, his theory is confirmed when he learns that Snape banned Potter from playing in the last Quidditch match. Too bad that despite the absence of their Star Seeker, Gryffindor still wins. It's just that this time their opponents were the Quidditch players of the recent Gale Gold team. But considering how new the team is and that it will take years for them to get properly organized, the gap is understandable. Still, even if he doesn't like Quidditch, he's happy that Gryffindor could only win by a measly 10 points by the skin of their teeth, which shows the potential his house has on the pitch. Harry is so excited that he approaches Ginny and before anyone can react, a bludger from who knows where hits a Potter with closed eyes and pursed lips and leaves him KO'd on the grass. You can even see tiny blue jobberknolls circling above the bump on his head. Ginny suddenly realizes what Potter was going to do and blushes with fury, to the point where the team players have to hold her by the shoulders to keep her from kicking the unconscious Potter to the ground. Catch that bludger! Someone shouted when they saw that she was about to run away. The others try to catch the runaway bludger and only Ron witnessed Soisin secretly pull the ball out of the Quidditch trunk. Roll up his arm sleeve exposing his spectacularly defined muscles and throw it as if it weighed nothing towards his best friend's head as he was about to treacherously kiss his little sister. After hitting his target, he pulled down his sleeve and walked away whistling as if he had nothing to do with the scene. It was the one act Ron would never hold against Soisin, for preserving Ginny's honor. Soisin wouldn't have acted this way if Ginny still had feelings for Potter, but since she's over him and is friends with him, she can consider her actions to prevent her first kiss from being stolen as positive karmic retribution from the universe. Besides, how did Potter's brain work? Gryffindor is the one who won, but to celebrate he tries to kiss the seeker of the team that lost. It seems his hormones are driving his actions. He should be thankful he only chose the 36th method to calm him down. If he had used the 40 method, aiming lower, the Potter lineage would in all likelihood have been extinct. By the way, I didn't know he had such a good arm for throwing things. Will there be some sort of magical handball? Maybe it would be a good idea to introduce a new magical sport that doesn't involve flying on brooms like idiots. Something that could replace Quidditch would be nice to see. Something like the crazy techniques from Inazuma 11, but in a magic handball version. Chapter 138, Up to its Nose in Prophecy. What happened on the Quidditch pitch spread throughout the school, and there were more than a few young lovers who dedicated a silent thank you to the righteous bludger that came out of nowhere. Ginny was becoming more and more beautiful, and her positive attitude already shot many Cupid's arrows among the students, so there was no shortage of people who wanted to become her first boyfriend and maybe the only lucky one. It was just that the prospect of being part of the family where Percy and the twins were would shatter anyone's guts. If Potter had treacherously stolen her first kiss against her will, it is considered that the boy who lived would no longer be so alive after the lynching he would receive from the students. Heck, maybe even the teachers would turn a blind eye for a while because of the inappropriate scandal. As long as he's alive at the end, hope he can fix it, right? In a way, did Soisin save Potter's life? Sure, why not, let's go with that. Although I suspected Hermione knew it had been him who threw the bludger. She was giving him the look of, I know it was you, even though I have no proof. This stems from how she caught him one morning practicing throwing tomatoes the size and weight of a bludger at dummies with Potter's face on them several days ago, even though he replied that it was practice for when he went to the Tomatina de Bunal in the future. Well, Hermione is trustworthy enough not to reveal his secret identity as. Okay, she can't think of any cool righteous love advocate hero titles right now. The point is, Potter didn't show up at the great dining hall for the next 3 days, apparently too embarrassed by the difference between what he expected to happen in his little mind and the actual outcome of what we call the real world. From what Luna heard, which Cho told her, which she heard from Seamus and promised not to tell anyone. Dumbledore had to go to the Gryffindor dorms to personally take him out and do his voodoo talk to convince him that everyone makes mistakes, it's part of life, he'll grow as a person and that motivational stuff. Despite his huge and shameful mistake, is it wrong for me to feel so good about her situation? I would feel terrible in her shoes. Really, I think I'm going too far, but then I remember that I kept a good little girl from losing her innocence. Not in the sense that ill-thinking people would think to hear it said this way, but still. No, to hell with Potter, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger and it's clear he needs the latter if he doesn't want to end up a stiff when he faces Voldemort. Not that I mind at this point since what he did in the maze, but I'd have to burn incense often or bring flowers to his grave every year to reduce what little guilt I'd feel because of Lily. And it would be a hassle. Maybe now he'll focus on training for real and a movie montage will occur that causes him to defeat the Dark Lord in a duel while dancing around in a dark mariachi hat shaking some maracas with killer hip movements. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I think I should go get something to eat, I'm so hungry I'm thinking about movies with green-faced men in yellow three-piece suits. But I can't help it, without the twins at Hogwarts, the level of entertaining jokes and banter has plummeted. Yes, there are students trying to take over from them, but with Mr. No-Nose out there mentally pushing everyone's buttons, they'll have a hard time stimulating the castle's humor properly. Oh, good thing I thought of the twins. I have to send them both a protective charm. I haven't done it yet and the clock is ticking. Although I know only Fred died from the explosion caused by Rookwood, it never hurts to help them both. Sure, if George loses an ear it will be easy to tell them apart, but I like them enough to try to preserve both of their lives. If things still go wrong, it's beyond my efforts. I don't know if they will trust the letter I will send them enough, but I hope they can wear them at all times. Perhaps a matching bracelet? Right, if I remember correctly, your older brother Bill will be bitten by Fenrir Greyback when the Death Eaters invade Hogwarts and he goes as an early reinforcement along with the rest of the Order of the Phoenix. Although he doesn't turn because it wasn't a full moon, he has some symptoms. But given that the broken vanishing cabinet I left behind is a fake that even repaired won't connect to anywhere, it should actually be alright. And I don't think Draco has time to think of another alternative for the Death Eaters to invade. The problem is that I don't know when Dumbledore will take Potter to the cave full of inferi, there is no exact date and they will only be gone for a few hours at most. In the original story, upon his return, the dark mark is in the sky above the astronomy tower and that's when all the theatrics happen where Potter is paralyzed by Dumbledore so he doesn't interfere, is disarmed by Draco and killed by Snape. Was it in that order? I think so, he muttered to himself as he walked to the great dining hall to get something to eat. Then Potter chases after Snape for revenge, but Snape flees the scene with Malfoy, not before revealing that he was the Half-Blood Prince. Wait, thinking it all through logically. If Dumbledore's corpse fell from the astronomy tower which is the tallest in the castle, shouldn't it have been turned to meat paste by the force of the impact? Instead, the body seems quite unscathed and only the locket and note inside were revealed, revealing to Potter that Dumbledore's death was in vain because the real locket was taken out by someone else. Then it was the funeral. Soisin was having trouble remembering everything at this point and had to strain. These memories were obtained years ago and he had been forgetting things like the Katie Bell cursed necklace event, which he would have avoided if he had remembered. He had the idea of writing it all down in his freshman year to avoid this scenario, but if the papers fell into someone else's hands it would be extremely dangerous and he refrained. Dumbledore's funeral takes place and he is buried at Hogwarts with the Elder Wand. On the island where Hagrid would originally announce Buckbeak's death sentence to the Golden Trio. Then, Scrimgeour should appear and would again try to use Potter for publicity to no avail, refusing to be a compliant liar after recent events. From there, Potter decides not to return to Hogwarts, says goodbye to Ginny no more and gets Ron and Hermione, now only the former, to follow him on his destined hero's journey. He would stop by his aunt and uncle's house one last time, go to Fleur's wedding no longer, and search for the remaining Horcruxes to eliminate Voldemort once and for all. Just how long will those two last without Hermione under those circumstances? Will he have to become Dumbledore this time and guide Potter so he doesn't kill himself before his time? He could give her a copy of the same letter he gave Dumbledore if he hasn't shown it to her by now, which he doubts due to the important information it contains. Why does there have to be a bloody prophecy in the way that complicates everything? Chapter 139, you had it in front of you all this time. Do you want me to ask Professor Trelawney if there is any way to evade or break a prophecy? Luna repeated the query Soisin had asked her just a minute ago. Please. In no other way, she wasn't afraid of facing a clean fist against a dragon or dueling Voldemort, but Trelawney was a walking danger that you didn't know when she'd shoot you in the foot. What if when he goes to see her he suddenly makes a prophecy that prevents him from acting in any way according to his own wishes? Or worse, what if he predicts the death of a loved one inevitably and makes it a fact? Because in the latter case, Trelawney should run and hide in the ends of the earth, because Soisin won't take it well at all. If he already got that way with Rada's death, imagine what he would do if Trelawney is the cause of the death of his family, friends, or girlfriend. Ever since he got the Marauder's map, the main use has been none other than to avoid this divination teacher as much as possible. And even the few occasions when she had to be around, she employed a highly realistic illusion to fool everyone. You can't read the fate of an illusion. That's why he needed someone who could pose the question instead, but out of all the people he knew, only Luna seemed to be immune to this kind of event either by fate itself or by the way she was, he wasn't sure of the exact reason. And it was only for this assurance that he dared to ask her. All right, Luna nodded and went to the astrology tower directly after finishing the herbology homework she had in hand. Half an hour later. Soisin was reviewing a potions tome, 30 Uses of Kappa Gills, when he heard a familiar voice behind him. You can't. Luna sat down in front of him and looked at him for a minute in silence, as if to make the point clear and allow her mind to absorb the idea. Before repeating in more detail, it can't be avoided or broken, it will be fulfilled, though perhaps not in the way people may believe. That's not what I wish to hear, sighed as he looked up from the tome and rubbed his forehead with his right hand. As for the part about how people believe it will happen, I already knew that and was really just punching the air, hoping there would be some useful discrepancy in between. But it looks like he can just stick to his original plans. Do you want me to say what you want to hear? Luna asked after a moment's reflection. No, I need to hear the truth, as much as I dislike it. Soisin denied at Luna's kind offer to grant her wish. Would you like a brownie? My mom sent me more. A manageable amount this time, no one will end up in the infirmary. Yes, thank you. I'll send it to Dad. Luna took the wrapped treat in her hands. He really liked the last ones I gave him and wondered where to get more. How come you sell so many things, but no brownies? The question blew Soisin's mind, metaphorically. How could he not think of selling the delicious brownies created from the family recipe? Everyone loves brownies and he never thought of marketing them. She looks back at the money she could have made and feels like crying. I guess I never thought about it, Soisin told him as he rubbed his face in frustration and looked back at him with new determination. When the business is open again, I'll open a brownie store, and as a thank you for the reminder, I'll give you a free brownie coupon for life. Great! Luna clapped her hands enthusiastically when she heard the pleasant surprise. Can I order you a brownie house? Soisin stared at her, unsure if she meant it this time or if she was teasing him like the previous times. For some reason unknown to him, Luna liked to tease him at the most unexpected times, but he meant it like he meant it and was never able to tell when he was joking. A house made entirely and from top to bottom of brownies? Are you a distant relative of Toriko? We'll talk about the scope of the coupon later. I still need to see how I'll set up the store. Soisin had a feeling that it would be very wise to put definite and clear limits on Luna Lovegood's lifetime supply of brownies. That was fine with me. Luna nodded and after watching Ginny pass nearby, joined her for the next charms lesson. A tired sigh escaped Soisin's mouth. Sometimes he felt that his movements were simply unnecessary, just let the plot run and it would all be over. It's not happy for everyone, but Voldemort won't win and everyone will move on with their lives. Too bad his memories will already cause a butterfly effect just by his presence, so if there are going to be changes, they better be in his favor rather than Voldemort's or Potter's. Frankly, he has no idea how the last 2 years before the climax will play out. His forgery of the vanishing wardrobe may seem silly, but it affects a crucial point in the unfolding of events. Wouldn't it be great if just Voldemort decides to come and the destined duel happens once and for all? If Potter wins, we're spared a dark period, and if Voldemort wins, he can finally make a move to finish him off. Oh, right, the Horcruxes. He wasn't clear if Dumbledore had made his move and started destroying the rest. He knows that originally Potter and company would do it during their time as heroic deserters, but without Hermione among them? His chances drop to negative numbers. Chapter 140, No Mercy to the Invaders. Soisen's first reaction was that he had misheard, because he felt no reaction that the barriers or protections were under attack. Was someone playing a sick joke? However, when he began to hear panicked shouts and unhinged laughter down the corridors, he snapped out of his stupor and immediately ran outside. He watched as wizards covered in black robes flew, leaving trails of dark smoke through the castle as they seemed to be trying to find something, and students did their best to flee or defend themselves from the spells cast. How did they manage to get in with all the upgrades he put into the castle? Soisen's eyes immediately lit up and he activated authority over Hogwarts to activate the contingency plan in case of invasion. While most measures were on the outside, focused on preventing the enemy from reaching Hogwarts, it didn't mean the inside was unprotected. Hogwarts is under attack. He shouted as he entered the mental command, Guardians of Stone, rise to do your duty to the castle, protect the students to your last breath and show no mercy to the invaders. Soisen was not Dumbledore. Since the Death Eaters dared to come, they could forget about their idea of ending up in Azkaban. He wasn't afraid to turn the corridors into rivers of blood. Of course, the stone guards were not the only ones who came to life and acted as defenders. Several threads of magic seeped from the castle walls at his command and at the visor of the metal armor in the corridors. Two ghostly red lights burst forth and left the wooden pedestals on which they had been standing guard for centuries. They unsheathed their swords and, startled by their abrupt movement, several morphs were unexpectedly slashed and stabbed with incredibly nimble movements before they could react and defend themselves. With a thud, the blood on the blade shot out onto the ground and the sword flashed back as they held it in front of their chest, pointing to the heavens, as if declaring their determination to protect the students behind them. Several knights underwent a transformation as their armor liquefied and changed shape, before reorganizing into a completely different appearance with sharp rapiers and standing in front of the others as the captains leading the animated armor squadrons. These were the armors with greater authority than the others that Soisen and Sylvia secretly modified, Silver Chariot. The Death Eaters couldn't believe that some of them died and stood for a moment blankly as they saw the blood-pooled bodies of their colleagues. Wasn't the light side never supposed to kill? Did Dumbledore change his mind because they crossed the line by invading the castle? Little did they know, it wasn't Dumbledore they had to fear when they were within these walls. PX1 and PX2, search for and protect Sylvia. He quickly instructed as he shifted into his battle form as flying golden sand through the corridors, trying to figure out which breach all the Death Eaters were entering. PX3 and PX4, find and protect Hermione. Stay with them no matter what they tell you, priority order 1. PX5, back me up. The rest of you, the mission is to protect Hogwarts students and eliminate threats. No survivors. Roger, Roger. The golems hidden in different parts of the castle straightened up and, after receiving the orders, ran off at full speed at inhuman speeds as if they were animals. They were designed to be efficient and moving this way made them faster. Elegance did not compute. Hi. A Death Eater panicked at the sight of one of the golems and grabbed a student who failed to escape in time as a hostage. Don't come any closer or I'll kill him. The golem stopped dead in its tracks to the Death Eater's relief, but as he sighed and began to think of what to do next. He didn't notice how the golem opened one emerald green eye vertically in his face, and after a second, a beam of light flickered before closing the eye. Threat eliminated. A cold and mechanical voice was what the student who was paralyzed by the fright and felt the hot blood splashed on the side of his face heard. Please go to the nearest common room for protection. The golem resumed its movement without waiting for an answer and ignoring the wet spot that grew on the student's pants. The same situation occurred several times in the castle, and the golems realized that instead of hearing the same threat over and over again, it was more efficient to end the threats while doing their monologue, speeding up their mission of defense and rescue. Since when did Hogwarts have these security measures? Asked one Death Eater to another next to him. Within minutes, many realized that something was wrong and began to form small groups. You ask me, but who do I ask? Complained the Death Eater, who didn't know what was going on as he broke a suit of armor that tried to ambush him. His face darkened even more as he saw other smaller armor pick up the pieces, pull back and, like Formula 1 mechanics, reassemble their partner in a single breath, and he rejoined the fight. No matter how many armors fell, there were always others fixing them and keeping the numbers up. Wait, did you hear that? Another called out to them. The floor of the hallway shook slightly as it revealed a stone griffin turning the corner and glaring at them with stone-cold eyes. At its feet, statues of boars with tiny wings followed it as subordinates would follow their boss. With a shout from the griffin statue, the boars charged without hesitation at full speed. Are the statues in on it too? Another Death Eater shouted in desperation. They could destroy 3 or 4 of the ones rushing towards them. But there were too many of them. The Death Eaters tried to flee by switching to their dark smoke battle form, but they didn't expect that as they were passing by the griffin, it opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of fire, interrupting them and causing them to fall to the ground in flames, where the boars trampled them mercilessly and tore them apart with their tusks. No. Some tried to retrieve the wand they dropped on impact, but the boars seemed unexpectedly intelligent, and instead of prioritizing attacking them, they moved in and chewed through the wooden sticks to leave the invaders with no chance to fight back. While the Death Eaters were suffering unchecked casualties, the students reacted at last, and under the guidance of the talking squares and escorted by some armor they found along the way, they all ran for shelter in the nearest common room. They were all pale, because they saw the state of some Death Eaters or what was left of them on the way, and now that the tension eased a bit, they couldn't help but run to the bathroom to vomit. Chapter 141, Keep Their Appetite. I can't believe I overlooked something like that, Soizen lamented once he discovered how the Death Eaters managed to enter the castle. Through the secret passageway by the statue of the hunchback that leads to Honey Dukes. Now I understand why I didn't feel anything strange, they didn't use force to get in. But how did they know about it if they don't have the Marauder's map? I'm sure the only ones who know about this corridor were the Weasley twins, me and Potter. He cursed uncontrollably. It seemed that Malfoy or someone associated with the Death Eaters must have watched in amazement as Potter sneaked into Hogsmeade despite not having permission, and they discovered this breach in the security barriers. It was clear that as time went on he let his guard down and didn't use his invisibility cloak as much, believing that no one would notice. Although Soizen put some things under strict control when he connected to Hogwarts, the secret passages and shortcuts in the castle were not blocked because many students often used them to get to their lessons on time without getting lost. Did Dumbledore know about this breach? Wait, because I didn't see Dumbledore defending the students. He suddenly realized that no matter how he scanned the castle with his connection, there was no sign of the headmaster or Potter. He saw the few remaining surviving Death Eaters, the professors collaborating with armor to guard the common rooms. Malfoy or some Death Eater's son noticed the headmaster's absence and decided it was the ideal time to. What? He wondered, not quite understanding the purpose of Voldemort's followers, take over the castle. But they seemed to be looking for something or someone. Did they think Dumbledore was gone, so Potter was helpless? Or was their target him? He still felt like he was being targeted by Tom. Anyway, the priority was to close the breach and cut off the flow of invaders, which had really slowed down a lot. It seemed they didn't have as many troops planned as he'd hoped. With a mental command, the statue of the hunchback began to close despite the Death Eaters' efforts to keep the way open when they realized the problem. But all they succeeded in doing was slowing the closure. Soizen looked around and frowned as he realized another detail that bothered him greatly and would have been of great help to the current situation. Where is the damn Order of the Phoenix? What's taking them so long and they still haven't arrived? At this rate, they will show up at the last minute and act as if it was to their credit. What Soizen was unaware of was that his implemented security measures actually worked against him this time. Members of the Order of the Phoenix wanted to enter Hogwarts through the Flow Powder network and help the students who were under attack. But the restrictions denied them passage because they did not have his permission or that of the headmaster, who was absent at this critical time. So they could only apparate somewhere near the school and use the brooms or run with their legs in a hurry to get there and get in. All this would take a few minutes, naturally. At least, there are no victims among the students, although several Slytherin are behaving strangely. He reflected, PX5, eliminate the remaining threats near the statue. Roger, Roger. As the Death Eaters screamed tragically being slaughtered by the golem, Soizen suspected why these students dared not act. What could be holding their hand? Perhaps there was something persuading them that he didn't know. Mercy. My leg. He tore my leg off. I don't want to die, it wasn't supposed to end like this. Aren't light wizards not supposed to kill? In case you haven't noticed, that thing isn't a wizard. It's a monster. By Morgana's tits. They just bisected Mike. Save us, Dark Lord. I knew it, I should have known. I knew it, I should have listened to Mom and become a baker. But no, I wanted to be a bad boy. Yes, Soizen couldn't think of a single reason why the doubting students wouldn't decide to act this time. Looking at the bodies of the Death Eaters, he realized that Filch was going to have a lot of work moving them and cleaning the blood off the corridors, walls, and even the ceiling in some places. The students might be a bit traumatized as well, but he couldn't take such an easy way out as allowing the castle to absorb the blood, as it might taint the magic as if it were a sacrificial ritual. So he called the castle's house elves and asked them to clean everything up as quickly as possible. The house elves took the order and began to remove the traces of everything that happened in the castle with fervor, regardless of whether they were bodies, limbs, blood or organs. The children will lose their appetite if they see this and won't be able to enjoy their dishes. What a tragedy. That is unacceptable to them, who put so much effort into preparing meals. While taking care of post-battle business, she made up her mind to permanently seal the passage to Hogsmeade. While it could be considered an escape route in case of emergency, it was nothing more than a security breach when the enemy knew both entrances. And I was hesitant to close the other similar ones permanently as well, such as the one to the Hogshead. But given its possible role in the future, he needed to consult the plans to calculate the risk. Looks like the Order of the Phoenix finally arrived. Late anyway, Soizen had no trouble identifying some familiar people among the new arrivals and learning of their origin. I'll wait until everything has been cleared before transmitting over the talking boxes that all is safe and they can leave. I wonder how it went up there. It was interesting to note that Snape did not head for the dungeons to defend the common room, but neither did he go up to the astronomy tower. It was at the end of the fight that he sensed Dumbledore using his authority in the castle as headmaster to enter with Potter before running into Malfoy, who seems to have been lucky enough to evade the golems. Was Lucius willing to send a bottle of Felix Felicis to his son after seeing his problems in carrying out Voldemort's mission, or is it the power of the plot armor at work? Whatever it was, he couldn't know precisely what happened in the astronomy tower because there was no talking painting in the place that could serve as his eyes and ears, only the inanimate star maps were present. Everyone, don't worry, the Order of the Phoenix came to the rescue. Chapter 142, Keep Their Appetite too. 0. I can't believe I overlooked something like this, lamented Soizen once he discovered how the Death Eaters managed to enter the castle. Through the secret passage behind the hunchbacked witch statue leading to Honeydukes. Now I understand why I didn't sense anything strange. They didn't use force to enter. But how did they know about it if they don't have the Marauder's map? I'm sure the only ones who knew about this passage were the Weasley twins, me, and Potter. He cursed uncontrollably, as it seemed that Malfoy or someone associated with the Death Eaters must have observed in surprise how Potter sneaked to Hogsmeade without permission and discovered this breach in the security barriers. It was clear that over time, he had let his guard down and didn't use his invisibility cloak as much, thinking no one would notice. While Soizen had put some things under strict control when he connected to Hogwarts, the secret passageways and shortcuts of the castle had not been blocked because many students used them regularly to get to their lessons on time without getting lost. Did Dumbledore know about this breach? Wait, why didn't I see Dumbledore defending the students? He suddenly realized that no matter how he observed the castle through his connection, there were no traces of the headmaster or Potter. He saw the few remaining Death Eaters, teachers collaborating with suits of armor to protect the common rooms. Did Malfoy or some Death Eater's child notice the headmaster's absence and decide it was the perfect time to? What? He questioned, unable to fully grasp the purpose of Voldemort's followers. Take over the castle. But they seemed to be searching for something or someone. Did they believe Dumbledore wasn't around, so Potter was defenseless? Or was he their target? He still felt like Tom was targeting him. Regardless, the priority was to close the breach and cut off the flow of invaders, which had actually slowed down considerably. It seemed they didn't have as many reinforcements planned as he had expected. With a mental command, the hunchbacked witch statue began to close, despite the efforts of the Death Eaters to keep the path open when they realized the problem. But all they managed to do was slow down the closure. Soizen looked around and frowned when he realized another detail that bothered him a lot and would have been of great help in the current situation. Where was the damn Order of the Phoenix? Why were they taking so long to arrive? At this rate, they would show up at the last moment and act as if they were the heroes. What Soizen didn't know was that his security measures had actually worked against him this time. The members of the Order of the Phoenix wanted to enter Hogwarts through the Floo network and assist the students under attack, but the restrictions denied them entry because they didn't have permission from either him or the absent headmaster at this critical moment. So they could only operate somewhere near the school and use broomsticks or run as fast as they could to get in. All of this would take some time, naturally. At least there are no casualties among the students, although several Slytherins are behaving strangely, he reflected. PX5, eliminate the remaining threats near the statue. Roger, Roger. While the Death Eaters screamed tragically as they were massacred by the golem, Soizen wondered why these hesitant students didn't dare to act. What could be holding them back? Perhaps there was something persuading them that he didn't know about. Oh, mercy. My leg. It's torn my leg off. I don't want to die. It wasn't supposed to end like this. Aren't light wizards supposed to avoid killing? In case you haven't noticed, that thing isn't a wizard. It's a monster. For the sake of Morgana's tits. They just bisected Mike. Save us, Dark Lord. I knew I should have listened to Mom and become a baker. But no, I wanted to be a bad boy. Yes, Soizen couldn't think of a single reason why the doubtful students didn't decide to act this time. Looking at the Death Eater bodies, he realized that Filch would have a lot of work moving them and cleaning the blood from the hallways, walls, and even the ceiling in some places. The students might be a little traumatized as well, but he couldn't take an easy way out by letting the castle absorb the blood. As it could taint the magic like a sacrificial ritual, so he called the house elves of the castle and asked them to clean everything as quickly as possible. The house elves took the order and began to remove all traces of what had happened in the castle with fervor, whether it was bodies, limbs, blood, or organs. The kids will lose their appetite if they see this and won't be able to enjoy their meals. What a tragedy. That was unacceptable to them, as they put so much effort into preparing the food. While dealing with post-battle matters, he decided to permanently seal the passage to Hogsmeade. While it was true that it could be considered an escape route in case of emergency, it was nothing more than a security breach when the enemy knew both entrances. And he was contemplating permanently closing other similar passages, such as the one corresponding to the Hog's Head. But given its potential role in the future, he needed to consult the plans to assess the risk. It seems the Order of the Phoenix has finally arrived. Late anyway, Soizen had no trouble identifying some familiar faces among the newcomers and knowing their origin. I'll wait until everything is cleaned up before transmitting through the talking portraits that it's safe, and they can come out. I wonder how things have gone up there. It was interesting to observe that Snape didn't head to the dungeons to defend the common room, but he also didn't go up to the astronomy tower. It was at the end of the fight when he felt Dumbledore using his authority in the castle as the headmaster to enter with Potter before encountering Malfoy, who seemed to have been lucky to evade the golems. Was Lucius willing to send his son a bottle of Felix Felicis after seeing his troubles in carrying out Voldemort's mission, or was it the power of the plot armor in action? Either way, he couldn't know precisely what had happened in the astronomy tower because there were no talking portraits in the location that could serve as his eyes and ears, only the inanimate star maps. Everyone, don't worry, the Order of the Phoenix has come to the rescue. Give your opinion and comment on how different it is from the previous one. Chapter 143, you no longer have to worry about them. Far from the panic and screams they all expected to see upon their arrival, the castle was eerily silent, with only one student staring at them in a way that made them feel uneasy. The fact that the air still had the characteristic iron smell of blood only made them feel even more uneasy. The invaders have been dealt with, but I appreciate your attempt to help, the student who was looking at them with a sort of humanoid puppet at his side told them. For some reason, the word attempt made them cringe. Ginny told me about you, you must be Soizen, right? A red-haired man stepped forward and asked, I'm Charlie, her older brother. In fact, I can tell at a glance that you're his brother. You have several similarities to Fred, George and Percy. Everyone, welcome, Soizen nodded as the host of the place. If you still want to help, do you know of any spells that might help air out the castle? As you may have noticed, I haven't been able to finish cleaning yet and I'd rather get rid of this smell before the students leave. He raised his hand when he saw them open their mouths to stop them. Yes, the students are safe and well. The new arrivals looked at each other. Because he spoke as if he wasn't a student too. His robes showed that he was. Soizen could see at a glance their thoughts written all over his face, even without superficially reading their minds, and rolled his eyes. How could they put him on the same level as those hothouse flowers? He had the courage and ability to stand up to Voldemort, something even many of the adults in front of him couldn't say. The only thing holding him back from finishing off the noseless onion was the pesky prophecy that would twist his attempt if he tried at all. It just so happened that several members knew household incantations for cleaning and disinfecting, so with their cooperation in a short time the castle was back to its original state before it was raided. One would never believe that until recently there were corpses of dark wizards littering the corridors, which now smelled of lime and berries. By the time the cadres informed the professors that all was settled, the students gathered in the great dining hall and several spoke with members of the Order of the Phoenix. Charlie spoke to Ginny and Ron, while other family members and acquaintances exchanged information about what had happened. Soizen. A blur rushed towards him and knocked him backwards onto the floor, revealing itself to be Sylvia, who was hugging him tightly as she cried and said how worried she was when she heard the enemies had arrived. Seeing the tears on his face, Soizen suddenly felt that the Death Eaters died a far too peaceful death. Heir, I'm really sorry to interrupt this moment. Charlie approached accompanied by the rest of the Order of the Phoenix members. Can you tell us where the Death Eaters who invaded the castle are locked up? We will contact the Ministry to transfer them all safely to Azkaban so we don't have to worry about them anymore. Hermione, who was nearby and heard his statement, shook her head disappointed at the mentality of these adults. With the huge escape at Azkaban in the past, how could they still think that was a safe place to lock up magical criminals? They needed to create a new, well-designed place of containment. Sure, come with me, Soizen nodded as he wore a neutral expression and kept an arm around Sylvia to calm her down. PX5 and onwards, stay and keep an eye on the area just in case. The safety of the good students is the priority, he ordered. Some students shivered imperceptibly as they heard the good students being remarked and the confirmation of the cold mechanical voice echoed in the room. Roger, Roger, the golems spread out around the students in the great dining hall equidistantly, forming a hedge to provide aid and protection when needed. While it is true that several students were traumatized by these constructs due to their brutal rescues, most were more reassured to know that it was these golems who defended the castle for the most part. With them here and the teachers nearby, it should be all right, right? Besides, what Soizhen was doing seemed to be in everyone's best interest, and it's because of his new security measures that everything was able to be over so quickly. Even the professors, who seemed to be clearer about the true nature of the unfolding events and were silent about it, couldn't help but let go a sigh of relief. And where was Dumbledore when Hogwarts needed him most? As Soizhen escorted everyone to a disused room in the dungeons, he asked a question that had been on his mind since he saw them arrive. How did you know Hogwarts was under attack? Clearly Dumbledore hadn't warned them, and there wasn't enough time for someone to sit down and write a letter and send it by owl. He didn't like it one bit that these people had a possible way to monitor his castle without his knowledge. A friend in Hogsmeade tipped us off that he saw the cursed mark above the castle, Charlie explained, mistaking the question as mere curiosity on the wizard's part. That makes sense, Soizhen nodded as he sighed, inwardly relieved at the answer. This is it, he pointed once they reached a pine door. With a snap of his fingers, they all received a bubblehead enchantment, and Soizhen opened the door to reveal its interior with no intention of giving any further details. By Merlin's beard! A mountain of bodies was what they saw. At a glance, they could identify several Death Eaters known for their cruelty, their ideology of pureblood supremacy, and several Muggle killers. As you can see and Charlie mentioned, you don't have to worry about them anymore, Soizhen commented. Sylvia did not look inside, but from the reaction of the others her mind was already imagining a dreadful scene. It was only because of the warmth Soizhen was transmitting to her that she was able to feel calmer about the unfolding events. Did you do this? Alastor asked as his magical eye swiveled and identified some old enemies that had scarred his body. Soizhen raised an eyebrow. It had already struck him as odd that he had remained silent for so long. No, the security measures I implemented and improved at the castle did, he replied without a hint of guilt. I'd let you examine my wand to prove it, but as you'll recall, I don't use one. Would you be willing to put some of these security measures in place at the Ministry and the Aura Department? He asked, to the complete surprise of those present, including Soizhen, who was not expecting this follow-up at all. I was almost certain he would say something like this looked more like the work of a dark wizard, that he didn't have the right to take their lives, or that he should turn himself in for further investigation. Alastor! Someone shouted in outrage. What? In case your memory fails you, this boy is the owner of the castle and he did nothing to break any laws, Moody reminded them as he took a sip from his flask. What he did was legitimate defense, and no one can have a say in how he defends his property. No matter how extravagant it is. He turned his head so that both eyes were looking at him, and seeing how effective he is, I think we could do with having a couple of them installed in critical places in the Ministry, more so considering the assault we suffered last year. I don't think we have the budget for that, Tonks whispered to the side as she grimaced. If there is one thing that is clear to me from my experience of teaching in this castle, it is that Mr. Galegold is a flexible businessman. Instead of galleons as payment, he accepts other equivalent means, correct? That's right, as long as the value is equivalent, I am willing to listen to alternatives. After all, galleons were the least of what he lacked, and he preferred to obtain materials, knowledge and other things that would be more practical for him. Well, let's talk later. Moody wanted to make a deal, but he had to get the Ministry's approval first. There was no point in an agreement that could not be implemented. So, do you need to take the Death Eaters with you? Soizhen asked as he looked at the rest of the people. Yes, we need to identify each one to know who can no longer support the Dark Lord. Tonks nodded somewhat reluctantly. Although he handled some corpses during his aura practices, what he had in front of him was a small mountain of bodies. Many of which from his view, were incomplete and with expressions of terror still on their deaths. It was going to be a really uncomfortable few hours of work. Was it necessary to kill them? Asked Charlie, unable to contain the question that several were thinking. Soizhen held back a lot from laughing in his face. It seemed that the light side was missing a few screws in terms of logical thinking. If these Death Eaters suddenly attacked the burrow with evil intentions towards your family, would you just knock them unconscious? Soizhen was not going to give in to the light's morals. Chapter 144, Accusations. Soizhen made it clear that it was not that he had no morals or sense of measure. On the contrary, he was very clear about the exact place where he drew the line and what he was willing to do to those who overstepped it. Unlike other people, who moved it at their convenience and without shame. The air became tense with his words. It was clear that different people had different opinions, and expecting others to follow her actions mindlessly was not the smartest thing one could do. We should go back to the great dining hall. Alastor didn't seem to sense the change, or just didn't care enough. We still have to meet with Dumbledore to clarify the situation, and his first stop will be the place where all the students and teachers are gathered. I agree, Soizen nodded. Although he hoped Dumbledore was dead, he still had no confirmation of what happened in the astronomy tower. Besides, I don't think these are going anywhere, he said, pointing his thumb at the pile of bodies as he walked out of there. If he had known they were going to be so rude to him, he wouldn't have put a bubblehead charm on them to avoid the smell. When they returned to the great dining hall, everyone seemed very upset and were practically shouting instead of talking. The teachers seemed to be in shock and seemed to have no intention of acting to calm the others down. Soizen frowned at this situation and searched for Draco among the Slytherins, but found no trace of his presence despite easily locating his two minions who had pale faces and were trembling slightly. Did he secretly slip away when he found out that members of the Order of the Phoenix had arrived? Strange, he was pretty sure Draco wasn't someone who had the guts to actually kill someone head-on, even under pressure. After all, he employed such indirect methods as the cursed necklace. Wait, maybe that was why Snape moved. Given the oath he must have sworn with Draco's mother, he would help him escape. In fact, he considered himself lending her the help she needed for her goal. He would fulfill his oath and at the same time invalidate it, no need to risk a backlash later. Silence. Alastor used Sonorous to amplify his voice and use his intimidating appearance to forcibly calm those present. He pointed at a fourth-year Ravenclaw student. What's all the commotion about? The Ravenclaw student swallowed nervously and took several deep breaths to calm himself down before opening his mouth and trying to explain himself, but he didn't quite know where to start. Dumbledore is dead. The statement came not from the Ravenclaw student, but from Potter, who pushed his way through the crowd while his eyes were bloodshot. Soizen noticed that his movements were somewhat stiff. Remnant effects of Dumbledore's temporary paralysis curse, to prevent him from interfering with his plan. Explain. Alastor hurried over and glared at Potter. The members of the Order of the Phoenix also approached, waiting to hear the development of this event firsthand. As Potter recounted what he had seen while pinned under the invisibility cloak, Soizen escorted Sylvia to sit down. Potter's voice was so loud due to his agitated emotions that he didn't need to be close to hear. So he preferred to sit down and regain some energy, as he was running through the corridors before he found the source of the Death Eater's entrance. Are you saying that Draco Malfoy disarmed Dumbledore in the astronomy tower, before Bellatrix Lestrange arrived and used the killing curse to take Albus's life? Alastor asked in disbelief after hearing the story. A student managed to disarm Dumbledore so easily? Shots fired. What's going on here? Snape entered the great dining hall at that moment. Severus. McGonagall called, relieved to see that her teaching colleague had finally appeared, because they had not seen him until now, fearing that he had become a victim of the invaders. Where were you and what were you doing? Alastor asked without wasting any time. He knew that Snape was a double agent under Dumbledore's orders, so perhaps he could provide additional useful information. Or perhaps he had gone over to the Dark Lord's side. But, then there was no point in him returning to Hogwarts at this point. I went to the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid on the headmaster's orders to gather ingredients for an urgent potion, Snape lied without blinking. As a master spy, constructing an alibi using someone as naive as Hagrid was a piece of cake for him. Where is the headmaster? He asked as he swept his gaze around the great hall, apparently trying to locate the bearded old man. Liar. Potter almost charged at Snape once he saw him, but was restrained by members of the Order of the Phoenix because they saw how upset he was. It's not like Potter was a match for Snape anyway. The Death Eaters were able to get into the castle and they were only able to do so with inside help. It was you, wasn't it? You were a Death Eater in the past and you still are. It's because of you that the headmaster is dead. Watch your words, Potter. Snape shouted, shocked by the revelation of the headmaster's death and not at all happy about the baseless accusation. Did you know about the planned attack by the Death Eaters? Yes. Did Dumbledore try to stage a play taking advantage of the situation? Yes. But Snape decided not to keep moving at the pace at which Dumbledore was pulling the strings. He made sure to trick Draco into disarming Albus as he asked, but at the moment when he was supposed to show up and end his life, he decided to make a relay with Bellatrix. It wasn't hard to convince that crazy woman. The accomplishment of killing Albus and pleasing the Dark Lord was too tempting for the witch to allow him to have that pleasure. Soizen shook his head as he watched Potter's words cause several members of the Order of the Phoenix to raise their wands against Snape on guard without even hesitating or asking Potter to show proof of his accusations. Snape's performance revealed that he tacitly agreed to the invitation he gave him, so he had to do his part or the potion's master he knew would be pushed into the mud. I can understand your agitation, but you should refrain from taking your personal grudges to the field at times like this, Potter, he said as he stood up and walking over. Stood between the wands and Snape, making his position clear to the entire school. Dumbledore always trusted Snape and your baseless accusations are nothing but disrespectful of that trust. Snape's eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice after hearing the last statement. It really wasn't easy for him to follow that manipulative old man and keep that supposed trust. He did what he did for Lily, the headmaster never kept his word and he was fed up. I feel obliged to point out that what Mr. Galegold said is correct, McGonagall interjected as she also stepped forward, causing the raised wands to lower to Soisen's annoyance. Why didn't they lower them when he stepped forward? Severus has proven to be a person to whom Dumbledore did not hesitate to pass on tasks of great importance. He has always been on the side of the light. He's just trying to trick us. Potter shouted even more unhinged as he grabbed his wand and prepared to attack. They're in cahoots. Soisen has to be a Death Eater, too. Before anyone could react, they watched as particles of light gathered to form a forward projected fist and plunged into Potter's face, sending him flying several feet and knocking him unconscious with several teeth on the floor. A little improvisation on the spot, the wizard's hand. Be careful with your words, Potter. Shouted Soisen, clearly furious at the accusations to his name as demonstrated by the agitated magic around him. Do you think your pain, rage and sadness justify you saying whatever you want without repercussions? Snape couldn't help but let go a sigh of satisfaction as he watched James' son fly. At the same time, the teachers said nothing when they saw that Soisen knew how to control himself. It was clear that Potter was too upset about the headmaster's death and didn't know what he was saying. Let him sleep for a while and get his thoughts in order. As for the teeth, a potion and a night's rest would fix it. Soisen turned his head and looked at the wands pointed at him with narrowed eyes. Apparently the Order of the Phoenix still prioritized Potter even in this situation. The only exceptions were Alastair and Tonks, though the latter was more due to Moody holding his arm and shaking his head. If you want to join Potter in the dream realm to refresh the mind, I have no problem with that. He still hadn't calmed down from Potter's bold accusation and was in no mood to deal with empty-headedness. The golems standing silently around the great dining hall jumped up on their powerful legs and landed heavily beside Soisen, immediately forming a defensive line. They opened their eyes and looked chillingly at the threats to their creator. Roger. Chapter 145, Dumbledore's Funeral. Enough. McGonagall and others blanched at the sight of the golem's alertness. She had witnessed some of their defensive actions as well as the students who were rescued and had no desire to see members of the Order of the Phoenix being slaughtered by the castle's new defenses over a sudden misunderstanding. Much less in the presence of all the students. As for Moody, he just took another swig from the flask as if he had predicted this reaction. Meanwhile, Tonks was sweating profusely without realizing when it started and mentally thanked her mentor for not letting her raise her wand out of pure reflex. She didn't feel it before, but once the golems revealed their eyes to look at them, the sense of menace kicked in and she felt her bottom tighten. Should we consider searching for and retrieving the headmaster's body before preparing a funeral? Soisen looked away and tried to focus everyone's mind on something different. If he fell from the astronomy tower, the search shouldn't be complicated. Flitwick, Pomona and the rest of the people present suddenly realized that Albus died and no one seemed to remember to retrieve the body for the funeral. If Dumbledore were here with them, he would cry. What's the point of being such a famous and well-known wizard if no one remembers to bury you? The state of the great dining hall suddenly changed and everyone forgot about the little conflict. Potter was left with the school nurse and the teachers and members of the Order of the Phoenix went out to find Albus' mortal remains. Or what was left of him. They could not allow the students to take on this role, no matter how much they insisted on helping. Following Soisen's instructions, some house elves in the kitchens prepared hot chocolate to help calm the others. Whether it was fear, sadness, or whatever emotion they were feeling at the moment, hot chocolate could help a little to calm them down. Thank you, a second-year Slytherin student approached Soisen and thanked her through tears. She had the misfortune of becoming one of the hostages that the Death Eaters caught in their desperation while her friends were hiding, and if it wasn't for the golems, she might never see her parents or her 3-year-old baby brother again. Soisen could only give her a few encouraging pats on the shoulder, for when one person took the initiative, many others who were also saved came forward to say thank you. They were calmer now, even joking a bit to let go of the trauma and suggested that he should give some matching hats to the golems. He wouldn't do that, but he heard enough to be considerate. Soisen, Hermione called once everyone was done thanking him. I know Potter was out of line, but couldn't you just pass him out? You're strong enough that he can't even react. At the end of the day, while he understood his best friend's reaction, he didn't like violence and still preferred a gentler path. Preferably, with fewer protruding teeth. Perhaps it was because his parents were dentists. You're right, Hermione, Soisen actually could have knocked Potter out cold, but that tone he used and the look he gave her caused him to feel very upset. Ultimately, it was an overreaction and I should try to control myself in the future. Thank you for pointing out my mistake, he admitted and apologized to her. You could say that Potter didn't deserve her reaction like that, he wasn't worthy of her paying him so much attention. At this point, he just hoped he wouldn't have to take her place if he ended up failing against Voldemort in this timeline. That would be annoying. Hermione, who hadn't expected Soisen to actually reflect on his actions, nodded with a smile. That he would listen to her opinion seriously even under these circumstances made her feel that no matter how high her friend reached, they would still be able to talk as equals comfortably. Soizhen spent the rest of the time comforting the members of her house and handing out some potions she had in reserve for cases like this, to heal minor injuries, and some calming potions for those on the verge of a nervous breakdown. With Pomfrey's authorization, of course. The head of the infirmary had enough knowledge regarding the Gale Gold heir to know that her potions were of the necessary quality standard to be applied to injured people. And if that wasn't enough, Snape was present as a deterrent in the great dining hall to ensure that no one took more than the recommended dosage. When he was finished with his house, he also began to distribute some of these potions among the rest of the houses without prioritizing anyone in particular, with the help of Ginny, Luna and company. Everyone appreciated the gesture and there were no disputes, though perhaps it was due to the presence of the potions professor and the golems who had returned to their positions. Soizhen approached Snape once everyone was better and sat next to him at the teacher's table. While he could sit in Dumbledore's place, he was not insensitive enough to do so under the current circumstances. "Will you need help getting around, Professor?" he asked as he gazed at the others without meeting their gazes and waved a field of isolation so that their voices would not be heard by the others. "A couple of house elves would be a great help in moving my things," Snape admitted with a tired expression. Somehow getting out of this dispute made him realize what an enormous strain it was for him to stay in the middle from an outside perspective. "How is the progress of the potion coming along?" "She'll be ready in 2 weeks, Soizhen assured him as he reminded himself, "I've already tested the potion and there won't be any problems, apart from a bit of pain and that she'll need to eat a lot for a few days to replenish nutrients." Snape snorted. Pain was nothing to someone like him who had lived and been through so much. "How about your side?" He took care of the physical aspect, but the part of the soul connected to the dark mark was something only Snape had enough knowledge of to dare take action. "I did some research and found a ritual for this very purpose, but we'll have to wait for the next new moon, which is in exactly 16 days, Snape explained without giving too many details. "Well, once the ritual is over you can take the potion right away," Soizhen nodded. "Did you think about how to disappear for a while until everything passes?" Snape's retirement did not imply that he would cut off contact with the world forever. He would settle and hide in the magical stronghold until the fall of Voldemort, and later, he could return and interact with the magical community without hindrance. "I will simply leave quietly, leaving nothing but a letter behind, so that Minerva can find another potions teacher for the school for next year," said Snape simply as he looked around the great dining hall. "Once everything is over, I will just say that I was fulfilling Dumbledore's last wish, which is a secret. He's fooled me so many times, it won't be a problem to use him as a shield one last time." Soizhen nodded. "Less explanation will lead to less doubt. After the headmaster's funeral takes place, send me the magical contract for examination," Snape asked as he stood up and walked away as he saw other teachers returning with sad expressions, a sign that the body had been successfully found. The funeral took place 3 days later, as the event of Dumbledore's death shook the magical community, confirming once again the return of Voldemort for those who were still in denial and needed to prepare a majestic funeral for the departure of such a great wizard. As Soizhen expected, Dumbledore was buried on the small island near the school with the Elder Wand between his hands folded in peace. Those attending the funeral included many important people, wizards prominent in numerous fields, many of the students who received his guidance, and people who came to pay tribute to him. Even though they were technically burying someone on his property and without his permission, he decided to tactfully keep quiet. This would be the last time she would let him get away with it, even if he had already departed to the afterlife. Chapter 146, Let's Change That Arm. Once the funeral was over, most people left amidst weeping and sad looks, while others stayed behind staring at the tombstone, lost in their own thoughts. Should I loot the grave, take the elderberry wand and throw it deep into the Mariana Trench? He considered for a moment Soizhen before dismissing the idea as ridiculous. The wand is made of wood and would end up floating in the water instead of sinking, he chided himself as he slapped his forehead for not seeing something so obvious. He'd have to tie it to a rock or encase it in concrete before throwing it. But sensing powerful protections interlocking in place, they made him give up on the idea. Without that legendary wand, Voldemort would not muster enough courage and confidence to face Potter in a singular duel. And speaking of the protagonist of his own story, he also stared at the tomb in the company of Ron several feet away from him. After a while, he declared without seeming to be aware of his surroundings his intention to leave Hogwarts and set off in search of the rest of Voldemort's Horcruxes. "Yes, go ahead, talk about the Dark Lord's greatest secret out in the open, what does it matter?" Fortunately, he watched as Potter determinedly waved a letter in front of Ron and recognizing it as the one he sent to the headmaster with the location of all the remaining Horcruxes. It seems that Hermione's absence did not affect the performance of the suicidal wizard duo from Gryffindor. Fun fact, due to her interference, it turns out that Hermione was not included in Dumbledore's will, as no one came looking for her to give her the book containing the tales of Beedle the Bard. It seems that with the letter in her hands and clear objectives, there was no need to include an intelligent person. It is true that the ministry thoroughly examined everything and delayed the delivery, but when Ginny later wrote explaining how surprised she was that someone like her older brother would receive something from Dumbledore, it was confirmed. Now, what little was left of the school year was pretty grim, not to say it ended a month ahead of schedule due to the unfolding events. It was shocking that Hagrid came looking for him a few days before he left to pull him aside and ask him privately if he could still keep his job in a bundle. Of course, he let him stay if he so wished, and to put his mind at ease, he assured him that from now on he would pay him his salary as the owner of the place, which after learning how much it was. He could only curse Dumbledore in his inner thoughts, knowing how much he was taking advantage of the half-giant with such a tight salary despite the strenuous work he was doing and how much he had to eat. Without even hesitating, he raised his monthly salary an additional 100 galleons. Although Hagrid was actually secretly rich with all the unicorn hair he collected in the forest and other materials, he did not usually realize the true value of these things. The fact that he wove and used a unicorn hair cloth to clean the oil lamp he used to use proved it perfectly. For him, coins were much more useful to spend. Mind you, Soisin was very clear that he would not allow any more acromantulas, explaining the risk they posed to students. Instead, he asked him to properly teach Fluffy to patrol the outer grounds of the school and keep an eye out for potential intruders. He never understood why the fawn was never seen again after the first year. It was huge. Hagrid was very moved with care and began to shed a few tears. If Soisin hadn't found an excuse to run off, he might have tried to hug him driven by emotions. "I don't want to break some ribs, thank you." Although with the potion he took there shouldn't be any danger, it was better to be cautious. And speaking of potions, he was able to successfully finish the potion promised to Snape, which looked pretty bad if he had to be honest despite being its creator. The liquid was a cloudy amber color like whiskey and had a concentrated tangerine scent, but it writhed and shook as if the bottle was full of centipedes. However, between this version and the one that looked like blood tar with the smell of rancid blue cheese, I was sure Snape preferred the tangerine. The expected moon phase arrived and Soisin stood as a witness to the ritual they performed in a secluded and discreet location, in case any mishaps occurred and he needed to take him to St. Mungo's. Snape placed parts of some creatures in a magical formation that looked slightly familiar with his transformation studies and drew lines on his marked arm with a strange plant paste that left behind a dark yellow color. The lines seemed to follow some sort of mysterious pattern, as it seemed to need to be very exact, and Snape had to stop and redo some parts to get them drawn correctly. Making sure everything was in place, he began the ritual as he muttered what he understood must be the necessary chant, and the parts of the creatures around him caught fire out of nowhere, reducing themselves to ashes that flew under the influence of magic to the yellowish lines to be absorbed. The dark mark seemed to have become inebriated and was unable to react to whatever was going on, at which point Snape waved his wand and amputated his own arm in one decisive motion. Did I say that Snape is doing the ritual with a bare torso? It wasn't even necessary for the ritual, but he made it clear that he doesn't want to stain his robes with blood, nor does he want it to become an obstacle to the growth of the new arm. Soisin grimaced unpleasantly. No matter how trained he is, losing an arm will always bring significant pain, as demonstrated by the grunt the potion's master let out as his brow sweated and the veins in his neck visibly tightened. Once the severed arm touched the ground, the yellow lines came to life and turned all the flesh and blood into a tiny tree with withered leaves and a dark mark that seemed to have formed naturally on the surface of the trunk. Only if one paid close attention would one notice the vague similarity the trunk bore to an arm. The potion. Snape said no nonsense and reached out with his now single arm to take the vial that Soisin held out to him without delay. He ripped the cork from the bottle with his teeth and drank it all without leaving a drop behind. Not intending to be delicate, he threw the empty bottle away where it cracked loudly against the cold stone and bit into a cloth-wrapped stick that Soisin had prepared beforehand. A pool of blood had already formed on the ground, and Soisin had in hand another potion to restore the lost blood and another herbovitalizing potion. Snape soon gritted his teeth as the potion took effect, unable to contain his voice from the pain. Just like in a horror movie, the severed bone was the first thing to be rebuilt as various nerves and blood vessels sprouted like roots and held them firmly in place. Muscles twisted a couple of times before they were properly organized, and skin very slowly covered the entire arm. Later, nails grew on the fingers, and for that they had to break the delicate, newly formed and quite sensitive skin. Compared to the rest of the body, the new arm was too pale-skinned and looked like the arm of a delicate young girl. It would be a while before the features evened out, it would gain strength and he would get used to using it with dexterity. Snape spat out the biting stick and carefully checked his new arm. Opening and closing his palm, twisting his wrist, flexing his arm. Good potion. Chapter 147, An Unexpected Offer. On the last day before leaving, Soisin met with the now headmistress McGonagall to complete a few small formalities to avoid unpleasant surprises in the coming term. "Is it really necessary to do this, Mr. Galegold?" asked the new headmistress. I'm afraid so. What would happen if the ministry fell into the hands of the Dark Lord? I will not allow Hogwarts to fall into the wrong hands or be used for such vile purposes as propagating the ideology of blood purity. So I hope you can comply with my request, Headmistress. Minerva was silent as she stroked the armrests of the chair in her new office, thoughtfully. While I consider it to be excessive, I am aware that the coming times call for more flexible measures, she replied as she nodded firmly. You have my word, I will make sure all teachers know about it. Oh, speaking of professors, Soizen pulled a letter out of his robes. I went to look for Snape in his office to discuss potions, but I only found this letter addressed to you. I thought it was rather strange, so I brought it to you. Minerva took the letter and opened it to read its contents. It looks like I'll need a new potions teacher next year. Minerva didn't even have time to warm up to her new position and was already feeling a headache. Just a moment. Mr. Galegold. Yes. Soizen suddenly had a bad feeling. How would you like to be a potions master at Hogwarts? Minerva glared at the student in front of her. Snape himself recognized Soizen's excellence in the field of potion making. Poppy constantly praised the quality of the potions handed out during the attack, and she herself knew how talented the young wizard was at ensuring the safety of those around him. Does he need better accreditation? You can't afford to pay my salary, Soizen got straight to the point bluntly. Besides, in case you've forgotten, Headmistress, I still have one final year left where I must pass E. But your studies are much more advanced than the rest, we teachers know that very well. Minerva narrowed her eyes, not letting this opportunity slip away. Not in vain did she manage matters when Dumbledore was in charge. What if I allowed you to take the E in advance this summer? That way, you would be considered a graduate and could be in the castle as a teacher. Director, I can be here even if I graduate, he reminded her, although he admitted that the idea of graduating early is tempting. And it would bring him many benefits to be able to move freely as a qualified adult wizard during this period of repression. 1 year, that's all I'm asking, McGonagall told him, holding up her finger. I just need you to be potions master for a year, by which time I'll have been able to get a replacement. You know that under the current circumstances, recruiting staff for the school will be quite difficult. No doubt few teachers are willing to go where Potter does his studies, and that will surely be tempting bait for the Dark Lord. That they are not leaving the country with suitcases is already to be applauded. What about my salary? Sounded Soizen. It will be a chance to graduate early, Minerva replied without hesitation. Hell, Headmistress McGonagall knows how to negotiate and tighten the screws. But I've never taught, she said as innocently as she was able. Minerva just raised her eyebrow with an expression of, do you really think I don't know about the matter within your house? True, if something is secret at Hogwarts, it's only natural that everyone knows about it. All right, equally, he was going to get bored if he had to spend a year pretending he was still learning. Can we at least make it a surprise? I want to see the expressions on everyone else's faces when it's announced. I think we can do that. Minerva smiled in amusement at the proposal and agreed not to tell anyone. But I will ask you to keep the displays of affection with Sylvia to private moments and away from prying eyes. After all, a teacher-student relationship is not something well seen anywhere. Also, I hope you won't show any kind of favoritism like Severus did. Soizen raised his eyebrow, as he did not consider how their relationship might be affected by this change. Somehow it seemed to be quite exciting. Don't worry, Headmistress, I have a good sense of measure, he assured as he coughed to straighten his mind. Lately his ideas had too many deviations. At least he was sure that his favoritism would not be as obvious as Snape's. Well, you will be notified by Owl once I schedule the test, Minerva nodded. Do you wish it to be held at the ministry or at school? And when would you do better? At school. And the sooner the better, he answered instantly. The ministry will be taken over this summer by Voldemort. It would be a nuisance to have it happen while it is being examined. At the castle, at the very least, he need not worry about the Dark Lord bursting in by surprise until after December if he remembered correctly. That would be the time when Potter returns to look for the Ravenclaw tiara, which he removed years ago. What expression will he and Ron have when I tell them that it was he who passed the crucial information to Dumbledore? Very well, I will try to see if I can get you officially tested in 2 to 3 weeks, Minerva confirmed. As the current headmistress of the school, she had the privilege of conducting the degree test in advance by recommendation. She only needed to gather the qualified people to conduct the exam and have it witnessed by the necessary staff to make it official. Being honest, McGonagall actually feels more at ease as long as Soizen is in the castle during this time. It wasn't Albus, but the young wizard's presence and identity was a great deterrent to those who would look for trouble. Chapter 148, Tenant. Soizen was currently standing in front of the magical Bastion, which had come a long way in his absence, and beside him stood the now non-Professor Snape. Well, He asked, unable to help but puff out his chest a little at the sight of Snape's speechlessness. Not bad, is it? I admit that the surroundings and facilities are rather superior to what I expected, Snape said, trying not to convey in his voice the great shock he felt in his heart, which is a more than welcome surprise. And it also solves the mystery of who is behind the huge supply of magical materials that has been driving the Ministry of Magic mad for months. Where will I set up shop? There are some finished rooms next to the potions lab. You can choose the one you like best and we can modify it to become your personal study. Soizen led the way as he explained, in theory. The equipment should be at the same standard as the ones we have in the Gale Gold Common Room, but if you consider that something is missing or that you can improve the place, you can write suggestions for the remodeling of the place. What about the ingredients? Snape asked, very pleased with the facilities he saw, which were far superior to the antiques he managed at Hogwarts. We have some gardens and greenhouses almost completed that will provide fresh ingredients. You can take what you need as long as you don't damage the plant, something I doubt you will do with your level. He explained as he showed her the different places that will be of interest to the potions master. We also have a moon well and a high-quality water supply. The library is finished if you are looking for a place to think quietly, but we still have a shortage of valuable books and barely have a few shelves of general miscellaneous subjects. If you wish, you can contribute your own original writings. The remaining ingredients can be requested once a week when the house elves go out for the remaining supplies needed. Snape nods. He must point out that the air in this place is really pure and helps him to be in a better mood. He doesn't hear the whining of students, the smell of poorly prepared ingredients, or the explosions that happen because of elementary mistakes. With this facility and this piece, you can really enjoy a retirement you never thought possible. He didn't even realize he was smiling slightly. This place seems too good to be true. What's the catch? He joked. Soizen's eyes went wide. Had Snape just teased him? No, it must have been his imagination. Well, it's not really a trick, but there are several other people living here, he explained, because it was no secret if he was going to live here. My family and 2 others are holed up here for now until the fall of the Dark Lord, so the meals will be a bit more lively. Snape didn't mind, he was used to eating in the great dining hall with company. While the scale would be much smaller, it also gave it more charm and less formality. Besides, even he needed to talk to other people from time to time to satiate his need for social contact, however low-key it might be. That's it, if you have any help you can call a house elf, or if in doubt, you can look for Nagini. She's the housekeeper of this place, so to speak, Soizen concluded. Nagini. Snape had the feeling that Dumbledore had mentioned that name sometime in his past. Never mind, they couldn't be the same people because of the time difference, could they? I'll start settling in. I'll see you at dinner. Snape said goodbye. Soizen nodded and didn't stop him. He had to go meet with their mothers and let them know that the tenant he mentioned in the letters was already here. Hermione and Sylvia should already be with their respective families and he didn't want to be pulled by the ears for taking too long. Halfway through he suddenly remembered something and put on an annoyed expression. Alastor Moody was going to die when he escorted Potter to the burrow. It hadn't dawned on him until this instant, and now it was too late to take action. With Moody's paranoia, it was perfectly possible that he would believe it was all a plot if he mentioned anything at this point. If on top of that he revealed that he knew his multi-juice potion plus broomstick plan, who knew what madness his neurotic mind was capable of thinking. Leaving aside his experience and usefulness against Voldemort as a veteran Auror, he had just lost the benefits he was going to ask the Ministry for his own brand of defensive measures. Obviously he wasn't going to give them anything really good, but it would be enough to leave a good image and bite off a big chunk of meat. Tonks simply didn't have enough rank in the organization to negotiate, and there wasn't enough time to close any official binding deals before the fall, which was a shame. Rufus Scrimgeour would also be killed by Voldemort this summer, but not before examining and handing over Dumbledore's inheritance to Ron and Potter. It didn't matter. It's not like he had any use for a dead minister anyway, and the one who would come after was just a public stooge. But it would be good to stay on top of the news. He would ask Ginny to let him know when it happened and find out from members of the Order of the Phoenix. It would be wise to know the exact moment the Ministry is controlled by the Death Eaters, as they will no doubt try to reach out to Hogwarts. Their castle, school and property. The measure he proposed to McGonagall may be somewhat extreme, but it was necessary due to the circumstances of the moment. In essence, he would enchant the front door of Hogwarts so that those with evil intentions towards the school, such as destroying or controlling it, as well as those who feel loyalty to Voldemort, would be unable to cross it. The enchantment involved some legerdemacy, it wouldn't be perfect, and it wasn't even of his invention. He would have to go down to the family vault at Gringotts to get the ancient book where it is recorded, and he had better do it before Potter went through there to release a dragon. While there will still be those who have a decent grasp of occlumency, those who feel fear and perhaps are threatened to do acts against their will, it was better to purge the worst poison first. For example, when Voldemort arrives and declares that if they hand Potter over, he will let the rest go, Pansy Parkinson stands out and tries to convince the others to do that, succumbing to Voldemort's request without hesitation if it will save her life. Next, Pansy Parkinson will be unable to walk through the front door of Hogwarts this year. Crabbe and Goyle should be the same if they try, and they should thank you, as if you remember correctly, one of the two died from the fiery fire that was summoned by themselves. It was almost certainly Crabbe. In any case, his priority now was to prepare to graduate early. He wouldn't say anything to anyone, he really wanted to see what expression they put on when the news broke. Chapter 149, The Fall. Snape's integration was quite good. During dinner, he was introduced to the other people and they had a polite exchange, but enough to break the ice. They quickly picked up on Snape's personality, so apart from a few questions generated by curiosity and which served to satiate the potions master's vanity a bit, they didn't ask him too many details about what kinds of wonders potions could perform. His daughters talked to them a bit about it, but having an expert present always generates interest. Although Hermione and Sylvia's parents paled a bit when they heard how the ritual unfolded and looked at Soisin in amazement after finding out that he managed to brew an original potion capable of growing an amputated arm. Although they understood that potions had powerful effects, wasn't this a bit of an exaggeration? More so considering how young the person who created and prepared the potion from scratch was. If they were asked what they imagined a wizard capable of doing something like that should be like, no doubt their first impression would be an old man with many years of experience behind him. In any case, the dinner came to a pleasant enough conclusion that Snape did not ask for meals to be sent to him, rather than attend the table with the others. McGonagall sent an owl indicating the date on which the evaluation would take place after a few days, and with Nagini's help, it was not difficult to leave without arousing suspicion from her family. As for the results, there were no surprises. The examiners left the castle under McGonagall's proud gaze, questioning who was the true expert in their field, them or Soisin. Was this the level a young wizard should be? Terrifying. If it hadn't been for the fact that he knew she would disagree, Soisin would have invited Minerva over for a drink to celebrate her graduation on the spot. Unfortunately, even though he was now considered an adult wizard in the eyes of magical law, he was still too young for adult beverages. Quite ridiculous really. He faced Dementors, Death Eaters and dragons while younger, and his body was much more mature compared to his peers of the same generation. It brings out the common sense in today's wizards. By the way, even though I will be serving as Potions Master this year, I won't be appointed as Dean of Slytherin, will I? Soisin asked, startled to realize that Snape's departure left not one position vacant, but two. Don't worry, Rolanda will temporarily cover this position for the time being, Minerva assured him. Oh, so Mrs. Hooch will do it, she nodded in understanding. If one thinks which teacher has the most free time in the castle, it is undoubtedly Rolanda Hooch. Her flying lessons do not ask for homework to be corrected, and the amount of classes she has per week compared to the other teachers is nothing because she only teaches first years. Also, refereeing Quidditch matches doesn't take much time, as they don't happen as often as you might think. So, he's actually the best choice to temporarily fill the position of Dean of Slytherin. Although it is estimated that by the end of the year, he will resign from his new position for sure. I like flying through the sky and maneuvering the broom, but you're asking me to handle the snakes in the narrow dungeons? Bah! Taking advantage of leaving the Bastion, Soisin made the visit to Gringotts Bank cautiously and pulled out the book he needed to enchant the main entrance to the castle without incident. He spent additional time in the chamber discussing the situation outside with Kurako, and the results were clear. Stupid prophecies. Was the two-word summary of her response, something with which Soisin had an opinion in tune. Kurako even questions why Dumbledore did not let Voldemort finish Potter off in the first year during the Philosopher's Stone event so that he and the rest of the powerful wizards of the world could act to eliminate the threat that is Voldemort with all their might without restrictions imposed by fate. To allow Potter to live to this day is only to give Voldemort time to recover so that he can face him at his best. If it is all for the greater good, isn't it better to let go the life of a child who might equally fail, in order to prevent hundreds or even thousands of deaths of innocent people? Dumbledore really was a hypocrite. Soisin could only remain silent and shake his head. After studying the book for a week, he returned to Hogwarts and carefully enchanted the main entrance for no less than 5 hours to make sure he covered as wide a spectrum of his intentions as possible, without actually affecting any innocent students. The rest of the summer was quiet, like the calm before the storm. Soisin asked Nagini to train Sylvia and Hermione to improve their combat reflexes while he tested new types of magic and tried to find ingenious ways to use them. Snape was interested in the training and provided Nagini with some advice on how best to stimulate reactions in battle. And what was the signal to know when the first lightning would strike? Well, it was Ginny's owl that became the trigger. Apparently, the burrow was attacked by Death Eaters while they were having a picnic in the countryside, and she and Luna were separated from their families during the escape by using apparition in panic. Now, she was asking Soizen for help in sheltering them because they weren't sure how the rest of the family members were doing and if returning home was safe. That wasn't all, there was also a second letter explaining that their father discovered many personnel changes at the ministry, realizing that he had fallen into the hands of the Dark Lord. Fortunately for them, Arthur was able to leave the place without alerting anyone, but he could not return until the situation was clarified. This all happened barely half a day ago. Soizen rubbed his forehead and sighed. Looks like he should keep an eye out for the next few days to see if the Hogwarts castle alarm goes off. Well, at least this time Luna wasn't kidnapped to threaten her father, that's a good thing. As members of the Order of the Hippogriff, Ginny and Luna knew which assigned locations they needed to go to in the event of a crisis, so I just needed to check those locations to find them. An hour later. He entered a popular ice cream parlor called Funny Poles, which was located in a town to the southwest, and ordered a 3-scoop ice cream. He then sat down at the table and waited while reading a thin book without touching the ice cream in front of him, being the signal to identify himself and not be fooled by the Multijugos potion. Two old ladies approached to engage in conversation, and as they shook hands, the letter H flashed briefly on the thumbs of the three without anyone else noticing. The old ladies said their goodbyes, and after 5 minutes, he too left after drinking the melted ice cream like sherbet. The ice cream is not as good as they say. The three of them met in a corner and, holding hands away from prying eyes, disappeared with the sound of a bottle cork. Chapter 150, Calming the Heart. Soizen did not immediately take Luna and Ginny to the magical Bastion, but they first appeared at his old house in Lackak. It wasn't that he didn't trust the two witches, but the Bastion was his most important base, and he had to make sure of two things. That they weren't being tracked, to fish for more important targets, and lastly, he needed both of them to swear an oath to keep the Bastion secret. Even their families couldn't know anything. He wasn't willing to allow loopholes, not with someone with a loose mouth like Ron living with Ginny, or a person as willing to expose things as Luna's father. Looking on the bright side, in the future they might come for a visit or to have a picnic to relax in one of the most beautiful places in the world. They both understood that well-protected shelters were not abundant in these circumstances, so based on their trust built up over the years, they took the oath Soizen asked them to take, and after waiting for the Multijugos potion they prepared to finish its effect, as well as confirming that they had no curse or tracker mark on them or their things. The three of them disappeared to reach the Bastion. Knowing they were safe here, the tension and nerves flowed like tears, leaving Soizen at a loss as to how to comfort the two witches. Lucky for him, both Sylvia and Hermione saw the arrival of their friends and quickly entered into an emotionally supportive dynamic. Soizen tried to slip away because he really doesn't like these scenarios, but Ginny and Sylvia held him by the sleeves and he could only act as a patient shoulder to cry on. He looked at his girlfriend with bemusement. He found it reasonable that the young Weasley was crying on his left shoulder. Luna might not be crying openly, but the tight, silent embrace she held with Hermione made it clear that she wasn't well and needed some comfort. Then, why did Sylvia also start crying on her right shoulder? Just because someone you know cries, do you have to cry too? She would never understand the complex and mysterious female emotions. As if it was their salvation, Nagini appeared shortly thereafter to take the two new arrivals for a shower to relax and change. It should be noted that later, when they sat down at the table and saw what they thought was still their potions teacher present, they nearly jumped out of their seats. This time Soizen didn't go ahead to explain and let Nagini explain the situation a bit, while also asking them not to expose her presence here to anyone. Although Ginny was clearly uncomfortable about all the abrupt changes in the last few hours, Luna had calmed down quite a bit and was discussing with Inkta about some red flowers she saw in the garden. "I don't know how my family is doing," Ginny commented, hugging her knees on the sofa once the meal was finished and the house elves were clearing the table. "I think they should be fine," Soizen commented. "Your family is quite capable, and as members of the Order of the Phoenix, they should have some countermeasures ready and people to support them." His gaze shifted to Luna. "I'm sure Xenophilius should be fine as well." Luna nodded her head in appreciation of his concern for her state of mind. "Would you like us to send them a letter? They must be worried about you, and this way they'll know you're safe. You'll be able to relax your heart too if they reply." "Wouldn't that be dangerous?" Ginny hesitated. Even though she was tempted by the proposal, she didn't want to risk the shelter they were all in. That would only make her feel more depressed and guilty. I could use my Patronus," Soizen commented as he thought about it some more. "They can be used as messengers, you know." "You mean your Patronus the size of an adult whale?" Hermione pointed. "I can modify its size and shape, like when the Dementors attacked the Quidditch pitch, remember?" "Oh, right," Hermione replied dumbfounded, she really forgot that. The first thing that came to her mind was how she came out of the waters of the Black Lake with that huge Patronus. Rolling his eyes, Soizen raised his hands and gathered enough silver mist to form a whale the size of a husky. The whale swam up to float in front of Ginny, who was fascinated for a moment at the realism of the Patronus. The whale's gaze seemed to mirror her own mind. Just put your palm on its forehead and start talking, the Patronus will record your voice so the Weasleys know you are safe. Remember to add that Luna is also safe to calm her father and that you must not give details of where you are or who you are with. When the twins see the Patronus, they should connect the dots. He was worried that carried away by emotions, she would forget the oath she swore. I already left a reminder so they know they can respond in kind. Ginny looked at him and nodded, expressing that she understood what she had to do. She didn't immediately reach out and considered for a moment the message she wanted to convey to her family with Luna. The others didn't bother her and just a few minutes later, they reached a consensus. Ginny put her hand on the Patronus' forehead, which felt like warm skin made of warm streams of water. The feeling was really nice and a bit addictive. Once the message was recorded, the Patronus circled around as if it was getting its bearings, and to the surprised looks of everyone but Soizen, it plunged into the ground as if entering the ocean. It will be a few hours before he returns, Soizen commented as he put his hands on his knees and stood up. Would you like to play a game of Gwent? I recently made a new Novigrad deck. Wait, what was that? Hermione, unable to contain her curiosity, asked for everyone present. I thought you were going to have a house elf take the Patronus or something. How can the Patronus locate Ginny's family without using an owl or knowing where they're hiding? Because I improved the enchantment. At this point you're still asking me these questions? Answered Soizen as if it were a matter of course. Don't look at me like that. It's no secret to anyone here that illusions are one of my strong points. What exactly do you think a Patronus is? It is the manifestation of a wizard's or witch's good feelings, which assumes the form of a specific illusion with sufficient mastery, usually an animal that reflects some mental aspect. With his superior animagus form and the knowledge he has gathered, inherited and studied over the years, modifying this kind of illusion is child's play. And how did you manage to get her to be able to find the people you send a message to as if she were an owl? This was the point Hermione couldn't understand. I copied the magical sense that our owls have and simulated it in the Patronus. How else? The answer was so simple and complex that no one knew what to say. Hermione, Sylvia patted the witch's shoulder to get her out of her stupor. It's Soizen, don't try to use common sense on him. Hey! Laughter echoed in the room and the depressed atmosphere was swept away. Chapter 151, Under Attack. Just as Soizen predicted, the answer came back after a few hours. Molly's worried voice could be heard shouting, while, what she assumed was the rest of the family could be heard in the background, sighing in relief to know that the youngest was safe. Just as he had hoped, the twins were able to recognize the Patronus and explain their theory to their mother, who didn't seem at all pleased at the lack of information such as where her little girl was currently hiding, but urged her to stay wherever she was until the year started at Hogwarts, where she would be safer. The last comment was a bit offensive in Soizen's opinion, but since it was said by a mother concerned for her youngest daughter, she granted a silent pardon. But the mention of the school brought everyone back to reality. Will Hogwarts still be open this year? Hermione asked Soizen worriedly, wondering if the 7th-year assessment would still take place. A bit ironic, because the witch was worried about a degree to find a job when in fact she already had one. The school will be open as usual, but additional measures will be taken to ensure the safety of the students, although they will be a bit special, Soizen replied. Mind you, I have no idea which teachers will be taking over this year. What kind of measures? Asked both Hermione's mother and Sylvia's mother simultaneously, as if they had rehearsed it just for this moment. This actually irritated Soizen a lot, although he didn't show it on his face. Did they really think that with him around, their daughters were in any danger? This concern that they unconsciously and genuinely blurted out was also strong evidence that they really didn't seem to trust him enough on that front. Soizen suddenly lost the urge to respond. Besides, what good would it do to explain to them everything they did? It's not like they could understand even a fifth of the stuff, which involved advanced enchantments, fundamental alchemy, and many more topics. The only 4 people who seemed to notice his change in mood despite remaining the same on the outside were Anne and Ninta, who as his mothers, knew him better than any of the people present. Nagini sensed this change through her magical connection as well, but couldn't think of a way to mediate without using inappropriate terms. Sylvia had also been around Soizen long enough to pick up on these signals, and could only take her place and explain some simple defenses to calm her mother, father and Hermione's family patiently. The more Soizen thought about it, the more irritated he became, and in the end, as Sylvia performed her explanation attracting the attention of most, he got up and left without saying goodbye to head for the subway training grounds. Under the worried gaze of Anne and Inkta, Nagini nodded and silently followed Soizen. Hermione finally picked up that something wasn't right as she watched them all move around and exchange glances, but she couldn't put her finger on exactly what it was. She didn't know if opening her mouth at this point might cause trouble, so she wisely waited and would later ask what she missed. Ginny and Luna exchanged glances. By the time Nagini located Soizen in the training ground out of the several they had, she felt slight tremors on the ground, and when she opened the door, she couldn't help but grimace. Soizen seemed to feel more humiliated than he expected. The room Soizen chose was fully metallized and one of the sturdiest, but numerous shatters currently plagued a third of the place, and 3 specially reinforced dummies had passed away. One of them was practically melted and still giving off heat, another had been cut into sheets so smooth they looked like mirrors, and the last one was all deformed with clear and recognizable punch marks all over its body. These things were quite expensive and were supposed to be able to withstand the onslaught of a chimera. Perhaps Soizen realized that as well. So he was currently using non-physical means as he fired different incantations and spells at the targets, while his golden eyes lit up even more than usual in the presence of the explosions of fire, acids, and lightning. After a moment of contemplation, Nagini decided to close the door and wait outside for him to release some dissatisfaction. She would only intervene if it started to get out of control. Several minutes later, the vibrations intensified just as Sylvia and Hermione seemed to locate their source and saw Nagini standing guard at the door. Sylvia seemed to have explained the situation to Hermione, so after exchanging glances of silent understanding, they opened the door slightly to peek inside for a few seconds and closed it again. How long does it usually take for her to calm down when she gets like this? Sylvia asked in a whisper that conveyed concern. She had rarely seen her boyfriend so upset, and the situation was a little uncomfortable even for her. Her mother had practically told her to her face that she didn't trust him to protect her. I wouldn't know, he's holding back a lot. Nagini shook her head. She was satisfied enough with him not freaking out. She's still holding back. Hermione almost screamed, turning a little pale in the process as she remembered the mannequins smashed to the side. Suddenly, the vibrations died down all at once, without warning, and the door swung open, revealing 2 golden eyes contrasting sharply with the gloomy surroundings. What's wrong? Nagini asked at her master's abnormal behavior. She could feel that she had barely released some anger, and it was far from over. I've received an alert from Hogwarts protections, said Soizen as his eyes lit up. The Death Eaters are trying to take control of the castle again and have brought reinforcements. They are arriving just at the perfect time. Stay here, I'll be back soon. Without giving them time to refute, Soizen appeared in the office of the headmistress of Hogwarts, who by this time also arrived as he emerged from the green flames of the fireplace. I'm glad to see that you received the alert and came quickly as well, Soizen, said Minerva as she approached him. Since he graduated and will become a teaching colleague, the way she addressed him changed. What measures should we take? She asked him somewhat anxiously. Apart from Hagrid and the Hogwarts ghosts, there was no one else in the castle at the moment. Even Filch had taken a vacation. Let's check the numbers of the invaders first. He gave a mental command, and the pictures of the previous headmasters separated and the wall flipped over and flew out to form a floating table to reveal an enlarged version of the Marauders map that reached all the Hogwarts grounds in 3 dimensions. Well, it looks like Hagrid is in the kitchens. Minerva pointed to the green dot with Hagrid's name on it. As for the enemies, there are more than I expected, she said, frowning at the red dots that seemed to grow by the minute. Director Dip-Pet, please find the Bloody Baron and ask him to prepare to command the armor if any rats sneak in, Soizen requested of one of the previous director's cadres. Understood. The man in the animated painting rose from his seat and disappeared as he walked quickly to the side of his painting. Director Basil, ask the other ghosts to keep an eye on the entire castle and alert the Bloody Baron if they find any anomalies. Also, the Grey Lady should prepare to deploy the surprises we installed last year. Nodding, another director disappeared from his cadre as he spread the word with the help of the rest of the cadre. What surprises are you talking about? Minerva gave Soizen a puzzled look. Is there some security measure you are not aware of? Don't worry, headmistress, you'll see soon enough, Soizen soothed as he counted the red dots. 437 enemies. Do you think they are all wizards? It's unlikely, McGonagall dismissed as she watched the red dots move, even during Tom's finest hour, she said, avoiding using the name which was again functioning as a magical alert. That number would represent a third of his forces. It's impossible that after what happened during the last attempt, he would send that many. It's more likely to be wanderers and werewolves led by a few mages. I see, Soizen gazed at the map with cold eyes, too bad they don't value their lives. With a mental command, Hogwarts Castle came to life. Chapter 152, The Assault. The Death Eaters climbed the hill as they were followed by the lesser beings they found to act as cannon fodder, and soon the image of the castle flashed in their eyes. I can't believe it's been so many years, and when I come back to this place, it's to conquer it, sighed one of the Death Eaters. We should have done it sooner. He complained. Would you have dared to confront Dumbledore while he was alive? Asked one beside him without a moment's consideration as to whether his colleague's feelings would be hurt. Shut up, Ferguson. Shouted the first Death Eater, that's got nothing to do with it, really. All right, then, how do we do it? The children were not able to give many details, they only mentioned some powerful golems inside the castle and a barrier in the Forbidden Forest. Although there were not too many of them, we must be careful with them. We will take advantage of the element of surprise, as the Dark Lord said. The Dementors under his orders scouted the place at night. Apart from a filthy half-breed acting as key-keeper, there is no one else in the castle. Even the warden is absent. To complete this job is to collect merits with hardly any effort. But I heard that a three-headed dog has been seen roaming the grounds recently and is quite alert. It was also investigated. That dog has been at the vet since yesterday for getting sick from eating something strange green with purple spots. It won't be a problem for days. So what's the point of bringing in this much cannon fodder? Asked the baffled Death Eater. If it's as easy as it sounds, we just need to fly in there, break down the doors until we get to the headmaster's tower and seal the place off. Additional caution never hurts. If that heir has installed more defenses, won't we be the ones to suffer? We can sacrifice ourselves without hesitation for the cause of the Dark Lord, but we cannot perish without a valid reason, he explained very fluently. After all, the courage of one of us is superior to all these inferior beings and dirty bloods. The Death Eater heard it all and felt it made perfect sense. With a wave of his arm, he sent a green light signal and the small army behind them charged excitedly. Meanwhile, the 7 Death Eaters leading the attack watched as they advanced. One of the Death Eaters raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight and looked carefully at the castle. What are those things coming out of the castle walls? They seem to be made of metal. Do they look like steel cannons? But that doesn't seem right, their exits are too thin and there are 6 of them. What can they do with such small cannonballs? A Death Eater scoffed. With the shield enchantment, it'll be like protecting yourself from raindrops. How ridiculous. Wait, it looks like those cannons are moving. No, they're spinning on themselves, the Death Eater corrected his earlier remark. Is there a problem with the way they work? It seems this heir isn't as good as they say. Yes, just look at what garbage he put up as a defense. I bet he didn't even test them before installing them. The next Death Eater wanted to have his turn to taunt, but a sudden noise of firecrackers startled them. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-ta-ta. Under the look of incomprehension from the Death Eaters, they watched as much of the cannon fodder they sent suddenly fell asleep and was trampled by the rest of them, who didn't bother to find out why they suddenly stumbled. They just made sure not to take the same direction as those losers. But the fewer there are, the more loot there will be later for them. It seems that indeed, there were more defenses in place, the Death Eater commented as he counted the first casualties. About 80 have fallen, not too many. There are still 350 left and they are already crossing the side bridge. It looks like it was just a last desperate defense, said the Death Eater as he rubbed his hands together, sensing imminent success. Kaboom! A loud explosion echoed in the surroundings as the bridge was detonated several meters before they could set foot on the castle floor and burst into blue flames. There goes about 200 additional casualties, said a Death Eater with better eyesight. Looks like the explosion has given those idiots quite a scare and they don't know whether to keep moving or retreat. Should we go down? Come on, if they've damaged the school buildings, it means there can't be too many tricks left up their sleeves. Nodding, the 7 Death Eaters turned into black smoke and landed near their minions, ordering them to circle the place and enter this time by the stone bridge. When they were 2/3 of the way across, the doors opened and several figures came out to greet them. Are they surrendering to us? No, you idiot. There's not supposed to be anyone inside the castle, remember? Even if someone realized the castle was under attack, they'd call for help from the ministry and our people would know. One Death Eater shouted to another, look, it must be those golems we were warned about. They look too much like the castle armor, though. Yes, they must be enchanted to come out and defend the place if the enemy gets too close to the castle. Let's get this over with once and for all. Wait, is the Bloody Baron leading them? Questioned a Death Eater who thought he was seeing things. Can he do that? Ah. Well, I suppose it makes sense with his reputation. Never mind, let them handle it. With another wand gesture, the rest of the army regained morale at having the Death Eaters nearby and charged without fear. They're just a bunch of scrap metal, what's there to be afraid of? And with today's coup, they would gain enough money and status that they would never need to risk their necks again. This time the battle broke out without hindrance, traps or bombs, but something was wrong. What's going on? Why are they killing each other? Look at their eyes. They've turned red, are they haunted? Quick, cast some spell to wake them up. I only know how to cast curses. Complained the Death Eater who was pointed out, who wastes their time studying how to cure curses. He looked around, but it seems that no one knew any spell that could help them in this situation and they could only levitate these madmen and throw them in the middle of the armor so that they would change their targets to the enemy they wished to take down. Several minutes later, all the cannon fodder they brought in was dead, but at least the armor was down as well. That was tight. The Death Eater wiped the sweat from his brow and looked to his left. I told you, Ferguson. Extra caution is good. Let's go in and get this over with. Wait, there seems to be something else coming out. Could it be the half-giant half-breed? We can torture it for a while to get even. I second that idea. Heir, guys, a Death Eater who didn't look away shook the shoulders of his excited colleagues as his face turned waxed pale. I think we're in trouble. Minutes before, in the headmistress' office. The golems were standing in front of Minerva and Soizen as they cast the same spell over and over again on them. Geminio. 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 Back to the present. The Death Eaters looked silently at the hundreds of golems staring at them with their cyclops eyes, and only one word came to mind to convey the spiritual state they were in. Chapter 153, Put out the fire. At the moment the bridge exploded, in the director's office. Soizen, the effects of these duplication spells are not as simple as when you thought of duplicating the needles to sell them. They will only temporarily last a few minutes at most due to the complexity of the golem before disappearing. Are you sure it will be enough? Trust me, headmistress. Those Death Eaters have no idea what they're getting into. Actuality. Reparo. Minerva was restoring the armor that had fallen during the battle while Soizen incinerated the bodies left on the stone bridge to ashes and used a wind current to blow them away. We don't want scavengers or a disease to spread, do we? Hagrid, would you mind doing a sweep to make sure no one else is here? It's very important to know that everything is clear. I trust you. Soizen could sense Hagrid's need to want to help from afar and gave him a piece of paper to act on. They already knew there was no one else around from the three-dimensional map, so the half-giant would be safe and with his ego satisfied for being part of the plan. I'll take care of it. Fawn, follow me, we have a mission to accomplish. Hagrid immediately took his crossbow reconditioned and improved thanks to his new salary and faithful doggy companion, to check that everything was clear with an expression that betrayed how pleased he was to receive such an important mission. It's good that some things never change, said Minerva as she smiled at Hagrid's actions. I finished repairing the armor, but you'll have to fix these silver chariots as you call them. Every time I try to assemble them, they fall apart. I'll go redo the bridge in the meantime. I'll take care of that as soon as I'm done on this side. Shall I get rid of these bodies too? He asked as he pointed to the 7 stacked bodies of the Death Eaters who died with an expression of absolute terror and had more holes in them than a Gruyere cheese. On one of his fingers alone, more than 9 thermal perforations could be counted. Please do, Minerva grimaced in disgust at the sad state of her enemies. Soizen, you never sold any golems in your store, did you? She asked suddenly frightened as a thought crossed her mind. Don't worry, all golems are exclusive to Hogwarts, even I don't have one of these at home. He understood what she was trying to say and assured her that her idea was impossible. Besides, the golems he plans to make with Sylvia to safeguard the magical Bastion will be much more OP in comparison to these, which are just practices of the first versions. Minerva sighed in relief as she walked away. It would be shocking to have these creations on the other side of the conflict. As Soizen watched the Death Eaters' bodies burn, he thought about everything that had happened and the adjustments he needed to make after testing the defenses with these volunteers. The turrets had good rate of fire, but they needed to improve their aiming for moving targets quite a bit. His estimate was that they would drop about half of the attackers, but the numbers were much lower. He wasn't too surprised either. These things have to be tested several times to get the proper desired result, and there was no occasion to do so before today. The bridge explosives may be 20 or 30% stronger next time. There was still room to add power without side consequences. The golem replication trick was effective, but unfortunately, it was unrealistic to rely on it. The only reason it succeeded was because they both had the right capabilities, control and skills to pull it off. If you try to repeat the feat by assigning the job to others, at most they will manage to make 2 or 3 duplicates before they finish their magic. And the replicated golems may not even be functional, which is also dangerous. Naturally, he didn't use all the defenses and there were still surprises in store, like the trapdoors that expelled liquid nitrogen or taking out the basilisk that was still sleeping in the depths of the castle, but he thought it would be smarter not to go all out. Who knows if they are using some form of magic to see what happened from a distance. He snapped out of his thoughts when he saw McGonagall return with a slightly green face. "Would you mind clearing the area around the bridge and let me know when you're done?" He asked her as his face seemed to turn a little greener as he remembered what he saw. "The scene is somewhat disturbing to me, and I can't concentrate enough to properly restore the entire bridge. Are you all right?" Soizen was a bit perplexed. Were the results so gore as to affect McGonagall in that way? Well, come to think of it, there were actually 200 evil people who were affected by the blast radius during the defense battle, and that's no small amount of casualties in the magical community for a single confrontation. All the more reason to increase the power of the explosives. That way there won't be so many untouched parts to clean. Wait, did that make sense? Was it normal for his thoughts to have that focus when he was still a young man with a pure and innocent heart? Oh, right, he technically counts as a graduate and will even temporarily be a potions teacher. Yeah, there's definitely nothing wrong with his thought process. POV McGonagall. It pains me to see Soizen, being so young, being so indifferent to the state of the bodies shattered by the new castle defenses. When I saw the surroundings of the bridge, I had to restrain my urge to vomit. I have been in battles and lost a good number of friends in them. The brutality of the world is something I know, and I advocate that children should not see that side for as long as possible. It's better if they can have a peaceful life without conflict, as unrealistic as that sounds. But the result of the defenses he installed in the castle make my blood run cold, more so when I learned that part of the principles used in them actually came from Muggle knowledge. He wasn't even using advanced knowledge, as I understood it. When did Muggles come to study something like this? Did they have worse things perhaps? And when the possibility occurred to me that one of their golems could be used against us, my heart missed a beat. Soizen has always been a bit odd and eccentric, with very particular ideas, but he's always been a good guy and I've never seen him engage in behavior that would qualify as evil. If a fifth house hadn't come along, I'm sure he would have ended up in Gryffindor, or perhaps he would have been more inclined to Ravenclaw. While things got tense when he claimed the castle as his property, I was glad he didn't abuse his legitimate rights. In fact, the castle facilities have improved greatly since he took over and he didn't have to explain himself to the council or any adults. It is a pity that his relationship with Potter, which started out as more of a healthy rivalry of sorts, deteriorated to this point. Dumbledore explained to me in confidence his meeting to obtain some ingredients from Fawkes and how he flatly refused to support Potter as a condition. But after what happened in the labyrinth that year, there is nothing I can say, it was simply a point of no return. Becoming headmistress of the school was a great honor, despite the tragic circumstances that led to that outcome. Soizen's support and the new facilities at the castle greatly improved the efficiency of the work, and that he would not protest about burying Albus on his property was also touching. I myself am embarrassed and feel guilty asking him to clear the bridge environs, being the only adult present. I did not expect that while making a cup of tea after finishing some papers for school, the castle alarm would go off and I would end up within minutes in this situation. Turn off the fire in the kettle. Oh. Chapter 154, Various Thoughts. POV Voldemort. At last, after taking possession of the Ministry of Magic and once Hogwarts falls into my hands, I will only have to finish off that Potter boy before preparing the new generations following the path of power to form an army big enough to dominate all of Britain and its pathetic muggles. And then, taking advantage of my immortality, the world will submit to me. My lord, the takeover of Hogwarts has failed. Avada Kedavra. Without bothering to look at the corpse that fell sonorously at my feet, I tried to consider what might have gone wrong as I rested my face in my hand. Did Dumbledore leave some protection that I don't know about, or was it down to Heir Galegold and the renovations he made to the 1,000-year-old castle? My Death Eater's children couldn't give too accurate information, they are as stupid as their parents. Driven by force of habit, I unconsciously tried to tap my nose rhythmically with my index finger as I did whenever I was thinking deeply about something, but suddenly, reality reminded me that my new body had no nose. Somebody come here. Yes, my lord. Avada Kedavra. Another body fell right on top of the previous one, forming a Y. It's so hard to find capable minions these days, I couldn't help but bring my hand to my head, hoping that the touch with my silky hair would calm me down and allow me to focus again. Somebody come here. POV Nagini. All is well, I have received a notice that everything is over and there were no problems at Hogwarts, I announced to those gathered in the living room. Hermione, Sylvia and company let out a sigh of relief, while Snape, once he knew everything was in order, returned without a word to the potions lab with the same apparent indifference with which he arrived when he found out about the unexpected situation. He really is an easy man to misunderstand. If it wasn't for the explanation my master gave me, even I would raise an eyebrow in dissatisfaction. It wasn't easy to convince Hermione and the young lady-to-be to stay, but there are always circumstances where certain words can put people in their place. These almost adult witches, though not hothouse flowers like most of their generation thanks to their close contact with the master and my training, still lack the determination or courage to take definitive action against their enemies. Hermione especially, with her high-mindedness and lofty ideals, is simply not suited for the battlefield and should stay in the rear. Sylvia on the other hand, shows a much greater potential in that sense, with an open mind to take the necessary measures to protect her loved ones. But since she has not yet taken any lives and everyone needs some time to cushion the shock they receive from doing so, she is not mentally prepared to jump straight into a place that is sure to have dozens, if not hundreds of enemies coming after her life. I cannot allow them to go and become a burden to the master in this state, so I kept them busy to distract their minds until it was all over and their presence was no longer needed. After knowing that all was over and well, they approached me asking me to intensify their training, with a look that promised a world of pain for the master for leaving them behind. I readily agreed. It was a good opportunity to separate them and prepare them individually. Hermione would learn various modes of defense and escape tactics while Sylvia would receive the same training master went through. If she's going to stay by the master's side for the rest of her life, I need to make her into a witch outstanding enough to keep her from being uncomfortable with the difference in power, despite being impossible to match. Who knows, maybe I'll manage to make a strong enough impression on him that he won't think it's a bad idea to share the master. POV Hagrid. I watched the surroundings carefully as little Fong sniffs around, looking for traces of more people or creatures in the vicinity. The crossbow is loaded and I keep it pointed skyward just in case, but I have enough command with it to fire in less than 2 seconds at the slightest disturbance. It was a pity that Fluffy ate that toad and had a stomach ache, otherwise I'm sure it would have been a great help. I'm surprised Forenza and her herd didn't come to the school's aid, though. Soizen has been very good to me. He would come to visit for a chat when he was a freshman and look at him now, he became my new boss after Dumbledore died. Now I have a bigger cabin and a better salary. Maybe when this whole Dark Lord thing is over, I should seek out Madame Maxime and try to deepen our friendship. Depressing sigh. I'd better forget it. It seems that Maxime's tastes don't suit me too much no matter how much it pains me to accept it. She's not that attractive either if I think about it carefully. Maybe I should visit magical pet stores and see if I can get a date with some lady who has a great love for creatures like me. Wait, the vet who is taking care of Fluffy seems to be quite cute and it's clear she likes magical creatures because of her job. Maybe those winks she gave me meant something and weren't a nervous twitch like I thought. I'll ask Headmistress McGonagall later, she's also a woman and might be able to give me some tips. Chapter 155, The Last Year. Since Soizen had to do all the cleaning work near the bridge by himself, it took him quite a while to notify Minerva to repair the structure. It wasn't that he couldn't do it himself, but he felt mentally exhausted from being too meticulous not to leave anything behind that might scare the students once the new school year started. What reason would they have to go to the bottom of the bridge? We're talking about Hogwarts students, remember? They are capable of getting to some pretty crazy places during their explorations. It was best to play it safe and not leave anything that might cause trauma behind. Hagrid returned just in time to see McGonagall wave her wand and rebuild the precariously looking wooden bridge. I've checked the surroundings thoroughly and there's nothing. Fong didn't find any problems either, he reported with a look that conveyed the need to hear that he did a good job. Thank you, Hagrid, Soizen told him as he patted him on the arm and held out a necklace with a horseshoe on it. I'm not sure how things will go this year, so carry this with you at all times and if you encounter danger, break the shoe so you can escape. It will take you to safety. Hagrid took the necklace and seeing that it was a bit small even after enlarging it, he used it as a good luck bracelet. Horseshoes are lucky charms, aren't they? As for where Hagrid would appear, it was naturally inside Hogwarts. He wasn't even worried about someone else taking the horseshoe and using it to infiltrate, he made sure he only recognized Hagrid's magical signature for its operation and wizards didn't have enough brute strength to snap the horseshoe like a dry twig. And if even Hagrid himself doesn't know where it will end up, how could anyone else ever know? Clearly, Soizen took into account the half-giant's sometimes carelessness with confidential information. Trusting but not knowing was safer in his case. Once the entire castle and its surroundings were back to normal, everyone returned to their homes after resetting the alarms once again. Seeing the pitiful results of his probe, Voldemort did not send any more Death Eaters to die for the rest of the summer, but there was still the possibility of using the children of his followers to wreak havoc with evil intent. Just remember what Caro did at the time. Not the twins that he has a marriage debt that he may or may not decide to use, but the other one, I don't remember the exact name. I think it was his cousin or something. Soizen got a good 4-way lecture when he returned to the Bastion and had to make a lot of promises to be forgiven. To everyone's good fortune, the alarm didn't go off again and the new school year arrived without too much incident. Too quiet in fact. Soizen met with McGonagall and the other teachers, who were astonished that they hadn't found out until that moment about the early graduation and that he would become this year's potions teacher. They told them about the attack that happened over the summer, the enchantment cast on the front door, and what their plan was for dealing with the students this year. Hooch sighed in defeat. Being Dean of Slytherin right now was holding a hot potato that no one wanted. How effective is the incantation? Flitwick asked, trying to understand the scope it would have. It should be enough to deal with most students with dangerous intentions, Soizen explained, including its expected shortcomings, but those with a good grasp of occlumency and whose actions are driven more by fear than loyalty will be able to pass the enchantment. That's actually a pretty big loophole, Flitwick reflected. If they manipulated his memory temporarily, could they also pass the incantation? Soizen nodded, since the enchantment relies heavily on subtle mental probing, but he wasn't worried about that specific approach. The only way anyone would do that expressly is if they knew there was going to be a test this year to examine the students, and the few people who knew that were the ones here. All supporters of the light side and who Soizen knew for a fact were reliable for that purpose. How do you plan to carry out the separation? We can't ask them to go through in groups, it would be too dangerous if they become aware of the situation and we don't have time to act. That's where my magical prowess will come into play, said Soizen as he altered the environment to give an example. I will use illusions to separate all the students and make them go through the enchantment one by one without them being aware of it. If they are repelled, I will pretend in the illusion that they collided with another student accidentally before entering the great dining hall. At the end of the screening, only those who actually pass the enchantment will actually be seated in the great dining hall, while the others will be put to sleep by the teachers and temporarily moved to the dungeons. And what will happen once house selection is over? We can't keep these confused students asleep for too long. Confused students, a rather unique way of looking at their devious behavior, but not necessarily wrong, as ultimately it is their family's upbringing that turned them this way. I thought about sending them to the Ministry of Magic to be taken care of, Soizen stated, with no intention of getting his hands any dirtier. Almost all the students who are rejected by the enchantment have reached a point where only by undergoing a long intensive voluntary rehabilitation, they could leave behind the crazy dark ideas that their families planted in their little heads. But they'll be too arrogant and proud to do that, so, yeah, it's sad and all, but he's not a saint on a mission to save humanity. We can't do that, McGonagall interjected. According to the information we have, the current Ministry of Magic has fallen into that person's hands, and we don't know what they might do to the students. That is precisely why they will be safe if we send them to the ministry, Soizen pointed out the important point that everyone seemed to be overlooking. The rejects will all be descendants of the families working for him, willingly or not, so doing anything to them would only be counterproductive to his future plans. The professors looked at each other with expressions of dismay, because what Soizen said actually made sense. Voldemort may be ruthless, but he is not a hair of a fool. If he really tries to take his anger out on the children of his loyal underlings, he is only stoking a blood debt rebellion among his ranks. But even with the whole process in mind, it doesn't take away the uncomfortable feeling that they could do more for those confused students. After all, they've been a docent for years, and one of their greatest joys has always been helping young wizards and witches better themselves and get on the right path. I'm not saying you're happy about the situation, I just hope you understand. Chapter 156, The Screening. The students got off the express and looked quizzically at the teachers waiting for them at the station, under the premise of escorting them safely. Or at least that's what they said. Meanwhile, several of the teachers seemed severely disappointed to notice the absence of several students to whom they paid special attention. They didn't know if their families were too afraid to send them to Hogwarts or had some other legitimate reason justifying their unreported absence. They grouped the students by year, omitting the traditional boat approach across the Black Lake, and escorted them all the way to the castle on foot, to everyone's surprise. When one student asked Professor Sprout what happened to the carriages, she explained that the Thestrals flew away a week ago for unknown reasons, and they couldn't use them until Hagrid found and retrieved them, so they had no choice but to walk all the way this year. They should consider it a field trip. What the students did not notice was that reaching almost the end of the road, Soizen's eyes turned golden as he led the seventh-year group, and the surroundings around him rippled like water for an instant. The teachers watched in amazement as the students, who were advancing chaotically in their own circles of friends, suddenly lined up without seeming to be aware of the change as they continued to talk to people who were no longer on their side. Fortunately, he's on our side, thought Professor Sinistra as she adjusted the collar of her robe with her finger. Soizen had been giving it a lot of thought and creating an individual illusion for each person, taking into account every little reaction and word would leave him exhausted before he reached Hogwarts, so he used a different but familiar principle to build the illusion. The resurrection stone creates a projection of the dead based on the memories of the wearer of the stone, and builds a personality based on the memories and what the wearer expects them to respond to. No matter what, if a person using the stone asks the ghost a question that he should know, but that he personally does not know, the ghost will give a logical evasion or answer what that person believes should be the answer unconsciously with conviction. That proves that the stone is not as fantastic as the legends say and is closer to a cursed object meant to torture the mind than anything else. Next, Soizhen recreated a scenario with the path to Hogwarts by subtly altering the distances to trick their perceptions and created several NPCs following the same principle as the Resurrection Stone. All students in the same year have a more or less lasting impression of the people they share lessons with for so many months. So even if there were people with a clemency activated, his magic would have a database by gathering everyone's impressions from each other's perspective. Combining his talent and magic for illusions with legitimacy gave truly godly results that even he got chills down his spine. The magical community is lucky that the dark path is distasteful to him. The screening process went almost without incident. Some were rejected by the enchantment so hard that they would wake up from the illusion and the teachers had to personally knock them out before they could take their wand. And each rejection hurt them more than it hurt the students, or so they said. You have to know that unlike in the past, Hogwarts now houses about 1,200 students each year. That's 35 students in each year, being 7 years from entrance to graduation in 5 houses. But after eliminating rejects and absentees, this year's number only reached 643. Practically half were missing or pushed to the dark side, which was a great pain in the hearts of the teachers. Perhaps if they had been more involved, if they had paid more attention, could they have changed that balance? Even Soizhen didn't expect the numbers to be so high. His estimates were that just over 100 would be rejected and there would be only a few dozen absentees. It seems he underestimated Voldemort's influence on the minds of Britain's wizards and witches. The worst thing was that among those who passed the spell, there were still possible spies or time bombs, so in reality things were not as balanced as they seemed. We've already sent the last student to the ministry through the Flow network and we've blocked the connection, Hooch reported as she descended the stairs. It's your turn, Headmistress McGonagall, reminded Soizhen as she let the illusion dissipate in the great dining hall, causing the students to be disoriented for a moment trying to figure out what had just happened. Minerva didn't wait too long and soon stepped into the role of headmistress, explaining that this year the school had a new special security measure and so several students would need to spend some time reflecting, unable to join this year's school term. The students looked around the empty spaces in the great dining hall in a daze. Were there really that many people wrong? How scary. At the same time, they were much calmer knowing that the threat was no longer around and were secretly a little proud of having passed the pop quiz. Minerva did not mention the circumstances of the possible infiltrators, only asking them to be on the lookout for anything stranger than usual in the school and always move in groups of at least 3. He also reminded that the prefects will be doing a roll call every night to check their status, so it is imperative that everyone is in their common room on time and no one should think about wandering around at night or they will be severely punished. As he explained the rest of the measures, many noticed that Soizhen was sitting at the teacher's table, but they didn't think too much of it because after all, the castle was his and he could sit wherever he pleased. Perhaps because it was his last year, the teachers decided to turn a blind eye. Now, that didn't lessen the huge surprise when it was announced that Soizhen was graduating early and would be serving as potions teacher throughout this year as a temporary measure. Looking at the expressions of Ginny, Hermione, Sylvia, Neville and the rest, he signaled for the waiting house elf to appear and take the pictures, after which he slipped away to develop them without waiting for the surprised people to react. These photos will end up in an album next to the ones he took on the express when they found out he made Nico Ravenheart. He'll call it, the Album of Revelations. When he's in a bad mood in the future, he'll just have to pull it out for a good laugh to lift his spirits. Now, let's see how the next few days go at school. Chapter 157, Pull Out Your Sword, I'm Going to Smear It. Potter is not due to return to school until at least after December, with no exact date, so he has about half a year before anything happens. The more time that passes from that point, the more likely it is that something unforeseen will happen. Now, as Soizhen was explaining to the first-year Gryffindor, Gale Gold and Slytherin students the main safety precautions on how to keep their potions cauldron from exploding, melting or making a mixture that would come to life to try to devour them on their first attempt, it dawned on him. How would Potter find the Gryffindor sword without Snape's Patronus as a guide? Should he ask the Sorting Hat? I mean, even though Dumbledore bequeathed the sword to Potter, the minister was right that he couldn't do that because it wasn't his property in the first place nor did he own the rights. The Ministry of Magic didn't really want to give such a valuable relic to a boy who didn't know anything, he found it logical. It was as if all of a sudden, Professor Sprout gave the Hufflepuff cup as an inheritance just because she was the dean of the house, it just didn't work that way. Also, in this timeline, the sword did not kill the basilisk or absorb its properties, so it cannot be used to destroy Horcruxes unless Soizhen pulls it out of the Sorting Hat and paints the blade with a brush dipped in basilisk venom before reinserting it deeply. Why did that last part sound so strange? Stocking up on basilisk venom isn't a problem, Nagini got a good amount from the black market years ago and it's still as lethal as ever. And the sword is still sharp, perfectly capable of cleaving a... Oh wait, Nagini isn't with Voldemort, I have to modify my thinking on that point. The part where Neville jumps up and cuts off the snake's head won't happen. Is it possible that under these circumstances he would still want to make another Horcrux? I'll have to pay attention to see if he has another snake with him or something. Who knows, maybe Neville might have his lion moment. And following these pauses, you can live another day. Questions? He looked around me and apart from a few frightened or excited expressions, no one seemed to have any doubts. Well, study carefully the potion I wrote down on the blackboard, we will prepare it during the next lesson and the one who has the best results will be able to take the potion he prepared. Yes, Professor Gale Gold. Replied the students as they carefully copied the potion recipe and all its steps onto parchment. It was a simple potion to speed up magical recovery, nothing dangerous if prepared well. I have half an hour before the next lesson with the fourth-year students, so to avoid accidents, we'd better get things done soon. POV McGonagall. I was just finishing discarding a resume to fill the potions teacher position next year, when Soizen appeared in my office unannounced. Director, I watched as he nodded in greeting and instead of taking a seat, he approached the sorting hat cabinet. What can I do for you, Heir Gale Gold? Asked the talking hat after yawning. I've already done my part this year. I don't know where he got it from, but I see that suddenly in his hand he's holding a brush covered with a substance that makes the strands of the tool smoke. I'm sorry. Only a true Gryffindor can. Draw your sword quickly, I have to teach in 20 minutes. What about the magic words? You know, Hagrid told me the other day that he's looking for a new toy for Fluffy, Soizen whispered loud enough for me to hear. All right, hold your horses. Here, there you go. I watch as the ruby-jeweled handle of the sword materializes and Soizen removes it all at once. Moves the brush up and down the blade and once he confirms that the metal completely absorbed everything, he shoves it back into the sorting hat, where it disappears without a trace. Ah, the hat groaned, be more careful. It's cold. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time I stick a sword in a 1,000-year-old hat. Without another word, he put the hat back in his cabinet and left my office. I try to process what just happened, but a shout brings me out of my thoughts. Did he say there will be a next time? I think this is the first time in my life I've ever seen the sorting hat make such a vivid, frightened expression. Why am I laughing so hard? POV Soizen. I heard a cheerful giggle as I descended the spiral staircase of Headmistress McGonagall's office and I couldn't contain my movement to look behind my back for a second. I remember when I walked in, she was going through some papers. Did she get some good news that put her in a good mood? Anyway, the part about doctoring the sword is finished and I just have to wait a few months, then I'll ask the sorting hat if Potter got the sword and if not, I'll send it to him with my Patronus. I can't wait too long, there are now 2 of them instead of 3 and that means the locket will probably affect their minds more. Better to send the sword early so they destroy what they find than later. I can't believe that even when he's out of school, I still have to help him like this so he doesn't mess everything up in the end. Yes, he got my letter with the details of each location, but how hard was it to prepare a method to destroy them before he left on tour to collect them? Her planning skills are worthy of Potter House. Fortunately for the witches of the world, she didn't learn how to prepare Amortentia, so she won't be following in her father's footsteps. Unless he buys it, things he could do. And Ron isn't so bad at the end of the day, after all, he has to support someone like Potter in his impulses and that takes tremendous courage. No, Ron is just stubborn, he left it at that. I think it would be best to give Ginny some bottles secretly, to counteract the effect of the Amortentia. For some reason, I have a feeling she'll need them. Chapter 158, Pottervigilance. Do you know what Pottervigilance is? It's a clandestine radio program organized by Lee Jordan and supported by members of the Order of the Phoenix to broadcast news that the Ministry of Magic is censoring and encourage people to stand up to Voldemort. I discovered them one day while on patrol as a teacher. It turns out they are using a secret room on the 3rd floor to broadcast. It's interesting, because I didn't remember them doing it from the castle. Was it another butterfly effect or was it already like that originally? Now it becomes much more apparent why Dumbledore guarded so jealously that there is a prophecy, it just caused people to go and die. Only one can end the other, that is, before that, they are virtually immortal before their final confrontation. Sure, Voldemort has lost several times, but hasn't he come back just like that? Then there's Potter, that he's still alive despite his choices only proves that there is a higher power protecting his life. And no, it's not Lily's protection. I studied that protection from a book I found in the Hogwarts headmaster's office. It doesn't have those effects, not by a long shot. And in fact, I was able to verify that my idea of filling 1 vial of Petunia's blood a year and using it as a necklace was more than enough to activate the protection left by Lily's sacrifice, so the excuses Dumbledore gave were just that, excuses. Potter had no reason to be with those abusers for his entire childhood. It's more like plot armor, although it seems to have weakened quite a bit. It's been a few months since I became potions teacher and I can understand why Snape seemed so impatient when it came to dealing with students. Some of them are so clumsy that it shouldn't be legal for them to go near a cauldron. They're like those people who walk into the kitchen and are able to set a glass of water on fire just by looking at it. They have a knack for destruction. And the ingredients they use are far from cheap. Every failure is no different than burning money. Oh, it seems that some students are getting restless lately. We haven't blocked letters or anything like that, so in less than a week everyone knew about the new special measures we took this year. Several howlers tried to raise a ruckus, but it turns out that a bubble of silence and some fire can solve these minor problems. There were also a few missing students who tried to join mid-year, claiming that they now feel safer, and of course we gave them the opportunity. Well, none of them passed the enchantment. Yes, they seemed to think that by joining later there was no need to be tested through the main gate and they could just walk right in. It was a rather pathetic and predictable attempt, really. We also caught a Slytherin student who had cast the Imperious Curse on Professor Sinistra before he could do anything worrisome. So without hesitation we knocked him out and kicked him out of the castle right after replacing his memory from the moment he walked in on the first day. The memory part was my doing. I'm sure the others wouldn't agree to mess with the memory of the students. Well, I don't have that problem with people who are like that. You will remember that you were in the castle, but if you try to think of details like who was with him or what the inside looks like now, you will only see pure white and no sound. After this incident, every 2 weeks or so we would discover an unpleasant situation and the students present in the castle continued to dwindle. I'm not going to lie, everyone's morale was getting worse and worse. Teachers had their trust betrayed time and time again, while students didn't feel safe from their own peers. Even the golem Sylvia made conveyed more positive feelings. Do a Nico Ravenheart concert? No, forget it, in this situation it would only cause more confusion than help. And there are still moles present, it's simply not worth the risk. Handing out euphoria potions with the help of the kitchen? Not unless you want to have a Dementor feast. The rest of the options weren't exactly morally acceptable. Oh, in the end I also had to guide Potter to the Gryffindor sword using a Patronus in the shape of a lion. I could have used anyone but my whale. Because I'm sure he'll ignore it if he associates it with me. I just thought of that shape because I recently read a book about them and in quite a hurry. It turns out that according to feedback from the Sorting Hat, which was much more helpful this time, Potter walked past the sword 6 times and was unaware of its magical presence. It's very sad that a 7th-year student is unable to perceive magical auras in such a close radius, really. Oh, right, Potter also gave up attending this year in favor of his crusade against Voldemort. I guess asking members of the Order of the Phoenix for help never crossed his mind, or he thought it was something he had to do on his own, being the one chosen by the prophecy, I imagine. But lo and behold, before he had to take extreme measures, McGonagall came running to warn not only me, but the rest of the teachers as well, that Dumbledore's tomb had been ransacked and Voldemort was there with Albus Wand. One of them anyway, the Elder Wand. That is the signal for Potter's soon return. Now the question is, should we be worried about him coming here? I mean, originally Hogwarts would be under his control and upon getting the wand, he wouldn't pay too much attention to the place until he was warned of Potter's return. But now with his confidence bolstered by the most powerful wand of legends. The dark mark has appeared in the sky above the castle. Shouted a 3rd-year Slytherin student. Well, that answers my concerns. Should we cross our fingers that he sends his henchmen and doesn't come himself? I mean, the damage to the castle if it's him would be remarkable and it will cost a fortune to repair everything. I'm filthy rich, but that doesn't mean I'm going to throw money away like that if it's possible. Maybe it's the spur of the moment, but I think I'm seeing Potter and Ron Broom flying to Hogwarts. Aren't they supposed to enter through Ariana's box in the Hog's Head? Oh, right, I blocked that access. Well, at least they won't be killed by brooms. And just as I say that, the brooms start burning and plummet into the castle courtyard, straight into the fountain. Great, I raised the flag and didn't even realize it. Chapter 159, Waterlogged. Potter and Ron fell right into the fountain in the castle courtyard, so other than being wet and a humiliating landing, all was well after using a simple spell to dry the clothes. No, the spell was used skillfully by Ginny. Did you think, even for a second, that these two know anything about domestic magic? But it also made me realize that due to the flying lessons and Quidditch matches going on at the school, there seems to be a major gap in the castle's defenses. Flying brooms. I mean, I already took measures against flying invaders, but I had to purposely drop this exception because of Hooch's lessons and the sport. And I admit, maybe it was also due to my disdain for the magical vehicle itself. But because of Potter and Ron, perhaps now the Death Eaters also know that they can use brooms to get in without crossing the booby-trapped bridge. I'm going to warn everyone not to use the flying brooms anymore, because I'll remove the barrier exception just in case before the enemies try to take advantage of that spot. The silver lining is that with them here, it'll be a short time before we're done with all of this once and for all. They only have to kill Potter once to eliminate his side as a Horcrux, and we may need to find another snake if Voldemort makes another one at the last minute. But it has to be Voldemort who kills Potter or it won't count, right? I thought you weren't coming back to Hogwarts, I said as I approached them along with other teachers and some students, at least, not like this. It's not our fault. Ron protested as he looked at the burnt broom he pulled out of the fountain with pity. We wanted to enter through the hog's head. But the way was blocked and Harry's invisibility cloak is starting to fail. Ron considered that since it couldn't work properly anymore, it wasn't a problem to talk about his friend's cloak. Oh. It seems that the demiguy's cloak I traded the genuine invisibility cloak for was of a worse quality than I expected. That's not important, Potter interrupted when he heard Ron talk about the cloak, wanting to avoid being asked about that specific detail. What's important is that we're on a mission from Dumbledore and we have to find something in the castle. If we succeed, Voldemort will be one step closer to falling never to return. If you're referring to the Ravenclaw diadem Horcrux, I took care of it years ago, I blurted out. How do you know about the diadem? Ron asked, so puzzled that he didn't even hide the fact that that was in fact his goal. Who do you think wrote and sent Dumbledore the letter with the identity and locations of all the Horcruxes? I raised my eyebrow to express my completely illogical wizard logic. Do you have any idea how hard it was to get that information? Was it you? Potter couldn't believe it. Had he been following Soisen's instructions, when he originally thought it was information Dumbledore obtained at the price of his life? I hope you were able to finish with the locket, the goblet and everything else without leaving anything behind. He needed confirmation that they really had destroyed all the Horcruxes mentioned in the list. It would be a real pain in the ass if they had skipped one because it wasn't easy to get to. Of course, the Sword of Gryffindor came to Harry's call. Ron stuck out his chest when he said that. I had to restrain my urge to roll my eyes. Why don't they mention how my Patronus guided them? Right, Ron has the syndrome of altering the reality of stories. I forgot for a second because of his non-existent importance in my life. Wait a minute. McGonagall interrupted as her gaze fell on Soisen. Is that why you went up to the office one day, pulled the sword out of the sorting hat and covered it with what she later deduced was basilisk poison? There are few things capable of damaging a Horcrux and I had to give Potter something he could use. I shrugged and explained. I couldn't give him the poison because with his poor abilities to handle potion ingredients, I feared he would kill himself, so I let the sword absorb the properties. It was safer that way. The professors exchanged sympathetic glances. It was better to give a magical sword to a Gryffindor, than to give a pot of poison to someone with few abilities when it came to handling dangerous and lethal substances. Ron and Potter were having second thoughts about their lives. They followed the instructions in Soisen's letter, when they thought it was from Dumbledore. They used the sword prepared by Soisen, when they believed he had gone to Potter for his noble cause. Wait, the Patronus they saw. So, everything they had been doing and suffering through these months was orchestrated by Dumbledore or Soisen? Don't make those expressions. You've done an unexpectedly excellent job, I congratulated. Yes, I really didn't expect them to be able to complete the list on their own without Hermione's support. The details don't matter to me, only the results speak for themselves. Why? Potter asked blankly, didn't you hate me? If I have to choose a future where the Dark Lord triumphs or one where you do, I choose to support the lesser of two evils. He made it clear that he still doesn't like me, but at this point, there is only a choice to be made. If all else fails, just move out of Britain and let the worldwide magical community jump on Voldemort and tear him apart like hyenas. Wait, this time it was Sinistra who interrupted. Is it possible that all the tension and conflict of interest between you and Dumbledore was just a brilliant ploy to divert the attention of the spies while Potter received support from someone they would never suspect? Suddenly, everyone had a realization and put on sympathetic expressions. Soisen went blank after hearing Professor Sinistra's stilted explanation. What brand is the weed this woman smoked? I just found out some great news, so since I'm in a very good mood, massive chapter release. Chapter 160, Dark Army. While everyone thought they had grasped the deepest secret of the situation and exchanged glances and nods, others had a completely opposite reaction. Sylvia, Hermione, Ginny and even Luna had their faces completely red trying to contain their laughter. Soisen watched as they slipped behind a pillar and let out a field of silence. That's exactly what happened. He confirmed to everyone after a second of hesitation, it was nothing more than a calculated and extremely delicate distraction, otherwise, things would not have gone as smoothly as they did now. Dumbledore was an expert at using others and he sure didn't expect the day would come when he would be the one used. And Soisen wasn't even the one who raised him as a shield. What's he going to say? Nothing. Then he agrees. At the station beyond. Sneeze. Well, who knew that even the dead could sneeze, said Dumbledore as he pulled the soul out of a handkerchief. Don't you think it's funny, Tom? Getting back to the world of the living. Are there any follow-up plans? McGonagall asked anxiously. As Dumbledore's trusted follower, she accepted the revelation more readily because it was certainly something in Albus' style. Now, the most important thing was whether he had left further instructions for this situation. Indeed, there is something, Soisin stated without blushing in the slightest, but only Potter, you and the rest of the teachers can hear it. And no one else can know about it. It's very important. Why? The teachers understood that it must be something delicate, but the students who had gathered in the courtyard were not happy to miss something like this. Don't ask me, I don't know what the former headmaster was thinking, he answered them, passing the blame for the matter to Albus without batting an eyelid. Potter is here and Voldemort is gathering his troops outside the castle, we only have a limited time. He said his name because he could already feel their movements in the grounds. I want half of the teachers to follow me while the other half put protections around the school. Call in reinforcements from the Order of the Phoenix or anyone else who is willing to come who can be trusted. The golems will back you up. Just give me a moment. Soisin approached the girls and gave them his stock of Felix Felicis, which they had to drink while he was present. He then did the same and felt his luck rise. Come on, Soisin motioned for Potter and the teachers to accompany him, and no flying brooms for the rest of the day. The defenses will no longer ignore them. POV Voldemort. Is it true that Potter is back at Hogwarts, Bellatrix? Asked the Dark Lord as he caressed the Elder Wand in his hands, in a way that made his most loyal follower long to trade places with that piece of wood. No doubt, my lord, the craziest woman in the British magical community nodded flatteringly as her eyes took in the movements of the fingers and shuddered. The information came from a student inside the castle whose family is being held hostage. I wouldn't play with the lives of their loved ones. The ones left, I mean. She added, amused by her own comment. Wonderful. Call Greyback and the others, I want everyone ready to take Hogwarts once and for all, within the hour. Make sure they bring enough cannon fodder this time. I think the unfinished business between Harry and I should be finished today, don't you think so too? It will be done in only half an hour, my lord. Bellatrix recklessly cut the time generously given by the Dark Lord in half without fear of the consequences. After all, it was the others who would fail if they did not follow her arrangements. She would not lose her master's appreciation for something so banal. 29 minutes later. Dementors, trolls, werewolves and the entire army of the Dark Lord was preparing to invade the castle. Dementors flew impatiently knowing that an all-you-can-eat buffet awaited them. As long as they didn't kill the children, anything was allowed. That meant they could kiss some teachers if they managed to take them down. Fenrir and his entourage looked impatiently at the lights of the castle. So much young flesh to bite to expand the numbers of their pack. Trolls, hit them hard and they'll give us plenty to eat. The Death Eaters knew there were some special targets whose capture or death equaled rich rewards from their master, but they were also aware of the latest failure and were in no hurry to act. Soisin looked outside from a turret window and clicked his tongue. Were it not for Voldemort's presence and his ability to master snakes with Parseltongue, he could release the basilisk directly from the bowels of the castle and let it feast on the entire Dark Army. They would end up killing the millenary basilisk once they reacted, but the amount of casualties just from its stare and bites would be high enough to almost decide the battle. Is everything clear? He asked once he turned around, to see the professors worried and Potter looking pale-faced. Knowing that he needs to die at Voldemort's hands at least once to break the connection he's had with the Dark Lord since he was scarred. It's not easy to take. Meanwhile, taking advantage of what little time they had at their disposal, they evacuated all the Slytherin and lesser ones just like in the original story. Surely there were some Slytherin who were unwilling to go against them, but peer pressure is a terrible thing and it was better to force them than not be able to do anything. Members of the Order of the Phoenix and other reinforcements arrived at the castle simultaneously, with Neville's grandmother cursing Soisin for making an old woman's arrival so uncomfortable. Her words were so creative, Neville had to push her aside for her own safety before Soisin forced her to eat her hat. The Weasley twins, Arthur, Molly, Percy. All the Weasleys had introduced themselves. Soisin especially checked to see that the twins would be using the gifts he gave them for today and sighed in relief to see that Fred had it with him. A few minutes later, the war between the dark and the light officially began. Chapter 161, The Death of. The castle's outer defenses burst into full force. Turrets were deployed to decimate the werewolves, hidden rotating blades were activated to deal with anything that crawled, liquid nitrogen traps were sprung to neutralize the aggressive and agile transformations. Explosive cherries were dropped that the trolls bit into causing their heads to explode like fireworks, cauldrons of boiling oil were poured in and right after that the flamethrowers were deployed. The Death Eaters and their minions were simply unprepared for such a bizarre yet effective variety of defensive measures and the casualties were swift, baffling and massive. But it is also true that because these measures were provided by few people for a short period of time, most were exhausted after several minutes. It was then that Baron Sanguinary reappeared while commanding the altered stone armors, the castle's metal armors and the silver chariots. While these obstacles are busy taking care of the cannon fodder, Death Eaters sneak in and the battles move inside the castle. Percy and Ferd fight 2 Death Eaters and Percy manages to knock out the puppet minister, Pious Thickness, making a joke that Fred laughed at before an explosion swallowed him up in the next instant. "Fred!" Percy cried out in horror as he saw his little brother die. "Cough. I'm fine, just a bit dazed," said the twin as he stood up covered in some of his own blood and dust mixed in, watching in genuine horror as the bracelet he was wearing cracked and crumbled into pieces. "I think Soizen might have some diviner's gifts. We really saved ourselves a good one by deciding not to play tricks on him," he commented nervously to try and dispel the frightening thought of what would have happened if he didn't have the bracelet with him. "Do you happen to have a herbovitalizing potion lying around?" Meanwhile, Potter along with Ron and some volunteers headed to the Shrieking House following the connection he feels with the Dark Lord, where Voldemort was waiting for the first confrontations to end. On the way outside, they encounter Dementors coming out to try to stop them, but Luna, Seamus Finnegan and Ernie Macmillan take them down using their own patron uses. The two eventually manage to sneak through the box willow and reach the Shrieking House. But unfortunately or fortunately, Voldemort seems to have left the place just moments before their arrival. But the journey does not happen in vain and they discover traces of snakeskin on the floor, evidence that Voldemort has indeed created a new Horcrux as Soizen estimated. At this point, Potter and Ron can only sigh with admiration at the wizard's mind. Depressed, they return to the castle, where everyone is helping to move the dead to the great dining hall. A significantly smaller number compared to the original timeline. Soizen's defensive measures helped a lot, but it was impossible for them to do the whole job and people still died fighting for their beliefs. Soizen was looking at one of the dead with pain in his eyes, unable to believe that he really couldn't have saved her. Nymphadora Tonks did not survive the attack when she was ambushed by 3 Death Eaters. Perhaps he didn't know her well enough to be called friends, but he interacted a few times with her and liked her. Part of what happened to Lupin was actually to spare Tonks from the suffering that would ensue because of them. Fred met his one-eared twin and told George what happened with the explosion and the bracelet. But when he saw the look on Soizen's face, he knew it wasn't the time to say thank you. They needed to wait until all this madness was over. But they would remember this favor. As they all contemplated the situation, Voldemort amplified his voice and called out to let everyone know that if Harry Potter surrendered in the Forbidden Forest, it would end the battle for good. After all, every drop of blood of either a wizard or a witch is a terrible loss to the magical world. Following the plan, Potter announces that he is going to turn himself in. "Hey!" called Soizen to Potter as he prepared to leave the castle. "If you need some spiritual support, remember to use the snitch." He had no idea if Potter figured out how to open it yet or would do it in the forest, but when a person is able to muster the determination to die, you have to give him some respect. So he revealed to him how to open it before turning away. Potter continued on his way lost in thought. Was Dumbledore's inheritance also discussed with Soizen? As confused as he was, he decided to take the floor and following his instructions, he obtained the Resurrection Stone, which he used to summon what he believed to be the spirits of his parents, who encourage him and accompany him to the clearing where Voldemort is, protecting him from the Dementors. Soizen suddenly thought of this very scene, at that very moment from the castle. Were the ghosts of the Resurrection Stone considered a half-Patronus? Well, it was a curiosity he was willing to leave unfinished for the rest of his long life. The green burst of the killing curse could be glimpsed from the castle, though he didn't know if it was on purpose or actually hitting a valid target had that glowing effect. Potter had his death experience seeing the state of Voldemort's soul and got the support of Narcissa Malfoy by revealing that Draco is alive. Technically he is paralyzed right now, but perfectly alive, and returned to the castle in the arms of Hagrid, who is crying inconsolably. Why didn't I give Harry my magic horseshoe? Chapter 162, Meat Banquet. Displaying Potter's corpse as a trophy, he tries to demoralize the defenders while boasting that he is the victor of the prophecy and blah blah blah. Neville stands out to face him and ends up paralyzed with the Sorting Hat, a high-quality imitation made by McGonagall, on his head, before he sets it on fire. At this point, Horace Slughorn together with the inhabitants of Hogsmeade and the defenders of the castle attack the Death Eaters again. While most of the defenses ran out of reserves, projectiles, or were simply non-functional, the golems continued to support until Bellatrix focused on breaking through them as she recognized them as a true threat. Do you remember the brave scene of Neville cutting the snake with the sword of Gryffindor? Well, he added the special effect of the blade being on fire and producing rainbow light when swung, resulting in a lion's roar with the creature's death courtesy of Soizen. As for the species of the snake, he had no idea. The battle resumes, but the surviving Death Eaters are vastly outnumbered from the original timeline and within a few blinks. Only 2 remain, Bellatrix Lestrange, who is fighting with Hermione, Luna, Sylvia and Ginny, and Voldemort himself, who fight with McGonagall, Shacklebolt and Slughorn. Bellatrix almost kills Sylvia and Ginny, but the Felix Felicis does her job and they narrowly avoid death. Just before Molly joins the furious fight, a burst of cosmic light falls from the sky onto Bellatrix. Not even giving her time to scream before vanishing herself and anything within a 10-foot radius, leaving not so much as ash and only a cast stone contour at outermost point of contact. Molly turns stiffly and sees Soisen's golden eyes alight, puffing hard enough to send steam out of her nostrils. What she used was an advanced mode of illusion magic that can be used as lethal attack, light decay. Voldemort doesn't know who cast this strange magic, but seeing Molly standing still, he prepares to kill her when a shield charm is cast and interrupts him, leaving him even more furious. He turns around to see who dares, but Voldemort can't believe his eyes. Harry is alive. This was the second time the brat had survived the killing curse from him. He's making his reputation as a Dark Lord a joke. We come to the moment of the ball, the moment when Potter and Voldemort, being surrounded by all the combatants, begin to circle in the opposite direction of clockwise. If it weren't for the prophecy, Soisen would have yelled that everyone shoot Voldemort right now to finish him off, taking advantage of the fact that only he is left. What followed was a fascinating explanation for many, but a boring monologue for Soisen where Potter explained Voldemort's mistakes point by point, until it was revealed that technically, he was the acknowledged true master of the Elder Wand. Voldemort casts an Avada Kedavra at Potter, who counters with a loud Expelliarmus, determined to put an end to this once and for all. The killing curse passes through the disarming charm like mist and strikes Potter in the chest, killing him instantly. Soisen is speechless. Why do you keep using disarmament against your destined enemy? Shit, now he would have to take the field. Even Voldemort was stunned for a moment. Did Harry try to overcome his powerful killing curse with a simple disarming charm? He doesn't know the magical theory of Capulov-Vitridan that they teach in the third year of Dada. He could have moved away, intercepted the curse with a pebble, and 1,000 other solutions. More importantly, did it really work this time or is he faking it? Under the transfixed gaze of the surrounding combatants, Voldemort cast the killing curse a few more times on Harry Potter's corpse, confirming that he was truly dead and he was the ultimate victor of the prophecy. My turn. Voldemort had barely had time to sink into the bliss of final glory, feeling the Elder Wand suddenly work better in his hands, before he heard a voice and another person entered the circle. Those eyes. I didn't expect to meet in person, Heir Galegold. Voldemort naturally knew of the golden-eyed wizard before him. You arrive at just the right time. I can't allow the castle to have an owner other than myself, and I'm curious to know how well the wand works in my hand now that it has recognized me as its true master, he said as he finished enjoying the new level of connection with the castle. Artifact of Legends. Well, show me what the Dark Lord who killed Harry Potter is capable of. Soisen's eyes became more and more golden and magical as time passed and a line of blood began to fall from her nose, but I ignore her. It's like music to my ears. Voldemort immensely enjoyed hearing that statement and looking at Soisen as if she was going to become the icing on the cake of today's events, he pointed his wand at him with deliberate slowness. I'll take good care of the castle, I can promise you that, Voldemort assured as he waved farewell with his free hand. Avada percent Patronus. The field was silent. What did he just say? They all looked taken aback, but Soisen flashed a big smile that would have been charming if it weren't for the line of blood on her face. I won, she said as he wiped the blood from her face. Voldemort did not understand what Soisen was referring to, until large dark worms began to come out of the Elder Wand and crawl up her arm. He tried to use another spell to eliminate them, but he felt that the wand was stuck to his hand and he couldn't cast anything as long as he kept expelling those worms that were devouring his body. Somewhat frightened by the sudden turn of events, he attempted to use wandless magic, but all of his magic was being drained by the Elder Wand to produce more and more dark worms. To the complete horror of all present, Voldemort was eaten alive by these worms until not a single drop of blood was left. At which point those worms went up in smoke, revealing a lone wand on the ground that suddenly burst into flames and was reduced to ashes carried by the wind. What did you just do? Sylvia was the first to come out from among the people to approach and offer her shoulder to Soisen so that she would hold on to her, because it seemed that she had taken all the strength to do whatever she did. I'll tell you in the Great Hall, I need to sit down and eat something or I'll pass out, Soisen replied, dizzy as never before. I'm serious. I'll tell the elves in the kitchens, Hermione said before leaving. Ron and others looked sadly and inconsolably at Potter's body on the floor and without saying a word, they carried him inside with the rest. It didn't take Soisen long to answer his questions, she just needed to drink some water and fill her stomach with a couple of French toasts to keep her consciousness awake long enough. How did you do it? Minerva asked, unable to contain herself any longer. I used an illusion strong enough to alter his perception of spells, he explained, feeling a little better with something in his stomach to replenish some energy. Patronus charm and not the killing curse. "I've never seen you get a nosebleed when using an illusion," Hermione muttered. "That's because in just a few seconds I used up all my magic reserves. The consumption and output of magic was so overwhelming that my body needed to rest for a few weeks to recover." "What were those worms?" Luna asked with a slightly disgusted expression, something really rare to see in her. "It was the consequences of daring to cast the Patronus charm when his heart succumbed to black magic." Flitwick stepped forward to stand out and explain what happened to those who didn't know. Voldemort suffered the same fate as the dark wizard Raxidian. Raxidian? Ron felt like he'd heard that name somewhere. "As I was saying before Mr. Weasley interrupted me," Flitwick said, glaring at Ron, who flinched. "A Patronus can only be used by the pure of heart. When a competent but unworthy witch or wizard, such as a dark wizard, uses the charm, maggots will sprout from the wand and devour the daring caster." "So what you did is force Voldemort to commit suicide?" Molly asked, surprised once she understood the events. "Well, Voldemort has always presumed to know a lot of black magic, and since a matchup with him would be extremely difficult, I thought I'd use his strength against him using what I do best," Soizen explained as he struggled to stay awake. "It got even more complicated when the Elder Wand recognized him as its master, so I decided to use that extra power in an unorthodox way. In fact, the worms that came out of the wand were not similar to those recorded in the books. They seemed more ferocious, larger and darker," Flitwick agreed as he reflected. "That means that the legendary wand not only magnifies its master's magic, but also the secondary or negative effects of the magic used." "Well, it did. Why was the Elder Wand destroyed after his death?" Pomona still wasn't comfortable saying his name even if he was dead. Soizen was half asleep, and it was only when Sylvia kissed him on the cheek that he straightened up and woke up enough to answer the question. "The wand changes its master when the previous one dies or when someone defeats its master in a confrontation. That is its pattern when transferring," he said with a voice full of sleep. "But what happens if his current master is not killed or defeated, but commits suicide using his own wand?" "That you don't have anyone to transfer to," Ginny deduced. "Also, but the point is that despite his ease in changing masters, he is completely loyal to him as long as he is recognized. Killing his master is treason, and since he had no one else to call master either, he concluded that his existence was unnecessary." Molly wanted to ask something else, but Soizen held up her hand. "I'm sorry, but any remaining questions will be answered in the interview that will take place when I wake up. If you need anything else from me, ask my secretary, Miss Granger." Soizen turned to give Sylvia one last look with a smile. "Honey, I trust you. Good night all." And before anyone had time to stop him, Soizen collapsed on the table headfirst and fell asleep. Everyone watched as the one they considered the savior of the magical world, he left a dent in the mahogany table as his forehead suddenly turned dark and metallic. They exchanged glances and sighed. "Well, it's not the weirdest thing he's ever done. What do you think of the loophole I found for the Elder Wand?" Chapter 163, Epilogue. 19 years later. Snape ends up marrying to the surprise of many Narcissa Malfoy after Lucius's death, becoming Draco's stepfather and having a son of his own a year after the wedding. Neville successfully became a professor of herbology, taking up the mantle of Pomona, and married Hannah Abbott of Hufflepuff, the new Leaky Cauldron innkeeper. The Weasley twins now run an international joke business, and their parents are busy looking after their 8 grandchildren. Dolores Umbridge is found dead in Knockturn Alley, under the same mysterious circumstances that Rita Skeeter perished long ago. Cho Chang joined her dream Quidditch team, married Cedric, and they had 2 children who would revolutionize the broomstick industry years later. Hagrid found love with the woman who took care of Fluffy and currently has a son who was taken as Scamander's apprentice. Kingsley Shacklebolt becomes the new Minister for Magic, and Percy holds an important position fulfilling his dream. Ginny turned her hobby into her job and is now a renowned painter who travels the world with her partner, Luna Lovegood, to accompany her on her journey to research and discover new magical creatures. The landscapes that she has managed to paint of her earned her great fame and recognition. Fleur Delacour joined the Soizen chain of stores and opened a women's lingerie branch that caused a sensation due to its innovation and exquisite designs. The wizarding community's birth rate skyrocketed within a few years. Nagini became the highest representative of the Gale Gold family, being the person most loyal to the family patriarch and possessing a power and influence that even some ministers of magic have to treat with care. Soizen married Sylvia in the most spectacular wedding in the history of magic by causing a magical eclipse to celebrate their union with northern lights all over the planet, and Nico Ravenheart performing in concert after the wedding, which was attended by 500,000 people. The Gale Gold family was extended through the tireless efforts of the married couple, and they currently have 7 children, 4 boys and 3 girls. It is rumored that soon that number will grow again. In addition, he was hailed as the best potions master of the last 300 years, and his business spans so many fields that it is impossible to compete with him. Ron worked at his brother's joke shop due to his low academic grades, but he never found a partner and sought solace in drink. Hermione became the icon of reference for thousands of witches after a successful career as Soisen's secretary and a scholar who earned a second-class Order of Merlin for her research and publications on advanced applications of runes as functional circuits. Sylvia not only became the happiest wife in the world, but furthered her passion for the craft and was the first to create a magical computer, using her husband's knowledge of Muggle technology and discoveries of advanced magic. Under Soisen's intervention, Hogwarts is now considered the largest, most comprehensive, and most coveted school in the wizarding world, with no less than 312 subjects and more than 40,000 students from around the world each year. 14 of the new disciplines were new applications of magic that Soisen himself researched. Additionally, Nifflers were listed as exclusive allowed pets for the Gale Gold House. A new era of magic is looming on the horizon, and only one person is aware of its tremendous implications. My name is Soisen Gale Gold Evans Valrus Aulus. If you want to hear my story, it all started while I was waiting for an owl to arrive. End.